What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Hokage AFK 1 Ha Chapter 1 Unfamiliar Classmates Konoha Ninja School. Yi Yu looked at the leaves outside the window. I sighed in my heart. It's been 12 years since I came to this world. I didn't expect time to fly by so fast. Yi Yu is a time traveler who encountered the Nine Tails Rebellion as soon as she was born. His parents died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. 6 years later, he successfully entered the ninja school. No different from other students. After entering the ninja school, with ordinary grades and ordinary rankings, the only thing worthy of praise is that he looks pretty good. With average grades, he was a little transparent in the class. No one noticed. It's not like Uchiha Sasuke who always ranks first in every exam, nor like Uzumaki Naruto who always attracts people's attention. Yi Yu had no adventures and spent 12 years normally. He didn't show anything special for third generation and Danzo to notice. There was no such thing as inviting him to tea. Hook up the system, activated successfully, bound to host, Yi Yu. Yi Yu was stunned for a moment. System? On hook system, at your service. Yi Yu frowned, thinking that he had been hit by genjutsu. He bit the back of his hand, and the severe pain let Yi Yu know that he had missed the genjutsu. System, you are 12 years late, Yi Yu said without any emotion. He has looked away for the past 12 years. Who knew the system would appear now? The on-hook system did not respond to Yi Yu's words. It's really a cold system. What Yi Yu doesn't know is that the on-hook system has no emotions and no intelligence. Seeing that the system did not reply to him, Yi Yu said nothing. Asked. I wonder what kind of functions you have. On-hook system. This system is an on-hook system. You only need to hang up for a certain period of time, and you can get rewards. Yi Yu smiled. It's quite simple, then how do I use it? On-hook system. You are already using it, and the on-hook system is serving you. Yi Yu was a little surprised. Have I already used it now? I wonder what the reward will be. Advertisement. With 12 years of experience, Yi Yu is already familiar with this world. He didn't care whether there was an on-hook system or not. If you don't have it, just go with the flow, and if you have it, live a little more chicly. It's just a little difference. Shift your attention away from your conscious space. Looking at Iruka who was talking on the podium, Yi Yu thought. Have I finally graduated? I don't know which class 1 will be assigned to. The graduation exam is about to take place. The graduation exam was about the art of cloning, although Yi Yu's grades have been average over the past 6 years. But graduation is not a problem, he has already mastered the 3-body technique. In other words, except for Naruto who was influenced by Nine Tails, all the students in the class had mastered the 3-body technique by this time. Iruka on the stage shouted, now, the classmate whose name I read comes to the next door. First one, Uchiha Sasuke. Iruka was the first to call out Sasuke. Since entering school, his grades have been among the best in the class. The name is also ranked first. Sasuke stood up with no expression on his face, put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the next door. Many female classmates in the class looked at Sasuke with enamored expressions. Sasuke is so handsome. Come on Sasuke. Sasuke, I love you. These female classmates are as obsessed with Sasuke as starstruck girls. Naruto in the audience looked at the cool Sasuke on the stage and gritted his teeth. Damn it. Sasuke. You be asterisk 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 D. What good is he? Shikamaru, who was sitting not far from Naruto, said feebly. Sasuke is number 1 in the class, and he is number 1 all year round. Shikamaru, I will definitely surpass him sooner or later. I want to become a Hokage man. Shikamaru rolled his eyes at Naruto and lay down on the table to sleep. In the class, only Shikamaru and Inuzuka Kiba can play with Naruto. No one else was willing to get close to Naruto, including Yi Yu. Others were influenced by their own adults, while Yi Yu didn't want to get into trouble. Within a few minutes, Sasuke came back, very smooth. Even Iruka wanted Sasuke to pass without taking the exam. As early as his first year in the ninja school, Sasuke mastered the 3-body technique. In Iruka's heart, Sasuke is the well-deserved strongest player of this generation. The subsequent exams were just as Yi Yu thought. Everyone except Naruto passed successfully. Advertisement later, 3rd Hokage appeared and gave a speech to the students who successfully graduated. Let a group of students who have unrealistic illusions about the profession of ninja become full of illusions about their upcoming ninja career. Naruto sat on the swing under the tree in despair, looking enviously at his classmates who had successfully graduated. After a while, Naruto disappeared under the tree. Yi Yu thought to himself, she must have been tricked out by Shuimu. Yi Yu did not intend to participate in Naruto stealing the scroll. When I came home from the ninja school, I passed by Ichiraku Ramen. Since I didn't want to cook by myself, I decided to make Ichiraku Ramen my dinner today. But as soon as he entered the Ichiraku Ramen shop, he saw Iruka treating Naruto to ramen. After coming to this world for 12 years, Yi Yu has long forgotten many plots. He didn't know that Iruka would treat Naruto to ramen at this time. Yi Yu was about to quit. I was stopped by the owner of Ichiraku Ramen restaurant. Yi Yu, what do you want to eat today? Yi Yu often eats ramen at Ichiraku Ramen, even more often than Naruto. Over the years, he has become familiar with hand fighting. The hand fight caught the attention of Iruka and Naruto. Yi Yu had no choice but to go in. Hello Iruka-sensei, Naruto, you're here to eat ramen too. Yi Yu's parents were both ninjas, and they left him enough money to live a normal life until adulthood. Usually Yi Yu would avoid the time when Naruto comes here to eat noodles. In these years, Yi Yu has never met Naruto here. When Iruka saw it was Yi Yu, he smiled and said, Yi Yu, you performed well today. Naruto is not familiar with Yi Yu. Yi Yu's presence in the class is similar to that of Aburame Shino. Naruto didn't even recognize him and had no impression at all. After Yi Yu sat on the chair, he smiled slightly. It's all because of your good teaching. Yi Yu said worldly. Naruto looked at Yi Yu and frowned. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't remember who Yi Yu was. Yi Yu didn't care either. Naruto really couldn't remember, so he leaned next to Iruka and asked softly. Iruka-sensei, who is he? Is he my classmate? Iruka, who was about to say something to Yi Yu, heard Naruto's words and was speechless by his words. He looked at Naruto with a slight twitch in his mouth. Naruto, this is classmate Yi Yu, don't you recognize him? Naruto smiled awkwardly. Ha ha ha, I really have no impression of Mr. Iruka. Naruto said honestly. Chapter 2 Lifting Chakra Restrictions. Iruka awkwardly said to Yi Yu. Yi Yu, don't worry, Naruto just has a bad memory. After saying this, Iruka felt that this reason was ridiculous. No matter how bad your memory is, it is impossible to remember all the classmates who were in the same class for 6 years. Contrary to Iruka's expectation, Yi Yu was not angry. Smiled and said, it's okay, it's just that I'm not very good at socializing. Don't say that, it's just that Naruto has a bad memory. Iruka said seriously. Naruto also noticed Yi Yu for the first time. Teacher Iruka, did Yi Yu pass the graduation exam? Iruka turned his head and said with a smile, of course, you are the only one in our class who failed. What have you been studying these years? Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. Iruka-sensei, I'm just not good at the clone technique. My seduction technique is very good. When he mentioned the art of seduction, Iruka turned red with anger and said loudly, don't mention that nasty ninjutsu. Naruto shrank his head and muttered softly, but your nose bleeds just by looking at it. Shut up, stop talking. After being exposed, Iruka's face turned red with embarrassment. Yi Yu didn't care. He smiled and said, Uncle, a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Hands made ramen and asked with a smile. Yi Yu passed the ninja school exam and will become a ninja in the future. I'll add 2 eggs for you today. Shoda has a good relationship with Yi Yu. Yi Yu smiled and said, thank you very much, uncle. At this time, Calamus put a bowl of beef in front of Yi Yu and said with a smile, brother Yi Yu, sister is also very happy. Because Yi Yu is good looking, and often comes to a Laku ramen restaurant to eat, and is very polite. So Calamus had a good impression of him. After Iruka and Naruto finished talking, Yi Yu almost finished eating. Because Iruka and Naruto were here, Yi Yu ate much faster than usual. After eating, Yi Yu stood up and said, Teacher Iruka, Naruto, please take it easy, I'm leaving first. Iruka was stunned. Unexpectedly, Yi Yu ate so quickly. Looking at Naruto, he understood something, but he doesn't blame Yi Yu. After all, Yi Yu's parents died in the Nine Tails disaster. It was normal for him not to like Naruto. Naruto didn't know anything and said goodbye to Yi Yu with a laugh. Goodbye, Yi Yu, let's play together when you have time. Advertisement. Yi Yu smiled slightly and left without saying anything. Be polite yet distant. Naruto couldn't see it, but Iruka could. He is much better than the others. At least he doesn't have such obvious dislike for Naruto in his eyes. What Iruka didn't know was that Yi Yu was alienating Naruto just because he didn't want to cause trouble. Yi Yu returned home. Lie on the bed, close your eyes, and think about when the reward will arrive. Is the AFK system real? Wait until early morning. He was almost asleep when the sound of the on-hook system suddenly sounded in his mind. You have been idle for a day. Congratulations on lifting the chakra restriction. Yi Yu frowned, not knowing what this reward meant. Suddenly, Yi Yu felt a faint blue light emerge from his body. Yi Yu, who has already extracted chakra, knows that these blue lights are chakra. But he was very surprised because the concentration of these chakras was too high. It has actually materialized. It's such a rich chakra. The amount of this chakra is probably 100 times that of my original. This is my reward. The next moment, these chakras poured into Yi Yu's body crazily. At this moment, Yi Yu just felt comfortable all over. It was so comfortable that Yi Yu almost screamed. If he hadn't been biting the quilt, he might have misunderstood the neighbors that Yi Yu was doing something indescribable. It took a long time for Yi Yu to completely absorb the chakra. It's so shocking that I can actually absorb chakra from the outside world. Ninja's chakra is extracted from cells in the body. Yi Yu did this before. Yaoi had always been worried that extracting chakra would cause physical weakness. In fact, he thought too much. This world is different from the world Yi Yu is familiar with. Many laws of the original world do not apply to this world. In this world, extracting chakra will not harm the body unless it is overextracted. However, the amount of chakra extracted from the body will be greatly limited due to different physical constitutions. In short, people who come from a ninja family tend to have much better physiques than ordinary ninjas and have much more chakra. Yi Yu's previous chakra amount has always been very ordinary. Because his parents are both civilian ninjas themselves. The amount of chakra Yi Yu had before was incomparable to Sasuke's. Advertisement: the difference is about 10 times. There is a gap of tens of thousands of times compared to Naruto, and this does not include the situation of Nine Tails chakra. Only the amount of chakra brought by Naruto's Uzumaki clan bloodline is counted. And as he grows older, Naruto will have more and more chakra, and the gap between Yi Yu and him will only become wider and wider. In this world, bloodline is very important. Without bloodline, at best, it can only be like Kai, a flash in the pan. Now, Yi Yu feels that her chakra is 100 times stronger than before. Almost at Jonin level, and he can extract chakra from the outside world. This means he can extract chakra anytime and anywhere. This is something many ninjas cannot do. There is much more energy in nature than in Yi Yu's body. Now Yi Yu feels that energy from the outside world is pouring into his body. Extremely high quality. What Yi Yu doesn't know is that the chakra he absorbed from the outside world is natural energy. The quality is naturally much higher than ordinary chakra. In addition to being used for fighting, natural energy can also nourish the body. Yi Yu's body is not that good, it is also his body that limits him from absorbing more chakra. If he had Naruto's physical condition, his chakra amount would be more than 100 times that of Naruto. Now, Yi Yu only feels comfortable in her body, more comfortable than taking a hot bath. This system is so powerful, it gave me such a big surprise on the first day. It's a pity that now I don't know any ninjutsu except the 3 body techniques. Yi Yu's parents did not leave any ninjutsu scales. Yi Yu's parents are not high-level ninjas, both of them are ordinary chunin. Take your time, maybe there is an on-hook system, and it may appear in the future. The amount of chakra has increased 100 times, which is good. Now my chakra is much higher than Sasuke's. Sasuke also has a very large amount of chakra, much more than an ordinary student. It's just a lot less than Naruto, but compared to Naruto, everyone has less chakra. The Uchiha clan is also famous for its large amount of chakra, but it is a little inferior to the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan. After all, there is no enough chakra, and it is difficult to drive Sharingan. Not to mention driving Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 3: An unforgettable scene. The next day Yi Yu came to school. As soon as I entered the classroom, I saw Naruto already arriving. Naruto already remembered Yi Yu yesterday. The difference between Yi Yu and Janao is that he didn't wrap himself up. People didn't pay attention to him before, just because he didn't participate in many things and didn't play with his classmates. I went home right after class. When he saw Yi Yu, Naruto stood up and waved enthusiastically. "Yo, Yi Yu." Yi Yu was a little surprised, but still smiled and nodded. I found a random seat and sat down. Naruto's actions attracted the attention of many students in the class. Although he has always been the last person in the class, he has always been able to attract the attention of his classmates. Many people looked over to Yi Yu. Some female classmates were stunned when they saw Yi Yu. They didn't realize that there was such a good-looking boy in the class. He looks no worse than Sasuke. I didn't even know he existed before. What? Sasuke is the best, no one can compare to him, but he is indeed pretty good-looking. Female classmates are arguing about who is better-looking, Yi Yu or Sasuke. Many female classmates think Sasuke is better, but not because of his looks, but because of his overall strength. Some female classmates have already come to Yi Yu to take advantage of him. Such as Ino. She was originally a face controller. I like Sasuke just because Sasuke is handsome. Now that I find a male classmate who looks no worse than Sasuke, I will naturally not let him go. Ino came to Yi Yu's side and said with a flushed face, "Hello, I'm Yamanaka Ino. Why haven't I seen you before?" Yi Yu frowned. He thought with self-doubt, did I really have no sense of existence before? Although I don't want to stand out, it seems too outrageous that I haven't seen it before, right? Yi Yu was speechless. He just doesn't want to cause trouble, he's not autistic. But he didn't expect that people in the class really had no impression of him. They had been in the same class for 6 years, and what they got in exchange for the whole 6 years was, "Why haven't I seen you before?" Looking at the shy and embarrassed Ino, Yi Yu could only smile and said, "I'm Yi Yu, nice to meet you." Yi Yu's teasing words made Ino very embarrassed. He said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, classmate Yi Yu." Yi Yu was just teasing Ino, so naturally he wouldn't really blame her. Besides, this matter itself is his own fault. It's okay, just treat it as the first time we met. Advertisement. Yi Yu smiled slightly. When Ino saw Yi Yu's smile, her heart beat wildly and she almost fainted. Girls in this world are a bit exaggerated. When your heart beats, you will really faint because your heartbeat speeds up. Just then, Shikamaru came over. He said lazily, "You usually focus on Sasuke, so it's normal that you didn't notice Yi Yu." Shikamaru came over and sat next to Yi Yu. "Hello, I saw you leave right after class before, and I didn't get to know you well. I'm Shikamaru." Shikamaru held out his hand. Yi Yu didn't expect Shikamaru to keep paying attention to him. "Well, I'm Yi Yu." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and shook it with Shikamaru. It's normal for Shikamaru to pay attention to him. After all, his mind must have noticed Yi Yu's existence. Even in terms of looks, only Sasuke can compare with him in the class. After chatting for a while, Sasuke came in. As soon as he arrived, all the girls in the class focused on him. "Ah, Sasuke, so handsome." Many girls rushed towards Sasuke. Shikamaru lay on the table and said feebly, "Women are really troublesome." Who would have thought that just after he finished speaking, Ino on the side glared at Yu. Shikamaru. What did you say? Shikamaru turned his head and realized that Ino did not rush towards Sasuke with the girls. I didn't say anything about you. Ino rolled her eyes at him. Humph. Although Ino also glanced at Sasuke a few times, she looked more at Yu. Sasuke had always attracted her attention before, so she didn't notice Yu's existence. When I noticed Yu, I realized that there was no one around Yu. And his looks are no worse than Sasuke's. Of course she knows what to choose. Although Sasuke is nice, there are too many girls around him. And Sakura competes with her. In just a moment, Ino thought about the result. A choice was made. Naruto on the side saw Sakura crowding in front of Sasuke with a look of infatuation on her face. Gritting his teeth in anger. Advertisement. Damn it. All Sakura's eyes are for Sasuke. Sasuke. This B************************************** D. I will never give up Sakura to you. Naruto said as he walked towards Sasuke's position. Naruto's actions attracted the attention of many people. Even Yu looked over. Naruto jumped on the table in front of Sasuke, squatting on the table and staring at Sasuke. Not to be outdone, Sasuke glared at Naruto. The girl next to her was furious when she saw Naruto's behavior. Idiot Naruto, stop staring at Sasuke like that. Naruto, come down quickly, how dare you stare at Sasuke like that? Yu has been watching this scene, and he always feels that this scene is somewhat familiar. The memory is already a little blurry, but he always felt that something surprising would happen next. Sure enough, the next moment, the person in front of Naruto accidentally hit Naruto's butt with an elbow. Naruto lost his balance and rushed towards Sasuke. What happened next was a scene that made Yu's eyes widen. The female classmate next to me was heartbroken when she saw this scene. Ah, D Naruto. What are you doing? How dare you? How dare you do this to Sasuke? Sasuke's first kiss is gone. Hole. Seeing this scene, Yu was also shocked. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Well, the relationship between these two people is very good. Shikamaru next to him was also speechless and said, Naruto is an idiot. Ino also had the same expression as Yu. It should be their first kiss, right? Ino would have been very angry before, but now she doesn't feel this way. She is different from Sakura, who really likes Sasuke. The reason why Ino likes Sasuke is not only because she wants to compete with Sakura, but also because she likes Sasuke's appearance. So she falls in love with others very quickly. Yu feels that he will remember this scene between Naruto and Sasuke forever. He thought darkly in his heart. The reason why Naruto keeps chasing Sasuke later on is that they really have some special feelings, right? Thinking of this, Yu felt uncomfortable all over. It's too outrageous. I'd better get rid of this idea quickly. It's terrifying to think about it. Both Sasuke and Naruto were retching from the scene just now. Sasuke looked at Naruto with disgust. Naruto, you idiot, what do you want to do? Naruto didn't show any weakness at all and said angrily. That's what I'm asking. You D. What do you want to do? The two got into a quarrel when they disagreed. Sakura had no choice but to pull them away. To prevent them from quarreling again, he sat between them. From this moment on, Sakura becomes the link that balances the relationship between the two. Chapter 4 Classification. This scene was also seen by the Jonin in the Hokage room. Everyone looked at the third-generation crystal ball with a blank stare. Sarutobi Asuma said, This is Uchiha Sasuke, the first place winner this time. Judging from his results, he is very good, no worse than Kakashi back then. Kakashi, who had been looking at the crystal ball without speaking, said lightly, Maybe he is stronger than I was back then. I thought to myself, he is Uchiha after all. The Uchiha family holds great importance in Kakashi's heart. His friends and former subordinates are all from the Uchiha clan. He has also seen the power of the Uchiha clan. The third generation was also speechless when they saw this scene. I thought to myself, how come this boy Naruto always does such unexpected things? None of them noticed Yu. Yu's grades in recent years have been average, neither good nor bad. Even the third generation has no impression of him. This is normal, after all. Yu's previous image was just a very ordinary student. There is nothing special about him, and he is not from a ninja family, so naturally no one pays attention to him. After waiting for a while, Iruka walked in. Looking at the students below, under the nervous eyes of the students, he took out the list of classes. Ino, who was sitting next to Yu, prayed in her heart, we must be assigned to the same class as Yu. But she didn't know that her future had been clearly arranged by the third Hokage and her parents. The combination of pig, deer and butterfly cannot be taken apart. In other words, Konoha's 12 young heroes have been clearly arranged for a long time. There couldn't be anything wrong with anyone else. Sure enough, Iruka read several groups of names, but there was no Yu. When they arrived at Class 10, Iruka said, Class 10, Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino. As Yu expected, even though he has completely forgotten many plots. I have lived in Konoha for more than 10 years, he also already knew the general situation of each family in Konoha. How can the pig, deer and butterfly separate? Ino lay on the table and said feebly. What, this class is not good at all. Yu and I are not put in the same class. Shikamaru on the side said helplessly. Hey, Can you not say it in front of us? We are also teammates after all. Ino snorted coldly. Advertisement. When I looked at Yu, I found that he was very calm and seemed to have expected this result long ago. Frustrated, he said, Yu, I'm not in the same class as you. Yu smiled and said, teachers must have their own considerations. Iruka then said, Class 11, Yamada Shu, Kagebumi Yu, Hanyadako. Yu thought to himself, sure enough, my classmates are two unknown students. Class 11 is composed of 3 students from civilian backgrounds. Yu believes that their teacher must not be one of the famous Jonin in Konoha. Probably just an ordinary Jonin to bring it. It may not even be Jonin, Special Jonin, or Chunin. 2 classmates whom Yu had never heard of were filling the classroom looking for their teammates. Yamada Shu, a boy with a similar personality to Naruto. The weird thing is that he has a ponytail. Hanyadako is a pretty good-looking girl, with long blonde hair that hangs down to her waist. She wears a set of pure white clothes on the upper body and a pure black skirt without any patterns on the lower body. Looks relatively quiet. Yu usually didn't pay attention to these 2 people. And Yamada Shu and Motonoko didn't have much impression on him. But the 2 of them usually have a pretty good relationship. Yu is a stranger to them. After the classes are divided, each instructor Jonin comes to the classroom to take away his students. The first one to come was Asuma. As soon as he came in, he looked at the 3 Shikamaru and said, students of class 10, I am your instructor Jonin, follow me. When Ino left, she looked at Yu and said reluctantly, Yu, my home is in a flower shop on the commercial street. I usually help in the flower shop. You must come and play with me. Yu nodded slightly. If he doesn't agree, Ino probably won't be willing to leave. Shikamaru also said, Yu, let's go first. Yu smiled and said, well, you go first. After the 3 people left, Yamada and Motoko sat next to Yu. Yamada has a cheerful personality. As soon as he sat down, he turned to Yu and stretched out his hand and said with a smile, hello, Yu, I am Yamada. We will be in the same class from now on. Please give me your advice. Yu smiled and said, hello, classmate Shu, I am Yu. I will ask for your advice in the future. Classmate Yu, I am Ben Tianzi. Please give me your advice in the future. Honda Z also extended his hand generously towards Yu. Yu shook his hand slightly and then let go. He smiled and said, classmate Tianzi, please give me your advice in the future. That's how the 3 of them got to know each other. Advertisement. When shaking hands with them, Yu felt that the amount of chakra in their bodies was not too much. It's the level of an average genin. This is a characteristic of natural energy. It is particularly sensitive to energy. Not only chakra, it is also highly sensitive to energy and crises. Now Yu has a preliminary understanding of his 2 partners. He doesn't hate his 2 partners, both of them have good personalities. Although Yamada's character is similar to Naruto's, he is not as out of the box as him. Just more cheerful. Hanyadako's personality is similar to Hinata's, but not as introverted. Just quieter. She doesn't look any worse than Hinata. But the clothes are much better than Hinata's. Yu can tell that although Honda Z is not from a ninja family, her family's conditions are definitely very good. The clothes she was wearing were worth a lot of money. Not surprisingly, Hondako is a little rich woman. Honda Z and Yamada Shu are very curious about Yu. They usually have no impression of Yu. Yamada couldn't help but ask, Yu, why don't I have any impression of you? Are you a transfer student? Honda Z also looked at Yu, she was also curious. Yu was a little helpless. Except for Shikamaru, few people in this class seem to know him. We have obviously been in the same class for 6 years. Yu still said patiently, I have been in the class for 6 years. The trees were stunned. You have been in the class for 6 years. He couldn't believe that in 6 years, he didn't have the slightest impression of Yu. Hondako also covered her mouth, she was also shocked. Yu smiled bitterly and said, maybe it's because I don't usually like to communicate with others. Yamada nodded and agreed with Yu. Indeed, I have no impression of you, it's so strange. But we will be companions from now on, and we will not let you be alone again. The trees smiled cheerfully. Yu was a little surprised. It seems that it's not just the protagonists who have people like this. These supporting actors are actually pretty good, but they just don't have the strength to match them and can only be reduced to background. The unlucky ones even died in the 4th Ninja War, and the even more unlucky ones died in the line of duty before the 4th Ninja War. Chapter 5 Testing. And just when Yamada Shu and Motoko finished talking, another ninja in his 40s walked into the classroom and was too strong to look like a ninja. The fierce aura on his body immediately silenced the noisy classroom. The visitor walked to the podium and glanced around the classroom. The 3 of Yu were soon locked in. Class 11, come out with me. Be concise and to the point. This ninja is the instructor of Yu and the others. The ninja said and walked out of the classroom on his own. However, Yamada Shu and Honda Z were frightened by this ninja. Why is our teacher such a cruel person? Yamada Trees complained. Hondako was also a little worried and said, it seems that we will be in trouble in the future. Yu didn't care. I thought to myself, this man is very powerful and has a strong smell of blood on his body. It seems that he came from a department like Anbu before. But this is a good thing. Being able to enter Anbu also proves his strength. Not all Anbu are Jonin, Chunin can also enter, but those who can enter Anbu, even Chunin, are the best among Chunin. Let's go. If we don't follow him, we won't know where he's going. Yi Yu reminded the two of them. After Yi Yu and the others left, Naruto, who was sitting in the back, breathed a sigh of relief. I'm scared to death. Yi Yu is miserable. His instructor seems very difficult to deal with. A moment of silence for his future career as a ninja. Sakura, who was sitting aside, also said with lingering fear. Who is that teacher? It feels like he wants to kill someone. Only Sasuke was thoughtful. That ninja has a similar aura to that man. He should come from Anbu. Compared to Naruto and Sakura, Sasuke has more knowledge. He felt a similar aura to his brother Uchiha Itachi from Yi Yu's 3 instructors. Yi Yu and the others came out of the classroom and caught up with their instructor and followed them silently. Yamada and Motoya are afraid of the instructor's aura. Yi Yu, on the other hand, doesn't like to talk. The instructor didn't speak either. The 4 of them walked out of the ninja school in silence and came to a training ground in Konoha. There are many training grounds in Konoha, and they are all very large. The more famous one is naturally the Forest of Death, which is 20 kilometers in diameter. The 3 of them stood in front of the instructor. Except for Yi Yu, the bodies of Yamada and Honda were all trembling. The instructor glanced at the 3 of them, and then turned his attention to Yi Yu. Then Yi Yu felt a heavy force on his body. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Advertisement, he knew where this feeling came from. But he had no intention of compromising, even if the spirit is a little dazed. This is the pressure released from the instructor. Under the terrifying pressure, Yi Yu actually remained calm. It doesn't even seem to be affected at all. The instructor was shocked. Funny kid. The pressure to suppress Yi Yu did not work, which made the instructor very interested in Yi Yu. After all, Yi Yu is just a student who has just graduated from the ninja school. Under the pressure he released, he was actually so calm and calm. Not even Chunin can do it. Ha ha ha, kid, you really surprised me. I originally thought that the ones given to me were just a few young boys, but I didn't expect that there would be such an interesting guy like you. The instructor spoke. The faces of Yamada Trees and Motoya Teiko who were affected by the coercion just now have turned pale, their whole bodies are trembling, and their consciousness is blurred. After all, the instructor is a ninja from Anbu. His coercion was tinged with corn. Yi Yu raised his head, looked at the instructor and said, Teacher, I don't think you should use such bloody methods on several ninja trainees. Although Yi Yu resisted the pressure of the instructor. But that doesn't mean he doesn't care. Just now, his spirit was in a trance for a moment. If it weren't for the reward from last night, his mental and physical fitness improved several times. Now he has already suffered a mental breakdown like Yamada and Honda. The instructor was stunned by Yi Yu's words. I was about to say something, but then I waved my hand helplessly. That's all, I just said I'm not suitable to be a teacher for you little devils. If you dared to talk to me like this before, I would at least give you a beating. Boy, your name is Yi Yu, right? It seems that the teacher at the ninja school had a very inaccurate evaluation of you. You are anything but ordinary, the instructor smiled and said. Without the pressure of the instructor, Yamada and Hanaya felt better. I just looked at him with fear, they had never experienced anything so horrific. The 2 of them looked at Yi Yu at the same time. Under the terrifying pressure just now, Yi Yu could still remain calm. Yi Yu is also very scary. Before, they thought Yi Yu should be similar to them. Advertisement unexpectedly, the gap between them and Yi Yu was so big. The 2 of them didn't know that the instructor's pressure just now was mainly on Yi Yu. If you knew it, you would be even more shocked. Just the aftermath almost made them lose consciousness. Not to mention how powerful Yi Yu would be, who was mainly responsible for this pressure. Yi Yu did not deny what the instructor said. The explanation is a little more deliberate. The instructor didn't worry too much about this matter. On the contrary, I was very happy. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Kimoto Tong. You can just call me Tong teacher. I just gave you a small test. You performed pretty well, especially Yi Yu. Mu Bentong was very satisfied with Yi Yu's performance just now, and was even surprised. Okay, you should introduce yourselves. After hearing what Kimoto said, Yamada raised his hand first and said excitedly, Teacher, my name is Yamada. My favorite food is barbecue and my most hated food is green pepper. My dream is to become the world's best, the most powerful ninja, and then became the most powerful Hokage in Konoha. Yamada trees are very similar to Naruto. Even dreams look similar. But the dream of becoming a Hokage is probably the dream of most children in Konoha village. Kimoto smiled and said, Then you have to work hard. After all, there are many powerful ninjas in the world. If you want to become the most powerful ninja, you need to work harder than others. Mu Bentong no longer had the aura of keeping strangers away from him just now. Seems very kind. Ben Yi Tianzi on the side still hasn't forgotten the fear that Kimoto Tong gave her just now. He said with a trembling tone, Hi, my name is Honda Z, I am 12 years old this year. The voice was so quiet that it was almost inaudible. She was already cute, and now she is even more pitiful. Her waist-length blonde hair made her look extremely beautiful. Even Yi Yu was stunned for a moment. Such a beautiful girl has never appeared before. It seems that she died in some unknown mission. Yi Yu frowned. Hanyatako and Yamada trees both left a good impression on him. Even though they had just met, Yi Yu already recognized them. I wonder if my appearance will change their future destiny. Yi Yu thought. After arriving at Yi Yu said calmly, "My name is Jingwen Yi Yu, and my dream is to become an excellent ninja." Yi Yu told a very ordinary dream. After all, he really doesn't have any dreams. There was nothing before I got the system, and nothing changed after I got it. Chapter 6 Death Assessment. After the three of them introduced themselves, Kimoto smiled and said, "Okay, that's it for today. We will gather here tomorrow morning and I will take you to pick up the mission." After speaking, he disappeared without giving the three people a chance to answer. Both Yamada and Motoya were stunned. Looking at the empty place, he looked confused. Yi Yu shook his head helplessly. It seems that this teacher is also unreliable. Yamada-san, Toyo-san, I'll see you tomorrow. Mu Bentong left, and Yi Yu naturally didn't want to stay. But just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by the Yamada tree. Yi Yu, wait a minute, today is our graduation day, and it is also our first day to form a team. Shouldn't we celebrate? Before Yi Yu could answer, Benye Tianzi agreed. Okay, let's go have barbecue. How about I treat you? Classmate Yi Yu, neither of us have gotten to know you well. Hanyatako, who had recovered, blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Yi Yu. It was difficult for Yi Yu to refuse. Well, then it will cost Toyo-san. Although I guessed that Hanyatako was a young rich woman, I was still a little embarrassed to ask her to treat her. After all, the price of eating barbecue in Konoha village is not cheap, and it is not comparable to ramen. Yamada said with a smile. Yi Yu, don't feel embarrassed. Tianzi's father is a well-known rich man in Konoha village. Her monthly pocket money is the reward for AB level mission. If you keep saying that, Shushu, I'll let you pay for it yourself. Hanyatako seems to hate people saying she is rich. Yamada Shu smiled. Okay, I won't say anything anymore. How about Yi Yu, do you want to go? Yi Yu was a little surprised by Benyi Tianzi's family background. He had guessed that Honda Z's family background was very good before, but he didn't expect it to be so good. You must know that the reward for AB level mission is 80,000 to 200,000 taels. Even based on the lowest standard of 80,000 ryang, Teiko Motoya can eat more than 1,000 bowls of ordinary Ichiraku ramen with her monthly pocket money. Yi Yu's monthly living expenses are only 5,000 taels. And 5,000 taels can already make Yi Yu live a good life. Hanyatako's pocket money is at least 16 times Yi Yu's living expenses. Yi Yu's mouth twitched slightly, thinking, the gap between the rich and the poor is really big. Since someone invited him to have barbecue, Yi Yu would naturally not refuse. Advertisement. Yi Yu smiled and said, well, let's go. Come to the most famous barbecue restaurant in Konoha village, where ninjas often come to gather. Just as he entered the door, a voice came from inside the store. Classmate Yi Yu, here. Yi Yu looked in the direction of the sound. It turns out that Ino and the others are also here. Yi Yu looked at Benye Tianzi and asked her opinion. Hundako smiled and said, Yi Yu and Ino seem to have a good relationship. Yi Yu said calmly, we just met today. Yi Yu didn't know what Benye Tianzi meant by asking. But the Yamada trees nearby only felt a chill. Isn't this guy Tianzi jealous? Yi Yu doesn't understand Honda, but Yamada knows. Although Honda Z's character is very gentle, she is often yin and yang. After hearing Yi Yu's answer, Honda Zikai smiled and said, then let's go over together. Yi Yu didn't feel anything, but the Yamada trees felt bad. I hope this roast can be eaten peacefully. But it's difficult. Yamada trees can already imagine what might happen later. The three of them came to Ino's side. Sure enough, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji and their instructor Asuma were all there. When Yi Yu came to Ino's side, Benye Tianzi sat between him and Ino. Smiled and said, Ino, I didn't expect you to be here. Ino looked at Hanyatako, and the relationship between the two was actually pretty good. When she was at the ninja school, she was one of the few female classmates in the class who was not obsessed with Sasuke. So Ino has no competition with her. In addition, although Hundako is not from a ninja family, he is also a wealthy family in Konoha. So the two usually have a good relationship. It's just that today Ino always felt that Hundako gave her a different feeling than usual. Both Yamada and Shikamaru saw this. Advertisement. Yi Yu sat next to the Yamada tree. Shikamaru on the side introduced. Yi Yu, this is our instructor, Sarutobi Asuma. Yi Yu, Yamanaka Shu and Moto Tianzi stood up quickly, Teacher Asuma. Yi Yu and the three of them all know Asuma's identity. Even if his status as third Hokage's biological son is not taken into account, his status as elite Jonin deserves to be taken seriously by the three of them. Elite Jonin is a very powerful existence in the ninja village, and can even be used as a shadow in some small ninja villages. In Konoha, there are not many ninjas with the strength of elite Jonin. No matter which village they are all the most powerful people. Seeing the three people being so solemn, Asuma waved his hand quickly. You're welcome, sit down, sit down. After the three of them sat down, Asuma looked helplessly at Shikamaru and the others. Look at how sensible these classmates are. You should learn from them. It's just that Shikamaru and the other three didn't listen. After all, the three of them are from ninja families, so even if they respect Asuma, they won't be too polite. After all, the Inakacho family is not inferior to the Sarutobi family at all. Ino didn't pay any attention to Asuma, but looked at Yi Yu with burning eyes. Yi Yu, why did it end so quickly? Didn't your teacher assess you? Ino spoke to Yu across Benye Tianzi, which made Benye Tianzi a little unhappy. It just didn't show. Everyone looked at Yu. After all, they also wanted to know what was going on. Although they graduated and successfully became ninjas. But they all need to pass the assessment of instructing ninjas. If they fail, the instructor has the power to send them back to the ninja school to retake it. Yu explained. Our teacher's assessment is relatively simple, so it ends quickly. But Yu didn't say anything, and Yamada Shu couldn't help but said, "That's not true, our teacher's assessment was so terrible, TNZ and I almost died." Yamada's heart was filled with fear when he thought about the assessment of the same tree. It was so terrifying. At that moment, he even felt as if he was dead. Yamada Shu's words made Shikamaru and others a little curious. Asuma frowned and asked, "Who is your teacher?" Because Asuma was in the classroom before Kimoto, he and Kimoto missed it. "It's the same teacher as Kimoto," Yamada Trees replied. Asuma was stunned for a moment, then frowned. He couldn't remember any other Jonin in Konoha with that name. Kimoto Ito. Why don't I remember that there is a ninja with this name in Konoha? Chapter 7 Asuma's attention. Yamada asked curiously. Doesn't even Mr. Asuma know about it? Is our teacher unknown? Yamada Trees are a bit lost. After all, he felt that Kimoto Tongi seemed to be very powerful and should be a very powerful ninja. Asuma sensed Yamada's mood and quickly said, "Probably not. As far as I know, all the instructors who lead a class of students are Jonin. Your teacher must be the same, but I don't know every ninja in Konoha village." When Yamada Shu heard this, he was not so disappointed. Although Yamada was very afraid of him because of the time when Mumoto tested 3 people at the same time. But I am also glad that my teacher is a powerful ninja. Only by following a powerful ninja can you become a powerful ninja faster. This is Yamada's idea. Shikamaru asked at this time, "How did you just say that your instructor's assessment almost killed you?" Shikamaru is very curious. It's just an assessment, it shouldn't be so cruel, right? Asuma also looked at the Yamada tree. He also disapproves of using excessively cruel methods against students. Not even Kakashi would put students in danger. Asuma is worried that Kimoto Tong will use cruel methods on his students. It's not that this kind of thing has never happened, it's just that it's forbidden in Konoha village. Yamada looked at Yu and said, "Actually, there is no special assessment. It's just that our teacher seemed to have used mental ninjutsu on us, which almost caused our spirits to collapse. If it weren't for Yu, Tianzi and I might really be dead." Now Yamada Shumu has thought that the previous pressure from Mu Bentongi was mainly aimed at Yu. Otherwise, Mu Bentong would not look at Yu differently. I'm afraid that the coercion of Kimoto Tong at that time was mainly on Yu, and he and Motoya Tianzi only suffered a small part. Yu was putting a piece of barbecue into his mouth, and suddenly Asuma, Shikamaru and Ino all looked at him. Yu was stunned for a moment. What's wrong? When Yamada was talking to Asuma and Shikamaru just now, Yu didn't listen at all. For him, the variety of grilled meats on the table is more attractive. Yu has lived in this world for 12 years and has no friends. In addition to practicing, I usually eat all kinds of delicious food. Looking at the looks of several people, Yu was confused. Asuma was even more confused. What he was confused about was that he had seen Yu's information and he did not perform well in the ninja school. Why does Yamada seem to be a very powerful person in the mouth of the tree? Asuma thought for a while and asked Yamada, "Your teacher imposed mental ninjutsu on you, how do you feel?" Yamada Shu thought for a while and said, "I just feel like I'm in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with countless ninjas rushing towards me, and I feel like I've been stabbed to death dozens of times. I can't escape that environment at all." After Yamada Shu said, Honda Z also shrank with lingering fear. Mu Bentong's pressure has left a shadow on her. I probably will never forget it in this life. Based on the description of Yamada's trees, Asuma could probably guess what kind of ninjutsu Kimoto Tong used. Advertisement. He also roughly guessed the identity of Mu Bentong. No wonder I haven't heard his name. I think it came from Anbu. Anbu. Everyone except Yu looked at Asuma in confusion. Asuma took a puff of cigarette and said slowly, "Yes, Anbu. Anbu is a department of our Konoha village. It is an organization that protects Konoha village in the dark. It has gathered a large number of powerful ninjas." This was the first time for several people to hear about this department. Even though Shikamaru and others were from well-known families, they didn't know about Anbu. In other words, they usually don't pay attention to this information. Shikamaru took a deep look at Yu. He could feel Anbu's energy from Asuma's expression. Yu could actually withstand that kind of ninja's mental suppression. The same goes for Asuma. He looked at Yu who was eating barbecue. None of them ate, except Yu who focused on food. The barbecue on the table seems to be more attractive than the topics that a few people are talking about. He knows best what kind of energy the ninjas coming out of Anbu have. The instructors for this year's class are all Jonin. In other words, Yu's teacher is also Jonin. It's clear to Asuma how strong Anbu's Jonin is. Yu could actually withstand such a ninja's mental suppression. Afterwards, he seemed to be fine, which is enough to show that Yu is extraordinary. At this time, Yamada Shu, who did not notice the expressions of Shikamaru and Asuma, was completely shocked by what Asuma just said. Anbu, it sounds like teacher Mumoto is very strong. As expected of a teacher. What Yamada cares about is whether Kimoto Tong can teach him the powerful ninjutsu and teach him to be a powerful ninja. And if you want to do these two things, you must have the same strength. Shikamaru looked at Asuma. Asuma shook his head. Shikamaru originally wanted to ask Yu about the specific situation. But Asuma's attitude kept him silent. After that, Asuma didn't ask Yamada about their assessment. But Asuma kept this matter in mind and wanted to discuss it with Kakashi. A student who just graduated from a ninja school can actually withstand Anbu Jonin's genjutsu. Very bizarre. Moreover, Yi Yu's performance in the ninja school was mediocre before. Advertisement. How can it be so powerful? Is it just purely spiritual energy? All this requires him to investigate. Yi Yu didn't notice Asma's thoughts. Even if you notice, you won't care. He didn't come off as too scary. It's just that his mental strength is a bit extraordinary. After a barbecue, Yi Yu and Inalu Dai, as well as Yamada Shu and Hanye Tianzi became more familiar. When going home in the evening, Yamada Shushu said to Yi Yu, the Tianzi family and I are not on the same road, you can send Tianzi home. After saying that, he ran away without giving Yi Yu a chance to refuse. Yi Yu was stunned, and Honda Z's fair face turned red. Yi Yu frowned. What's going on with that boy? Yi Yu thought there was something urgent at home. Hanyatako lowered her head in shame and kicked her toes on the ground involuntarily. Nor spoke. Yi Yu turned to look at Honda Z, smiled and said, I'll take you back. After all, it was night, although Hundako had already graduated from the ninja school and was considered a ninja. But she is a girl after all, and she is a girl from a wealthy family. Who knows if someone will kidnap her? Hanyatako nodded shyly. Hanyatako has had a crush on Yi Yu ever since she saw Yi Yu resisting Kimoto Tong's pressure without any fear at the training ground. Plus Yi Yu herself is good looking. Children at this age are also starting to have feelings for the opposite S**X. Yi Yu did not regard Honda Z as a peer. Instead, treat her like a child. After all, Yi Yu's mental age is that of an adult. Even if I felt that Hundako was beautiful for a moment, I only looked at her admiringly. What I was thinking about was how great it would be to have such a lovely sister. The two of them were walking on the brightly lit street. Hanyatako and Yi Yu walked side by side. To outsiders, the two were really a golden couple. You can even see some people looking back at the two of them on the road. Both of them are very good looking. Some passersby even thought the two were lovers. In this world, both men and women mature prematurely. There are many people who fall in love at this age. Coupled with the shy and slightly red face of Hanyatako, it's hard not to misunderstand her. Chapter 8 Senju Clan. The two walked for a while, and Benye Tianzi plucked up the courage to talk to Yi Yu. Yi Yu, what do you think of Ino? Yi Yu was stunned for a moment and looked at Benye Tianzi, a little curious as to why she asked this question. How about what? Hanyatako's face turned red as if she had a cold or a fever. But she still asked the question that mattered to her. Do you think she is beautiful? And she is a girl from the Yamanaka clan. You boys must like girls like this very much. In fact, Hanyatako's appearance is better than Ino's, and her personality is very quiet. Such a girl is more popular with boys. And Yi Yu didn't know what the purpose of Honda Z's question was. In fact, he always thought that the relationship between Yamada Shuki and Hanyatako was unusual. The reason why I sent Honda Z home today is because Yamada Shu needs to go home in an emergency. Yi Yu thought for a while and said, Ino's words are naturally quite beautiful. Honda Z was a little anxious after hearing this. Turning to look at Yi Yu, he said, then, do you like her? Yi Yu was stunned for a moment and said, we are friends, of course we like him. I'm not talking about the love between friends. Do you like her? The love between a man and a woman? Honda asked nervously. That's definitely not the case. She and I just met today. Why do you ask that? Yi Yu looked at Benye Tianzi curiously. After hearing Yi Yu's answer, Benye Tianzi breathed a sigh of relief. Smiling. Because I think she is special to you today than other boys. I can see that she seems to have a crush on you. Yi Yu smiled and said, you are overthinking it. Ino does that to all good-looking boys. Honda Z was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Yi Yu would actually joke. Then he patted Yi Yu on the shoulder and said, so you think you are good-looking? Yi Yu smiled and said, don't I look good? Nice. Hundako smiled. The two looked at each other and laughed. Advertisement. Under the streetlight, the behavior of the two people at this time seemed to be unmistakable. At this moment, the relationship between the two really got closer. For Yi Yu, Benye Tianzi is someone he can joke about. As for Hanyatako, she saw another side of Yi Yu. It turned out that Yi Yu was not as unfriendly to strangers and difficult to get along with as he seemed on the surface. The two of them were chatting and laughing and soon arrived at the door of Hundazi's house. Looking at the high-rise courtyard in front of him, Yi Yu joked, it's really a wealthy family. It turns out that guy Shu is right. Tianzi, your family is really rich. In the center of Konoha village, where every inch of land is at a premium, there is actually a large residence that resembles a manor. He is no longer rich. In addition to ninjas, there are actually many ordinary people in Konoha village. After all, ninjas don't produce. Other aspects of Konoha village still require ordinary people to maintain it. At the same time, some rich people or nobles from the Fire Country will also live in Konoha village for safety reasons. This is also the source of employment for so many low-level tasks in Konoha village. Of course, the biggest source of income for Konoha village is the military expenditure allocated by the Fire Nation. Hearing Yi Yu's words, Ben-Yi Tianzi was a little worried that Yi Yu would alienate her because of her family's situation. She was so nervous that she even ignored her shyness, grabbed Yi Yu's hand and said, Yi Yu, you don't dislike me because of my family, do you? Yi Yu looked at Ben-Yi Tianzi's hands. Those white and tender hands made Yi Yu feel dazed for a moment. But soon, Yi Yu said, why do you think so? It's a good thing that your teammate is a rich girl. Why do you dislike you because of this? Hearing Yi Yu's words, Ben-Yi Tianzi breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Yu said, in the past, many people were reluctant to play with me when they heard that I was from the Ben-Yi family. The older I get, the more it becomes like this. They were all worried about hurting me. Ever since I entered the ninja school, only Shushu was willing to play with me. Speaking of these, Ben-Yi Tianzi was in a very low mood. Yi Yu patted her shoulder and said, from today on, you have an extra friend. After all, we will fight side by side in the future. I hope I can trust you with my back. Feeling Yi Yu's seriousness, Honda nodded excitedly. Yi Yu, I will never hold you back in the future. Hondako knows very well that her talent is not high. But Yi Yu seems to be very strong. She just hopes that she will work harder in the future and not become a drag on the team. Yi Yu smiled and said, no, you and the trees are very good, so I will go back first. It's too late. You go in quickly. Ben-Yi Tianzi nodded, already regarding Yi Yu as an important person in her heart. The mind of a child is like this. It is easy to like someone and hate someone easily. Advertisement. To this day, Yi Yu still regards Honda Z as just a child. After Yi Yu left, Ben-Yi Tianzi still stood in front of the gate until Yi Yu's back was no longer visible. Is that your teammate in the same class? Hanyatako, who was staring blankly at the direction Yi Yu was leaving, suddenly heard a voice in his ear. It startled her. Turning around, she saw it was her mother. Mom, why are you walking without making any sound? It scares me to death. Hanyatako's mother's name is Senju, and Hanyatako looks somewhat similar to her. He is about 1.7 meters tall, with waist-length blonde hair tied in a ponytail. Although he is nearly 40 years old, he looks like he is in his 20s. Her temperament is dignified and elegant, her appearance is very beautiful, and her appearance is extremely good. The most important thing is that her last name is Senju. Yi Yu would definitely be surprised if he were here. In his impression, he had never seen anyone with the surname Senju in Konoha. However, he does not think that the Senju clan has been exterminated. For such a powerful family and with such a high reputation in the village, it is absolutely impossible to exterminate the clan in just a few decades. And if the clan is exterminated, it will definitely be mentioned as often as the Uchiha clan. But Yi Yu had never heard of the Senju clan in Konoha village. So Yi Yu guessed that the Senju clan just integrated into the Leaf village. After all, Tsunade doesn't have the surname Senju. It is estimated that many members of the Senju clan have given up the surname Senju. The fact is what Yi Yu thought. Many of the Senju clan in Konoha village did give up the surname Senju. But that's only part of it. However, after Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, it is true that the Senju clan did not have many talents as stunning as them. In addition to some who gave up their surnames and chose to integrate into Konoha village, there were many who still retained their surnames. They exist in every important department of Konoha. It's just that Yi Yu had little contact with other people in Konoha village before, so he didn't find out. This is normal. Yi Yu rarely comes into contact with people named Sarutobi. Over the years, he has met Sarutobi Asuma and 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. But during the 4th Ninja War, the Sarutobi clan came out in large numbers. In normal times, ninjas from these families basically don't show up on purpose. The characters who appear in the plot are basically characters related to the plot. The other ninjas are busy with their own things, so naturally they will not be seen in the plot. You must know that there are tens of thousands of ninjas in Konoha village, and tens of thousands of ordinary civilians. The area of Konoha village is so large that it doesn't look like a village at all. It is completely a large city. The training ground alone has a diameter of 20 kilometers. You can imagine how big Konoha village actually is. Hanyatako's mother is a member of the Senju clan. Although she inherited the Senju surname, she is not a ninja. Chapter 9. He is a very mysterious person. Hanye Tianzi looked at Yi Yu, who had disappeared long ago, feeling a little reluctant to leave. Senju Ming could see his daughter's thoughts. He smiled and said, it seems that you treat this companion a little differently. What kind of person is he? Hearing her mother's words, Honda Z's face turned red with embarrassment. Somewhat embarrassed. What's the difference? What did mom say? Senju smiled slightly and said, haha, you were staring at the child just now, but I have never seen you looking at the trees like this. Hundako looked at the road where only the street lights were still on. Yu said, I don't know him well either, after all, we just met him. Senju Ming was a little confused. Did you just meet him? He is not from your class. Senju Ming thought Yi Yu was a transfer student. Konoha village does have students who have transferred from other small shinobi villages in the land of fire. There is not only one ninja village in the country of fire, Konoha village, but Konoha village is the largest and most powerful ninja village in the country of fire. In addition to Konoha village, there are many small ninja villages. Hundako shook her head. He is in our class, but I didn't notice him in the past 6 years, and I didn't know him. How is this possible? You have been in the same class for 6 years and you don't know each other. Have you never said a word to each other? As the child very withdrawn. Senju Ming couldn't believe it. He had been in the same class for 6 years, and even if he wasn't familiar with him, he had at least spoken to him a few times. Hanyatako turned to look at her mother and said with a smile. No, Yiyu didn't have much presence in the class before, and his presence was even lower than mine. Senju Ming looked shocked. It's really unbelievable. If my daughter hadn't said it, she would never have believed how a person's sense of existence could be so low. Thinking of something, Senju frowned slightly. Would that child be difficult to get along with? Senju Ming was a little worried about his daughter. In her opinion, students with such a low sense of presence are likely to be withdrawn and even difficult to get along with. She feared her daughter would be harmed. But Hanyotako shook his head and said seriously. No, Yiyu is easy to get along with. Although I don't know why he had no sense of existence before, his personality is quite good. When I saw my daughter talking about Yiyu, her eyes were a little brighter than usual. Advertisement. She had a headache. Could this silly daughter of mine be emotionally moved? Children in the Hokage world mature early. Although he has just graduated from the ninja school, he already knows what feelings are. In addition, Hanyatako's conditions are really good. Her father is a rich man in the land of fire, and her mother is a member of the Senju clan. Hanyatako is still very beautiful. Although she is still young, she is already very beautiful. It's completely normal for some little boys to have a crush on her. Senju asked cautiously. Then how do you feel about him? Are you the same as the trees? Hanyatako is not Naruto, she knows what her mother wants to ask. It's just that Hundako is very confused. She has only known Yiyu for a day, and although she has a crush on him, she has not yet confirmed her feelings for him. It's just a good impression. After being silent for a while, she raised her head, thought for a while and said, it's not the same. I regard trees as good friends, but I feel a little different about Yiyu. But I've only known him for a day, and I don't know why I feel different about him. Senju frowned. What she was worried about happened. Maybe it's because you're curious. After all, you didn't know him before, so you're curious about him, that's all. Senju Ming still doesn't want her daughter to be cheated by a boy casually. This concern is quite normal from a Senju name perspective. Her family is different from ordinary families. Although it is not a ninja family, it is a wealthy family, and she is from the Senju family. Their family is not inferior to many ninja families in Konoha. He even belongs to the powerful class. If Senju simply wants to make friends, whether it is Yamada or anyone else, Senju will support her. But if there are true feelings, then it is worth pondering what the other party's background is and what the other party's purpose is. Seeing her mother's nervous look, Hundako smiled and said, Mom, are you worried that your daughter will like Yiyu? Senju's name was mentioned as a central issue, which was a bit embarrassing. But he still nodded. You also know that our family is different from others. You are the only child in our family. In the future, you will inherit the Toyo family. Your partner must be carefully selected to prevent some accidents. Advertisement. Hanyatako sighed deeply after listening to her mother's words. Mom, why don't you and Dad give me another brother? I want to be more relaxed. How can this kid talk? Senju's face was slightly red. She really likes Hanyatako's father. At the beginning, she was in a free relationship with Hanyatako's father. The relationship between the two has always been very good. Hundako smiled and said, although I'm not sure if I really like Yiyu, he does give me a different feeling from ordinary classmates. A bit mysterious, but when I'm with him, I feel very safe. Senju Ming sensed something was wrong and asked, mysterious? Do you mean he has a withdrawn personality? No, Yiyu always gives me the feeling that there is more to him than meets the eye. Senju frowned. This was her biggest concern. He hurriedly asked, do you think he has a plan against you? Hundako was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly. Mom, if that's the case, do you think I will still have a good impression of him? Although Honda Z has a quiet personality, similar to Hinata. But she is not as kind to everyone as Hinata. She has her own thoughts. If the other person approaches her because of her family, she will never like it, and may even be extremely disgusted. Senju nodded. She still believed this, even though her daughter seemed to be very weak and introverted. But he also has his own thoughts and ideas. Why is that? Why does he give you a very mysterious feeling? He is just a trainee ninja who has just graduated from the ninja school. Hundako shook her head and said, Mom, I think he is already much better than me and my classmates. Oh, is he excellent? Why don't I see the third Hokage mention him? I have an impression of the best kids in this class, but I don't remember a kid named Yiyu. As one of the top families in Konoha, Senju Ming naturally knows this information, not to mention that there is also her precious daughter among this class of students. Chapter 10 Penultimate's Learning Ability. Hundako looked at her mother and said, that's why I said he is very mysterious. Before I was divided into classes, I didn't know he existed, and no one noticed him. Senju Ming asked. You said he is very strong, how did you tell that? Although he is not a ninja, he is still a member of the Senju clan. The Senju name can still be judged based on some information. Hanyatako thought about today's assessment. Said. After we were divided into classes today, our instructor conducted an assessment on us. It's a mental ninjutsu. The trees and I almost didn't make it through, and our spirits almost collapsed. But Yiyu didn't seem to be affected at all. After the assessment, the instructor said that the spiritual ninjutsu he exerted was mainly on Yiyu, and all we felt was the aftermath of ninjutsu. Even so, Yiyu still doesn't feel any pressure. Even the instructor was shocked. And when we told teacher Asma, he found it incredible. Listening to his daughter's story, Senju frowned more and more. This is great news. Listen to what you say, then this child does have spiritual power beyond ordinary people. You must know that your teacher is Jonin from Anbu. Ninjas from Anbu have very strong spiritual power. Even he did not let the child feel any pressure. It only shows that the child has spiritual power that is different from ordinary people, and people with that kind of spiritual power often have extremely precise control over chakra, and may even have a very large chakra. Thinking of this, Senju's eyes narrowed slightly. This is a huge event. Although Senju is not a ninja, she has a lot of information about the Senju clan and she understands the principles of ninjutsu very well. In addition, the Senju clan members have very large amounts of chakra, so she knows very well that if a person has strong spiritual power, both the amount of chakra and the control of chakra will be very strong. Because resisting the mental ninjutsu exerted by Anbu Jonin not only requires precise control of chakra, but also requires huge chakra support and consumption. Otherwise, it will be like Sakura. Although the control of chakra is very precise, once the opponent's chakra exceeds her own, she will be unable to resist the genjutsu applied to herself. How could a person with very precise control over chakra and a huge amount of chakra remain unknown or even have no sense of existence for 6 years? This is so weird. And he is just a child, and he has not been exposed for 6 years. Advertisement. This child's thinking is a little different from ordinary people. Hundako, who was originally just a little curious about Yu, suddenly felt incredible after listening to her mother's analysis. He looked at her and asked, "Mom, so Yu is really powerful?" Senju Ming looked at his daughter and said seriously, "It's not certain yet, but as long as nothing unexpected happens, his future should be extraordinary. Because even the best ninja graduates don't have the ability to remain calm against Anbu Jonin's mental ninjutsu. Tianzi, it seems that the child is indeed very mysterious. Before you understand his details, you'd better keep a distance from him." Although Honda Z was reluctant, she also knew that her mother was doing it for her own good. And listening to Senju Ming's analysis, she also felt that Yu was more powerful than she knew. No matter how much she likes Yu, she still has to listen to her mother now. And Yu didn't know that the assessment had caused a distance between the mother and daughter Senju. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. As early as today's assessment, he had been mentally prepared to reveal a little bit of his own strength. Back at home, Yu did not exercise chakra before going to bed as usual. Instead, he lay directly on the bed and looked at the ceiling. Consciousness has entered the consciousness space. You have been idle for a day, your chakra has doubled, and your physical fitness has doubled. You gain the penultimate learning ability. As long as your body and chakra are sufficient, any ninjutsu can be learned at the speed of the current world's top geniuses. Yu suddenly felt a numbness in his body, so comfortable that he almost screamed. The brain also becomes more alert than before. It seems that the ninjutsu knowledge that was confusing before is now not only remembered clearly, but also completely understood. It seems that as long as someone teaches him ninjutsu, he can learn it just by watching a demonstration, just like Uchiha Itachi. Come out of the consciousness space. Yu looked at the ceiling in shock. Closing his eyes, he felt that his whole body was filled with chakra, and the rich and embodied chakra was swimming in the meridians of his body. That feeling is so exciting. The chakra has doubled. Now my chakra amount has reached the level of elite Jonin. Advertisement. Physical fitness should also reach the level of Taijutsu Chunin. This increase in strength is already extremely terrifying. You must know that very few ninjas specialize in Taijutsu. The level of Taijutsu Chunin is already reached by very few among Taijutsu ninjas. It's a pity that I still don't know ninjutsu, it's a bit embarrassing. I thought that I knew the three-body technique, but in actual combat I might not be as good as a Chunin. Yu is now very eager to get a ninjutsu with practical value. After all, what he got was an idle system, and he must learn it first before hanging up. I haven't even learned how to play it, and I don't even know what to play. Now he is very proficient in the three-body technique. But in actual combat, it is difficult to survive just by relying on the three-body techniques. Not to mention that ninjas are also specialized killers. He will use any despicable and shameless means. If you only know 1-3 skin technique and want to deal with professional ninjas, you are courting death. Yu is not so arrogant and thinks that he is strong enough to challenge Jonin. Even Chunin was not sure he could win. But tonight's harvest is already very good. With Penultimate's learning ability, I should be able to learn some basic ninjutsu just by taking a look. After the mission is over tomorrow, let's go to the training ground to see if anyone is practicing ninjutsu. At least learn some basic offensive ninjutsu as a means of combat. I don't want to be a ninjutsu ninja. Although 8 Gates Dunjia is very strong. But let's not talk about whether Yu has a chance to learn it. Even if he has a chance, he is not willing to learn it. The ending of 8 Gates Dunjia was too horrific, and he had no desire to learn. What's more, it is Kai's unique skill and he cannot easily teach it to others. The only ones who can learn 8 Gates Dunjia are Kai, Kakashi and Shaoli. Kakashi is Kai's close friend, Shaoli is Kai's direct disciple. What is Yu? Of course Yu didn't want to go to school. Chapter 11 Kakashi. Terrifying amount of chakra. At this time, Kimoto Tongi, who was resting at home, suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the balcony. He said coldly, "Captain, it seems you know about the child." Just as Kimoto Tong finished speaking, someone appeared on the balcony. Same, I never thought you would be willing to be an instructor from Anbu. The visitor said calmly. Under the moonlight, this man's figure appeared. If the three of them were here, they would definitely shout, Kakashi-sensei. The person who appeared on the balcony was the instructor of Class 7, Hitaki Kakashi. After hearing Kakashi's words, Himoto walked to the balcony, leaned on the balcony, looked at the moonlight outside, and said faintly, didn't you come out too? After staying in the dark for too long, you really came out to bask in the sun. Quote. Kakashi looked at Himoto. It seems you are very satisfied with the child. Kakashi said, I'm really satisfied with him. He's an outstanding little guy. Thinking of Yi Yu's performance during the day, Mumoto Tongtong rarely smiled. Kakashi looked solemn. You should know that he may not be as simple as you see. Kakashi reminded. Himoto Tongi turned his head and looked at Kakashi, and then said after a long time, it seems to me that he is just a kid who doesn't like to join in the fun. He can't be said to be anything simple. If he really has other thoughts, I won't be able to easily detect them. I think, Kakashi, you should be able to think clearly about this. Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Yes, if Yi Yu really has any bad thoughts, he will not be easily tempted by Mu Bentong. Even so, you should have some reservations about him. Himoto Tongtong smiled. Don't you still believe in my ability? I used to be in the interrogation department. I knew at first glance that the child just didn't like publicity. He is different from you. Even if you are the same age as him, I'm afraid you can still enjoy the praise of others. Kakashi was a little embarrassed. Even though Kakashi is so silent now, before Nohara Lin died, he was not the same character he is now. For a long time Kakashi asked, no matter what, I will keep an eye on the child. If there is any accident, I will intervene. Kakashi didn't want to say this at first. Advertisement. After all, Yi Yu is a student of Kimoto Tong, and Kakashi's words have clearly stated that he will intervene. Most people would be unhappy when they hear this. It's just that the wood is the same but not angry. He said calmly, whatever, if that child really poses any threat to the village, I will destroy him myself. But before that, he is my student. I am very optimistic about him. I will train him to be a strong man who protects the village. Although Mu Bentong was very serious to Yi Yu and the others during the day. But for Yi Yu, he is very satisfied. Originally, he had not thought about leading the team well, but the appearance of Yi Yu gave him the idea of training Yi Yu to become a strong person. In Mu Bentong's opinion, Yi Yu is a genius, and he is also a genius with a very stable personality. Kakashi didn't say anything after knowing Kimoto Tong's plan. He knew very well the strength of Mu Bentong. Although among Anbu, it is not very strong. After all, he is from the Anbu interrogation force. But his mind is delicate and cautious. Compared with ordinary ninjas, Kimoto Tong is the person least likely to let Yi Yu become a person who harms the village. But he was also a little curious about Yi Yu. After leaving Kimoto Tong, Kakashi came to Yi Yu's home. For a person of Kakashi's status, it is too easy to investigate Yi Yu's information. Similarly, appeared on the balcony of Yi Yu's house. It's just that Yi Yu has fallen asleep at this time, and it is impossible for Yi Yu to notice Kakashi's presence at this time. Although the amount of chakra of Yi Yu is not much worse than that of Kakashi. But that's just the amount of chakra. In terms of actual combat experience and ninjutsu, he has no resistance at all in front of Kakashi. Yi Yu's current strength is at best close to that of Chunin. It is stronger than the average genin, and can deal with the ordinary Chunin for a while, at most. So it is naturally impossible for him to detect Kakashi's existence. Standing on the balcony, looking at Yi Yu who was sleeping in the room. After Kakashi looked at it for a while, he pulled up his forehead protector. Revealing his Sharingan, the three Magatama rotated in the blood-red eyeballs. For a moment, Kakashi saw the chakra flowing on Yi Yu's body. But when he saw the chakra flowing on Yi Yu's body, he was frightened. Advertisement. How is this possible? Why is the chakra in this child so terrifying? Kakashi almost lost his balance and fell from the balcony railing. The surging amount of chakra on Yi Yu's body made Kakashi feel terrified. Is this terrifying amount of chakra really what a 12-year-old child should have? Although the amount of chakra in Naruto is much larger than that in Yi Yu, it is even hundreds of times larger than that in Yi Yu. But you must know that Naruto has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, plus the chakra of 9 tails. This is only 100 times more powerful than Yi Yu. Although the 9 tails chakra on Naruto is only a part of the 9 tails chakra leaked in the 8 sign seal. But it still makes Naruto's chakra reach hundreds of times that of Kakashi. Naruto is a special case. He has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and only 9 tails Jinchuriki has so much chakra. For a normal ninja whose parents are not from a ninja family, it is impossible for Yi Yu to have that much chakra. Kakashi's expression became more and more solemn. His chakra amount is even 60% of mine, which is about 20 times that of Sasuke. The reason why Kakashi thought of Sasuke was because Sasuke's chakra amount was also different from that of ordinary ninjas. After all, Sasuke is from the Uchiha clan and is the reincarnation of Indra. The Uchiha clan itself has a large amount of chakra, second only to the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan. Still the reincarnation of Indra, Sasuke has much more chakra than ordinary ninjas of the same age. Now he can even unleash the fire-style Great Fireball technique. This amount of chakra required for ninjutsu cannot be provided by ordinary genin. But even so, Yi Yu actually has much more chakra than Sasuke. It's not much more, it's about 20 times. Before meeting Yi Yu, Kakashi just thought that Yi Yu might just be a genius with a deep mind. Now, he feels that even if Yi Yu is just a genius, he is obviously a monster. His amount of chakra makes no sense at all. I have no idea why his chakra amount is so high. After taking a closer look, Kakashi was shocked again. No, not only the huge amount of chakra, but also the quality of this chakra is also different. The quality of this chakra is unusual, and the amount is different from ordinary chakra. What Kakashi doesn't know is that the chakra on Yi Yu's body is the chakra of condensed natural energy. It is not an ordinary chakra. If Jiraiya were here, he would recognize it immediately. This is the Sage Jutsu chakra. Because Yi Yu's chakra is the chakra formed by the condensation of natural energy, and the Sage Jutsu chakra is naturally formed in his body. And after forming the Sage Jutsu chakra, his body did not become strange. On the contrary, it nourished his body better and better. Getting closer and closer to the immortal body. Chapter 12 Terrifying Reactions. The chakra on Yi Yu is Sage Jutsu chakra, so although the amount of chakra is only at the level of Elite Jonin, the quality has surpassed Elite Jonin. Kakashi frowned and suddenly remembered something. Why does the chakra on this child look a bit like Master Jiraiya's chakra? No, it's chakra when Lord Jiraiya enters a certain state. Kakashi had seen Jiraiya enter Sage mode. Now the chakra on Yi Yu gives Kakashi the same feeling as when Jiraiya entered Sage mode. There are really many secrets hidden in this child. At this time Kakashi was a little confused. Logically speaking, he should report Yi Yu's situation to third generation. But having experienced many things in the past and having stayed in Anbu for so many years, Kakashi knew very well that once Yi Yu's incident was reported to the third generation, regardless of whether Yi Yu poses a threat to the village or not, his life will not be easy in the future. It might even become a laboratory specimen. Thinking of this, Kakashi calmed down. I hope you don't pose any threat to Konoha. Kakashi finally decided to conceal Yi Yu's situation. In Konoha, apart from the Hyuga clan, only Kakashi can see through Yi Yu's special chakra. As long as he doesn't tell, even if Asuma tells third generation will not know about Yi Yu's special chakra. After deciding not to say anything, Kakashi disappeared from the balcony of Yi Yu's house. Yi Yu didn't know it yet, but he was almost reported to third generation by Kakashi. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Originally, he was reborn. He didn't care how he would go next. He might not even care about being used as a test subject by the village. If you can resist, resist. If you can't resist, then there is no need to care. Yi Yu's mentality was particularly calm at this time. There is no big pursuit, and there is no mess. Just living a very ordinary life. By the next morning, arriving at the training ground early, Yi Yu didn't feel that Ben Yi Tianzi was different from yesterday. Now she seems a little alienated from Yi Yu. The Yamada trees are the same as yesterday. He leaned close to Yi Yu and asked in a low voice, Yi Yu, did you and Tianzi say anything when you went back yesterday? Yamada trees asked 8 trigrams very. Advertisement. Yi Yu said calmly, what do you want to hear? Yamada said with a strange smile on his face, you should know what I want to hear. Then it must be nothing. What are you thinking about? Yi Yu felt a little speechless. He and Honda had just met, how could they say anything intimate? Of course, even if he did, he wouldn't be able to tell the Yamada tree. Yamada Shushu was a little disappointed. Can't you see that Tianzi has a crush on you? You didn't seize such a good opportunity yesterday. You let me down so much. You don't think Tianzi is ugly, do you? Yamada Shu's words left Yi Yu speechless. What are you talking about? Did something really happen at your home yesterday? Yi Yu is very suspicious that the Yamada trees yesterday may have been intentional. There's nothing wrong with his family at all. Yamada looked at Yi Yu with disappointment. Don't ask, I'm very disappointed in you. You didn't seize such a good opportunity. Although Tianzi is not from a wealthy ninja family, he is still a wealthy family from the land of fire. She is beautiful, has a gentle personality, and she also has a crush on you. If I were you, I would definitely confess my love yesterday. Yamada put his forehead on the tree and shook his head, seeming very disappointed. But Yi Yu's head was full of black lines. What are you thinking about? Are you really 12 years old? Although I know that children in this world mature prematurely, they are not so premature. Yi Yu wondered if the Yamada trees were already in their 20s. Otherwise, why would you think about it so much? Even Yi Yu has never thought about so many things. Yamada raised his hands as if not talking to me. Disappointed, so disappointed. Yi Yu, I'm so disappointed in you. Yamada looked like an adult, which made Yi Yu's lips twitch slightly. You should focus on your cultivation. If you were so serious about your cultivation, you wouldn't still be as strong as you are now. The strength of Yamada trees is average among this graduates. Of course the same goes for Yi Yu. But Yi Yu's current strength is far above that of Yamada trees. And Honda Z stood aside, listening to the conversation between the two, her face red as if she was bleeding. It's hard to say it. Advertisement. After all, Yamada Shu and Yi Yu spoke very quietly. It was obvious that he didn't want her to hear it. She didn't know if Yi Yu had any thoughts, but she was really close to confessing her love to Yi Yu last night. It's just that I didn't have the courage to say it out at that time. Although she now obeys her mother's words and distances herself from Yi Yu, she still has a good impression of Yi Yu. While the three of them were talking, Yi Yu suddenly noticed something. Buzz buzz, ding ding ding. With a few intertwined sounds of gold and iron, Yi Yu stood in front of the Yamada trees in Hanyatako, holding a kunai in his hand. There were several kunai and shuriken stuck on the ground on his left and right sides. Yi Yu frowned and looked into the distance. Teacher, you are going too far. We are just ninjas who have just graduated. Yi Yu was a little unhappy. The attack just now was impossible for Genin to defend against. If Yi Yu hadn't taken action just now, with the strength of Yamada Shu and Honda Z, he would have been turned into a hedgehog. From the confused looks on their faces now, we know what will happen to them if Yi Yu doesn't take action. Yi Yu was very unhappy that Kimoto almost caused injuries or even death to Yamada and Moto. After Yi Yu finished speaking, Mu Bentong walked out from under a tree in the distance. He clapped his hands and said, "Yes, I guessed it right. This level of attack poses no threat to you." Mu Bentong didn't care about Yi Yu's accusation just now. At this time, Yamada Shu and Honda Z reacted. They were attacked by Kimoto Tong just now. He looked at the kunai and shuriken at their feet. Both of them felt cold in their hearts. If Yi Yu hadn't taken action or blocked it just now, the two of them might have died before they even figured out what was going on. The two of them looked at Kimoto Tongi. Since yesterday, they were very afraid of Kimoto Tongi. The aura on his body, the pressure from yesterday, and today's surprise attack made both of them feel the intensity of the same method. The two looked at Yi Yu's back. At this time, the two felt that Yi Yu's back was so tall, blocking them like a mountain. But Yi Yu's mood was not so good. In his opinion, Mu Bentong's behavior did not take their lives seriously. Seeing Yi Yu's angry face, Mu Bentong slowly walked over and said, "Don't be so angry. I'm just testing your reflexes. I won't put my students in danger." It's just that Yi Yu doesn't accept this argument at all. But now that all three of them are fine, he can't say anything. But Yi Yu didn't know that his action of resisting the kunai and shuriken shot by Kimoto Tong just now shocked Kimoto Tong. Chapter 13 The First Mission. Although the ninja tool throwing technique is taught in ninja schools, it is still a basic skill. However, when ordinary ninjas first graduate, they do not have the ability to throw ninja tools in actual combat. In addition to Kakashi, geniuses like Uchiha Itachi have the practical ability to use ninja tools at the age of 6 or 7. But just now Kimoto Tong used all his strength to fire kunai and shurikens. It would be difficult for ordinary ninjas, Chunin and below, to resist. But Yi Yu not only resisted, but also reacted. You can even clearly see the flight path of the kunai and shuriken he threw. It proves that Yi Yu is not only physically strong and well coordinated, but his perception and eyesight are also different from ordinary people. At least Mumoto Tongi couldn't achieve the same level at Yi Yu's age. Yi Yu didn't know what Mu Bentong was thinking. Just unhappy with him. But it was just dissatisfaction, and Yi Yu didn't want to do anything. With his current strength, he can't do much. Kimoto walked up to the three of them. Said, "I will take you to pick up the mission today." Honda and Yamada, who were shocked just now, suddenly became excited when they heard that they were going to take on the mission. Completely forgetting how scared the two of them were just now. "Really, teacher, can we take over the mission now?" Kimoto nodded expressionlessly. "Of course, but during this period you can only take on tasks below sea level. I will also train you when performing tasks. You have to be mentally prepared. My training is very harsh." Kimoto Tongtong suddenly said with a cold tone. He looked at Yi Yu and raised the corner of his mouth slightly, "But I think you should be looking forward to it." Yi Yu looked at Mu Bentong and frowned. "Same teacher, you are only leading 3 students who have just graduated from the ninja school. The test like just now is very unnecessary." Kimoto Tongtong patted Yi Yu on the shoulder. "You still care, maybe it won't be easy for the two of them in the future, but it should be a good thing for you." Yi Yu knew what Mu Bentong meant. He was really looking forward to what Kimoto Tong could teach him about ninjutsu. It's just that it's really not very friendly to Yamada trees and Hanyatako. After all, the two people's talents are indeed average. If Mu Bentong is too harsh on them, they will really feel uncomfortable. Seeing that Yi Yu didn't speak, Kimoto smiled and said, "Let's go to the Hokage building to pick up the mission." Yamada Shu and Motoko didn't notice the conversation between Kimoto Tong and Yi Yu. They were still happy to officially take over the task. Advertisement. And just after the 4 people left, they were on a tree at the training ground. Kakashi, who was supposed to take Team 7 to pick up the mission, stood on the tree. Holding a novel in hand. My attention is no longer on the book. He had been paying attention to Mu Bentong's probing of Yi Yu just now. He was also surprised by Yi Yu's performance. Even though Yi Yu and others had left, Kakashi still murmured to himself. Not only does he have a huge amount of chakra, but his body's reflexes are far more sensitive than ordinary ninjas, and his eyesight is comparable to mine with a Sharingan. Kakashi felt that even an ordinary Chunin couldn't react to the kunai and shuriken that Kimoto fired at the same time just now. Even if you know it, you can't react, you can't detect the flight path of the ninja tool, and you can't stop it. And this kind of reflexes and eyesight are no longer something ordinary ninjas can have. Even Kakashi suspected that Yi Yu's eyesight just now was comparable to him using Sharingan. I don't know if this guy can learn my Chidori, either. Kakashi thought of Yi Yu's eyesight and agility comparable to Sharingan. Chidori, that suits him very well indeed. It's just that, Chidori, is an A-level forbidden technique after all. Not to mention that Yi Yu had nothing to do with him and was not his disciple. Even if he really wanted to teach Yi Yu, he probably wouldn't dare to teach him. The forbidden technique is not only powerful and lethal, but the most important thing is that it causes great harm to the user and is very dangerous. So even if Kakashi is willing to teach Yi Yu, Kakashi has to consider the dangers involved. The reason why Kakashi teaches Sasuke is not only because Sasuke is his student, but also because Sasuke has a Sharingan. Even if he had Sharingan, it took him a month of special training to learn it. Looking at Yi Yu's retreating back, Kakashi murmured to himself, if you really don't have any bad intentions for the village, you are indeed a person worth cultivating. If they are well cultivated, they may be the next fourth generation. Kakashi was much less wary of Yi Yu at this time. The reason for this change was that just now he saw Yi Yu being angry because Mu Bentong hurt his teammates. When Yi Yu was angry just now, his emotions were real. He knows that Yi Yu is a person who cherishes his teammates, at least he is willing to believe in such a person. Yi Yu reminded him of his former self. No, he didn't do it as well as Yi Yu. After all, he had been depressed for a long time back then. I really envy the same guy. He was so lucky to have picked up such a good seedling. In Kakashi's view, as long as Yi Yu does not fall halfway, his achievements in the future will not be inferior to Kakashi's own. Kakashi just feels a headache when he thinks of his three problem students. Advertisement. Although Sasuke and Naruto have great potential. One is the Uchiha clan, who also opened Sharingan. One is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, who also has the blood of the Uzumaki clan. But these two people are not so easy to lead. Even the purpose of third generation giving these two people to him was to use Sasuke's Sharingan to contain Naruto. It's just that both Sasuke and Naruto have weird personalities. In comparison, he felt that maybe Yi Yu might be better taught. At least Yi Yu seems to be much more mature in thinking. Shaking his head, Kakashi disappeared from the training ground. Soon, the four of Yi Yu arrived at the Hokage building. Third generation didn't see anything special about Yi Yu. Neither Asuma nor Kakashi nor Kimoto told third generation about Yi Yu. Exit the Hokage building. A few people met Team 7 who was also going to take over the mission. Seeing Yi Yu, Naruto happily greeted. Hey, Yi Yu, what mission did you take on? Naruto ran to Yi Yu familiarly and asked with a smile. It's just a D-level mission. After all, this is my first time taking on a mission. It is impossible to receive a difficult task. Naruto didn't understand this. He smiled and said, D-level mission, we will definitely receive a C-level mission this time. Yi Yu didn't say anything, just said, then I wish you good luck. And Kakashi's eyes have always been on Yi Yu. He was very satisfied with Yi Yu's performance. In his opinion, Yi Yu is definitely his most desired student. Mainly because their personalities are quite similar. Sasuke, who was standing next to Kakashi, looked at Yi Yu with doubts. He was not too impressed by Yi Yu. He didn't even remember that he and Yi Yu were in the same class. The same goes for Sakura. But when she saw Yi Yu, she was still stunned. He was calm on the surface, but he was thinking in his heart, he looks no worse than Sasuke. Who is he? He seems to be familiar with Naruto. How could such a person have such a good relationship with Naruto? Chapter 14 Practice Treading Water. In Sakura's mind, Naruto's popularity was not good. Kimoto Tongi just glanced at Kakashi, nodded slightly as a greeting, and left with the three of them. Kakashi's gaze left Kimoto Tong speechless. I thought to myself, is Kakashi targeting Yi Yu? He thought Kakashi was targeting Yi Yu because he hid his strength. If he knew that Kakashi was envious of him, Kimoto Tongi would probably be wary. After all, everyone wants good students. After Yi Yu and the four left, Sakura looked at Kakashi doubtfully. Teacher Kakashi, who is that person? Sakura could tell that Kakashi had been staring at Yi Yu just now. She thought Kakashi and Yi Yu were familiar with each other. Kakashi turned around and said calmly, he's a very interesting guy. Okay, let's go in. Kakashi didn't want to explain too much to Sakura. Sasuke felt a little pressure from Yi Yu from the beginning. This was something he had never felt before. Before, Sasuke had always been number one in his class at the ninja school, and he had never looked down on anyone else. It is even more impossible for classmates to put pressure on him. Unexpectedly, just from the moment of contact, he felt that Yi Yu would become his opponent in the future. Kakashi didn't say anything, but Naruto smiled and said to Sakura, that's class 11. The one who's just a little bit younger than me is named Yi Yu, and he's my friend. Although they had just met, Naruto still regarded Yi Yu as his friend. He didn't seem to notice Yi Yu's alienation from him. Hearing Naruto's words, Sakura gave him a roll of her eyes. Idiot Naruto, you are too shameless. In Sakura's heart, Yi Yu's appearance is comparable to Sasuke's. If it weren't for Sasuke's special status in her heart, she would probably think that Yi Yu's appearance is better than Sasuke's. On the other side, Yi Yu and others arrived at the back mountain of Konoha. Looking at the large waterfall in front of them, the faces of Yamada and Motoya were downcast. Teacher, why do we receive this kind of task? And the garbage is under the waterfall, how should we pick it up? The task of these people is to clean up the garbage from the lake in the mountains behind Konoha. After all, they are just newcomers, so naturally they will not receive combat missions. But the upper reaches of the lake in front of you is a large waterfall with a height of 40 to 50 meters. Advertisement. Moreover, the current is very fast and the impact is very strong. It is a headache to think about cleaning up the garbage under the waterfall. Kimoto said without expression. Today I will teach you how to use chakra to step on the lake without falling. After hearing Kimoto Tong's words, Yamada and Shu, who had originally looked bitter, instantly regained their vitality. Really, sensei, what are you going to teach us ninjutsu? Yi Yu looked at Mu Bentong and saw that he was also looking at him. Treading water. It is indeed a very basic, but very useful ninjutsu. Although it is basic, Yi Yu does not know how to do it. Because his talent was very average, he didn't practice before. Now Yi Yu is looking forward to it. When Mu Bentong saw Yi Yu showing interest, he smiled slightly and said, "Follow me to the lake and I will show you." Several people came to the water's edge, and the water flow was very calm far away from the waterfall. This is a great place to practice. Kimoto Tong stretched out his feet and stepped slowly on the water. Watch, when your feet step on the water, control the chakra in your body to attach to the soles of your feet. Pay attention to controlling the amount of chakra so that the chakra can support your body. It cannot be too much or too little. You still need to practice and master this amount. Saying that, Kimoto Tongyi was already standing on the water. It was like stepping on the ground, very stable and did not fall into the water. This scene stunned both Yamada and Honda. Wow, teacher, you actually stood on the water without falling. This is too awesome. Neither of them came from a ninja family and had never seen this kind of ninjutsu. Yi Yu was a little surprised to see him standing steadily on the water. It still feels different to imagine it and actually see it. Yamada couldn't help but try it first. Walking to the lakeside, I carefully condensed the chakra under my feet, even though I had just demonstrated it and explained the principles. But Yamada was still a little nervous when he tried it himself. Nervously, he stepped on the water. Advertisement. Just when he was about to use his strength, he missed the mark and fell into the water. It's so difficult, teacher, how did you do it so easily? Standing up from the water and wiping his hair, Yamada looked at Kimoto with a look of embarrassment. Hundako, who originally wanted to try it, became frightened when she saw the appearance of the Yamada tree. Is it difficult? I think the teacher made it very simple, and the principle doesn't seem difficult either. Hundako asked, looking at the Yamada trees. Yamada walked from the water to the shore and smiled bitterly. It's impossible. The principle seems very simple, but it is very difficult to master the appropriate amount of chakra. Kimoto Tongyi nodded. Yes, although you haven't learned it, you also know the true core of ninjutsu. The most important thing is to master the appropriate amount of chakra. You need to control the chakra more accurately. I can't help you with this. You need to train and explore on your own. Yamada Shu nodded. It's too difficult, I guess it will take a long time to master it. Yamada trees feel that it is too difficult to achieve. Just now I didn't even feel that my body could stand on the water for even a moment, just like when I didn't condense the chakra. Teacher, how long did it take you to master this ninjutsu before? Yamada Shu was curious about how long it took for Kikimoto to master it. Because the wood is the same as Jonin, and those who can do Jonin are all geniuses since childhood. Because Jonin is already the top fighting force in a village. Even in the 5 major ninja villages. There are not many Jonin in the 5 great ninja villages, and each of them is a leader in various fields. Kimoto said calmly. 2 days. 2 days. Even if you, teacher, need 2 days, then we may need more than 10 days. Although the ninja talent is average, Yamada trees still understand the theory of ninjutsu very well. It is also very clear that his talent must be far inferior to Mu Bentong. Hanyadako originally wanted to give it a try, but after hearing Yamada Shu's words, she took her foot back. Her talents are similar to Yamada trees. Teacher, what should I do with that garbage? Hanyadako pointed to the garbage under the waterfall. Looking at the terrifying impact of the waterfall, she felt timid. The water flow with a drop of tens of meters can kill people. Kimoto Tongyi shook his head and said, it's up to you to find a solution. This is also the purpose of this mission. If you can't handle such a simple thing well, you will be killed when facing powerful enemies in the future. Quote. Chapter 15 The Terrifying Talent. Kimoto's cold voice startled both Yamada and Moto. Yi Yu looked at the two of them and shook his head. Teacher, please don't scare them. Mu Bentong, who was standing on the water, looked at Yi Yu and smiled. Why, don't you give it a try? Kimoto Tong wanted to know if Yi Yu had learned it. Yamada Shu and Hanye Tianzi also looked at Yi Yu. Both of them already knew that Yi Yu was a little better than them. They are also looking forward to whether Yi Yu can learn this ninjutsu. Yi Yu was stunned for a moment. In fact, he fully understood it as soon as Kimoto Tong finished explaining the principle. Even the amount of chakra required has been calculated. But he didn't know if he could really do it. Yi Yu is also curious about whether he has mastered it. Kimoto Tongtong said, try it. Yi Yu nodded. Go to the water and activate the chakra in your body. In an instant, chakra flows through the meridians in the body. Eyes slightly focused, Yi Yu stepped on the water. Pa, the originally calm water surface was dented by Yi Yu's kick. Just when the three of them thought Yi Yu was about to fall into the water, the puddle he stepped on rose up again. He held Yi Yu's body on it. Then Yi Yu stepped on the water with both feet, without any sign of falling into the water. I'll go, Yi Yu, have you studied before? Yamada Shu looked at Yi Yu and was stunned. Yi Yu actually succeeded the first time, which made him wonder if Yi Yu had learned it before. Benye Tianzi's eyes were shining with an indescribable light. Kimoto Tongyi was also stunned. You learned it. Yi Yu was also a little surprised. Although he knew that his physical fitness had improved, his chakra amount had also increased a lot. But I didn't expect it to be successful the first time. At this moment, Yi Yu finally understood how terrifying the penultimate learning ability given by the system was. You know, even a genius like Sasuke spent a day learning to climb a tree, which is similar to treading water. And it was scarred from practice. Although he was surprised, Yi Yu quickly regained his composure. I don't know how I learned it. Advertisement. Listening to Yi Yu's words, coupled with his innocent expression. The corners of the mouths of the three people twitched slightly. If it wasn't inappropriate, they would all want to beat Yi Yu into a pig's head. But what the three people didn't know was that what Yi Yu said was true. The moment Kimoto Tong finished explaining the principle, his brain deconstructed all the details of this ninjutsu. All variables and sums are calculated. All that's left is to output the chakra according to the results in your mind. And his chakra control is terrifying. So I learned it right away. Mu Bentong came back to his senses. Although he was shocked, he still calmed down his heart. Thinking in his heart, genius is incomprehensible to him. But if Kakashi knew what he was thinking, he would definitely say, no, this is not a genius, this is a monster. Back then, Kakashi spent a whole day practicing treading water. Even though he was only 6 years old at the time. But you must know that Kakashi is from the Hokage clan, has a family tradition since he was a child, and has been practicing since he was a child. Yi Yu has only started practicing now. Yi Yu also knew the three-body technique before. Yi Yu's talent is beyond comprehension. No matter how talented a person is, practicing ninjutsu, which requires precise chakra control, will never be able to master it in one go. Kimoto said tremblingly, have you really never learned it before? Yi Yu shook his head. I have learned Sanshenjutsu in school before, and this is the only ninjutsu I have mastered. Then it seems that your previous experience in the ninja school has delayed your development. This sentence is not entirely sincere. He really felt that the few years in the ninja school had delayed Yi Yu's development. It's just that if you don't show your talent in the ninja school, your talent will not be discovered. Kimoto Tong smiled bitterly. Yamada and Moto nodded in agreement. Yes, Yi Yu was too unknown when she was in school. If you show your talent in school, I'm afraid even Sasuke won't be your match. Yi Yu waved his hand. I don't want to cause trouble, haven't you seen how many people Sasuke has to deal with every day? Listening to Yi Yu's words, Mu Bentong asked, is this why you don't want to show your talent? Yi Yu nodded. Yes, why do you want to cause trouble for yourself? I will stay in the ninja school for 6 years. Of course, this is a lie. The real reason is that Yi Yu's talent was very average before and he really didn't have much talent. But even if he had great talent before, he would do what he said and would not show his talent in the ninja school. It's not that he's worried that third generation and Danzo will be detrimental to him. But I don't want to get into trouble. This is also Yi Yu's true words, so he is very sincere when he speaks. Even Mu Bentong believed it. Advertisement. But he didn't expect that the reason why Yi Yu hid his talent in the ninja school was so simple. Both Yamada and Motoko felt Yi Yu was outrageous. If they had Yi Yu's talent, they would have become bullies in the ninja school. It is difficult for children to refuse to show off their differences in front of their classmates. Mu Bentong shook his head, smiling bitterly that he had guessed so much before, but he didn't expect that the real reason why Yi Yu hid his talent was so simple. He really believed it, because Yi Yu said it too sincerely. He used to be in charge of interrogations in Anbu. He could tell that Yi Yu wasn't lying. After knowing Yi Yu's thoughts, Mu Bentong really let go of his vigilance towards Yi Yu. He really regarded him as his student. Okay, now that you have learned how, go to a place with water and see if you can walk. Kimoto Tong wanted to know where Yi Yu's limits were. Yamada Shu and Benyi Tianzi also looked at Yi Yu expectantly. Although they didn't learn it. But they are also happy to see that Yi Yu can become stronger so that he can be hugged when performing tasks in the future. Yi Yu nodded and slowly walked towards the water. The moment Yi Yu approached the place with running water, various data appeared in his brain. These data are all data from different locations calculated instantly by Yi Yu's brain. And his body is also outputting the same chakra at the same time. The three people standing on the shore watched Yi Yu walk to the flowing water and still stand firmly on the water. They were all stunned. Even Mu Bentong looked at Yi Yu with wide eyes in disbelief. This guy is a monster. Although Yamada and Motoko didn't know how outrageous Yi Yu was at this time, they still felt his terror. Teacher, is it more difficult to stand on the water in places with currents than in places without currents? The corner of Kimoto's mouth twitched slightly. Nonsense, think about whether chakra is needed in places with water flow. Chakra is dynamic. It can be said that standing on the water surface with current is 10 times more difficult than the water surface without current. Even for me, it took me about 10 days to barely stand on the surface of flowing water. This guy is a monster. Mu Bentong looked solemn. He felt that he would not be able to teach Yi Yu for a long time. Even such a difficult ninjutsu Yi Yu can be mastered so quickly, and learning other ninjutsu will only become easier. Because treading water requires very precise control of chakra. It's even more difficult than learning AC level ninjutsu. One can imagine Yi Yu's horror. Chapter 16 Complete 5 Attributes Chakra. Yi Yu did not stop in the middle of the lake. Instead, he walked towards the bottom of the waterfall. He also wanted to test his limits. But Kimoto Tong was shocked when he saw Yi Yu walking towards the bottom of the waterfall. He hurriedly stopped. Yi Yu, that's enough. Don't go any further. It's too dangerous. But Yi Yu didn't stop. The closer he got to the waterfall, the sound of the waterfall hitting the lake and the splashing water made his heart beat faster. But he still had the courage to test his limits. Mu Bentong saw that Yi Yu did not stop, but was getting closer and closer to the bottom of the waterfall. He was so anxious that he ran towards Yi Yu. But he stopped when he was still a few meters away from Yi Yu. Because he saw Yi Yu's serious look. He knew Yi Yu's purpose. Although he was worried, he still respected Yi Yu's will. Boom, boom, boom. Listening to the roar of the waterfall hitting the water, the splashing water even wet Yi Yu's clothes. But he still walked towards the place where the waterfall hit with an expressionless face. At this time, his body was rising and falling with the rough waves. But he still stepped firmly on the water. Beneath his feet, the chakra clung to the surface of the water. When he was only 5 or 6 meters away from where the waterfall fell, Yi Yu stopped. It wasn't that he fell into the water, but that the water splashing in the waterfall was too big. The water spray kept hitting his body, making it difficult for him to move forward. But Yi Yu also tested his limits. Haha, even if I walk into the center of the waterfall, I won't fall into the water, but I will be smashed into the water by the waterfall. Yi Yu knew very well that although he could stand firm on the rough water, the terrifying current of the waterfall would knock him completely into the water. The waterfall is so powerful. Now he can't resist it with his physical body. After all, it is just to test the limits of treading water, not to risk one's life. Yi Yu doesn't want to explain here. After taking a few steps back, Yi Yu turned to look at Mu Bentong, who was alert and ready to rush to save people at any time. At this moment, Yi Yu truly recognized his teacher. Although his character is very cold, Yi Yu can feel that he is worried about himself. Advertisement. Yi Yu smiled. Teacher, it seems that I have mastered it. Kimoto Tongyi breathed a sigh of relief. Walking towards him, looking at the clothes that were already wet, Mu Bentong patted his shoulder. You are too brave. Even if you want to test your limits, it is too risky. You are still a newcomer, and the power of this waterfall is something you cannot bear yet. Yi Yu didn't speak, just smiled. The two returned to the shore. Yamada Shu and Honda Z were stunned. At this time, the two people still had Yi Yu walking towards the center of the turbulent waterfall. At that time, Yi Yu was like a god. The two of them didn't expect that the gap between them and Yi Yu would be so big. Mom, Yi Yu is definitely not a person who cannot be trusted. At this moment, Benye Tianzi had already denied her mother's words to alienate her from Yi Yu. Yamada Trees even admired Yi Yu. The scene just now was so shocking that he couldn't believe that Yi Yu, like him, was a newcomer who had just graduated from the ninja school. Yi Yu, how on earth did you do that? It really scared me to death just now. I just didn't expect you to be able to stand firmly on the water in that situation. Yi Yu didn't speak, just smiled. Because Yi Yu has mastered the ninjutsu of treading water, the subsequent work of cleaning up the lake garbage is much easier. Even if it is garbage next to the waterfall, Yi Yu can use kunai to tie a wire to hook it out. In the ninja school, in addition to the three-body technique, Yi Yu also practiced the ninja tool throwing technique very well. After unlocking the chakra restrictions and gaining the learning ability of penultimate, I was able to play with ninja toys to perfection. I'm afraid that even the same ninja tool throwing technique may not have Yi Yu Grandmaster. After working hard all afternoon, I finally cleaned up the garbage in the lake. The three of them sat under a tree on the shore to rest. Yamada and Moto were sweating profusely from exhaustion, but Yi Yu didn't feel tired except that her clothes were wet. He might be able to complete today's task faster by himself. It's just that the task must be done by 3 of them to achieve the goal. Whether the task is completed is not very important. What is important is that several people in Yi Yu can get exercise. It's very tiring. This kind of task is relatively simple and there is no danger. You won't really feel the difficulty of being a ninja until you receive a combat mission. Okay, it's getting dark soon. After we go to hand in the mission, I'll treat you to a barbecue. Advertisement. Yamada, who was still out of breath from exhaustion, immediately jumped up when he heard the barbecue. Long live the teacher, let's go eat barbecue. Eating barbecue is considered a relatively high expense even for ninjas. If you eat too much, you can even drain a Jonin's wallet. Of course, none of the 3 Yi Yu can eat as well as Choji. Yi Yu also stood up and said with a smile, Teacher, it's rare for you to be so generous. Honda Z also stood up after Yi Yu. Well, I used to think that the teacher was a difficult person to get along with. Kimoto Tong didn't say anything. In the past, Kimoto Tong was indeed a difficult person to get along with, very serious. Just because the 3 of them were the first batch of students he took, and he was particularly satisfied with Yi Yu, and even wanted to accept Yi Yu as his direct disciple. Naturally, 3 people are treated differently from others. After handing in the task and finishing the barbecue, Yi Yu went home to rest. Lying on the bed, Yi Yu sank his consciousness into the conscious space. Your control over the chakra is doubled. You get chakra of 5 attributes today. Hearing the reward, Yi Yu almost jumped out of bed. I'll go, chakra with 5 attributes. This reward is too generous. In this case, wouldn't I have all the chakra attributes? There are only 2 chakra attributes of yin and yang. But even if there is no chakra with those 2 attributes, it is already very rare to have a chakra with 5 attributes. In the entire ninja world, there are very few ninjas with full attribute chakra. Otherwise, Kakuzu wouldn't have killed so many ninjas, wasn't it just to obtain the 5 attribute chakra? Unexpectedly, he got it all at once. How could Yi Yu not be excited? Yi Yu didn't know what his chakra attribute was before, but it doesn't matter now. He now has all 5 attributes of chakra. This means that in the future, he will be able to learn except ninjutsu, which requires the use of both yin and yang attributes. At this time, Yi Yu was even more excited than to gain the ability to remove chakra restrictions. After all, the full attribute chakra is the standard equipment for the protagonists of the 4 Ninja World Wars. Although Naruto's chakra attribute is wind attribute, in the end he and Sasuke both have full attribute chakra. At this level, it is not impossible to obtain both yin and yang chakra attributes in the future. This hang-up system is really scary. It's called on-hook. I didn't expect it to have more than just on-hook functions. Yi Yu also didn't expect that the on-hook system could provide him with so many abilities. Chapter 17 Kakashi wants to teach Yi Yu himself. Wooden in the same home. Kakashi appeared on his balcony again. Kimoto Tong looked at the figure appearing on the balcony and shook his head. Kakashi, it's not like my house doesn't have a door. Kakashi didn't pay attention to Kimoto Tong's complaints. Looking at the moonlight outside, he asked calmly, it seems that you are very satisfied with that boy. I have never seen you attending a dinner party before. Kimoto Tongtong came to the balcony. It seems that you are also paying attention to that boy. But you should also know that he is my student. Kimoto looked at Kakashi. Kakashi smiled. Why are you so nervous? Are you still worried that I will snatch him away? I do worry. After all, that kid is much better than I expected. I suppose you were the one in the woods during the day. Kimoto discovered the existence of Kakashi today. After all, Kimoto Tong was once Anbu's Jonin. Although he was in the interrogation department, his perceptual ability was his strong point. Use shadow clone to teach students. If your students find out, I'm afraid they will be sad. What's more, none of your students are simple. Kakashi didn't pay attention to Kimoto Tong's teasing. Haha, that boy has changed you a lot. You wouldn't have talked like this before. Kakashi sighed. Yes, that boy let me know that if I don't teach him well, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Miyamoto Tongi did not deny it. Kakashi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Kimoto Tong would admit it so frankly, nor did he expect that Yi Yu's status would be so high in his heart. But when I think about it today, Yi Yu walks towards the waterfall without any fear, even if he may be hit by the waterfall at any time and falls into the water without any fear. Kakashi admitted that he envied Kimoto Tong. That guy's talent is much better than mine. Kakashi smiled bitterly. Kakashi was once Konoha's super genius. He graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5, was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6, and became a Jonin at the age of 12. Later, he became famous as Sharingan Kakashi in the ninja world. He is a well-deserved genius in the ninja world. Even Uchiha Itachi is slightly inferior. Advertisement. It's still not as good as you. You already became Jonin when you were 12 years old, and now he is just a newcomer. Kimoto Tong said, come on, if he had my resources, I'm afraid he would have become a Jonin by now. The 6 years in the ninja school have delayed him. Kakashi said. Kakashi always felt that Yi Yu's ability to hide his talent in the ninja school was unwise. But when I think about how Yi Yu has no vanity at such a young age and can hide her talent so well. Even he couldn't do it. He didn't have to do that back then. What are you going to teach him? Are you going to teach him ninjutsu now? Kakashi looked at Kimoto. Kimoto Tong was silent for a while. I haven't decided yet. In fact, I think my ninjutsu is not suitable for him. Most of my ninjutsu are related to interrogations, and I don't want him to enter Anbu in the future. Kimoto Tongi sighed, although he wanted to teach Yi Yu many powerful fighting type ninjutsu. But he really doesn't know how to do it. In addition to some basic attribute ninjutsu, he doesn't know the powerful combat type ninjutsu. I really don't know what else I can teach him after teaching him the basics of ninjutsu. Kakashi looked at Kimoto Tong's troubled look, was silent for a while and said, if you are willing, I can help you. Kimoto Tongi was surprised and looked at Kakashi with surprise. You help me, aren't you afraid that Hokage will have any objections? After all, 3rd generation gave Sasuke and Naruto to Kakashi just so that he could teach them well. If Kakashi is distracted by Yi Yu, 3rd generation will definitely have objections. Then just don't let him know. During this period, we will basically be performing tasks in the village. With that child's talent, I am confident that he will have Jonin's ninjutsu strength before he can go out on missions. Kimoto looked at Kakashi in disbelief. Although he knew that Kakashi might be very optimistic about Yi Yu. But I didn't expect that he could do this for Yi Yu. You know, Kakashi also has a nickname called Copy Ninja. With Sharingan, Kakashi masters thousands of ninjutsu. It's just that he still wishes he could teach Yi Yu ninjutsu. Advertisement. But when I think about it, except for a few B-level ninjutsu, all the A-level ninjutsu are related to interrogation. Yi Yu learned it but it was of no use. What do you want? Mu Bentong knows very well that there is no free banquet in the world. My request is very simple. When we go out to perform tasks in the future, I sometimes need to second him. Kimoto Tong was stunned for a moment. You don't want to take him out on a dangerous mission, do you? Kakashi nodded. You should know very well that strong people cannot be raised in a greenhouse. When I was 12 years old, I went on missions with the 4th generation. He is him and you are you. You were trained in the beginning. No matter how talented he is just a newcomer who just graduated from the ninja school. None of the tasks you performed were below B level. I don't want my students to take risks with you. Kimoto Tongi was very excited. Kakashi is really unreliable. The missions Kakashi mentioned were naturally not the missions he went out with Naruto and the others. It was a task that Kakashi took on himself. Kakashi is Konoha's elite Jonin, and one of the strongest. The missions he took on would be dangerous even for ordinary Jonin following him. Although Yi Yu's talent is strong, he still doesn't know how to do ninjutsu and has not even participated in a real battle. How could Kimoto Tongi be willing to let him go on an adventure with Kakashi? But Kakashi also has his own considerations. You should know very well that letting him see real dangers early will be good for his future growth. In fact, he should have been let out a long time ago. It's even a little late now. Mu Bentong was still unwilling. I won't agree. I hope to wait until he has enough strength step by step before I can let him out with confidence. Kakashi shook his head. You are wrong to think so. He is different from ordinary people. Step by step will only make him mediocre. Are you going to make him an ordinary ninja? But I don't want him to die in front of me. Kimoto said with wide eyes. He really regards Yi Yu as his student. Even if his actions will make Yi Yu mediocre in the future, he does not want Yi Yu and Kakashi to carry out fatal tasks. Chapter 18 Attacked. Tongyang, please calm down. I'll be able to protect him as long as I'm here. Kakashi was helpless. It was the first time he saw Kimoto Tong being so excited. He can understand it too. Mu Bentong really regarded Yi Yu as his disciple. You, how many of your colleagues died with you? Although the ninjas of Anbu should have awakened one day, I don't want him to enter Anbu. I just want him to become a ninja who protects the village and live freely under the sun. Kakashi was silent. Kimoto Tong's words reminded him of Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin. This has been his problem for so many years. He is different from others. I brought him with me to let him grow. I don't really want to treat him as a teammate on a mission. If there is really a very dangerous mission, I won't take him with me, so that's okay. Kakashi has taken a step back. But Kimoto Tongtong still shook his head. Impossible, don't think about it. I will never let him go out and take risks without the ability to protect himself. Yi, you have really changed a lot. You were not like this before. Kimoto looked at Kakashi. Have you not changed? You are completely different now from when you were in Anbu. After saying that, both of them were silent. Yes, both of them had changed. Because both of them knew that with Yi Yu's talent, as long as he was taught well, he would definitely become a powerful force protecting the village in the future. It's just that the two people have different opinions on teaching methods. Yi Yu has no idea about all this. Of course I won't take him out on a mission if he doesn't have enough ability to protect himself. How about we make an agreement? When he has the strength to defeat you, I will take him out. Kakashi looked at Kimoto Tong and said seriously. Kimoto Tong thought for a while and nodded. The reason why he agreed was because Kimoto Tong was not a fighting ninja. When it comes to fighting, he is only at the level of an ordinary Jonin. But as long as he defeats him, it will at least prove that Yi Yu has the strength of Jonin. If the conversation between the two was heard by others, they would definitely think that they were talking nonsense. After all, Kimoto Tong is also a Jonin, and Yi Yu is just a newcomer who has just graduated from the ninja school. Let alone whether Yi Yu can defeat Kimoto Tong, whether Yi Yu can become Jonin is still unknown. After all, Jonin is the best ninja in any ninja village. Not everyone can be that person. Advertisement. As long as you become a Jonin, regardless of whether you are a fighting ninja or not, your basic strength will be at the level of a normal Jonin. And the ninja who can become Jonin is only 1 in 1,000. Even among the 5 major ninja villages, the number of Jonin is less than 100. In other words, what Kakashi meant was to give Yi Yu the strength to defeat Jonin in less than a year. This is simply a fantasy. Normal people would think it is a fantasy. But Kakashi and Kimoto, who understand Yi Yu's talent, think it's normal. Both felt that Yi Yu could possess Jonin's strength when he could go out on missions. The general newcomer team in Konoha village can leave the village to perform tasks after performing tasks in the village for 3 months. After completing another D-level mission the next day, Yi Yu mastered the tree climbing ninjutsu. Because of the pressure given by Yi Yu, both Yamada and Motoya worked very hard. It's just that the two people's talents are average, so they are still unable to master several ninjutsu of the same sect of Kimoto. On the way home at night, Yi Yu suddenly stopped on a street. With a strong sense of perception, he looked at the deserted streets with a solemn expression. Although he didn't see a single person, Yi Yu always felt that it would be very dangerous if he walked over. Just when Yi Yu was about to turn around and take a detour, dozens of kunai and shurikens suddenly flew towards him. The sound of kunai and shuriken breaking through the wind made Yi Yu secretly say something bad. Buzz. Ding ding ding. In an instant, he saw dozens of kunai shurikens about to hit him. Yi Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from where he was. Dozens of kunai shurikens shot into the air and hit the wall more than 10 meters away. Sparks suddenly flew out, and the kunai and shuriken were stuck on the wall with powerful force. With such terrifying force, if it were to hit a human body, it would instantly penetrate the flesh and blood. Yi Yu, who had teleported a few meters away, turned around and saw the place where the kunai and shuriken were shot, and took a breath. Hey, If you get hit, you're dead. But Yi Yu didn't know that the person who shot the kunai and shuriken on the tree dozens of meters away was even more surprised. This kind of speed has reached the level of the teleportation technique. This kid's brain is pretty good. Just now, Yi Yu condensed chakra under his feet in an instant, and ran several meters away in an instant. The principle is exactly the same as the instant body technique. But Yi Yu has never learned the teleportation technique at all. One can imagine how powerful Yi Yu's chakra control and physical strength are. Advertisement. After coming back to his senses, Yi Yu looked in the direction of the attacker. There was no one around at this time, so Yi Yu pulled out his kunai and made a fighting stance. You can't stay here for long. You have to find an opportunity to escape. Judging from the attack just now, this person's strength is far superior to mine. In an instant, Yi Yu analyzed the gap between ourselves and the enemy. It's just that Yi Yu didn't dare to turn around at this time. Once he turned around at this time, he would be assassinated from behind by the attacker. Yi Yu had no intention of entangling with the attacker. He didn't know any ninjutsu, and he wasn't even very good at taijutsu. It is absolutely impossible to compete with an attacker just by relying on the few basic ninjutsu you have learned. Yi Yu knew this from the beginning. Just how to run, you have to think about it. For a while, the surroundings fell into calm again. Only the evening breeze blew. There are even no street lights in this place, and the dark surroundings make people feel chilly. Yi Yu's eyes kept staring in the direction of the attacker. He has sensed the approximate location of the attacker, and now he does not dare to act rashly. Suddenly, Yi Yu felt the fluctuation of chakra behind him. So fast, Yi Yu was stunned, and the attacker appeared behind him almost instantly. He didn't even react. In just a moment, Yi Yu came back to his senses. This time he didn't teleport out again. He knew very well that the attacker was faster than him. Teleporting out again is just courting death. At this moment, Yi Yu turned around and whipped him over. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the figure behind him was instantly kicked and turned into a white smoke. Too bad it's a doppelganger. Yi Yu secretly said it was not good. Earth-style Marg technique. Yi Yu suddenly felt his feet go weak. The street under his feet instantly turned into a swamp, and the swamp's adhesion was very strong, and Yi Yu was quickly pulled down into the swamp. At this time, half of his body had fallen into the swamp. And the body keeps falling. Chapter 19. What is Kakashi's purpose? In almost 3 seconds, only Yi Yu's head was still on the ground. However, the secret attacker did not appear. Sure enough, when the swamp submerged Yi Yu's head, a line of white smoke appeared. Yi Yu in the swamp also turned into a piece of wood. Haha, a substitute technique. You really use the ninjutsu you learned so well. It turns out that Yi Yu used the substitution technique to escape the attacker's earth style just now. At this time, Yi Yu's true body had appeared more than 10 meters away. It's just that he's not relaxed at all. He looked in the direction of the attacker with a solemn expression. This guy is too strong. I am no match for him now. Who is he? I shouldn't have any enemies. I don't even know many people in the village. Who wants to harm me? Yi Yu was very annoyed. The ninjutsu just now clearly wanted to push him to death. No matter what kind of hatred or resentment, he couldn't remember that he had ever offended such a strong person. Just as Yi Yu was brainstorming about who attacked him, a figure walked out of the dark woods. Yes, it seems that you already have the strength of Chunin. Seeing this person, Yi Yu looked even more nervous. It was too dark here, and the person had his face covered, so he couldn't recognize who he was. But this person gave him a very strong feeling, many times more powerful than his teacher. If this guy really wanted to kill me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stand here now. But what is his purpose? This is a village. Does this guy really dare to kill someone in the street? Although ninjas often perform assassination missions, this is a village and there is order. Even ninjas don't dare to hurt people at will. Moreover, this person is so powerful that it would be impossible for him to kill himself. Yi Yu knew very well that this person could kill him instantly. While Yi Yu was thinking, this man had already arrived in front of Yi Yu. It seems I haven't offended you, right? Yi Yu still didn't take action. He wanted to know who this person was. The attacker glanced at Yi Yu and said calmly, "Follow me." After saying that, he turned around and walked away. At this moment, Yi Yu wanted to turn around and run away. Advertisement. But when he thought about the gap between the two sides, he still gave up. He probably didn't want to kill me, otherwise I wouldn't have survived just now. But what is his purpose? Unable to figure it out, Yi Yu hesitated for a moment and then followed. There is no way, he is no match for the opponent, this person can kill him instantly. There is no point in resisting. And Yi Yu also wants to know who this person is and what his purpose is. In the dark night, the two of them, one behind the other, more than 10 meters apart, gradually walked to the back mountain of Konoha. When entering the back mountain, Yi Yu originally didn't want to follow him, but he finally followed him. He could tell that this man probably wouldn't kill him. The two came to the lake that Yi Yu and the others had cleaned yesterday. Under the moonlight, the man's white hair made Yi Yu's eyes narrow. Isn't this guy Hatake Kakashi? Yi Yu looked at this person carefully, and the more he looked like him. No, I don't think I have offended him. Could it be that the same teacher offended him when we were in Anbu? So now he wants to teach me a lesson to get back at the teacher. After guessing that this person was Kakashi, Yi Yu felt that it must be because Kimoto Tongtong had offended Kakashi in Anbu, so Kakashi took revenge on him and warned Kimoto Tongtong. But since this person might be Kakashi, Yi Yu is sure that he will not be in danger. And this person is really Kakashi. During the day, he took Naruto and Sasuke on missions. In fact, it was Naruto and Sasuke who completed the mission, and he was reading a novel on the side. Kakashi is a fan of Jiraiya's books. Walking to the lake, Kakashi took off his mask. Yi Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's really Kakashi. After confirming that it was Kakashi, Yi Yu didn't say anything. He wanted to know what grudges Kakashi had with his teacher. Those few attacks by Kakashi just now, if replaced by ordinary genin, would have turned into corpses. Yi Yu doesn't blame Kakashi. He knows that since it is Kakashi, he is taking revenge on himself because of his teacher. Then he must know his approximate strength. Otherwise, given his character, he would definitely not take action casually. Kakashi is not a bad person. Yi Yu actually has some 8 trigrams and wants to know what grudge his teacher has between Anbu and Kakashi. For a long time, neither of them spoke. The scene was awkward for a while. After a long while, Kakashi finally spoke first. Advertisement. Jingwen Yi Yu, your performance was pretty good just now. Yi Yu said nothing. I just watched Kakashi quietly standing by the lake pretending to be serious. And Kakashi was a little embarrassed when he didn't get the response he wanted. But he was elite Jonin after all, so he quickly adjusted his mood. Are you confused now as to why I attacked you? Yi Yu nodded. I don't think Mr. Kakashi is just bored and teasing me. Kakashi was a little embarrassed. Yi Yu was not curious about his purpose at all. On the contrary, he no longer had the panic when he responded to his attack just now, but was very calm. Even calmer than him. Not even Sasuke would be like this. Sasuke's usual deepness is entirely due to his tsunere. But Yi Yu's calmness is really because he seems to have everything under control. In fact, Yi Yu didn't know anything. The reason why he was so calm was just because this person was Kakashi, so he would definitely not be in any danger. Knowing Kakashi made Yi Yu very relieved at this time. And he felt that the reason why Kakashi attacked him must be because of his teacher. After all, Yi Yu had no interaction with Kakashi before. But my teacher used to be Anbu's ninja, so Kakashi must have had some trouble with Kimoto Tong before. Kakashi was a little disappointed not seeing what he wanted to see. But he did not forget his purpose. Kakashi turned around. Under the moonlight, his silver-white hair was very eye-catching. The average Chunin couldn't block my attack just now, which means you are already stronger than the average Chunin. That's it. If I increase the intensity, you will lose. Yi Yu nodded. Yes, Mr. Kakashi is Jonin. I can feel that you can actually defeat me from the beginning. In front of you, I have no power to resist at all. I'm still very clear about this. Yi Yu had no doubts. He even knew very well that if Kakashi really wanted to take him down, he would have no chance to fight back. Although there is only one level difference between Chunin and Jonin. But the strength is really different. During the mission in the Land of Waves, the 2 Chunin were just 2 clowns in front of Kakashi, and they were killed instantly after taking advantage of them. Yi Yu doesn't think he can try to challenge Kakashi just because Kakashi boasts that he has Chunin's strength. Chapter 20 Me. Become a Jonin in half a year. Kakashi smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, there is also a clear self-understanding. As he said that, Kakashi looked at Yi Yu and his expression became serious. Your teacher and I used to be colleagues, did you know? Yi Yu didn't speak, so he could naturally guess it. Kakashi did not continue to ask Yi Yu, but told Yi Yu that he and Kimoto had made the same decision. Well, what do you think? Although 2 people can decide Yi Yu's life, Kakashi still wants to ask Yi Yu what he thinks. Yi Yu thought for a while. I think I don't have the choice to refuse. No, I want to know what you think. Your thoughts are important. Kakashi said. I don't have any ideas. It would be good to have one more teacher. Yi Yu said lightly. Kakashi was a little confused. Don't you feel happy? After all, you know your teacher's experience, and you should also know how rare it is to have Anbu Jonin as your teacher. I know, just having one more teacher doesn't make me happy. Yi Yu's words made Kakashi confused. He thought Yi Yu didn't like him. I think my strength should be able to teach you a lot. Yi Yu nodded. I believe that, after all, you are teacher Kakashi, and I can know how powerful you are from many rumors. In this regard, Yi Yu really didn't rely on the memory of his previous life. Kakashi is indeed very famous in Konoha, except for relatively slow people like Naruto. Anyone who is a normal ninja has heard of Kakashi's reputation. Kakashi was even more confused. Since Yi Yu knew how powerful he was, why did he act so bland? Kakashi-sensei, for me, being able to be a ninja safely is the most important thing. I don't have the pursuit of becoming a strong person. This is Yi Yu's true words, but also lies. Yi Yu really thinks so. He has no competitive spirit in the first place, and all he strives for is to live stably in this world. The lie is because he has a system and he knows that he can become a strong person even if no one teaches him. It just takes more time and is more troublesome. Kakashi was speechless. Yi Yu's idea was too unambitious. But when he thinks about himself, what qualifications does he have to say Yi Yu? Don't you have any dreams? Advertisement. Kakashi couldn't help but ask. Yi Yu smiled. My dream is to spend a stable career as a ninja. You should also know how short the career life of a ninja is. Yi Yu's words made Kakashi even more speechless. This is true, but Yi Yu is different, at least in Kakashi's opinion. He is a genius that he values, someone he wants to train to become the most important force in protecting Konoha. How can you be so hopeless? Don't you have anything you want to protect? Kakashi still refused to give up. He wanted Yi Yu to at least have something to strive for. It is impossible for a ninja without his own ideals to achieve anything. At least Kakashi is right based on his own experience. Yi Yu thought for a while and said, "Of course there is, and with enough strength, I naturally want to protect my precious things." Kakashi finally smiled. Then why did you say such decadent words just now? Yi Yu shook his head. Mr. Kakashi, I don't think what I just said is decadent. I said I wanted to spend a stable ninja career, and I didn't say I didn't want to work hard. If you want a stable life, you need to become stronger, but as long as you can protect the most precious things, that is enough. There is no need to become stronger endlessly. As for whether I can do it, I don't care, as long as I do it, that's enough. Kakashi smiled helplessly. How could you say such old-fashioned words at such a young age? Okay, I don't want to introduce myself to you anymore. I think you should also know something about me. After all, you are not Naruto and the others. Sasuke and Naruto really don't know much about Kakashi. Forget it, Naruto. Kakashi used to be colleagues with Uchiha Itachi, and Sasuke was actually very unfamiliar with him. Kakashi felt helpless. Sometimes he even wondered if Uchiha Itachi hadn't told Sasuke about him before. Kakashi was right, Uchiha Itachi did not tell Sasuke about him. After all, Uchiha Itachi rarely told Sasuke about Anbu. It's even more impossible to reveal Kakashi's affairs. Kakashi walked up to Yi Yu. Under the moonlight, Kakashi, who was 1.8 meters tall, was actually only one head taller than Yi Yu. Yi Yu, who is only 12 years old, is already over 1.6 meters tall. Among the little ghosts who are less than 1.5 meters tall, he is relatively tall. Compared with his aloofness in front of outsiders, Kakashi did not act very aloof in front of Yi Yu. He patted Yi Yu on the shoulder and said seriously, "From today on, I am also your teacher, and I hope that you can have the strength of Jonin within a year or even half a year." Advertisement. When you have the strength of Jonin, I will take you alone to carry out some tasks. Yi Yu, who was originally expressionless, was stunned for a moment. Take me on a mission. Achieving Jonin's strength in half a year. Yi Yu's mouth twitched slightly. How overestimating you are of me. Who can achieve Jonin's strength within half a year? And you should also know what kind of ninja you are. The tasks you perform are simply not accessible to ordinary ninjas. Although Yi Yu feels that his strength will improve quickly after having a system, he is not so arrogant that he can reach Jonin's level within half a year. You must know that although there is only one level difference between Chunin and Jonin. Special Jonin is not Jonin at all in Yi Yu's opinion. So there is only one level difference between Chunin and Jonin. But the difference in combat effectiveness is the difference between clouds and mud. Under normal circumstances, one Jonin can crush a group of Chunin. And as long as he doesn't cheat, Chunin will face Jonin, and he will be massacred. And it doesn't mean that Ninjutsu's strength reaches Jonin's, it means he has Jonin's strength. Relevant combat experience is also required. This is also the aspect that Yi Yu pays most attention to. Ninjutsu can be practiced, but combat experience requires him to actually accumulate combat experience. Yi Yu knows very well how Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed by Nazuo in the end. Essentially, Otsutsuki Kagaya's combat experience is too poor. He is definitely much stronger than Nazuo in terms of strength, but he was stupid after being sealed for thousands of years, and being sealed twice in the end was an embarrassment to the final boss. In fact, the Otsutsuki clan all have this problem. Basically they are crushed by sheer force. It's okay to encounter opponents who are several levels behind. It's really nice to crush them directly. But if you encounter an opponent who is only one level behind, or even the same level and has rich combat experience, there is a high probability that you will be defeated. Yi Yu knows very well that his actual combat experience is still zero. It will take a long time to achieve Jonin's strength. In fact, Yi Yu thinks so because he has too high demands on himself. He had already shown strength far beyond the average Chunin in response to Kakashi's attack before. The reason why he feels there is a big gap between himself and Kakashi is not because of actual combat experience, but because the gap between his current pure strength and Kakashi is too big. It's just that Yi Yu mistook this gap as the gap in actual combat experience between him and Kakashi. After receiving the penultimate talent of learning ninjutsu, Yi Yu's actual combat level is actually much better than ordinary people. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have the strength to surpass the average Chunin just by relying on the few basic ninjutsu he has just learned. Chapter 21 Kakashi is shocked. Seeing Yi Yu's reaction, Kakashi was a little surprised. You are really different from others. When other children hear these words, they will only think that they are powerful and that I think highly of him. But you don't look proud at all. Kakashi didn't expect Yi Yu to behave so maturely. Yi Yu frowned. It's wrong to think that you are very powerful. I know my abilities very well. It's impossible to possess Jonin's strength within half a year, and it's even more impossible to go out on a mission with you. I still want to live well. Kakashi smiled. But Tongtong and I both think you have this ability. Then you must all think too highly of me. I don't have that ability. Yi Yu shook his head and said, okay, If you have this ability, you have to give it a try to find out. Kakashi didn't dwell on the issue. He really believed that Yu had the ability to become Jonin in half a year. After saying that, Kakashi took out a piece of white paper from his ninja bag. Passed it to Yu. This is a chakra test strip, which can test the properties of your chakra. Looking at the chakra test strip handed over by Kakashi, Yu hesitated for a moment and took it. But Kakashi didn't notice. In fact, Yu doesn't want Kakashi to know that he has 5 attributes of chakra. In the ninja world, there are not many chakras with 5 attributes, and they are even extremely rare. In Konoha, the only ones Yu knew about were Kakashi and the 3rd generation. Input your chakra into it and you will know. Give it a try. Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and the chakra in his body instantly poured into the chakra test paper in his hand. Kakashi stared closely at the chakra test strip in Yu's hand. He was curious to know how many chakra properties Yu possesses. Most people only have one kind, and it is rare to have 2 kinds. Many Jonin originally only had 1 chakra attribute, and the extra one was acquired through acquired training. However, the chakra attributes acquired through training are naturally much worse than those born with it. Kakashi hopes that Yu will have the chakra with the attribute of thunder. This way he can teach Chidori to Yu. Advertisement. At the moment Yu entered chakra into the chakra test paper. The chakra test paper was split into 2 halves instantly, and then water stains appeared on one side of the chakra test paper that was split into 2 halves, making the test paper wet. The other half crumpled into a ball, and then a ball of fire burned a hole in one part, while the other part was shattered into powder like gravel. Kakashi was stunned. No words came out of my mouth. Yu was also a little surprised. Although he had long known that he had 5 attributes of chakra. But this is the first time to actually verify it. After reacting, Kakashi looked at Yu in shock. You actually have 5 attributes of chakra. This is really surprising. For how many years has it been, there hasn't been a ninja with 5 chakra attributes in Konoha. You are really destined to become a great ninja like the 4th Hokage. And Yu looked at Kakashi with an excited look on his face. They were all speechless, although having 5 chakra attributes is indeed a bit shocking. But Kakashi himself possesses 5 chakra attributes, so there's nothing to be excited about. And Kakashi actually compared himself to the 4th Hokage. Although Yu feels that he will be stronger than 4th Hokage in the future, 4th Hokage is still a person who is difficult to reach for him now. Teacher Kakashi, are you exaggerating? Is it difficult to see my chakra attribute? Yu showed no knowledge of the properties of chakra. This kind of knowledge is not something that a genin can understand. Although he had learned about chakra attributes in ninja school, he had never learned about chakra test strips, let alone used them. Yu's words brought Kakashi back to reality. Kakashi smiled. You don't know, you have 5 chakra attributes, which means you have all chakra attributes. Please tell me whether this should be exciting. Now Kakashi doesn't know much about the 2 attributes of yin and yang. And Kakashi thought that Yu would be as excited as him when he heard that he had chakra with all attributes. Who knew that Yu didn't show any excitement at all? He just nodded calmly and said, that's pretty good. Can I learn ninjutsu with all attributes? Kakashi was speechless. You don't seem surprised at all. Yu's face was calm and showed no signs of excitement at all. Advertisement. What's so surprising about this? I only care about whether I can learn ninjutsu with all attributes. Kakashi shook his head. You are really different from other children of the same age. But forget it, you are right. You have 5 attributes of chakra, which means you can learn ninjutsu with 5 attributes of chakra. Do you know how many people have the 5 attributes of chakra? Looking at your excited look just now, I don't know much. Kakashi nodded. Yes, very few, that's why I was so excited just now. Now in Konoha, as far as I know, the only ninja with 5 chakra attributes, besides you and me, is the 3rd Hokage. Yu smiled. So you also have 5 chakra attributes, but it's right to think about it. After all, you have the title of copy ninja. If you don't have the corresponding chakra attribute, it would be difficult to copy your opponent's ninjutsu. Kakashi nodded. Yes, although having a Sharingan can copy a lot of ninjutsu. But not all ninjutsu can be copied. If the copier itself does not have the corresponding chakra attribute, it cannot be copied. And there are some forbidden techniques and blood inheritance limits that cannot be copied. Physical skills are also difficult to replicate. Kakashi valued Yu very much at this time and actually explained Sharingan's characteristics to him clearly. Although this is not much of a secret. But the average ninja really doesn't know that. It is even more impossible for genin like Yu to know. One can imagine how much Kakashi trusts Yu at this time. Yu knows everything Kakashi said, so he wasn't surprised. Kakashi patted Yu on the shoulder happily. Starting from today, I will use the most rigorous training to let you master the ninjutsu you need to master in the shortest possible time. You have to be mentally prepared. Yu nodded. I don't care. But the best I can do is do the best I can. Kakashi smiled. He was very happy now. Yu's own conditions are really good. It is simply an extremely precious piece of jade. And it's the kind of material that with a little carving can turn into a piece of beautiful jade. Chapter 22 Chakra Doubles. Kakashi was very happy, but Yu asked Kakashi, Teacher Kakashi, do you really have time to teach me? You are still Naruto's instructor. Kakashi waved his hand. Don't worry, I will try my best to coordinate the time arrangements of both parties. Yi Yu didn't want to think about what Kakashi would do. That's good. We made an agreement today. Starting from tomorrow, you will come here every night and I will wait for you here. Unless something happens to me, you will come here every day. Can you promise? Kakashi looked at Yi Yu. Yi Yu nodded. Of course I have no problem. Anyway, Yi Yu has nothing to do every day. Plus he doesn't have many friends. The two chatted for a while and then separated. Yi Yu only felt a little magical on the way back. I thought to myself, Kakashi actually came to teach me. Does this count as being in the good graces of teacher Kimoto? Yi Yu felt that if Kimoto Tongi and Kakashi were not colleagues, he would never be able to teach him. It's just that he guessed wrong. He didn't know how much his talent shocked Kakashi. The main reason why Kakashi is willing to take over Team 7 is the request of third generation. After all, Kakashi was once a disciple of the fourth Hokage, and also served as the captain of the unit directly under Anbu of the fourth generation. Even when Naruto's mother, Uzumaki Kushina, was pregnant with Naruto, he served as his bodyguard. In addition, Naruto still has 9 tails sealed in his body, so Kakashi, currently the strongest Jonin in Konoha, seems to be the best choice. And there is also Uchiha Sasuke in the team. Although the third Hokage was indecisive about the destruction of the Uchiha clan, it had a great responsibility for the massacre of the Uchiha clan. But third generation also wants to train Sasuke, and Kakashi is also good at the development of Sharingan. Therefore, Kakashi became the instructor of Class 7. Although he did not reject it, it was not his choice. But he really likes Yi Yu. Yi Yu's talent is very similar to his back then, or even stronger. The difference between Yi Yu and him is that Yi Yu is more peaceful than him. Although Kakashi was not proud on the surface, he was always proud on the inside. After all, he is indeed much better than his classmates at the same time. Graduating from the ninja school at the age of 5, Chunin at the age of 6, and Jonin at the age of 12. This experience is extremely rare in the entire ninja world. And he felt that Yi Yu's talent was still above his. Advertisement. One can imagine how much expectations he has for Yi Yu. The more talented a ninja is, if he is not taught well, he will have serious problems. Kakashi lowered his face in disgust with Kimoto to teach Yi Yu personally. In addition to really liking Yi Yu, he also hoped to teach Yi Yu by himself to prevent him from having problems in the future. After Kakashi and Yi Yu separated, they came to Mubentong. Kimoto looked at Kakashi who appeared on his balcony and shook his head helplessly. I said you can't just walk through the door. Kakashi leaned on the balcony. He and I have made an agreement. His talent is far stronger than what you and I have seen before. Kimoto Tong was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled with relief. I'm not very surprised. Kakashi also smiled. I don't think you would have thought of it. Oh, Kimoto looked at Kakashi. Kakashi looked at the woods outside and said, I tested his current strength. His performance surprised me. I'm afraid that ordinary Chunin is no longer his opponent. He just learned to use chakra with you during the day-to-day. When he fought against me, he used it very skillfully and very well. He now has the strength of Chunin, and he is still a stronger Chunin. Now he only lacks the lethality ninjutsu. As long as he masters the lethality ninjutsu, his strength may soon catch up with you. Kakashi sighed. Even now he still hasn't come back to his senses. Yi Yu's talent is too high, beyond his expectation. Kimoto Tongtong smiled. This kid. Although it was unexpected, Mu Bentong still felt very gratified. After all, he really regarded Yi Yu as his direct disciple. If he hadn't been good at fighting, he would never have handed Yi Yu over to Kakashi. Kakashi continued. There's one more thing you'd never expect. Yi Yu has 5 attributes of chakra. The smile on Kimoto's face, which had looked pleased just now, froze. What? He has full attribute chakra. Kimoto Tong was shocked. Advertisement. Just now Kakashi said that Yi Yu has Chunin strength. Although he was surprised, it was not unimaginable. But with full attribute chakra, this situation is too special. Generally speaking, chakra with all attributes is basically born with the bloodline. The rarity of a chakra with all attributes is even much less than that of some ninjas with blood inheritance limits. Currently, Konoha only has Kakashi and third Hokage. It can even be said that having a full attribute chakra itself can be regarded as a blood inheritance limit. Miyamoto's eyes narrowed slightly. You didn't tell anyone else about this, right? Kakashi shook his head. I know very well how sensitive this is, so naturally I won't tell anyone. Having a chakra with all attributes is a good thing, but because it is so rare, it is easy to be targeted. Kakashi and Kimoto both belonged to Anbu before they were the same. It is clear that Konoha not only has sunlight on the surface, but also darkness buried under the roots. In addition, Yi Yu is just a commoner and has no family protection. Who knows if someone will capture him for human experimentation. Kimoto Tongi breathed a sigh of relief. You should also pay attention when teaching him. It is best for him to only use ninjutsu with 2 attributes. Kakashi nodded. I will tell him. On this issue, Kakashi and Kimoto are of the same mind. That is, until Yi Yu has the power to protect himself, he must not let others know that he has full attributes of chakra. After Yi Yu returned home. Lying on the bed, his consciousness sank into the consciousness space. Soon, a voice appeared in my mind. If you hang up for a day, your chakra will double, your physical strength will increase by 1%, and your speed will double. After coming back to his senses, Yi Yu felt very comfortable all over. After thinking about it carefully, Yi Yu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The growth of chakra has been terrible. Now this chakra is too abundant, and it is even almost the same as Kakashi's. As the speed doubled because I roughly learned the teleportation technique. The difficulty of the general teleportation technique is very low, and the principle is also very simple. It is to attach chakra to the sole of the foot to increase the speed of body movement. Therefore, the difficulty of learning the general teleportation technique is level D. That is, anyone who is a genin can learn it. Chapter 23 Kakashi's Treat. What surprised Yi Yu the most was the growth of chakra. Now his chakra amount is close to Kakashi. You must know that Kakashi's chakra amount is very high among Jonin. The reason why he appears to be lacking chakra in battle. Because he does not have the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, his body is incompatible with the Sharingan, and the Sharingan cannot be turned off, which consumes a lot of chakra. Without the consumption of Sharingan, Kakashi's chakra would definitely not be inferior to that of an average shadow-level powerhouse. When he was 12 years old, he was able to release the B-level ninjutsu, Earth-style Tirubi, at will, and the range was tens of meters, which was very large. One can imagine how much chakra he would have if he didn't have Sharingan. And now Yi Yu actually has a chakra close to Kakashi level. What the growth of chakra brings is that Yi Yu's spiritual energy and physical strength are greatly enhanced. After all, someone else's chakra is extracted from the body. Yi Yu's chakra is extracted from nature. Therefore, the more chakra, the better it nourishes Yi Yu's body. After all, the chakra in Yi Yu's body is transformed by natural energy. To withstand so much chakra requires physical fitness to keep up. I don't know if it's just starting now, so the chakra is growing very fast. After that, there will be a lot of chakra, so the growth rate shouldn't be so fast. Yi Yu feels that chakra is growing so fast now because his foundation is still too poor, resulting in chakra's base being very small. But Yi Yu didn't even think about it. His current chakra amount was almost the same as Kakashi's in his 20s. And he was only 12 years old. You know, even Naruto, excluding Nine Tails chakra, is about the same as Kakashi. And this is because 4th Hokage's 8-sign seal has been converting the chakra leaked by Nine Tails into Naruto's own chakra. One can imagine how terrifying Yi Yu's chakra power has become. On the second day, after Yi Yu and Kimoto completed a D-level mission, Kakashi was waiting for him at the training ground early. Kakashi was seen standing on a tree in the training ground holding a book. Mu Bentong was speechless. I said you were too anxious. Do you think I won't let Yi Yu go? Although it is already known that Kakashi will also teach Yi Yu in the future. But he didn't expect Kakashi to be so anxious. They had just completed their mission and were waiting at the training ground. At this time, Yamada Shu and Honda Z have gone home. Kimoto stayed with Yi Yu, originally wanting to teach him some ninjutsu. Advertisement. Although he is not good at fighting, some interrogation ninjutsu can be quite useful if he learns it. Who knew Kakashi didn't give him this chance at all? Yi Yu stood next to Mu Bentong and looked at Kakashi on the tree, feeling a little embarrassed. Although I knew that Kimoto Tongi had already agreed. But now that two teachers appeared at the same time, he still felt like he had betrayed Mu Bentong. Kakashi put away the novel in his hand. Jumped down from the tree. It's just that I didn't take the mission today, I just have time. Let's go, Yi Yu. Kakashi walked up to Yi Yu. Yi Yu looked at Mu Bentong. Kakashi said calmly. Your teacher agreed, don't worry. Although Kimoto Tongi was a little helpless, he still wanted to teach Yi Yu a ninjutsu. But Kakashi is here, so he can only let Yi Yu go. He patted Yi Yu on the shoulder. Study hard. Although this guy looks lazy, he is really strong. In Konoha, except for the 3rd Hokage, he is already the strongest ninja. Since neither Tsunade nor Jiraiya was in Konoha, there was no problem with Kimoto's words. After saying that, Kimoto Tong turned around and disappeared. He was afraid of staying here any longer and couldn't help but keep Yi Yu. Looking at the place where Kimoto Tong disappeared, Yi Yu sighed. Teacher Tong admires Mr. Kakashi very much. Kakashi smiled lightly. He also hopes that you can gain strong strength as soon as possible and grow into a pillar protecting the village. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kakashi came to preach. Yi Yu was not disgusted and nodded. I probably won't let him down. Teacher Kakashi, didn't you take the mission today? Kakashi nodded. Well, we just completed a task, I let them rest for a while. Okay, before I practice, I'll take you to eat first. It's not good to practice when you're hungry. Yi Yu looked at Kakashi in surprise. Teacher Kakashi, you don't want me to treat you to dinner, do you? Yi Yu knows very well that Kakashi is stingy. Kakashi was stunned for a moment and looked at Yi Yu with a surprised look on his face. Somewhat embarrassing. It seems that Yi Yu knows about his stinginess. But he really didn't think about asking Yi Yu to treat him. Why do you think so? Advertisement. Let's go, of course it's my treat. Yi Yu's mouth twitched slightly. I hope so. Treating guests is nothing, but Yi Yu also lives on the inheritance left by her parents. He has just completed a D-level mission and doesn't have much money. But since Kakashi wants to teach him ninjutsu, he should treat him as a treat. Kakashi was helpless. Am I this kind of person in your eyes? Yi Yu walked away with a smile on his face. Soon, the two came to Ichiraku ramen shop. Seeing Kakashi appear, the bosses Shoda and Chongpu smiled and said, Hey, Kakashi. Kakashi is quite famous in Konoha. But after seeing Yi Yu, I was a little surprised. After all, Yi Yu had no interaction with Kakashi before. Yi Yu, what do you want to eat today? Changpu didn't think too much. When he saw Yi Yu come in, he leaned against the console and asked with a smile. Yi Yu smiled and said, give me a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Kakashi sat next to Yi Yu. Is one bowl enough? Yi Yu nodded. Because Yi Yu does not extract chakra from the body, there is no need to rely on food to replenish body energy. Kakashi was a little skeptical. There will be brutal training later, and a bowl of ramen won't be enough. No, one bowl is enough. Yi Yu is very clear about his situation. But Kakashi still talked to his hand and said, give him 2 more bowls, 3 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, and give me 3 bowls of beef ramen. Kakashi knew very well how much the training would consume, but he felt that Yi Yu didn't know. Although Yi Yu had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, there's no way he can say he doesn't draw energy from his body to sustain his chakra. The interaction between Kakashi and Yi Yu made the people on the side slap their faces with shock. He could see that Kakashi treated Yi Yu differently than others, almost like a father to his child. But the two of them had nothing to do with each other before. He really couldn't figure it out. However, Handa also knew that he couldn't ask about ninja matters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to operate here for decades without going bankrupt. Chapter 24 2 Options. Soon, 6 bowls of hot ramen were served. Yi Yu turned to look at Kakashi. Kakashi asked in confusion, what are you looking at me for? Eat quickly. Yi Yu said nothing. Soon Kakashi knew what Yi Yu was thinking. He was speechless. You are so boring too, right? He knew that Yi Yu wanted to see his true face under the mask. Yi Yu smiled and said, curious. Although Kakashi is certainly handsome, he really wants to know how handsome he is, so handsome that Tate and Iris can see him with peach blossoms in their eyes. Kakashi shook his head and could only slowly take off his mask, revealing his true face. Yi Yu was stunned for a moment when he saw Kakashi's true face. Teacher Kakashi, Kakashi, no wonder you are wearing a mask, otherwise those girls from Konoha would definitely block your door. Kakashi is indeed handsome, and Yi Yu knows very well how harmful Kakashi's appearance is to girls. Sure enough, when they saw Kakashi's true face, Tate and Iris were filled with peach blossoms. Kakashi shook his head and ate the ramen. Eat quickly. Yi Yu stopped talking and started eating. But just halfway through eating, a few more people came in. Yi Yu didn't pay attention at first, but when the visitor saw Kakashi, he immediately roared, scaring Yi Yu so much that he almost took out his kunai and prepared to fight. Yo, Kakashi, I didn't expect you to be here. Yi Yu looked at the visitor and had a headache. The same goes for Kakashi. Looking at the man in front of him who was wearing a green tights and showing his shining white teeth when he spoke, he said helplessly, Kai. The person coming was none other than Metkai. Behind him are his 3 students, Hyuga Neji, Rock Lee, and Tenten. As soon as he came in, Neji's eyes never left Yi Yu. What Yi Yu didn't know was that Neji noticed him as soon as he came in. Because Yi Yu gave him a strong sense of threat. He always felt that the person in front of him could threaten him. This was something he had never experienced among his peers. Kai sat familiarly next to Kakashi, and Neji and the other 3 also sat next to Yi Yu. After sitting down, Kai also noticed Yi Yu's presence. Looking at Kakashi, Kai was a little surprised. Kakashi, is this your student? Advertisement. Because Kai had been performing tasks outside before, he didn't know who Kakashi's students were. Kakashi paused, nodded and said, yes. Kai didn't notice Kakashi's expression. When he heard that Yi Yu was Kakashi's student, he immediately smiled and said, Kakashi, your student looks very energetic. Do you want to learn taijutsu from me? Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. No need, I can teach myself. Kai laughed heartily. Of course he was just talking. Of course, if Yi Yu really wants to learn from him, he will teach him. There are very few taijutsu ninjas in the ninja world, so he would be happy to have one more. Moreover, he is also a student of Kakashi. If Yi Yu learns from Kai, wouldn't it mean that he has defeated Kakashi in this aspect? Kakashi is very happy to win. Tiantian, who was sitting next to Yi Yu, looked at Yi Yu curiously. Hello, my name is Tiantian, and you are Mr. Kakashi's student. Hello, my name is Yi Yu. Seeing Tiantian greeting Yi Yu, Xiaoli and Ningji also came over. My name is Rock Lee, and I am a student of teacher Kai. I am determined to defeat the genius ninja. After speaking, Xiaoli revealed a flash of white fang. He looked exactly like Kai, and Yi Yu looked a little embarrassed. Neji on the side said calmly, my name is Hyuga Neji, I think you are a little different. Neji said bluntly. Yi Yu gave him a very unusual feeling. Yi Yu didn't say anything, just laughed and said, yeah. Kakashi on the side saw Nechi's solemn look and said quickly, Kai, stop talking nonsense and order something quickly. The store manager has been standing there for a long time. Kai started ordering without thinking too much. Kakashi looked at Yi Yu. Eat quickly. Yi Yu knew what Kakashi was worried about. Neji has Byakugan. If he uses Byakugan to explore Yi Yu's body, he will definitely find the unusually large amount of chakra in Yi Yu's body. Yi Yu nodded and quickly finished the 3 bowls of ramen. After eating, Kakashi pulled Yi Yu out of the Ichiraku ramen shop. Kai didn't notice, but Neji was interested in Yi Yu. Yi Yu gave him a completely different feeling from other peers. He couldn't fault that sense of real threat. Advertisement. After coming out of Ichiraku ramen shop, Kakashi and Yu were walking on the street. Kakashi said, Neji noticed you just now, did you feel it? Yu nodded. His attention has always been on me, which is a bit strange. Kakashi sighed. Ninji was the #1 ninja in the last year, and he also had Byakugan. In the past year, his strength has reached the level of Chunin. Already have ninja intuition. Yu nodded. I have indeed heard about him. When he was in the ninja school, he was very famous. Yu studied in the same school as Ninki for 5 years. Because Neji is 1 year older than Yu, ninja school lasts for 6 years. It's just that Yu's qualifications were mediocre before, and Yu deliberately kept his sense of existence very low. So Neji didn't pay much attention to him. Kakashi looked at Yu. It will be very troublesome if he knows that you have a huge chakra in your body. That guy Kai has a big mouth and can't hide things from you. This is why Kai begged 3rd generation to enter Anbu, but 3rd generation refused. He is suitable for performing straightforward tasks, and generally he will not be allowed to perform tasks involving confidentiality. Yu nodded. I can feel it. But you were so anxious to come out just now. I'm afraid it would be difficult for Neji not to pay attention. Kakashi said helplessly. I can't help it. If I stay for a while, I'm worried that Neji will really roll his eyes. Yu smiled. Actually, it doesn't matter even if he knows. I think with Neji's character, he shouldn't say anything casually. Kakashi nodded. It's really impossible with his character, but just in case, it's better to be careful. Soon, the two came to the back mountain of Konoha. Next to the lake under the waterfall, Kakashi stood in front of Yu and said seriously, I have 2 plans, and I want you to choose which one. Yu looked at Kakashi. Say. The first plan is that I will directly teach you a difficult ninjutsu to improve your current strength to a very high level. The second option is that I will teach you the basics of ninjutsu first, and then gradually increase the difficulty of ninjutsu. After saying that, Kakashi looked at Yu silently. Yu thought for a while, raised his head and said calmly, I choose the first option. Yu thought Kakashi would be unhappy. Unexpectedly, Kakashi was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, as expected, you will definitely choose the first option. Actually, I also hope you choose the first option. After all, you are different from ordinary people. If you were the same as ordinary people, it would be detrimental to you. Chapter 25 You'll understand after listening to it once. Kakashi patted Yu on the shoulder. Turn around and walk to the lake. Do you think I can have a certain reputation in the ninja world just by relying on my Sharingan? Yu walked next to Kakashi. Looking at the lake, he said, in addition to Sharingan, there should be a very lethal ninjutsu to cooperate with. After all, you are Jonin, there is no way you don't have the best ninjutsu in the world. Kakashi looked at Yu and smiled. Yes, I once developed a ninjutsu. Without Sharingan, it was a very dangerous ninjutsu. With Sharingan, that ninjutsu became a very lethal ninjutsu. Thinking about when Chidori was first developed, without Sharingan's cooperation, it would indeed be an extremely dangerous ninjutsu. Because if you are not careful, you will be killed by your opponent. Kakashi sighed. If it weren't for my former friend who transplanted this Sharingan to me, I wouldn't be where I am today. Although Sharingan does consume a large amount of Kakashi's chakra. But it does raise Kakashi's ceiling. Kakashi's practical talent makes up for Sharingan's consumption of chakra. As long as the consumption of chakra is carefully calculated, Kakashi's Sharingan will greatly enhance him. Yu looked at Kakashi. Kakashi thought Yu was wondering who was the person who transplanted Sharingan to him. He explained to him. Want to know who transplanted this eye for me? Kakashi smiled. If it were anyone else, Kakashi would naturally not say it easily. But Yu was the one he decided to be his disciple, so naturally he wouldn't hide anything from him. In a sense, Kakashi values Yu more than Sasuke and Naruto. Yu was stunned for a moment. He was just distracted just now. But since Kakashi misunderstood, he would not explain it. So he nodded. I am indeed a little curious. Kakashi sat by the lake, patted himself next to him, and motioned for Yu to sit next to him. After Yu sat down, Kakashi said, after I graduated from the ninja school, because I was too young, I couldn't get along well with the ninjas on the same team. As a result, we had to wait until the classmates we enrolled in together graduated before we successfully formed a team. In a sense, I actually didn't graduate early. Advertisement. Saying that, Kakashi smiled. Yu naturally Kakashi said. He thought Kakashi would teach him ninjutsu directly, but he didn't expect to talk about the past. But it also shows that Kakashi trusts him, otherwise he would not tell him this. And this eye was transplanted to me by my friend Uchiha Obito. Back then, Kakashi told Yu what happened with Uchiha Obito and Nohara Lin. Although he had known about it for a long time, Yu heard the specific details for the first time. This eye is Obito's relic, and it is also of great help to me. Yu's face was expressionless, but he was thinking in his heart that if Kakashi knew what Obito was doing now, he would probably feel embarrassed by what he just said. After Kakashi finished speaking, he looked at Yu. I hope you will protect your cherished friends in the future and don't be like me. Losing friends is very painful. Kakashi said this very sincerely. He really didn't want Yu to experience the same thing as him. Yu didn't speak, just nodded. Kakashi also stood up. Okay, let's not talk about the sad things. Do you know why I plan to teach you, Chidori? You don't have a Sharingan. This ninjutsu is obviously very dangerous. Kakashi looked at Yi Yu, wondering if he knew his purpose. Yi Yu thought for a while and said, "Do you think my dynamic vision is strong? Strong enough to rival Sharingan?" Kakashi smiled and patted Yi Yu on the shoulder. "Yes, when I tested you last night, I found that your dynamic vision is extremely sharp. It's even stronger than the average Sharingan. Chidori is a character that requires high-speed movement and extremely powerful dynamic vision. You can do it." Yi Yu nodded. "However, I think this ninjutsu is difficult to master." That's right, the learning difficulty of this ninjutsu is a level. Without powerful dynamic visual coordination, the difficulty level will be S level. Before learning this ninjutsu, you need to practice body movement to a very high level. Also, this ninjutsu consumes a lot of chakra, but that's of no use to you. Your chakra volume has reached Jonin's level. With your chakra volume, you can release it about 10 times a day. I can release it 20 times a day, and your chakra amount is already half of mine. Advertisement. Kakashi doesn't know yet that Yi Yu's chakra has increased again. However, the chakra consumption of Chidori is still not as high as that of Reikiri. The learning difficulty is also different. Chidori is a level and Reikiri is S level. Kakashi can only release Reikiri 4 times a day now. You can imagine how much chakra is consumed by Reikiri. Yi Yu did not interrupt Kakashi's words and listened attentively. Kakashi nodded with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with Yi Yu's learning attitude. Although the learning requirements of Chidori are very high, but with all the conditions, dynamic vision, physical fitness, and chakra amount, you are very strong. There is absolutely no need to train in this area. I can teach you Chidori directly. I now tell the principle of Chidori. After you learn Chidori, I will teach you Reikiri, the advanced version of Chidori. Kakashi has high expectations for Yi Yu. He didn't think it would take Yi Yu long to learn Chidori. So tell him directly that the ninjutsu after Chidori is Reikiri. After Kakashi finished speaking, he told Yi Yu the principle of Chidori. Compared to regular ninjutsu, Chidori is indeed very complex. It is indeed ninjutsu developed by Kakashi. Most people really can't understand it, let alone learn it. After Kakashi spoke for more than 10 minutes, he looked at Yi Yu. He couldn't guarantee that Yi Yu could understand it in just one try. If you don't understand, I can explain it again. This ninjutsu is very complicated. It's normal if you don't understand it the first time. Yi Yu nodded. I understand. In case Kakashi didn't believe it, Yi Yu analyzed the principles of Chidori and the specific situation of ninjutsu. Yi Yu also figured it out very clearly. Those who didn't know thought he had mastered this ninjutsu for a long time. Yi Yu really understood it after listening to it once. Now his thinking is countless times stronger than before. Especially regarding ninjutsu. After hearing this, Kakashi was stunned. If I had never taught you, I would have thought you had mastered this ninjutsu for decades. It is so proficient. Chapter 26 The Terrifying Chidori. Yi Yu smiled. Maybe I am more interested in this kind of ninjutsu, so my understanding is better. Of course Kakashi didn't believe it. After all, Chidori is an A-level learning difficulty, and it's not just an ordinary A-level. Lightning-style ninjutsu is inherently more difficult to learn than other escape techniques, plus he was not very old when he originally developed Chidori. So many theories are very complicated. Even for him, it was not easy to understand at first. Yi Yu actually understood it after listening to it once. Not only did he understand it, he was also very familiar with the details of this ninjutsu. It even simplifies many steps. Kakashi feels that this ability cannot be explained by better understanding. But Kakashi is also happy. Yi Yu is like a bottomless treasure cave. It will always surprise him. After coming back to his senses, Kakashi said, "Let me show you how to activate this ninjutsu. Look carefully, this ninjutsu is very dangerous. If you make a wrong step, it will lead to serious consequences." Yi Yu nodded. Of course he knew the danger of this ninjutsu. After all, it was an A-level difficulty ninjutsu. Kakashi walked to a boulder more than 2 meters high. The boulders by the lake are very hard and not easily broken. Kakashi stood in front of the boulder. His eyes narrowed slightly and his hands turned into claws. Chakra instantly condensed in his palm. Stab. In an instant, several blue arcs appeared in Kakashi's hands. Chakra has even condensed into an entity, and the blue arc condensed more and more. In an instant, it turned into rumbling thunder and lightning like snakes. The terrifying arc of electricity turned the leaves around Kakashi into ashes. Kakashi seemed to be in the midst of thunder at this moment, and the trembling arcs of electricity were struggling like snakes that had their bodies pinched. Yi Yu, who was standing aside, was shocked by this scene. This is the first time he has seen such a terrifying ninjutsu since he came to this world. The horror of Chidori far exceeded his impression. The dense thunder and lightning even illuminated the surrounding area for dozens of meters. Even standing more than 10 meters away from Kakashi, he could feel his hair standing on end, almost standing on end. Looking at this horrific scene, Yi Yu swallowed. For the first time, he experienced the terror of elite Jonin. And all this happened in the blink of an eye. Advertisement. Kakashi instantly condensed lightning. It screamed like thousands of birds, even more terrifying. Lightning-style Chidori. Crack, boom, boom. As Kakashi groaned, he turned into an afterimage, and a flash of light flashed across. Kakashi appeared dozens of meters away, and the boulder in front of him had been smashed into gravel. Countless gravel flew around, the sound of explosions resounded through the canyon, and waves appeared on the calm lake surface. Yi Yu was stunned. He had jumped dozens of meters away. But even so, he still felt the terrifying power of ninjutsu. It's too scary. Is this the power of A-level ninjutsu? It's so scary, I can't believe it was developed by a 12-year-old boy. Yi Yu completely understood the value of Kakashi's genius. Developing this terrifying ninjutsu at the age of 12 is worthy of the name of genius. After releasing Chidori, Kakashi stood up and waved his hands. Looking at Yi Yu standing dozens of meters away, he smiled and said, "You are very fast. How about it? Do you understand? Do you want me to demonstrate again?" Kakashi is used to the power of this ninjutsu. Yi Yu was shocked because the power was much stronger than he had imagined. It can be said that the destructive power of Chidori will be affected within tens of meters from the center of the explosion. And that's just the power of the aftermath. You can imagine how desperate it would be to be attacked by the main body of ninjutsu. I'm afraid that if an average person is attacked, their body will be cut into pieces. After coming to his senses, Yi Yu jumped down from the tree. Just now he was worried about being affected, so the moment Kakashi attacked, he used the teleportation technique to move to a tree dozens of meters away. Looking at the boulder that had been broken into pieces, Yi Yu sighed. The power of this ninjutsu is too terrifying. So it consumes a lot of chakra. Normally, if Chunin is released once, the chakra will be exhausted. Kakashi explained. Yi Yu nodded. Kakashi asked, "How is it? Do you feel anything?" Yi Yu closed his eyes, and when he opened them, a bright light flashed across his eyes. Although this ninjutsu is complicated, but Yi Yu still knows how to release. He looked at Kakashi and nodded. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Advertisement. That's right, this ninjutsu may be difficult for others, but it may not be that difficult for you. Just practice this ninjutsu today. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Kakashi walked aside and leaned against the tree to look at Yi Yu. He wants to watch Yi Yu practice on the side. Yi Yu walked to another boulder. There are many such stones by the lake. Kakashi's eyes were fixed on Yi Yu. He wanted to know if Yi Yu could learn it tonight. Yi Yu doesn't know if she can. But he felt like he had completely grasped the gist of this ninjutsu. He even has the feeling that he has mastered this ninjutsu for decades and is very familiar with it. But Yi Yu wouldn't say it out loud, he thought it might be an illusion. Stand in front of the boulder. Yi Yu began to condense the chakra into his right hand. Just for a moment, the chakra in Yi Yu's body condenses on her right hand. Suddenly, there was a click sound. Stab. Dozens of arm-thick thunder and lightning suddenly condensed around Yi Yu, which was countless times thicker than the thunder and lightning that Kakashi had just condensed. The thunder and lightning condensed by Kakashi just now is as thick as chopsticks, while the thunder and lightning condensed around Yi Yu is actually as thick as an adult's arm. Moreover, the colors of thunder and lightning are completely different. The thunder and lightning condensed by Yi Yu are actually golden. This shocked Kakashi, who was standing not far away. What's going on? How could Yi Yu condense this kind of chakra? Yi Yu's chakra is completely different from ordinary ninjas. The chakra of an ordinary ninja is blue if it condenses into a solid body. But the chakra condensed by Yi Yu is actually golden. As a result, those chakras are also golden when they transform into thunder and lightning. What's even more terrifying is that the thunder and lightning condensed by Yi Yu only made a slight tingling sound. There is absolutely no sharp whistling sound like a normal Chidori. And what's even weirder is that the golden arcs condensed by Yi Yu seem to be alive, swimming around Yi Yu at extremely fast speeds like giant pythons. Zizizi. Yi Yu didn't notice that the Chidori he condensed was different from Kakashi. At this time, his gaze was completely focused on the boulder a few meters away. Chapter 27 Yi Yu's Golden Lightning. After completing the condensation of ninjutsu, Yi Yu's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Lightning-style Chidori. Crack, bang, boom. At the moment Yi Yu launched the attack, like a meteorite hitting the planet, violent vibrations occurred hundreds of meters around. The dazzling light at the center of the explosion illuminated the surrounding area for thousands of meters like daylight. And countless golden lightnings connect the sky and the earth, and they are like thunder within a few hundred meters around Yi Yu. The terrifying energy is as terrifying as the end of the world. The terrifying thunder and lightning lasted for a full 10 seconds. And in these 10 seconds, the back mountain of Konoha seemed to be bombarded by a high-concentration tailed beast jade. The earth shook and the mountains collapsed, releasing Yi Yu and destroying everything within a few hundred meters around ninjutsu. Too scary. After the thunder dissipated, only a deep pit hundreds of meters wide and tens of meters deep was left. And in the center of the pit, Yi Yu lay in it. After more than 10 seconds, Kakashi appeared beside him, hugged him and disappeared. If you don't leave, Yi Yu will go to jail later. Sure enough, after a minute, several ninjas wearing animal masks appeared around the pit. These people are naturally Anbu's ninjas. Such a big movement was no less than the explosion of the tailed beast jade back then. Several Anbu ninjas looked at the deep pit in front of them and all took a breath. Who did this? Did Nine Tails break the seal? In the minds of several Anbu ninjas, only tailed beasts could cause such horrific damage. Not even the third Hokage could cause such horrific destruction. Is there an invasion from a foreign enemy? However, this statement was quickly denied. There is no movement from the barriers. Even the most powerful ninja cannot break through. There is no movement from the barriers. It should be someone from the village, and it should be Nine Tails. Maybe the Nine Tails Jinchuriki went berserk. Several Anbu ninjas instantly targeted Naruto. Advertisement. After all, in Konoha, he is the only one who can achieve this level now. In other words, only the Nine Tails in his body can do this kind of destruction. Go back and report to Master Hokage first. Several Anbu ninjas disappeared next to the pit in an instant. It was already late at night, and ninjas were jumping around on the roofs of the village. The noise Yi Yu made was too great. It is no different from the movement caused by the Nine Tails rebellion. On the other side, after Kakashi sent Yi Yu home, he immediately gathered at the Hokage building. He is Konoha's elite Jonin. If he were not here, he would be the first to suspect him. On the way to the Hokage building, Kakashi looked solemn. What is that power in Yi Yu? It's so terrifying, even more terrifying than the Nine Tails in Naruto's body. Kakashi is worried about Yi Yu. Yi Yu hasn't woken up yet. He was more worried about what the power in Yi Yu was. It doesn't look like a tailed beast, but the arcs Yi Yu releases really seem to be alive. And the power is extremely terrifying. Yi Yu's chakra obviously does not have that much, but it releases such a terrifying amount of chakra. Kakashi knew very well that except for the tailed beast Jade, the power Yi Yu released just now could not be achieved by the destructive power of ninjutsu. That is enough power to change the terrain. Kakashi still doesn't know how powerful Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are. The power of these two people has exceeded the imagination of current ninjas. Even Kakashi doesn't know the horror of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Of course, even these two people here would be very shocked when they see the power released by Yi Yu. You know, Yi Yu is only 12 years old. Moreover, Yi Yu releases a high concentration of natural energy. That's right, the power Yi Yu released just now is a high concentration of natural energy. The reason for such destructive power is that natural energy is extremely violent when it is not converted into Sage Jutsu Chakra. And it's still uncontrollable. The natural energy released by Yi Yu is not only highly concentrated, but also controllable. If it was really out of control, the moment Yi Yu was released just now, his body would be reduced to ashes by the natural energy. Advertisement. It was because the moment he released the thunder, the same powerful natural energy turned into a shield to protect him. And those energy shields are indeed conscious, and their consciousness is to protect Yi Yu from being harmed by thunder. But even with the protection of natural energy, Yi Yu was still in a coma because all her power was taken away. Yi Yu actually failed just now. He failed to control the chakra well, which caused all the natural energy in his body to be drawn out, and also caused all the natural energy in the surrounding environment to riot. The amount of chakra in Yi Yu's own body would never be able to cause such horrific destruction. The cause was the excessive output of natural energy in his body, which affected the surrounding natural energy. But Kakashi didn't know it clearly. He thought it was some kind of power hidden in Yi Yu. And he also knew that the chakra in Yi Yu's body was the same Sage Jutsu chakra as when Jiraiya entered Sage mode. Kakashi thought for a while and said, I am afraid that Yi Yu was born with Sage Jutsu chakra. The power of Sage Jutsu chakra is much greater than that of ordinary chakra. Maybe it is because his chakra is Sage Jutsu chakra, so when he outputs the same chakra, led to such a result. Kakashi found a reason, but he didn't know that even if all the chakra in Yi Yu's body were Sage Jutsu chakra, it would never be able to release such terrifying power. Let alone Yi Yu, even Jiraiya couldn't do it. Yi Yu actually couldn't do it himself. Soon, Kakashi arrived on the roof of the Hokage building. Dozens of ninjas are already standing here. At least they are all at the level of Special Jonin. Seeing Kakashi appear, Kai came over first. At this time, his expression was solemn, and it was obvious that the terrifying power just now made even Kai worried. That is no less powerful than a tailed beast. Kakashi, what do you think it is? Kai asked as soon as he saw him. Kakashi hesitated whether to tell third generation Yi Yu. Now he doesn't know whether the power in Yi Yu's body poses a threat to the village. Just thinking about Yi Yu talking to him tonight, he still chose to hide third generation. After all, he even looked at Nine Tails Jinchuriki like Naruto, and he felt that he could also look at Yi Yu. Not to mention that Yi Yu is much more stable than Naruto. It's most likely a strong man who broke into Konoha. Kai shook his head. I don't think so, because there is no movement in the barriers in the village. And why didn't the strong man who broke into the village attack the village? Chapter 28 Who did it? Kakashi looked at Kai. Then what do you think? Kai said solemnly. I think it might be Nine Tails. Kai doesn't know yet that Naruto is Kakashi's student. Kakashi was silent. Of course he knew it wasn't Naruto. Kakashi, I think the Nine Tails Jinchuriki went berserk. Kakashi shook his head. I don't think so. Kai was confused. Who else besides Nine Tails could cause so much damage? The explosion just now changed the terrain of Konoha's back mountain. Except for the tailed beast Jade, no one can do it. If Kai knew about Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, he would never say this. While the two were talking, the third Hokage came over. Kakashi, how is Naruto's current situation? The third Hokage also thought that Naruto might have gone berserk. This kind of thing happens often in the 5 great ninja villages. It is common for Jinchuriki to go berserk. Not every Jinchuriki can be a perfect Jinchuriki. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, Hokage-sama, I think it's not Naruto. Third generation frowned after hearing this. Third generation felt that Kakashi was shielding Naruto. He didn't blame Kakashi. He had high hopes for Naruto. You can tell from the fact that he placed Naruto in class 7. According to third generation's thinking, one of Kakashi's 7th classes must become Hokage in the future. Although Naruto is a Jinchuriki, it is obvious that the third generation values him very much. In fact, in the third generation's thinking, they already had a candidate for the next generation Hokage when he asked Kakashi to lead Naruto. Basically, choose one between Naruto and Sasuke. Because the previous generations of Hokage were basically selected this way. The reason why third generation values Sasuke, a member of the Uchiha clan, is because the Uchiha clan is gone now. Even if Sasuke becomes Hokage, he will not be affected by the Uchiha clan. So actually don't look at Sasuke and Naruto's status in Konoha at this time. But in fact, they are all candidates for the next generation of Hokage from third generation. Naturally, third generation also didn't want Naruto to do anything that would threaten the village. But only Jinchuriki could do that terrifying explosion in the back mountain of Konoha. Advertisement. Even if he didn't want it to be Naruto, a lot of evidence pointed to Naruto. Third generation looked at Kakashi seriously. Kakashi, I hope you can understand the seriousness of this matter. Kakashi shook his head. Hokage-sama, if it was Naruto, who stopped it? Except for you, no one in Konoha village can stop the rampaging Naruto. Not to mention releasing the terrifyingly powerful ninjutsu shows that Naruto was completely out of control at that time. Nine Tails is about to be released soon. But in fact, apart from that explosion, they disappeared. Third generation was stunned for a moment. Kakashi is indeed right. If it was really Naruto, who could stop him? And Kakashi also gave third generation a good excuse. Originally, third generation did not want people to associate this matter with Naruto. Now he could use this as an excuse to absolve Naruto of his responsibility. I will let Anbu investigate this matter clearly. The vigilance in the village will be strengthened recently. After agreeing with Kakashi's analysis, third generation said. After saying that, third generation took Jonin from Konoha village to the back mountain. When they saw the huge crater in the back mountain, even the third generation took a breath of cold air. Except for the tailed beast Jade, I'm afraid only those two can do this level of destruction. What did third generation think of? Third generation frowned. He actually agreed with Kakashi's analysis just now. Now coming here, he didn't feel Nine Tails chakra. Nine Tails is a tailed beast, and every time Nine Tails goes berserk, it will leave a strong chakra on the scene. And here there is none of that. He fully agreed with Kakashi's analysis. But if it weren't for Naruto, it would be even more terrifying. It's understandable that a tailed beast would do this kind of damage. But if a normal ninja can do this kind of thing, it can only be done by talents of the level of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. But can Konoha handle a monster of this level? Thinking of this, third generation looked extremely solemn. The huge pit in front of him also stunned Jonin, who came with third generation. They couldn't imagine how terrifying ninjutsu could be to cause such destruction. Even Kai's expression was extremely solemn. Even if I open the 7th door, I won't be able to cause this kind of damage. It's really terrible. Advertisement. Kakashi looked at the huge pit in front of him. Even if he looked at it for the second time, he was still frightened. Yi Yu could actually survive such ninjutsu. It is conceivable that there must be some powerful power hidden in him. It's just that he doesn't know it himself. If he had known about it, Yi Yu would not have released it. Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai and others looked at the huge crater in front of them with solemn expressions and remained silent. The sight in front of me really makes people don't know what to say. Third generation shook his head. I don't know if they are people from outside the village or people from within the village. I hope it's someone from the village. With such terrifying power, if it's someone from outside the village, I'm afraid another ninja will appear in the ninja world who looks down on those two people. Although the ninja in the village caused this level of destruction, it also shows that this ninja is definitely a threat. But third generation still doesn't want such a powerful ninja to be a ninja from outside the village. If he were a ninja in the village, he would at least be able to win over him. If a ninja outside the village unleashes this level of destruction on Konoha village, it is conceivable that this person will definitely not have a good impression of Konoha. After watching for a while, third generation turned around expressionlessly and said to the Anbu ninja beside him. During this period, the situation in the back mountain is closely monitored, and tonight's events are kept secret from the outside world. We pretend that Anbu is experimenting with a certain ninjutsu. Several Anbu ninjas standing next to third generation nodded. Third generation looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, come with me. Kakashi nodded. Soon, the two disappeared in the mountains behind Konoha. Many villagers who were waiting for news late at night were relieved to go back to rest when they learned that Anbu was experimenting with a certain ninjutsu. They thought someone was attacking the village. It's just that such an excuse can deceive ordinary villagers and ordinary ninjas. But Danzo can't be deceived. The headquarters of Konohagakure. Danzo, who was leaning on crutches and with one eye wrapped, looked at the ninja kneeling in front of him. Did Nine Tails Jinchuriki go berserk? Danzo's voice came. The root ninja in front of him said. Nine Tails chakra was not detected from the scene. But the damage caused can only be done by the tailed beast Tama. Danzo was a little surprised. Not Nine Tails. Nine-Tails Chakra was not detected at the scene, so it shouldn't be. Danzo stood up, his expression extremely solemn. If it's not Nine-Tails, then who is it? Is this person a threat to Konoha? Thinking of this, Danzo couldn't sit still. What on earth is that guy Hiruzen doing? Did you develop some secret weapon? Danzo is worried that the third generation will come up with some powerful weapons that will threaten him. Chapter 29 Genius. Danzo has always been eyeing the Hokage's location. The reason why he always felt that he had a chance to become Hokage was because he controlled the roots of Konoha. In Konoha, his power is only under the third generation. If the third generation develops any powerful weapons, his voice in Konoha will be greatly reduced. Of course, the reason why Danzo had such an idea was that the third generation was too indecisive before. In fact, with the prestige and strength of third generation, as long as he is determined to get rid of Danzo, Danzo will not have much power to resist. On the other side, third generation and Kakashi came to Naruto's house. Naruto was not awakened by the movement at night, he lay in bed and slept soundly. Looking at Naruto's appearance, third generation was absolutely sure that what happened tonight had nothing to do with Naruto. After quietly leaving Naruto's house, the third generation and Kakashi came behind the Hokage rock. Standing behind the Hokage rock, looking down at the entire Konoha, the voice of the third generation could be heard faintly. Kakashi, is that person related to you? Third generation spoke calmly, but Kakashi felt third generation's affirmation. Kakashi was shocked. Kakashi's absence made third generation even more certain. In fact, he just realized that Kakashi was a little different from his usual tonight. He was so calm. If something like this happened in the past, Kakashi would definitely not be so calm. So third generation speculated whether it was related to Kakashi. Kakashi, it seems you don't trust me, third generation said in a low voice. Kakashi said nothing, but considering that Kakashi used to be Anbu's ninja, third generation can understand it. Kakashi did know too many things about him before. Third generation continued. Kakashi, you should know that since I have guessed it, you can't hide it for long. If it's someone who poses no threat to the village, I will definitely protect it, although I don't want infighting in the village. But that doesn't mean I will compromise without any bottom line. As long as that person poses no threat to the village and I can guarantee his safety, I will not compromise even if I face Danzo. Third generation turned and looked at Kakashi, he said in a serious tone. Kakashi still doesn't want to tell third generation. Advertisement, but when he thinks about third generation, he has now set his sights on himself. It was only a matter of time before Yi Yu's incident came to light. Kakashi sighed. You can see it. Third generation's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you really from our village? Kakashi raised his head and nodded. That's right. I was worried about his safety before, but now he doesn't have the ability to protect himself. Third generation was stunned for a moment. You mean the person who released such a powerful ninjutsu doesn't have the ability to protect himself? Third generation thought they heard it wrong. You know, even he couldn't do that ninjutsu just now. Kakashi nodded seriously. Yes, the ninjutsu he released just now was actually the Chidori I taught him. I just don't know what's going on, but the effect he released is so terrifying. Third generation was confused. You mean, that ninjutsu just now was Chidori? If Kakashi hadn't said it himself, third generation wouldn't have believed it. Although Chidori is an extremely lethal ill-level ninjutsu, it is absolutely impossible to be that destructive. At most, it can penetrate a boulder several meters long. The ninjutsu just now was enough to shatter a mountain. That is a tailed beast jade-level ninjutsu, which is not comparable to Chidori. Even though third generation didn't believe it, Kakashi nodded. It's Chidori. Third generation was silent for a long time, unable to digest such strange information. After a long time, third generation said, You mean, you are teaching that person ninjutsu? Who is it? Chidori is your exclusive secret technique. How can you teach others so easily? Currently, only Kakashi in Konoha has mastered Chidori. That was ninjutsu developed by Kakashi himself. He was unwilling to teach and could not force him. But Kakashi actually taught that person this ninjutsu, which shows how important that person is to Kakashi. More importantly, since Kakashi taught that person ninjutsu, it also means that the person is definitely not very old. Genius. The word instantly appeared in third generation's mind. Such a powerful person, but still very young, third generation knows that only geniuses can be like this. And the fact that this person can get the secret technique taught by Kakashi is enough to show that this person's character can be trusted. After all, even if Kakashi doesn't trust him, third generation recognizes Kakashi's loyalty to the village. Advertisement third generation is a little excited. Konoha is currently in a lean period. If there was someone who could take over his position, he would have left early. Originally, Kakashi was the candidate he focused on cultivating as the next Hokage. It is precisely because of this that Kakashi became the instructor of Team 7, Jonin. Because Naruto and Sasuke are candidates for the next Hokage under third generation. The Hokage's position inheritance is basically like this, which is not a secret at all. The higher-ups basically knew that it was precisely because of this that Danzo was so hostile to Naruto and Sasuke. In addition to the fact that Naruto is a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Sasuke is from the Uchiha clan, the thing that actually concerns him the most is that the third generation regards these two people as candidates for the Hokage. Even if they were raising two children, third generation never thought about themselves, so Danzo was naturally unhappy with Naruto and Sasuke. It's just that whether it's Kakashi, Naruto or Sasuke, the third generation is actually not very satisfied. Kakashi is very strong and can basically compete with the average Kage level. But his deterrence is too low, far from reaching the film level. He valued Naruto and Sasuke very much, but both of them had their flaws. If Naruto still cannot control 9 tails and becomes the perfect Jinchuriki, then he is destined to miss the position of Hokage. If Sasuke, like the other ninjas of the Uchiha clan, went crazy when he grew up, he would not be able to become a Hokage. When these two people grow up, both possibilities are very high. The power of 9 tails third generation is clear, and it is not so easy to control. Sasuke also has some personality problems now. If he grows up to have the same personality as Uchiha Madara, he will definitely not be suitable to be a Hokage. But these two people are already the best two in this class. Even though Naruto was the weakest person in the ninja school, third generation knew very well that only by becoming a ninja could he realize his true potential. But if there is a better person, third generation will definitely be included in the selection. Kakashi looked at the serious look of third generation, thought for a moment and said, "They are the same students." The originally serious third generation was stunned for a moment. "What did you say, the same student? Which one? Yamada Trees or Hanyadako? Could it be Hondako?" The reason why third generation is so sure is that although Hanyadako is not from a ninja family, her mother is a pure Senju clan member. The genes that Hondako inherited from the Senju clan are also very normal. After all, Namikaze Minato, the son of a commoner and Uzumaki Kushina, also inherited the Uzumaki clan genes from Uzumaki Kushina. Moreover, the level of ninjutsu just now requires an extremely large amount of chakra. The amount of chakra of the Senju family is also very large, which just meets the requirements. Chapter 30 He has chakra with all attributes. It's just that third generation mentioned 2 people and actually left out Yu. One can imagine how inconspicuous Yu is usually. Even people like third generation, who pay great attention to the younger generation, are not familiar with him. Kakashi shook his head. None of them. Third generation frowned. Isn't it Benya Tianzi? Is that the third child? Third generation couldn't even think of Yu's name. It can only be replaced by a third child. Kakashi nodded. That's Yu. Yu? I really have no impression of this child. Third generation said helplessly. Kakashi was not surprised and said with a wry smile. You are right that you have no impression. After all, the classmates who went to ninja school with him for 6 years are not very familiar with him. Third generation frowned, said, come to the office with me. After saying that, third generation disappeared. Kakashi followed. Soon, the 2 people appeared in the office. Third generation took out the information of this class of students. In fact, there is no information about a few people. There are only 30 students in this class, and only 12 passed the assessment and became genin. Originally, only 9 people were supposed to pass the assessment, but Yu's appearance allowed class 11 to pass the assessment. In other words, in the original world, without Yu, Yamada and Moto would not have been able to become ninjas. The reason why so few students graduate from each class of the ninja school is because many ninjas do not become ninjas for the ninja school. This is the case for many family ninjas. As long as they pass the village's assessment, they can become ninjas without spending 6 years in the ninja school. Third generation quickly found information about class 11. When Yu's information was displayed in front of third generation thought they had seen it wrong. This information is too sparse and ordinary. Are you really talking about this child? Third generation looked at Kakashi suspiciously. Kakashi nodded. It's him. He has been hiding his talent for 6 years in the ninja school, causing no one to notice. Why is he hiding his talent? How could such a young child have such thoughts? Third generation doubts. Kakashi explained. This child has a precocious mind and a somewhat lazy personality. Advertisement Shikamaru's appearance instantly appeared in third generation's mind. Lazy. Kakashi nodded. This child doesn't want to be disturbed by other classmates at school. He doesn't like the feeling of being noticed. I tried it and he told the truth. I also tried it. Third generation, who were still a little skeptical at first, have now dispelled their inner doubts. Another problem child. Third generation has a bit of a headache, as talented ninjas all have various minor problems. It's really not easy for a Namikaze Minato to appear. One like this has appeared in so many years. Namikaze Minato is the most normal and talented ninja that third generation has seen so far. There is something wrong with everyone else. Where is he now? Third generation asked, looking at Kakashi. Kakashi thought for a while and said, he is at home now. After releasing that ninjutsu, he fainted. Oh, what's going on? Third generation asked. The ninjutsu released by Yu must have been an accident, so it drained all the chakra from his body at once. He's still unconscious. Third generation was a little worried. Why didn't you take him to the hospital for a checkup? I checked. He fainted just because of excessive chakra consumption. There were no injuries on his body. Third generation frowned and asked, how can a 12-year-old child have such a huge amount of chakra? This is what third generation wants to ask. Kakashi thought for a while and said, his chakra capacity is indeed very large, but the release of ninjutsu tonight probably did not rely on his own chakra capacity. With his current amount of chakra, although it is very strong, it is only at the level of Jonin. Obviously I can't support the kind of ninjutsu tonight. I think there may be a powerful power hidden in his body, but he doesn't know it himself. And his chakra is different from ordinary chakra. His chakra is the same as when Jiraiya Senpai entered Sage mode. Third generation was stunned for a moment. Is it a natural immortal body? Third generation was a little shocked. Third generation has met Senju Hashirama and was his student. So third generation knew very well that Senju Hashirama was born with a fairy body. This is an even more terrifying physique than Sharingan. Advertisement: if he really has the body of a natural immortal, then we have a chance to revive Konoha. Third generation knows very well that even among the Senju clan, only Senju Hashirama has the body of a natural immortal. But Kakashi has no idea about the immortal body. Hokage-sama, what is the human body of a natural immortal? Third generation thought for a while and explained to Kakashi what a natural immortal body is. Being born with a fairy body means you are born with a fairy-like physique. Such ninja chakras are often much larger than ordinary ninjas, and their vitality is far beyond that of ordinary people. And a natural at using Sage Jutsu. The body is also filled with Sage Jutsu chakra. The first Hokage was born with the human body of an immortal. The first Hokage back then was called the God of Ninja. First Hokage's ninjutsu are also extremely destructive. Many ninjutsu can change the terrain. Back then, only the ninjas of the Uchiha clan could compare. Every time these two fight, it's as terrifying as landslides and earth-shattering, and mountains being moved to fill the sea. Kakashi was stunned. Is there really such a person? Kakashi doesn't quite believe it. After all, he has never met such a person. No, the ninjutsu Yu released tonight has already achieved this effect. Third generation sighed. Of course, the strength of these two people made the entire ninja world breathless. If a first Hokage appears again in Konoha, we can at least maintain peace in Konoha for decades. Third generation looked at Kakashi. How long have you been in contact with him, and what do you think of his talent? To what extent? Third generation has some expectations. The reason why the third generation is not very afraid of Yu is because Yu is from a commoner background and does not have a sick clan like the Uchiha clan behind him. Kakashi thought for a while and said, I have only been in contact with him for a few days. He has never learned a few ninjutsu in the ninja school before, and he is no different from other graduated ninjas. Before I taught him, Chidori, he only knew the 3 body jutsu and the use of ninja tools. Then Tom taught him to tread water and climb trees. He learned very quickly. He learned it after just watching it once. Tonight is my first day officially teaching him ninjutsu. If this accident hadn't happened, he would have learned it. And he has full attribute chakra. Third generation was stunned for a moment. He has chakra with all attributes. Kakashi nodded. 2 hectares chapter 31 Conscious Thunder. Third generation was a little shocked. He actually has chakra with all attributes. This talent is ridiculously powerful. And you can even learn ninjutsu like Chidori in one go, so your learning ability is very strong. The amount of chakra is also very large. It seems that he may really catch up with first generation. Although Kakashi doesn't know how powerful first Hokage is, seeing that third generation actually respects it so much, it must be very powerful. It may even be much stronger than third generation. After all, third generation said that first Hokage's ninjutsu can change the terrain. In Kakashi's impression, this ability is only possessed by tailed beasts. Third generation is actually the most shocking one. The 2 people he is most optimistic about are Naruto and Sasuke, and it is precisely because of this that Kakashi becomes their mentor Jonin. Unexpectedly, there are still ninjas hidden in Konoha who may reach the level of the first Hokage. From the perspective of the third generation, Konoha's revival may be coming soon. Seeing the calm look on third generation's face, Kakashi was a little worried. Master Hokage, I don't think Yu should be put in people's sight until he has the ability to protect himself. Kakashi is worried that other villages, or even people within the village, will attack Yu. Even though the ninja world is generally at peace now, Kakashi has experienced the third ninja war and knows very well that other ninja villages will never be willing to let a ninja who threatens them appear in Konoha. Not to mention that in Kakashi's mind, Yu may reach the level of 4th Hokage in the future. Back then, the 4th Hokage alone was enough to intimidate other ninja villages. If they knew about Yu's existence, they would definitely get rid of Yu by any means necessary. This is what Kakashi doesn't want to see, and there will be people inside the village who want to get rid of Yu. For example, Danzo would never allow someone who might threaten the village to appear in the future. In Kakashi's opinion, Danzo just doesn't want someone in the village who can compete with him for the position of Hokage. Third generation naturally knew, so he nodded. I know your concerns, I will leave Yu to you. I hope you can make him become the trunk that supports Konoha in the future. Also, find out what the power in Yu is, help him get control of that power. Third generation does not plan to teach Yu personally. If he teaches Yu personally, it is almost equivalent to telling others how special Yu is. Advertisement. Hearing third generation's arrangement, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. He is just worried that third generation will transfer Yu to his side. If so, Yu's situation will be very dangerous. Even if the third generation doesn't harm him, Danzo can't make him feel better. Okay, go and see how he is doing now. I have to deal with the aftermath of this incident. After Kakashi came out of the Hokage building, he went straight to Yu's house. After Kakashi left, third generation stood by the window, looking at the night of Konoha. Thinking of 12 years ago. I don't know whether that child will become first generation or Uchiha Madara in the future. If he becomes Uchiha Madara, there will be no first Hokage to check him in this era. Although third generation values Yu's talent very much. But if Yi Yu really has the strength of Senju Hashirama in the future, no one in Konoha village can check and balance him. If Yi Yu becomes someone like Uchiha Madara, Konoha village will also be in great danger. It's a big gamble. Third generation looks solemn. After all, he doesn't know what Yi Yu's future will be like. Whether it's good or bad, it's always a matter of thought. Kakashi, I hope your vision is correct. Naruto, Sasuke, will you be stronger than him in the future? Third generation has high expectations for Naruto and Sasuke. In the future, when Naruto fully controls 9 tails and becomes the perfect Jinchuriki, Sasuke activates the Mangekyo Sharingan and has that godlike power, you two may be able to check and balance him. Or, when you two have problems, Yi Yu can check and balance you. The third generation, who were originally a little worried about Yi Yu's future, were no longer so worried after thinking about Naruto and Sasuke. In his opinion, both Naruto and Sasuke have great potential. In the future, Naruto and Sasuke form a powerful combination, which may not be able to check and balance Yi Yu's strength. Third generation is well aware of the potential of 9 tails and Sharingan. Kakashi came to Yi Yu's home. Yi Yu was still unconscious at this time. Advertisement, however, vital signs were normal. Kakashi stood by the bed, looked at the sleeping Yi Yu, and sighed. I told third generation about you. I hope you wake up and don't blame me. The third generation has already seen it. If I keep hiding it, he will only become more suspicious of whether your existence will threaten Konoha. Kakashi was helpless. He originally wanted to hide Yi Yu's affairs. Who knew what would happen tonight? Kakashi still has lingering fears when he thinks of the commotion caused by Yi Yu today. Looking at Yi Yu's slightly childish face, I really don't know how you have such a terrifying amount of chakra at your age. Such a ninjutsu is comparable to a tailed beast jade, but Chidori cannot cause such damage. But in the end it was a lightning-style ninjutsu like Chidori. Although such lightning is far beyond the lightning in nature, it may be the energy that Sage Jutsu should possess. Kakashi thinks that the thunder caused by Yi Yu may be because the chakra Yi Yu uses is Sage Jutsu chakra. The Sage Jutsu chakra is inherently more powerful than ordinary chakra. Kakashi stood beside the bed guarding Yi Yu. Yi Yu's consciousness at this time was completely immersed in the conscious space. Yi Yu himself was also puzzled by the situation created tonight. Your chakra volume doubles and your speed doubles. In the consciousness space, Yi Yu only heard that his chakra and speed had increased. There is no explanation at all as to why the situation just occurred. Yi Yu thought for a while, could it be because of my chakra? I output too much chakra. After all, my chakra is different from ordinary chakra. It is pure natural energy. It is completely controllable in my body, but if it overflows from my body, it will go wild. Yi Yu guessed. He actually guessed it right. The reason why Yi Yu made the noise tonight was entirely because he output excessive chakra, which caused the natural energy in the surrounding environment to go wild. The natural energy in Yi Yu's body has a self-protection mechanism. When he senses danger threatening Yi Yu's life, he instantly absorbs the surrounding natural energy and creates an energy shield for him to protect him from lightning strikes. In addition, those thunder and lightning were all created by Yi Yu, who had a certain degree of consciousness. When the energy exploded, most of the energy did not bombard Yi Yu. It is precisely because of this that everything around Yi Yu is unlucky. Most of the thunder's energy was completely released towards the ground around Yi Yu. Chapter 32 I want to control that power. What Yi Yu doesn't know is that the chakra in his body is completely natural energy and has the ability to be bound to his consciousness. His chakra is conscious, but now he doesn't understand these things, so he can't control them freely. But tonight the chakra and speed doubled again, and Yi Yu was quite happy. Now my chakra has reached Kakashi's level. My speed is a bit behind, but I guess it won't be long before I can match it. The chakra in my body is different from the ordinary chakra. Then I have to find out what is going on with the chakra in my body. If I can't control the skyrocketing chakra, it will be useless to increase it. Yi Yu didn't want what happened tonight to happen again. I don't know how the village will react if I make such a big noise. Could it be that I'm in a cell in Konoha right now? Yi Yu thought to himself. He is still in a coma, and his consciousness is unclear about the outside world. After a long time, Yi Yu's consciousness also fell asleep. I slept until early the next morning. The moment he regained consciousness, he opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Kakashi leaning on the windowsill, reading a novel. Yi Yu sat up, looked at Kakashi and asked, Teacher Kakashi, did the ninjas in the village find out last night? This is what Yi Yu cares about most. Kakashi looked at Yi Yu and smiled. Why did you wake up so quickly? I thought you would lie down for a few days. Kakashi was a little surprised. Yi Yu's chakra was exhausted last night. For ninjas, this situation is very dangerous. In better cases, they will lie down for a few days, and in severe cases, they may even die. Yi Yu rubbed his head and said, I'm a little dizzy. What happened last night? Don't you remember what happened last night? Kakashi asked confused. Yi Yu shook his head. I only remember that I had just condensed chakra, and when I was about to condense Chidori, the chakra became disordered, and then I lost consciousness. Kakashi frowned. Don't you even remember? Last night you released a ninjutsu that was as powerful as the tailed beast Jade. Yi Yu was stunned. Tailed beast Jade? Advertisement? Seeing that Yi Yu was stunned, Kakashi thought that Yi Yu didn't know what the tailed beast Jade was. Then he explained to him. The tailed beast Jade is a spherical chakra condensed by the tailed beast. The power of the tailed beast jade is extremely powerful, and it can blow up a mountain with one shot. The ninjutsu you released last night is about as powerful as the tailed beast jade. Fortunately, we were practicing in the back mountain yesterday. If this ninjutsu were released in the residential area of the village, you wouldn't be sitting here talking to me right now. Yi Yu was shocked. Is it such an exaggeration? My chakra shouldn't be enough to release such a terrifying ninjutsu, right? Although Yi Yu knew that he had caused a shocking movement, it was not comparable to tailed beast jade. After all, the tailed beast jade is a real map cannon. And Yi Yu felt that he would never be able to release such a powerful ninjutsu with his chakra power, which was not as good as Kakashi's. Kakashi walked up to Yi Yu, looked at him for a while and then said, "There should be a power hidden in your body that even you don't know about. The ninjutsu you released yesterday must have been the activation of the power within your body." Yi Yu was stunned for a moment. Is there still a power hidden within him? How come he didn't know? Maybe it's because my chakra is different from ordinary people's. This time, Kakashi was a little surprised. Do you know the difference between your chakra and other people's? He knows that Yi Yu's chakra is special because he has Sharingan. But how did Yi Yu know that his chakra was different from others? Yi Yu raised his head and looked at Kakashi, and said calmly, "I have always known that the quality of my chakra is much stronger than that of ordinary people. It's just that I didn't know ninjutsu before, so I couldn't feel the specific difference." Kakashi sighed. "I thought you didn't know." Yi Yu smiled. "My ability to perceive chakra is also better than ordinary people. So you can feel the difference. I have used Sharingan to see the chakra in your body before. The chakra in your body should be Sage Jutsu chakra. I once saw Jiraiya-sama's chakra. When he enters Sage mode, the chakra in his body will become the same as the chakra in your body. That's the Sage Jutsu chakra. What surprises me is that you have never learned Sage Jutsu, let alone Sage mode. Yesterday I told the third Hokage about you. Master Hokage told me that your physique may be the same as that of the first Hokage, a natural immortal body. Advertisement I heard that Kakashi actually told the third Hokage about himself." Yi Yu frowned. He looked at Kakashi with a confused look on his face. He originally thought Kakashi was a trustworthy person. I didn't expect him to be disappointed, seeing Yi Yu misunderstood. Kakashi explained yesterday's situation to Yi Yu. "In that case, if I don't tell you, you will be more dangerous. But fortunately, Master Hokage did not regard you as a threat and asked me to teach you in the future." Yi Yu looked solemn. "But when I think about it, I don't have any ambitions in the first place. No matter what third generation does, I won't just surrender." Thinking of this, Yi Yu stopped worrying about this matter. Kakashi kept staring at Yi Yu. At first, Yi Yu looked solemn and showed distrust towards him. Kakashi felt ashamed, but Yi Yu quickly regained her composure, and Kakashi was impressed. He knew Yi Yu had figured it out. When he was Yi Yu's age, it was impossible for him to figure out such an important thing in an instant. At least in terms of Shinshin, Kakashi feels that he is inferior to Yi Yu. After thinking about it, Yi Yu looked at Kakashi and asked, "Teacher Kakashi, please go back and rest first. You must not have rested yesterday." Yi Yu was still moved. Kakashi can keep to himself for one night. Knowing that Yi Yu did not blame herself, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. For ninjas, it's not a problem to stay up all night. But Yi Yu still said, "You should go and rest. I have no tasks today. I want to find out what is going on with the chakra on me at home." Kakashi came over and asked, "The power in your body may be very powerful, but I'm afraid it's difficult to control." Yi Yu nodded. "I can understand this. I lost control last night. I obviously condensed Chidori, but when I was about to launch an attack, chakra went berserk. But I think I can control that power. Yesterday, I just didn't control the chakra enough, which caused the chakra to go berserk." Chapter 33. What? Did Yi Yu do it? Although Kakashi wanted to chat with Yi Yu for a while longer, but thinking that Yi Yu needed to rest now, he said, "Then take a good rest. When you have rested, you can practice again." Yi Yu nodded. Kakashi disappeared into the room without saying another word. Yi Yu breathed a sigh of relief after he couldn't sense Kakashi's chakra. Looking at his hands, Yi Yu frowned. What is going on? Under such precise control, it can still lose control. The chakra in my body is indeed a bit weird. After a while, Yi Yu slowly concentrated the chakra on his hands. Soon, chakra materialized in Yi Yu's hands. Different from the previous blue color, Yi Yu's chakra is actually gold at this time. This discovery made Yi Yu even more surprised. My chakra is indeed different from other people's. Is this the Sage Jutsu chakra that Kakashi calls it? It's just that the Sage Jutsu chakra seems to be blue too. And this thick feeling seems to be much stronger than ordinary chakra. Yi Yu is a little unfamiliar with the chakra in her body. And I should have very good control over chakra. Why did I go berserk last night? Yi Yu really can't figure it out. My system is too mechanical. I can't even ask. It seems I can only figure it out on my own. After Kakashi came out of Yi Yu's house, he went to find Himoto Tong. When Mu Bentong heard that the noise last night was caused by Yi Yu, he was stunned. Really, Yi Yu did it? Mu Bentong didn't quite believe it. Although he knew Yi Yu's talent was outstanding, even he couldn't make the move like yesterday. No matter how strong Yi Yu is, he has never created a devastation comparable to the tailed beast jade explosion. Kakashi just nodded and confirmed the matter. Mu Bentong couldn't calm down. What's going on with Yi Yu? This matter was indeed beyond Himoto Tong's imagination. He thought that the movement last night was caused by Naruto's rampage. Third generation said that Anbu was experimenting with ninjutsu last night. But Jonin in Konoha village basically knows what happened last night. But almost all Jonin thought it was Nine Tails who went berserk. The third generation blocked the news just to protect Naruto. Advertisement after all, Jinchuriki was already hated by the people in the village. If only the villagers knew that the noise last night was caused by Naruto's rampage. The villagers might do something bad to Naruto. This happens to every Jinchuriki. For example, Killer Bee was even assassinated by someone from his own village. Compared to Killer Bee, Naruto's treatment is actually much better. After all, no one threw eggs at Naruto, and no one tried to assassinate him. At most, it would be to alienate him. You know, during the Nine Tails Rebellion, many villagers' relatives were killed by Nine Tails. And Naruto is the Jinchuriki of Nine Tails. In a sense, Naruto is Nine Tails, equal to their enemy. Even in this situation, Naruto has no shortage of friends. Shikamaru, Choji, Shino and Kiba are still the kind of bad friends who can skip classes with Naruto. There was even a hand from Ichiraku Ramen Shop and Iris who didn't have any hostility towards Naruto. It can be said that compared to Killer Bee, Naruto's treatment is no different from normal people. But if the villagers knew that Naruto had gone berserk, even if third generation continued to favor Naruto, I'm afraid the villagers won't be able to accommodate Naruto. If there is a bomb that could explode at any time, who would want to get close to you? I'm afraid they will all ask third generation to lock Naruto up. At that time, it would be useless even if the villagers knew that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. Namikaze Minato had only been a Hokage for a few years, and his status in the hearts of the villagers was not very high, even if he was the hero who saved the village. But no matter how heroic you are, your son is a terrifying weapon that can go berserk at any time and kill countless people if not protected. In this case, even if Naruto is the son of a hero, no one is willing to gamble with his life. Therefore, Jonin in Konoha felt that the third generation deliberately blocked the news. To prevent the villagers from becoming unstable if they find out. Who knew that the person who made such a big noise yesterday was his disciple? The same brain didn't react for a while. At the same time, Kimoto Tongi was in a panic. Who knows this news? Mu Bentong is most worried about Yi Yu being known by others. At that time, Yi Yu's treatment will definitely not be much better than Naruto's. Kakashi hesitated and said, "Only third generation and I know about this matter." Advertisement Kimoto raised his head and glared at Kakashi. "Have you told third Hokage?" Kimoto Tong was angry. Third generation already knows, and Mu Bentong knows very well what will happen to Yi Yu. Kimoto Ichi almost took action against Kakashi. Kakashi quickly explained, "Don't worry, third Hokage didn't take him away, and third Hokage is also very optimistic about him. You don't have to be so nervous. It's just that Kimoto Tong is not so easily convinced. You know very well how unreliable third Hokage's promises are. Kimoto Tong is Anbu, and he has been exposed to a lot of Konoha's darkness." Kakashi said helplessly, "Under the circumstances like yesterday, do you think it would be good or bad for Yi Yu if I continued to hide it? If I hadn't said anything at that time, when third generation found out on their own, Yi Yu would have lived under Anbu's surveillance for the rest of her life. Now we can only let Yi Yu master the power in his body as soon as possible so that he can protect himself. Let the third Hokage see his worth. Only in this way can he live under the sun." Kakashi was also a little excited. He is usually very calm, but when it comes to Yi Yu's affairs, his mood changes greatly. Mu Bentong was silent. He knew Kakashi was right. Third Hokage truth check, Yi Yu was easily found out. At that time, Yi Yu will be regarded as a threat to Konoha. Even if he wasn't locked up, he would still be under Anbu's surveillance. When Yi Yu makes the slightest move, Anbu will take action. After a long time, Mu Bentong raised his head and asked, "What kind of power is in Yi Yu's body, and how can it be so terrifying?" "I saw the same news yesterday. That terrifying power is already comparable to the power of the tailed beast Jade released by Nine Tails during the Nine Tails Rebellion. Fortunately, it was in the back mountain. If it were in Konoha village, the entire main residential area of the village would probably be razed to the ground. This is no exaggeration. The center of the explosion caused by Yi Yu was a pit hundreds of meters deep. The impact range can reach several kilometers. Within several kilometers around the pit, many trees, flowers, grass, earth and rocks were all reduced to ashes. This kind of terrifying power can only be achieved by tailed beast Jade. It is precisely because of this that when the explosion occurred yesterday, many Jonin thought that Nine Tails went berserk and that the explosion was caused by the tailed beast Jade. Chapter 34. Did you see that explosion? Kakashi said, "The power inside Yi Yu should be Sage Jutsu Chakra. Jiraiya-sama also has that kind of chakra in his body when he enters Sage mode. Sage Jutsu Chakra is much more powerful than ordinary chakra. It's just that Yi Yu has never learned Sage Jutsu. The third Hokage said that Yi Yu may be born with a fairy body, and the chakra in his body is the Sage Jutsu Chakra. In addition, Yi Yu has a huge amount of chakra. With the blessing of Sage Jutsu Chakra, all the Sage Jutsu Chakra in Yi Yu's body is drained. It should be possible to create such a wide range of ninjutsu. In fact, Kakashi also thinks this is ridiculous. He had seen Jiraiya's Sage mode. Although it is indeed powerful, no ninjutsu has as much range as the one Yi Yu unleashed last night. Not to mention Yiyu's ninjutsu directly destroys everything within several kilometers of the center of the explosion. It was obvious that the damage Yiyu caused last night was far greater than Jiraiya's. But other than this explanation, Kakashi didn't know how to explain the terrifying power Yiyu released last night. Kimoto Tongi had not witnessed the process of Yiyu releasing ninjutsu, so he believed Kakashi's words. That kind of power is already the power of a tailed beast. If Yiyu masters that power, he will have power no less than that of a tailed beast, right? Kimoto looked at Kakashi. Kakashi frowned. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Yiyu can't control that power yet, and he doesn't even know much about the specifics of that power. But fortunately, although Yiyu's power can go berserk, Yiyu is always awake. It will not be like Jinchuriki, who will completely lose consciousness after going berserk and be completely controlled by the tailed beast. So I think the power in Yiyu's body is just a huge chakra hidden in his body. As long as Yiyu keeps practicing, he will definitely be able to master that chakra. It's just that I'm afraid it can't be done in a short time. I'll help him. At the end, Kakashi said seriously. Kimoto Tongi breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. As long as the power is different from the tailed beast, I'm worried that the power in his body will take over his body like the tailed beast. Kakashi shook his head. No, it's just that Yiyu can control the power, which caused the power to run rampant. Advertisement, and what I can't believe is that Yiyu, who was at the center of the explosion, survived intact, not even injured at all. Even after the chakra was depleted, he fully recovered after just one night's sleep. Such a strong recovery ability, already comparable to Naruto. No, even Naruto probably doesn't have such a strong recovery ability. Kakashi sighed. He thought a lot while watching Yiyu last night. These were all things he came up with last night. So I think that the power in Yiyu's body may be brought about by the innate immortal body mentioned by third Hokage. The third Hokage also said that the first Hokage, who was born with the body of an immortal, has a very strong recovery ability. It is even so powerful that even if the body is pierced, it can return to normal within a short time. Listening to all this, Mu Bentong felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. This is no longer human, it sounds like a divine magic. Kakashi sighed. I was also shocked when I heard it. But the third Hokage has experienced the era of the first Hokage, and the first Hokage he described is indeed almost like a god. The first Hokage's chakra amount is also very large. During wars, he often releases ninjutsu that is comparable to the tailed beast Jade. I can't imagine how other ninjas felt in the era that first Hokage lived in. The third Hokage said that Yiyu may have the same power as the first Hokage in the future. Kimoto Tongi looked solemn. Yiyu has such potential, isn't the third Hokage afraid of him? This is what Mu Bentong is most concerned about. The stronger Yiyu is, the greater the damage he will cause if he threatens Konoha in the future. Don't third generation have any concerns? Kakashi shook his head. I can only hope that the third Hokage will not have such thoughts, and Yiyu can always be loyal to Konoha in the future. As his teachers, it is our responsibility to prevent him from taking the path of fighting against Konoha. But I think you can rest assured about this. Yiyu is different from others. He is very calm and will not be easily fooled. Kimoto Tongtong smiled. That's true, it's basically impossible for others to deceive that kid. And he is very sensible and will not have a bad impression of Konoha just because he sees one or two dark things in Konoha. Advertisement ninjas in the ninja world are too emotional. Very few people look at problems calmly and rationally. Many ninjas will become suspicious of the village because they see some dark things in the village. But Yiyu doesn't, he is very sensible. Even Kimoto Tongtong and Kakashi have talked about these things with Yiyu. Yiyu behaved very maturely, he even understood that such a thing existed. In fact, a ninja village, as the most important military organization in a country, cannot only do things in the sun, there will be many dark and dirty things. But dark and dirty things are often necessary to maintain a peaceful and stable life for most people. Kimoto said. After all, his teachers are two ninjas from Anbu. Kakashi nodded. Of course, for Naruto and the others, Kakashi will not let them come into contact with the darkness. After all, their thinking is indeed too immature. If they were informed in advance, it would be easy for them to collapse. Similarly, Kimoto Tong will not let Yamada trees and Motoya Teiko come into contact with those. Kakashi stayed here for a while and then left. Today he was going to take Naruto and the others on a mission. Soon, the four of them gathered in front of the Hokage building. In front of the Hokage building, Kakashi arrived late. Naruto and the other two accused him. Kakashi-sensei, you are late again. Kakashi looked at Naruto and sighed. Seeing Naruto brought him back to his senses, knowing that he was teaching 3 students who had just graduated from the ninja school. Yiyu usually behaves too maturely, which makes him ignore Yiyu's age and forget the age gap between himself and Yiyu. Kakashi explained casually. Oh, I'm sorry, I met an old lady crossing the road on the road. Watching Kakashi talking nonsense as usual, the corners of the 3 people's mouths twitched slightly. Naruto was speechless and said, Kakashi-sensei, you have so many excuses. Kakashi waved his hand. Okay, let's go take the mission anyway. The 4 of them walked towards the Hokage building. Sakura walked up to Sasuke and said with a smile. Sasuke, did you see it last night? That explosion? Chapter 35 Leaving the village to perform a mission, Kakashi's worries. After Sakura finished speaking, Sasuke frowned and nodded solemnly. Naruto on the other side came over with a confused look on his face and asked, What explosion? Naruto slept soundly last night and the explosion didn't wake him up at all. Sakura turned pale at him, then he looked at Sasuke expectantly. Although Sasuke is usually very cold, he did notice the explosion yesterday. And last night's explosion was extraordinary. Sasuke had never seen such a horrific explosion, and he almost thought it was an intruder from another village. I don't know, but even Jonin couldn't have done the explosion yesterday. Sakura was stunned for a moment, she only knew that the big explosion last night was very loud. Never thought about this at all. Jonin can't do it too? Kakashi-sensei can't do it either? Sakura looked at Kakashi. Naruto walked beside, scratching his head and head. He wanted to interrupt, but he didn't know what happened last night. Sasuke also looked at Kakashi. Kakashi didn't speak as if he didn't see it. Kakashi-sensei, you should have known this last night, right? You shouldn't be able to do it, right? Under the gazes of the three Sasukes, Kakashi shook his head. I can't do it either, but the explosion last night was caused by the relevant departments of the village testing the new ninjutsu. There is no need for you to guess. After listening, Sasuke looked thoughtful, just didn't say anything more. He could feel that what Kakashi said was probably not true. It's just that this is a matter for the village's senior management, and Sasuke doesn't want to ask in detail. Sakura didn't even ask when she saw Sasuke, and she didn't say anything else. Naruto remained confused, he had no idea what was going on. The four of them arrived at the Hokage office. Seeing that it was Kakashi's class, the third Hokage looked at Kakashi. Kakashi nodded slightly, both of them knew what it meant. As soon as Naruto arrived at the Hokage office, he ran to the third generation and complained. Old Hokage, stop giving us those troublesome and low-level tasks. Advertisement. The third Hokage looked at Naruto and sighed. You are still just a trainee ninja who has just graduated from the ninja school. You should slowly accumulate experience from low-level tasks. And you have just become genin, so you can only do D-level missions at most. Naruto shook his head and said, but those D-level missions are too boring. I want to do higher-level missions. Although third generation was right, Naruto really didn't want to do D-level missions, so he had no choice but to cheat. On the other side, although Sakura and Sasuke didn't speak, their inner thoughts were actually the same as Naruto's. They don't even hesitate to do low-level tasks. Kakashi thought helplessly. I knew it was time for him to cheat. At this time, he thought of Yu. I don't know how that kid is doing now. The chakra was drained yesterday and he woke up after just one night's rest. I don't know if there are any sequelae. At this moment, Kakashi's mind was already wandering. Seeing Naruto struggling, third generation had no choice. I could only compromise. Okay, I understand, I'll give you a C-level mission. Naruto, who was sitting on the ground with his back to the third Hokage, jumped up when he heard this. Really? What mission is it? Seeing Naruto's expectant look, third generation smiled. Go and protect someone. As soon as he heard that it was a security mission, Naruto immediately said whimsically, who should I protect, the daimyo or the princess? Kakashi looked at Naruto's expectant look and was speechless. How could protecting the daimyo be just a C-level mission? Although Sasuke and Sakura are not as whimsical as Naruto, they are also looking forward to it. They don't want to do those tasks of finding cats and catching dogs anymore. Third generation did not answer Naruto's question, but said towards the door, please come in. For a moment, the four of them looked at the door. After a while, the door was opened. An old man holding a wine bottle came in, leaning against the door and looking at the people in front of him. He also took a sip of wine and said dissatisfiedly, why are there so many brats? Especially the shortest boy, he looks so stupid. Are you really a ninja? After listening to the old man's words, Naruto still smiled and said, ha ha ha, who are you talking about? He is the shortest and looks the stupidest. As they spoke, Sakura and Sasuke silently walked behind Naruto. In comparison, the smile on Naruto's face instantly froze. Hole, who are you talking about? Who are you calling the stupidest? You stinky old man, I'm going to kill you. D. Naruto bared his teeth and claws and was about to pounce, but was held down by Kakashi on the side. Are you going to kill the people we protect, idiot? Advertisement. Ignoring Naruto's yelling, the old man said, I am the super famous person who built the bridge. It's me that Dazuna is talking about. You must protect me carefully while I finish building the bridge. Naruto didn't like Dazuna very much, so he folded his hands in frustration and turned his head away, not wanting to see him. Sakura and Sasuke were looking forward to it when they heard that it was an escort mission and a mission to leave the village. This is their official mission to become ninjas. But Kakashi frowned. Do you want to leave the village? He was a little worried. He was not worried that Yu would be in danger if he left the village to perform tasks, but that Yu would be in danger if he was not in the village. After all, who knows if the third Hokage is really what he promised last night? What if third generation uses this mission to transfer him out of the village and then attack Yu? Can Mamoto Tong be stopped? It's obviously impossible. Although Kimoto Tong is also a Jonin from Anbu, but his status in Konoha is far from comparable to Kakashi. Third generation still values Kakashi very much. And Kakashi is indeed the strongest Jonin in Konoha village currently. Tsunade and Jiraiya were not in the village. Kai under normal circumstances is definitely no match for Kakashi. So among the current Jonin in Konoha village, Kakashi is the only one valued by the third generation. With Kakashi protecting Yu, third generation will abide by his words. But without Kakashi, it's hard to say whether third generation will be forced to give up Yu by people like Danzo. Seeing Kakashi's complicated expression, third generation knew what he was thinking. Then he said, Kakashi, this mission allows Naruto and the others to take a good look outside the village and see more of the outside world. You're their teacher and this is your responsibility. Kakashi frowned. Third generation is warning him. Let him not forget his current responsibilities, but the more third generation behaves like this, the more worried he becomes. Naruto on the side heard what third generation said and said with a smile, ha ha ha, old man, I will definitely complete this mission perfectly and let you know how powerful I am. Kakashi said nothing. Just when a few people were about to leave, Kakashi couldn't help it anymore. Looking at the third generation, he said, Master Hokage, this mission has to go out of the village. I want to take Jingwen Yu with me to carry out this mission. Kimoto Jonin asked me to take his students with me when I go out on a mission. Chapter 36 How dare you confront the third generation? Upon hearing Kakashi's request, third generation looked slightly frozen and did not speak for a long time. The atmosphere in the entire office became extremely cold. But except Kakashi and third generation, no one knows what happened. And they dare not speak. Even Naruto felt this depressing atmosphere at this time. Sasuke looked at Kakashi thoughtfully. After a long time, third generation took a puff of cigarette and said slowly, in this case, there will be 4 people in your group. It's just one more person, Kakashi said without giving in at all. Kakashi, if anything happens to him, you will be responsible. Third generation said in a serious tone. Kakashi did not give up, I will be responsible. Unexpectedly, third generation, who was originally serious, smiled and said, it seems that Yu is very lucky. In fact, third generation just tested how good the relationship between Kakashi and Yu is. To his surprise, Kakashi, who had always been extremely withdrawn, actually protected Yu to this extent. I almost had a head-on conflict with him. He didn't feel threatened, on the contrary, he was very happy. He knows Kakashi's character very well. Since Kakashi values such a person, there will definitely be no problem. Kakashi looked at third generation, who nodded. It seems that one more person will be sharing the rewards of your mission. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Master Hokage. Third generation nodded. Go get him. Kakashi nodded towards third generation and left with Naruto and the other 3. After Kakashi and others left, Iruka on the side dared to ask, Sir Hokage, the Jingwen Yu that Kakashi Jonin mentioned just now, could it be the Yu who graduated this year? Third generation nodded. Iruka was very confused. Yu should not have caused the tense atmosphere between the 2 of them just now. That kind of atmosphere was the first time Iruka encountered it. And one is currently the strongest Jonin in the village, and the other is Hokage, the person with the highest status in Konoha. Kakashi used to make him feel very mature and sensible. How could you go so far against third generation? What did Yu do to cause this kind of confrontation between Kakashi and third generation? Lord Hokage, what exactly did Yu do? You don't seem to be satisfied with him? Third generation glanced at Iruka. I'm not dissatisfied with him. Advertisement Iruka said nothing, but his eyes showed disbelief. Third generation did not continue to explain. Seeing that third generation did not explain, Iruka asked tentatively, isn't Yu the same coach as Motoki Jonin? Why did Kakashi Jonin ask to take him with him? Third generation replied calmly. Iruka, you don't need to delve into this matter. Looking at third generation's expression, Iruka didn't dare to ask even if he wanted to. After coming out of the Hokage building, Naruto couldn't help it anymore. Mr. Kakashi, why did you and old man Hokage almost fight just now? Naruto's words made Sakura and Sasuke agree very much, and they both wanted to know. In the atmosphere just now, they didn't dare to ask. And Sasuke felt that Yu might not be that simple. Kakashi looked at Naruto and didn't intend to tell him. Just said, you are wrong. Naruto curled his lips. Kakashi-sensei, do you think I'm stupid? In the atmosphere just now, you were about to start a fight, and you even said that I saw it wrong. And why did you take Yu with you? You are the teacher of our class. Naruto was a little unhappy. After all, Yu is not in the same class as them. Kakashi specially asked Yu to come over, making it seem as if Kakashi didn't trust their abilities. Sasuke doesn't think so. He thinks Yu shouldn't be that mediocre, and Kakashi knows the details of Yu. The most important thing is that Kakashi may have an unusual relationship with Yu. Otherwise, how could Kakashi fight against third generation for Yu? It made him feel a little sore. Kakashi is their mentor Jonin after all. Just now, I actually fought against the third generation for a ninja from another class. Sasuke felt that he and others might not be as high as Yu in Kakashi's heart. When Sasuke is not thinking about revenge, he is actually just a somewhat arrogant boy. After hearing what Naruto said, Kakashi thought for a while and said, Yu also worships me as his teacher, he can also be regarded as my student. Hearing this, Naruto and the other 3 were shocked. What, Yu becomes your disciple? The 3 of them couldn't believe it. Although they all disliked Kakashi, it was just words. In fact, when they were tested on the training ground, they had already recognized Kakashi's strength. Advertisement and listening to Shikamaru's introduction these days, the 3 of them also know that Kakashi is still one of the most powerful Jonin in Konoha village. Although the 3 of them didn't say it, they actually felt very proud. But now Kakashi actually said that Yu also worshipped him as his teacher. And depending on how much Kakashi values Yu, maybe Kakashi also taught Yu a lot of ninjutsu. When they thought of this, the three of them felt a little unbalanced. Naruto even shouted directly, "Ah, that guy Yu is so treacherous, Mr. Kakashi, you must have taught him a lot of ninjutsu. You haven't taught us anything about ninjutsu yet, damn it." Although Sakura and Sasuke didn't speak, they both looked a little unhappy. Kakashi looked calm and said calmly, "I didn't teach him any ninjutsu. I met him much later than you," but none of the three believed it. Naruto snorted coldly. "Huh, Mr. Kakashi, you lied to us again." Kakashi didn't want to explain, but just said, "If you don't believe it, I can't help it." As they talked, they arrived at Yu's home. This is the first time that Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke have come to Yu's house. At this time, Yu is studying his chakra at home. The sudden appearance of Kakashi and others made Yu confused. Kakashi patted Yu on the shoulder. "We have received a sea-level mission and have to leave the village. Mr. Hokage and I applied to take you with us for some experience." Yu frowned. "Leave the village?" Kakashi nodded. Naruto came over and said with a smile, "This time we have received the task of escorting." This was the first time that Sakura took a serious look at Yu. "I was very surprised. This guy is really just as good looking as Sasuke, why have you never paid attention to him before?" Of course, Sakura's idea was just out of admiration for good-looking boys. "It's not like I just like Yu, after all, no one can change her feelings for Sasuke." If it weren't for the encouragement from Shikamaru and others later, Sakura wouldn't have confessed her love to Naruto. Sakura has always made it clear that she likes Sasuke. So it's basically impossible for her to fall in love with someone else. Sasuke has also been sizing up Yu. He wanted to see what was different about Yu. Just looking at it for a long time, he couldn't tell it at all. Apart from being as handsome as him, there is nothing special about him. Advertisement Chapter 37. His strength is no less than Jonin. Before Yu could answer, Naruto pulled Yu out and said, "What are you thinking about? Let's go quickly. This is a sea-level mission. How long will it take you to stay in the village to take on a sea-level mission?" Although Kakashi's regard for Yu made Naruto very sad. But he doesn't hate Yu. After all, Yu was one of the few people who didn't show distaste for him before. When Yu was pulled out of the house, she turned to look at Kakashi. He wondered why Kakashi asked him to go out on a mission so suddenly. "You know, Kakashi said that he would not take him out until he has the strength of Jonin." He did not believe that Kakashi breached the contract for no reason. Yu wanted to know what was going on, and Naruto on the road told him directly. After listening to Naruto talk about what happened in the Hokage building, Yu also understood why Kakashi took him with him. After knowing the cause of the matter, Yu had no doubts, and he would naturally not refuse Kakashi's kindness. Arriving at the gate of Konoha village, Dasuna saw Yu and said with a smile, "This is a ninja, nothing like this stupid boy." The boy Tatsuna was talking about was Naruto. Naruto gritted his teeth and stared at Dasuna, just thinking that Dasuna was the target of their escort. He was not the same as when he was in Hokage's office. Everyone was quiet along the way, only Naruto was chattering. Sasuke's eyes are already on Yu, and Sakura is also very curious about Yu. What Sasuke wants to know is how strong Yu is. He is very aware of Kakashi's strength. Yu, who is so valued by Kakashi, cannot be inferior to him. But just how strong it is, he wants to know. After several people walked for a long time, they passed by a forest. Seeing two puddles in front of him, Yu looked at Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head. "Tell him not to act rashly." Yu actually has long forgotten the plot of the Land of Waves. But he felt chakra fluctuations in these two puddles, and it was obvious that there were two ninjas hiding here. Moreover, it is a sunny day now, the sun is very hot, the surrounding ground is dry, and the water in the two puddles does not seem to have been evaporated at all. Very abrupt. Kakashi and Yu discovered it, but they passed by the puddle calmly as if nothing happened. After walking about 10 steps away from the puddle, two ninjas suddenly jumped out of the puddle. Pull, only the sound of chains colliding was heard, and several chain blades entangled Kakashi. Advertisement. When Yu and others turned their heads to look over, Kakashi's body had been cut into pieces, countless pieces of flesh and blood fell to the ground, and the ground was dyed red with blood. This terrifying scene stunned the newcomers. Even Yu was shocked when he saw this bloody scene. This was the first time he saw such a bloody scene. Even knowing that Kakashi used the substitute technique to escape. But seeing this horrific scene, Yu still felt very uncomfortable. If it weren't for his strong psychological quality, I'm afraid Yu would have vomited it out. Almost at the same time, the two ninjas thought they had succeeded. After successfully killing Kakashi, they turned around and attacked Yu and the others. Naruto was completely frightened by the scene just now. Sasuke was very fast. The moment the two ninjas swung the chain blades over, he threw out several kunai. Ding! A kunai nailed the chain blade to the nearby tree. But this attack was a feint. The real target of the two ninjas is Tatsuna. The two are also very fast. He appeared in front of Tatsuna in an instant. After Sasuke discovered that he had been deceived, he immediately shouted, "Sakura, be careful." He wanted to go to the rescue, but the distance was too far and it was too late. Sakura's quality is not bad either. Although she doesn't know ninjutsu yet, she was not frightened by the scene just now. He took out his kunai and stood in front of Tazuna. Don't overestimate your own capabilities. When the two ninjas saw Sakura standing in front of Tazuna, they disdainfully mocked Sakura for overestimating her abilities. It was obvious to both of them that Sakura's strength could never stop them. Just the moment the two appeared in front of Sakura. Suddenly, I felt my chest being bombarded by a terrifying force. Bang, bang, rumble. In just a moment, their bodies were shot behind them like cannonballs. The terrifying force even caused them to break 2 rows of trees before they came to a stop. Sakura held the kunai in both hands and looked at Yu standing in front of her. Yu looked calm at this time. Advertisement. Everyone was stunned. After a long time, Sakura said to Yu with a trembling tone. Yu, thank you. Although she couldn't see Yu's movements clearly, it was obvious that the two ninjas were sent flying by Yu. Standing behind Sakura, Tazuna, who almost thought he was going to die, came to his senses and looked at Yu standing in front. Even though there was only his back, I felt extremely safe. He murmured to himself, I just said that this little brother is very reliable. Sasuke, who had always wanted to know what Yu's strength was, looked at Yu blankly. He was extremely shocked. Sharingan can't see his movements clearly. This guy is a monster. Sasuke was very proud, but he still couldn't see Yu's movements clearly even if he turned on Sharingan. Even if his Sharingan only has 1 Magatama, he should be able to see most of the ninja's movements clearly. This guy's speed is so terrifying that even Sharingan can't see his movements clearly. Kakashi, who had been observing in secret, was also shocked. Although he knew that Yu was very talented and had Chunin level strength. But the power Yu showed just now was not at Chunin level. Even if Yu just kicked twice, he only used physical skills. But Kakashi clearly felt that Yu's physical skills had improved several times compared to when he fought against him before. Arriving in front of 2 ninjas who were kicked dozens of meters away. Looking at the 2 ninjas whose chests were already bloody, Kakashi murmured to himself, how hard did this kid kick, to kick people like this? The 2 men showed no signs of life. These 2 ninjas are still Chunin. Is this guy strong enough to kill 2 Chunin instantly? Kakashi found it incredible, his strength has improved too quickly. When Kakashi tested Yu before, Yu only had the strength of Chunin. Even if he is a very powerful level among Chunin, he is still just a Chunin. But the strength Yu showed just now was enough to kill Chunin instantly. This means that Yu already has Jonin level strength. This was even when he only used physical skills. You know, Yu learned Chidori. Although Yu seemed to have failed in releasing Chidori that night. But Kakashi saw clearly that Yu had succeeded, and then his chakra went berserk, causing the power of this technique to become much stronger. Even though Yu cannot control his chakra now, his strength is not inferior to Jonin in terms of physical skills alone. Chapter 38 Test Yu's actual combat level. It's just that Yu's strength improved too quickly. Even before, Kakashi felt that Yu was very talented and had the potential to catch up with 4th Hokage in the future. I didn't expect Yu's strength to improve so quickly. Now Yu only has a few more lethal ninjutsu left. And his talent for learning ninjutsu is extremely high. I'm afraid it won't be long before Yu really has the strength of a Jonin, or even an elite Jonin. Shaking his head, Kakashi formed a seal with his hands, Earth-style Tsuchi Ryubi Jutsu. In an instant, several earth walls appeared around the 2 ninja corpses, and several earth walls buried the 2 ninja corpses inside. After finishing the matter here, Kakashi walked out of the woods. Look at the broken trees along the way. Even Kakashi was shocked. How strong does this kid have to be to break these big trees? It's just the aftermath, but it actually broke so many trees. Even a normal ninjutsu can't do it. Came to Yu and others, looking at Yu standing there with a calm face. Seeing Kakashi appear, Yu asked, how are the 2 ninjas doing? Kakashi sighed. They are all dead. Do you know who they are? Although Yu knew that the 2 were ninjas from Hidden Mist Village, he still asked. The 2 Chunin from Kirigakure Village, their target should be Mr. Tatsuna. Kakashi studied Tazuna. He knew that Tazuna must have hidden the difficulty of this mission from them. There are ninjas and 2 Chunin. This is definitely not a C-level mission, but a B-level mission. Kakashi even feels that these 2 Chunin are not the strongest ninjas encountered in this mission. It was obvious that these 2 Chunin were sent to explore the way. This mission will even feature Jonin, which is an A-level mission. There is a huge gap between A-level tasks and C-level tasks. There is a huge difference in hiring costs alone. C-level tasks only cost 50,000 taels at most, while A-level tasks require a minimum of 150,000 taels. Yu also looked at Tazuna. With 2 pairs of eyes staring at him, Tazuna was very nervous. Why are you looking at me like that? Although he was very nervous, Tazuna still pretended to be calm and asked. Kakashi said coldly, Mr. Tazuna, those 2 ninjas are here for you. Tazuna denied it flatly. How is it possible? I'm obviously here for you. Kakashi frowned. Advertisement. Seeing that Kakashi was a little unhappy, Yu reminded. Mr. Tazuna, if you don't explain the details of this mission clearly, we cannot guarantee that we will continue to perform the mission. There is no need for you to hide it. I think these 2 ninjas are definitely not the last batch. If we give up this mission, what will happen to you? Yu felt that if he didn't force Tazuna to make it clear, Kakashi should give up the mission. Dasna originally wanted to hide it, but after seeing Yi Yu's serious gaze, he sighed and told the truth. After Dazuna finished speaking, he looked at Yi Yu and Kakashi. We in the country of waves really need that bridge. You two know that I concealed the difficulty of this mission, but our country of waves is very poor. Even the ninjas none. I can't afford the commission for the A-level mission. Please help us in the country of waves. Please. With that said, Tatsuna knelt down. Yi Yu looked at Kakashi. He didn't say anything. He was waiting for Kakashi to make a decision. After all, he was the one who could decide whether to continue the mission. After Kakashi helped Dasna up, he asked Yi Yu and others, "Do you think you should continue to carry out this mission, or give up and return to the village?" Kakashi still left the decision-making power to Yi Yu and others. Yi Yu did not comment. Sasuke kept his eyes on Yi Yu. He has not recovered from the shock Yi Yu gave him. Sakura saw that Sasuke didn't speak, and she didn't speak either. Naruto was frightened and was still standing aside blankly. No one spoke and Dasna was very nervous. If Kakashi and the others were not willing to protect him, the bridge over the land of waves would not have been built. Kato hired Jonin, and only a Jonin like Kakashi could protect him. Moreover, the strength Yi Yu showed just now has given Dasna enough trust. In his opinion, as long as Kakashi and Yi Yu are around, Jonin hired by Kato should not be able to kill him. Kakashi looked at Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura and shook his head. The three of them were still new to the game and were completely frightened by what had just happened. He could only turn his attention to Yi Yu. Yi Yu was also speechless. He didn't want to say anything originally. After all, he is not a member of Team 7. This mission is that of Team 7, not his. But Yi Yu felt that if he didn't say something, Kakashi would really lead the team back. Mr. Kakashi, I think we should continue to carry out this mission. I want to believe what Mr. Dazuna said. Kakashi nodded. Since you said so, let's continue with this mission. It's just Mr. Dazuna, you must tell us what ninjas have been hired by the people who want to kill you, so that we can be prepared. Kakashi is willing to continue performing this mission, and Dasna is naturally very happy. He quickly told a few people about Kato's situation, and also said, Kato hired Jonin from Kirigakure village, and he seems to be a very powerful Jonin. Advertisement. Kakashi murmured to himself. As expected, there really is Jonin. Kakashi looked solemn. This time he came with 4 genin. It would be better if he was the only one. Yi Yu is not worried. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura are truly genin. When the three of them faced Jonin, they had no chance of survival. Kakashi looked at Yi Yu and said, Yi Yu, Mr. Dasna will be left to you. No matter what happens in the future, you must ensure his safety. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, you three must follow Yi Yu closely. If you are alone, it will be easy for the enemy to defeat you one by one. Although Sasuke was not happy, Kakashi meant that Yi Yu was better than them. Just thinking of the strength Yi Yu showed just now, Sasuke reluctantly nodded even though he was unwilling. Sakura naturally had no emotions. If it hadn't been for Yi Yu, she would have been killed. Yi Yu saved her life, and Sasuke nodded, so she naturally wouldn't refuse. And Naruto was still looking at a few people blankly. Kakashi looked at Naruto and sighed. Naruto, what about you? Kakashi's words brought Naruto back to his senses. I don't have any objections. At this moment, he felt the gap between himself, Yi Yu and Sasuke. Although Sasuke's performance just now was not as good as Yi Yu's, he was definitely the best among the three in the team. And he did nothing during the whole process, just stood there completely blank. Naruto gritted his teeth, ashamed of his cowardice just now. Next time, I will definitely stand in front of Sasuke and Yi Yu, and I will definitely surpass them. After saying that, Naruto took out his kunai and pierced his palm with the knife. Everyone was confused. Naruto's self-mutilation behavior surprised everyone. Soon, Kakashi nodded. Although my performance just now was not ideal, it's okay to be ashamed. In fact, Kakashi was not very satisfied with Naruto's performance just now. But this was his first time out of the village on a mission, and his first time encountering a murderous scene, so it was understandable that his performance was so bad. Now that Naruto knows to reflect on himself, it is not hopeless. In fact, Yi Yu didn't want to take action in this crisis. Because this is the mission of Team 7, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura are also experiencing it. If he takes action, he will not be able to achieve the purpose of training them. But when the two ninjas were about to kill Sakura, Kakashi was still hiding in the woods, so he had no choice but to take action. Yi Yu knew that Kakashi definitely wanted to let him take action in order to test Yi Yu's actual combat level. Chapter 39. Yi Yu's reminder to Sasuke. Naruto's move made Kakashi very happy. He walked up to him and said, if the bleeding doesn't stop, you may die. Naruto, who was still resolute at first, panicked when he heard that he would die. I don't want to die. Kakashi sighed and was about to bandage his wound. But when he picked up Naruto's hand, the wound on Naruto's hand was already healing. Kakashi was shocked. Is this the power of 9 tails? The recovery ability is indeed very strong. When Kakashi was bandaging Naruto, Naruto kept asking, Kakashi-sensei, am I really going to die? Kakashi shook his head. Okay. After bandaging, Kakashi came to everyone. The next mission will be very dangerous. Sakura, Sasuke, do you want to go back to Konoha or continue this mission? Sasuke looked at Yi Yu and said as if he was competing, of course we will continue with this mission. Although Sakura was reluctant, she was frightened by the fact that two ninjas almost killed her just now. But Sasuke said so, and no matter how scared she was, she said bravely, "Whatever happens to Sasuke, I will do the same." Naruto walked over and said firmly, "I will never be the same next time." Kakashi nodded. "Well, let's continue with this mission." A few people started on their way again. Along the way, Sasuke kept his eyes on Yi Yu. Yi Yu's performance was much better than him just now. Even though his performance in the first actual battle was already the best among the three in Class 7. But compared with Yi Yu, the gap is too big. This guy obviously doesn't have a Sharingan, but he's so fast. He even killed two Chunin instantly. He's obviously the same age as me, but I'm far inferior to him. If this continues, how can I possibly kill that guy? Thinking of Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's ambition became even stronger. It was true that Yi Yu had shocked him too much just now. Maybe as long as I can defeat Yi Yu, I can defeat that man. In Sasuke's opinion, Yi Yu has the same talent as his older brother. Uchiha Itachi was only 13 years old when his clan was exterminated. At the age of 13, he had the strength to annihilate the Uchiha clan. At the age of 13, he already has film-level abilities. If Yi Yu knew that Sasuke regarded himself as someone with the same talent as Uchiha Itachi. Advertisement, he certainly wouldn't think so. He has no confidence that he will be upgraded to the shadow level in a year. After all, he technically hasn't learned a single lethal ninjutsu yet. Chidori, his first release seemed to be a success, but in Yi Yu's opinion, it was a complete failure. Because he didn't have control, Sakura also kept looking at Yi Yu. She is very curious about Yi Yu. When she was in ninja school, she didn't know Yi Yu was so powerful. In other words, she didn't even know Yi Yu existed when she was in ninja school. At that time, Yi Yu had no sense of existence, and the strength Yi Yu shows now also shows that he completely hid his strength when he was in the ninja school. What kind of psyche is it that can restrain the desire to show off talents in front of peers at such a young age? Sakura couldn't understand. Walking beside Yi Yu, Sakura asked curiously, "Yi Yu, why didn't I have any impression of you when I was in the ninja school?" Yi Yu said calmly as he walked, "Maybe I am too mediocre." Sakura rolled her eyes at Yi Yu. "How are you mediocre? I think your strength may be the same as Mr. Kakashi now." In Sakura's eyes, Yi Yu and Kakashi are almost the same. After all, Yi Yu's act of killing two Chunin in front of her eyes was too shocking. Yi Yu waved his hand. "Then you don't understand the strength of teacher Kakashi. He is the most powerful Jonin in our Konoha village now. Don't look at the way he usually seems lazy. Actually, he has a great reputation in the ninja world. He became a Jonin when he was our age. And he has already made great achievements in battle. His teacher at that time was the fourth Hokage." Sakura, who originally only wanted to get to know Yi Yu, was shocked when she heard Yi Yu's words. Although she had learned about Kakashi through Ino before. "But I only know that Kakashi is very strong, but Ino didn't say that Kakashi is the most powerful Jonin in Konoha." Sasuke also didn't expect Kakashi to be so strong. Naruto looked unbelieving. How is it possible that even though Kakashi-sensei is a Jonin, how can he be so powerful, and his teacher is actually the fourth Hokage? Advertisement: the fourth Hokage is the person Naruto admires the most. Although he did not know that the fourth Hokage was his father, the fourth Hokage sealed 9 tails and saved the Leaf Village. He was the hero of the Leaf Village, which Naruto admired the most. It was precisely because he often heard about the deeds of the fourth Hokage that Naruto dreamed of becoming a Hokage in the future since he was a child. Become a hero like the fourth Hokage and be accepted by the whole village. So he was shocked when he found out that Kakashi was actually a disciple of the fourth Hokage. Yi Yu looked at Naruto and said, "This information is not confidential. Kakashi-sensei is only 12 years old, so he was promoted to Jonin because of his military exploits at the same age as us. And he has the reputation of copy ninja in the ninja world. It has a strong ability to intimidate the ninja world. And the fourth Hokage was indeed Mr. Kakashi's teacher back then. During the Third Ninja War, Kakashi-sensei became very famous on the battlefield. And he graduated from ninja school at the age of 5 and was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6. When listening to Yi Yu talking about these deeds, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura all looked at Kakashi blankly. This lazy-looking guy in front of me is actually so powerful? They couldn't believe it at all, but the three of them knew that there was no need for Yi Yu to lie to them. Even the protected Tazuna looked at Kakashi with a look of profit. After all, letting such a powerful ninja serve as his bodyguard, but only paying a commission for a C-level mission, was a huge profit. And with Kakashi here, he felt that the Jonin hired by Kato would not be able to hurt him. Kakashi had a headache. "Okay, don't talk about these past events." Yi Yu smiled and said, "Just chatting." In fact, Yi Yu said this mainly for Sasuke. Sasuke has always wanted to pursue power. In order to take revenge, he was even willing to enter Orochimaru's camp and risk being possessed by him in order to gain power. Yi Yu said this because he wanted Sasuke to know that he could be very powerful by following Kakashi. In Yi Yu's view, what Sasuke needs most is not the curse seal, but the development of Sharingan. If the Sharingan is not developed well, no matter how powerful the curse seal is, its upper limit will only be shadow level at most. Although for ordinary ninjas, the shadow level is already very powerful. But the movie level was obviously not enough for the subsequent Fourth Ninja War. Chapter 40: Enemy Attack? Sasuke was indeed moved by Yu. At this time, he looked at Kakashi, his eyes filled with desire for power. He feels that Kakashi can really make him extremely powerful. Sakura is very curious about Yu, who actually knows so much about Kakashi. How good is Kakashi to Yu? Teacher Kakashi, are you talking to Yu about this? Sakura looked at Kakashi sourly. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. Seeing Yu's half-smiling look, he felt helpless. That's not entirely true. He probably checked a lot of the information himself. Sakura hummed, "Humph, it must have been Kakashi who told him." Sure enough, in Teacher Kakashi's heart, Yu is more important than all of us. Naruto also reacted and looked at Kakashi with contempt. Yes, Sakura is right. Teacher Kakashi is too biased. He only told Yu and not us. Sasuke didn't say anything, but he also felt a little unhappy. After all, Kakashi is their teacher, so it stands to reason that they should be more important than Yu. Unexpectedly, Kakashi actually told Yu so much information instead of telling himself and others. Kakashi had a headache, and he knew that Yu definitely did it on purpose. Dazuna also fanned the flames and said, Kakashi, it seems that it is difficult to be a teacher. Kakashi could only explain. That's because the time was too short and we didn't get to know each other well. And most of the information was checked by Yu himself, not by me. But none of the three Sasuke believed Kakashi's excuse. Naruto shouted, No, Mr. Kakashi, you can't be biased. You also have to teach us ninjutsu. I want to learn the ninjutsu that Yu used to kill those two ninjas in seconds. Sakura nodded in agreement. Yes, Naruto is right. Sasuke was speechless. He knew that Yu didn't use any ninjutsu just now. Kakashi smiled bitterly and said, Where did Yu use ninjutsu just now? He used taijutsu. And I haven't taught him any physical skills. But neither Naruto nor Sakura believed it. How is this possible? How could he be so strong without teacher Kakashi to teach him? Kakashi looked at Yu, feeling helpless. Yu said nothing. Kakashi could only say, When I have time, I will take you to practice together. Advertisement. Naruto and Sakura were very happy to receive Kakashi's promise. Sasuke is also looking forward to it. After all, Kakashi's talent is almost the same as Uchiha Itachi's back then. Maybe even a little stronger than Uchiha Itachi. Walked for a long time. Finally entered the country of waves. This is a small country on the edge of the land of fire. It has a small population and doesn't even have ninjas. You can imagine how poor this country is. But the environment in this country is pretty good. There are many lakes and forest resources, making it a good place to develop tourism. And because it is close to the sea, developing fishery is also a very good way. After all, the country of waves is a small country, and tourism and fisheries can support the survival of the country of waves. Mr. Dazna, your country has good conditions, Yu praised. Dazna was stunned for a moment, thinking that what Yu said was ironic. The country of wave is indeed weak. There is nothing we can do about it. The country is too poor. Yu shook his head. I am serious. Your country is small and has a small population, but it is rich in various tourism resources. Adding fishery is enough to make the country rich. The ninja world is now generally in a period of peace. In peacetime, tourism has developed rapidly. Dazna was stunned for a moment. How could anyone come to such a remote place to travel? He didn't believe it. Yu shook his head. There are many people like this. All we need to do is let people in other countries know that there is such a place and do a good job of publicity. There are still many wealthy people in the world. Dazna thought for a while, although he didn't believe what Yu said. But think about it, it does have some practicality. For all this, the bridge must be built first, otherwise no one will come, no matter how good the tourism resources are. Yu nodded. That's true. Kakashi on the other side looked at Yu, very satisfied. Ninjas belong to a country's military branch, belongs to an out-of-work organization. Economic issues generally do not require them to think about it. In addition to the commission for hiring ninjas, there are also military expenditures allocated by the country. They don't need to think about money at all. Advertisement. Of course, if you offend a daimyo, that's a different matter, such as Sanagakure village. Under normal circumstances, the relationship between ninja village and daimyo is mutually beneficial. The daimyo also hopes that the village of ninja will be strong so as to protect the interests of the entire country. And because Sanagakure village has a very poor relationship with the daimyo gives very little military expenditure every year. As a result, the strength of Sanagakure village is very weak, and the number of ninjas cannot be compared with the other 4 major ninja villages. Ordinary ninjas don't need to consider financial issues, but as a high-level executive like Hokage, they do. After all, it takes a lot of money and materials to train ninjas. Without an economy, the ninja village will only become weaker and weaker. Many Shaoran villages are unable to provide sufficient economic support because the state is too weak. Yu can consider economic issues and has good insights. This is where Kakashi is very happy, but obviously except for Yu and Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura have little interest in this topic. They still pay more attention to ninjutsu, ninja things. Naruto was nervous all the way. It's not because he's afraid, it's because he performed too poorly before. So along the way, he hoped to find a ninja, and then defeat the ninja himself, so as to avenge his previous shame. Just as a few people were passing by a lake, Naruto noticed a noise in the trees nearby. As if he had discovered a treasure, Naruto threw a few kunai toward the bushes with excitement. With a few blasts of wind, the target in the bush seemed to be hit. Naruto was so happy that he rushed into the bushes regardless of Kakashi's stop. Ha ha ha, I hit. Naruto, who rushed to the bushes, was about to show off to a few people that he had hit the enemy. But he was embarrassed when he saw several kunai stabbed into a rabbit, which was bleeding profusely. Sakura came over and saw this scene and became angry. Punched Naruto on the head. Idiot Naruto, what have you done? Obviously, for a girl like Sakura, the scene of the kunai stabbing the rabbit to bloody pulp was too shocking. Naruto was also embarrassed. I'm sorry, I didn't know, I thought they were enemies. Sasuke, Yu, and Kakashi did not go over, the three of them stood beside Dasna. Naruto's actions made Kakashi hold his forehead helplessly. This kid really hasn't changed much. Sasuke curled his lips. Idiot. Yu just smiled, he was not surprised at all by Naruto's behavior. After all, it wouldn't be Naruto if he didn't do this. Chapter 41 Sharingan. Just as Sakura was scolding Naruto, a big knife flew over from a distance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The broadsword came through the wind at an extremely fast speed. Sensing the sword flying towards this direction, Kakashi immediately shouted, everyone get down. Although everyone has not figured out what it is for. But they all fell down. The machete passed over everyone's heads and struck a big tree. The next moment, a ninja wearing a Kirigakure forehead protector stood on top of a broadsword, with his back to several people. Everyone looked at the ninja who suddenly appeared on the sword with confusion and panic on his face. Kakashi stood in front of everyone and looked at the ninja in the tree. His face was a little solemn. It turns out to be Momochi Zabuza, the rebel ninja of Kirigakure village. It looks like it's going to be very troublesome next time. When Naruto, who was standing behind Kakashi, saw Zabuza, he pulled out his kunai and rushed towards Zabuza, shouting. Finally, I won't lose to Sasuke and Yu this time. Naruto was very dissatisfied with the performance before. Now that he saw Zabuza, he felt that it was his chance to show off. Then he shouted and rushed towards Zabuza, but Kakashi stopped him and said in a serious tone. Don't get in the way, he is not a ninja you can deal with. Naruto frowned and said dissatisfied, Kakashi-sensei, I will never be the same this time as before. Kakashi frowned. Zabuza is an elite Jonin, not just two ordinary Chunin. Even he has to deal with it carefully, he may die if he is not careful. When Zabuza on the tree saw Kakashi, his expression froze. It's actually Sharingan Hitaki Kakashi, no wonder those two brothers didn't make it. When he heard Zabuza's words, Sasuke on the side was stunned. Sharingan? Does Kakashi own Sharingan? You know, since the Uchiha clan was wiped out, Sasuke thought he was the only Uchiha clan member left in Konoha. Sakura doesn't know what a Sharingan is, because Sasuke has never shown it in front of her. Sharingan, what is Sharingan? Naruto also asked Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, what is Sharingan? Advertisement. Kakashi didn't speak, and Sasuke on the side explained. Sharingan is a kind of eye technique that can see through ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Zabuza on the tree glanced at Sasuke and added, yes, Sharingan has such eyes, and Sharingan can also copy the opponent's ninjutsu. Hitaki Kakashi, when I was still in Kirigakure village, the ninja handbook I distributed contained your information. Copy ninja. Kakashi, a dangerous person who can copy thousands of ninjas. Sakura and Naruto were shocked when they heard Zabuza's words. Although Yu said before that Kakashi was very strong, they still had no intuitive concept. Now Zabuza will let them know how powerful Kakashi is. Sakura was stunned. Kakashi-sensei is really so strong. Naruto also looked at Kakashi with disbelief on his face. It turns out that Kakashi-sensei is really so powerful, with thousands of ninjutsu, it's so scary. And Sasuke kept his eyes fixed on Kakashi. What he cares about is not that Kakashi knows thousands of ninjutsu, but that Kakashi actually has Sharingan. These are eyes unique to the Uchiha clan. But Kakashi hasn't revealed the Sharingan yet, and Sasuke still doesn't believe it. Kakashi looked at Zabuza with a solemn expression. It seems like this is going to be a tough battle. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura formed a protective formation to protect Mr. Dazuna. Yu, today is the first time that you and I have joined forces. Yu, who was standing aside, slowly walked to Kakashi's side. At this time he had already pulled out a kunai. Although the three Sasukes are reluctant, they also know that their strength is not as good as Yu. They can only form a protective formation to surround Dasna in the middle. Zabuza looked at Yu. He couldn't see anything special about Yu. It seems that you trust this kid very much. Is he your disciple? Kakashi said nothing and slowly raised his forehead protector. Sasuke, who had been watching Kakashi, was now staring closely at Kakashi's movements. When Kakashi raised his forehead protector, his left eye, which had been covered, was revealed. When a 3-Magatama Sharingan appeared, Sasuke was stunned. Is it really a Sharingan, or a 3-Magatama Sharingan? Even in the Uchiha clan, only a few people can open their eyes. Is Kakashi a member of the Uchiha clan? Sasuke thought Kakashi was from the Uchiha clan. After all, the only people who have Sharingan in Konoha are the Uchiha clan in Sasuke's opinion. Sakura and Naruto were also surprised when they saw Kakashi's Sharingan. This was the first time they saw such strange eyes. What kind of eyes are these, and why is the aura it emits so terrifying? Naruto and Sakura felt the murderous aura emanating from Kakashi at this time. Advertisement and Naruto felt inexplicably uncomfortable with Sharingan. Kakashi didn't answer Zabuza. Zabuza said to himself, I know the information about you in the ninja manual very well, so do you think I will fight you on a battlefield that is beneficial to you? As he spoke, mist suddenly rose around him. The strange scene startled the three Sasukes. The three of them took out their kunai and stood ready. Yi Yu looked calm. Even though the surroundings are gradually covered by fog, visibility is very low. But Yi Yu could feel Zabuza's chakra. This is one of the functions of chakra in his body. Kakashi frowned. Will you block my sight with the water mist technique? As expected of Zabuza Momochi, if he is not careful, he will really die here. Kakashi was a little worried about Yi Yu. Yi Yu, don't leave my side. This is the Kurigakure Jutsu of Kurigakure village. This ninjutsu is the silent killing technique. Be careful of what's going on around you. Ignoring Kakashi, Yi Yu kept looking at Zabuza who was lurking towards them at this time. Although there was mist all around, Zabuza's whereabouts were completely under his perception. But Yi Yu didn't speak, and Kakashi thought something bad happened to Yi Yu. Kakashi anxiously exploded the chakra in his body. Boom! The terrifying chakra instantly dispersed the surrounding fog. Yi Yu's figure was revealed. Seeing that Yi Yu was fine, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Why didn't you reply? Yi Yu looked at Kakashi and smiled. I thought teacher Kakashi could feel my presence. Kakashi shook his head, speechless. Take good care of it, the opponent is an elite Jonin, don't relax. When Kakashi broke out chakra, the three Sasukes looked at Kakashi's back with fear on their faces. Is this the murderous aura emanating from the duel between Jonin? It's better to die in such an environment. The momentum duel between Kakashi and Zabuza subdued Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura. The terrifying murderous intent affected the three people's consciousness. Even Sasuke had already lifted the kunai and was about to stab him in the abdomen. His mind was affected by the murderous intent of Kakashi and Zabuza. Even Naruto showed fear at this time and completely lost his will to live. Chapter 42 1 verses 2. Just when Sasuke was about to stab himself, Yi Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. The chakra within the body exploded. Boom! A golden chakra bursts out from Yi Yu. The terrifying power instantly blasted away the murderous intent of Zabuza and Kakashi. The three Sasukes who had looked scared just now seemed to have encountered the warm sunshine in the cold winter, and the chilly atmosphere instantly became warmer. Sasuke stopped what he was doing while holding the kunai. After coming back to his senses, he looked at Yi Yu, who looked calm at this time. This is Yi Yu's chakra, his chakra is so strong. Before, Yi Yu only showed physical skills. But now the chakra released by Yi Yu was so terrifying that Sasuke's face was shocked. Both Naruto and Sakura recovered, but they didn't know that the person who drove away the murderous aura was Yi Yu. At this time, inside Naruto's body, in a dark cage, a huge red fox slowly opened its eyes. As this familiar yet unfamiliar chakra, that annoying guy. This fox is the nine tails sealed within Naruto. The moment Yi Yu released chakra just now, he felt a familiar chakra. But something is different. It is a bit solemn at this time as it is very sensitive to chakra. If it's really that man, what does he want to do? Thinking of the time when he was sealed by Senju Hashirama, Nine Tails looked solemn. Yi Yu's chakra feels too much like Senju Hashirama to Nine Tails. Although there are some differences, they are all full of rich vitality. This chakra is extremely rare. Only seen in Senju Hashirama and the Sage of Six Paths and his two sons. Nine Tails is still bitter about the first Hokage's decision to seal it. However, Nine Tails looked at the seal that was sealing it, shook his head, closed his eyes and continued to sleep. The chakra that Yi Yu broke out just now stunned Zabuza who was hiding in the dark. At that moment of chakra, Zabuza felt very heavy pressure. This was the first time he encountered this kind of chakra. The most important thing is that Yi Yu's chakra is so terrifying that it can instantly dispel his and Kakashi's murderous intent. The murderous aura of both of them was condensed by chakra. Blasting away the chakra of two elite Jonin at the same time, Yi Yu's chakra is so powerful. Advertisement. This kid is really not simple. Kakashi seems to have recognized his strength by letting him participate in the battle. And Kakashi glanced at Yi Yu. Know why Yi Yu breaks out chakra. His confrontation with Zabuza's chakra has already put a lot of pressure on Sasuke and the others. If it weren't for Yi Yu, I'm afraid Sasuke would really stab himself. But Kakashi didn't expect that Yi Yu's chakra would become much stronger. This guy is really a monster. Is it because of what happened that night? Kakashi thought that maybe Yi Yu's chakra was strengthened because of the outburst that night. It's just that the speed of this growth has far exceeded Kakashi's expectations. Yi Yu looked at Zabuza who was hiding in the fog in the distance and said, Teacher Kakashi, you are the main attacker, and I will assist you on the side. Kakashi turned and glanced at Yi Yu. Can you see where he is? Yi Yu nodded. I can sense his chakra. Kakashi was stunned. Perception. Sensing Zabuza's chakra is the ability of a perceptive ninja. Yi Yu actually has the ability to sense, and can accurately sense Zabuza's position. This shows that Yi Yu's perception ability is very powerful. Zabuza didn't know that Yi Yu had discovered his location. But now that he no longer had any worries, Kakashi naturally let go and went to war. He's on the lake, Yi Yu said lightly. Kakashi condensed his chakra and used Sharingan to look towards the lake. In an instant, he saw Zabuza standing on the lake. At this time, Zabuza didn't know that he had been discovered and had a water body. But Kakashi didn't see it. Just when Kakashi was about to launch an attack on Zabuza on the lake, Zabuza suddenly appeared in front of Tazuna. Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura didn't react for a moment. Just as Zabuza slashed at Tatsuna with his decapitating sword, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura wanted to stop them, but their bodies couldn't move and it was too late. Zabuza Jonin's murderous aura is too strong. The three of them were completely stunned. Bang! Puff! Under the lightning, Zabuza stopped moving. Advertisement. Tatsuna was also pushed away by a force, and Zabuza's hand holding the decapitating sword stopped in the air. Everyone took a closer look and Yu appeared in front of Zabuza. And the kunai in his hand had pierced Zabuza's chest. However, there was no joy on Yu's face to kill Zabuza with one click, and his expression was calm. After a while, a lot of water dripped from Zabuza's chest. Not a drop of blood. Yu looked at Zabuza and was not surprised at all. Because this is Zabuza's water body. The next moment, Zabuza's water body turned into a puddle of clear water. The three Sasukes sitting on the ground stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Kakashi, who rushed to the lake, saw Yu's actions in his eyes. The corner of his mouth raised slightly. Well done, Yu. Although it was Zabuza's water clone that attacked Tazuna, if they hadn't ignored it, Sasuke and the other three would never have been able to defeat this water clone. If left alone, the water avatar would have really killed Tazuna. Tatsuna, who fell to the ground, also breathed a sigh of relief. When Zabuza swung his sword just now, he thought he was dead. Looking at Yu who put away the kunai with a calm expression, Sasuke's face was solemn. How come the gap between me and him is so big? If I can't even surpass Yu, how can I possibly kill that B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Naruto looked shocked. He couldn't believe that the gap between him and Yi Yu was so big. Yi Yu obviously had no sense of presence when he was in the ninja school. They all just graduated, but how could the gap widen so wide all of a sudden? Naruto couldn't accept it in his heart. Same age, also just graduated from ninja school. Why is Yi Yu so much better than him? Sakura felt extremely safe and secure. Zabuza on the lake killed his water clone instantly when he saw Yi Yu. Some people didn't expect it. How can that kid be so powerful? He should be just a genin, right? The combat experience and speed he showed just now are already at Jonin's level. Who is that guy? Is he a genius cultivated by Konoha? Zabuza was shocked by Yi Yu's power. Originally he only had to face Kakashi and 3 genin. But now he has to face Kakashi, an elite Jonin, and Yi Yu, a ninja who definitely possesses Jonin's strength. It's like he's 1 against 2. Chapter 43 The First Ninjutsu, Water-Style Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. After getting rid of Zabuza's water clone, Yi Yu shouted to Kakashi, "Teacher Kakashi, you concentrate on dealing with that guy's body, don't worry here." Kakashi raised his lips slightly. It was a wise choice to bring you out. He was very pleased with the strength Yi Yu showed just now. From killing 2 Chunin in an instant to defeating Zabuza's water body now, Yi Yu has never used ninjutsu, but the strength he has shown has already reached the level of Jonin. And he could feel that Yi Yu's physical skills were obviously much better than when he tested him before. If Yi Yu's physical skills were what they are now that night when he tested Yi Yu, he wouldn't be able to defeat Yi Yu so easily. And this is under the premise that Yi Yu has never formally learned physical skills. From before to now, Yi Yu basically relied on physical instincts to fight without knowing any physical skills at all. One can imagine how powerful he would be if he formally learned physical skills. Zabuza looked at Yi Yu with a solemn expression. This annoying brat is really difficult to deal with. Zabuza knew that if he didn't deal with Yi Yu, there was no way he could kill Tatsuna. One-on-one with Kakashi, there's not a lot of pressure on him. Despite Kakashi's reputation, but Zabuza himself is also an elite Jonin, and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He felt that there was no difference between himself and Kakashi. But with the addition of Yi Yu, it will be difficult for him to kill Dasuna. After all, the purpose of this mission is not to compare with Kakashi, but to kill Tazuna. When Kakashi attacked Zabuza, Zabuza waved the decapitating sword gloomily. Ding, ding, ding. For a moment, 2 people were on the lake, one wielding a beheading sword and the other wielding a kunai, gold and iron intertwined, sparks flying. 2 elite Jonin battle with pure taijutsu. The speed and power shocked Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura who saw Jonin fighting for the first time. For the first time, Sasuke felt insignificant. As this Jonin, Yi Yu is right, Kakashi is really strong. Naruto clenched his fists. Damn it, why am I so weak? I can't help at all. Sakura on the side carefully guarded Tazuna. She is the weakest here, even Sasuke and Naruto cannot participate in the battle between Zabuza and Kakashi. Naturally, she is even less likely to get involved. But she looked at Yi Yu. Yi Yu shocked her too much. He saved her by instantly killing 2 Chunin before, and now he killed a water clone of Jonin and saved the 4 of them. Yi Yu's strength has surpassed them by far. Advertisement. It was obvious that he had no sense of presence when he was in the ninja school. Yi Yu's attention was completely on the battle between Zabuza and Kakashi. This battle improved him a lot. After all, it is a battle between 2 elite Jonin, even if it is just a purely physical contest. It can also give Yi Yu a lot of inspiration. Even watching this battle, Yi Yu also learned some physical skills. Before, he didn't know any physical skills at all and relied purely on physical fitness to fight. Zabuza watched Kakashi attack more and more fiercely, knowing that if he continued like this, no matter he won or lost, he would not be able to kill Tazuna. So he swung the decapitating sword heavily, and the terrifying force knocked Kakashi flying. Zabuza jumped back. He quickly formed seals with his hands in the air, and a ninjutsu seal was completed in the blink of an eye. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. Ho! A dragon roar came from the water. Several water columns shot out from the surface of the lake, and these water columns instantly condensed into a water dragon of more than 10 meters in the air. The water dragon roared towards Yi Yu. Very fast. Kakashi was shocked when he reacted after being knocked away. Oops, Yi Yu doesn't know ninjutsu yet. It's just that the water dragon was too fast and flew in front of Yi Yu and others in the blink of an eye. After releasing the ninjutsu, Zabuza raised his lips slightly. No matter how strong your taijutsu is, it will be difficult to block this ninjutsu, ha ha ha. Ho! The water dragon roars, terrifying and extremely fast. Seeing that the water dragon was about to swallow Yi Yu and others, Kakashi wanted to rescue, but it was too late. Yi Yu frowned as he looked at the roaring water dragon rushing towards him. What a powerful ninjutsu. In an instant, Yi Yu moved his hands quickly. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. Ho! Just when the water dragon released by Zabuza was about to bombard Yi Yu and others, Yi Yu quickly formed seals with his hands. In an instant, drops of water condensed around Yi Yu. Advertisement. These water droplets are spinning rapidly around Yi Yu. In the blink of an eye, a giant water dragon tens of meters long formed. It was larger than the water dragon condensed by Zabuza. The huge water dragon jumped out from Yi Yu's head. The terrifying giant dragon that seemed to fly out of the sea roared and rushed towards the water dragon released by Zabuza. Rumble. The two water dragons collided instantly. The collision caused a strong earthquake, and countless spider web-like cracks opened in the ground within tens of meters. The moment the two water dragons collided, the giant water dragon released by Yi Yu blasted Zabuza's water dragon into splashes. The giant water dragon condensed by Yi Yu was not damaged at all. The giant dragon roared towards Zabuza as if it were alive. In an instant, the dragon head several meters wide opened its mouth and swallowed Zabuza. Zabuza was stunned. No way, how could he have this ninjutsu? It's impossible for him to have so much chakra at his age. And his water dragon bullet technique was actually made out of nothing, without any help from the water of the lake. How can this kid have such a terrifying amount of chakra? Why is my water dragon bullet technique not as good as that of a kid? Why is his water dragon bullet technique so much stronger than mine? Is this guy human? In just a short moment, countless thoughts popped up in Zabuza's mind. But he saw the giant water dragon opening its huge mouth towards him. He had no choice but to use the teleportation technique to avoid it. Rumble. The giant water dragon did not hit Zabuza, but instead plunged into the lake where Zabuza was standing just now. Roar. Zabuza was dozens of meters away in an instant. Seeing the water dragon causing waves several meters high in the lake, even he who came from the blood mist still felt lingering fear. What a terrifying water dragon bomb. This terrifying power is much more powerful than mine. This guy is a monster. If he gets hit, I'm afraid the body will turn into pieces. At this time, Kakashi, who came to Sasuke and Naruto, also looked at Yi Yu in disbelief. Kakashi murmured to himself. Could he learn this water dragon bullet technique from watching Zabuza? The moment this idea appeared in Kakashi's mind, he got chills. This kind of learning ability is too terrifying. And the most terrifying thing is that after Yi Yu learned it, the ninjutsu he released was actually much more powerful than Zabuza's. Even he was not sure to unleash the water dragon bullet technique of Yi Yu's level just now. Chapter 44. What is 1/10 of chakra? The water dragon released by Yi Yu plunged into the lake. Within a few seconds, the dragon's entire body was actually more than 100 meters long. The terrifying dragon roar echoed within a few hundred meters. It's as if a real dragon appears here. The originally calm lake surface was churned by the water dragon. Waves several meters high were rolled up and spread hundreds of meters. The shores of the lake were flooded by the overflowing water. It even caused the ground to shake within hundreds of meters around it. This shows how powerful this ninjutsu is. After releasing the ninjutsu, Yi Yu only felt that 1/10 of the chakra in his body had been taken away. When Yi Yu put down his hands, he sighed. It is indeed a B-level ninjutsu. The consumption of chakra is really huge. Neither Kakashi nor Zabuza heard this. If you hear it, you will be so angry that you will vomit blood. The water dragon bullet technique Yi Yu released just now did not rely on the convenience of the lake at all, but relied entirely on the water created by chakra out of thin air. And the terrifying amount of water the chakra consumed can probably drain the chakra of an ordinary Jonin. When the second Hokage and the third Hokage fought, Anbu's Jonin was amazed when a water barrier formed on the roof. The water dragon bullet technique that Yi Yu just released is higher than second Hokage in terms of difficulty, scale and power, and it is also completely based on water condensed by chakra. The reason why second Hokage relied on chakra to condense water was because there was no water in his environment. But there is a lake in front of Yi Yu. The reason why he relies entirely on chakra is because it is his first time to release this ninjutsu and he has no experience. Even so, the water dragon bullet technique released by Yi Yu is far more powerful than Zabuza's. If it weren't for the fact that the chakra in Yi Yu's body is all natural energy, and the amount required is much less than using ordinary chakra, it would consume more than 1/10 of Yi Yu's chakra. But even so, Yi Yu actually felt that this ninjutsu consumed chakra. In fact, people are more irritating than others. When Yi Yu murmured to herself, Sakura next to her was stunned. Yi Yu, your ninjutsu is much stronger than that Zabuza's. When Yi Yu released ninjutsu just now, there was a wall of water around Sakura and Dazuna. Those walls of water are the bodies of water dragons. So when Yi Yu released ninjutsu, Sakura watched the whole process. The water dragon bullet technique released by Zabuza Elite Jonin actually failed to defeat the water dragon bullet technique released by Yi Yu. Sakura didn't even know what to say. If just now Sakura felt that Yi Yu was much stronger than them in only physical skills. Now Yi Yu is much stronger than them in terms of physical skills, ninjutsu, and chakra. Advertisement. Even if Sakura doesn't know the water dragon bullet jutsu, the pressure of Yi Yu's water dragon bullet jutsu just now shows that it requires a lot of chakra. That was a giant water dragon of more than 100 meters. Moreover, the water dragon released by Yi Yu seems to be alive, which is completely different from Zabuza's. Yi Yu made her more and more curious. How could Yi Yu be so powerful and unknown in the ninja school? Forget about being unknown. Before graduating, she didn't realize that there was a classmate named Jingwen Yi Yu in her class. Yi Yu shook his head. It's just because it's my first time to use this ninjutsu and I didn't grasp it clearly. Sakura was stunned. This answer confused Sakura. Is this your first time using this ninjutsu? Yi Yu nodded. How is that possible? I just saw you forming seals so quickly and so skillfully. How could it be your first time using this ninjutsu? Yi Yu said nothing more. There was no need for him to explain to Sakura. Sakura couldn't understand it yet. Seeing that Yi Yu didn't explain, Sakura became more and more shocked. Because she realized that it was impossible for Yi Yu to lie to her. After all, given Yi Yu's character, there is no need for him to lie. After all, he was so low-key when he was in the ninja school, so it was impossible for him to suddenly be high-profile now. But the more this happened, the more surprised Sakura became. It was so powerful the first time it was used. And Yi Yu actually said that he didn't master it clearly, and he could use it so skillfully even if he didn't master it clearly. What would it be like if he mastered it clearly? Can it be activated without sealing? The more I think about it, the scarier it becomes. He was obviously the same age as her, but she couldn't even see Yi Yu's back. The gap between the two is actually so big. Kakashi came to Yi Yu and sighed. The control is much stronger, at least the power is not so huge, and it is not so uncontrollable. It seems you are making rapid progress. Yi Yu nodded. Maybe it's because this ninjutsu is less difficult and the control doesn't need to be that high. Yi Yu knew what Kakashi meant. Although the water dragon bullet technique released by Yi Yu just now was very powerful, it shocked Kakashi. But definitely not as shocked as that night when Yi Yu released Chidori. Advertisement. If Yi Yu had used the Chidori released by Yi Yu that day, no one here except Yi Yu would have survived. That was the power to instantly swallow up everything within hundreds of meters around it. That night, if Kakashi hadn't run fast when he saw the situation was bad, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. Although the power of the water dragon bullet technique released by Yi Yu just now is still very powerful, it is completely controllable. It has high practical value. It's just that Yi Yu actually said that water-style water dragon bullet technique is not difficult. That's a B-level ninjutsu, usually only Jonin can master it. If an ordinary Chunin is released once, the chakra will probably be drained. During the battle, only Jonin dared to use it a few times with the help of geographical advantages. After all, you have to ensure that there is enough chakra in your body to continue fighting. And the water dragon bullet technique consumes too much chakra. But the water dragon bullet technique released by Yi Yu is not only extremely powerful, much stronger than the ordinary water dragon bullet technique, but it also relies entirely on its own chakra to condense into water. Even Kakashi can only use this water dragon bullet technique 2 or 3 times. Kakashi's chakra amount is very large, but it is always consumed by his Sharingan. Without the consumption of Sharingan, Kakashi's chakra is definitely at the level of Kage. We've known it since the 4th Ninja War. Without the burden of Sharingan, he can use various large-scale ninjutsu without any effort. And the water dragon bullet technique is not simple at all. Level B difficulty is also very difficult for Chunin. But Yi Yu actually learned it on the spot and became very proficient in using it for the first time. But when I think about Yi Yu learning A-level ninjutsu like Chidori, he learned it the first time. If Yi Yu's chakra hadn't gone berserk that night, he would have learned it. Kakashi looked at Yi Yu and smiled. Chakra consumes a lot of money. Yi Yu nodded seriously. It does consume a lot of chakra. It took out 1/10 of my chakra in one go. Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Only 1/10. Yi Yu wondered. Isn't 1/10 too much? This answer left Kakashi speechless. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly and he said, I thought I had to remove at least 1/3 of your chakra. If that were the case, it would be terrible. Yi Yu couldn't understand it. He felt that taking out 1/10 of the chakra at once would be a lot. Kakashi actually said that he thought it would be 1/3. After all, it's just a B-level ninjutsu. He would be able to accept it if an A-level or S-level ninjutsu drained so much chakra. Chapter 45 Zabuza ran away. Kakashi looked at Yi Yu's confused look and was speechless. But when he thought that Yi Yu's chakra was Sage Jutsu chakra, he figured it out. Sage Jutsu chakra is indeed of higher quality than ordinary chakra, and he can also understand that ninjutsu consumes less Sage Jutsu chakra. You are now learning the Water Dragon Bullet technique, right? Kakashi asked. Yi Yu nodded. When I saw him forming seals, I could feel his chakra flow. In addition, this ninjutsu is not difficult, so I gave it a try, but I didn't expect it to be successful. Hearing Yi Yu say this, Kakashi didn't know what to say for a moment. The difficulty of this ninjutsu is not low. B-level ninjutsu is a ninjutsu that can only be mastered by Jonin. Although Kakashi said this, Yi Yu didn't care. He didn't think it was very difficult to replicate the Water Dragon Bullet technique on the spot. In other words, the Water Dragon Bullet technique is not difficult for him. He could clearly feel the flow of chakra in Zabuza's body. In a sense, Yi Yu is actually not much different from having Sharingan or Bian. Zabuza from a distance looked at Yi Yu with unusual solemnity. This kid is really difficult to deal with. If he and Kakashi join forces, it will be difficult to complete this mission. If he wants to kill Dazna, he must deal with Yi Yu. Even if he can defeat Yi Yu, Kakashi next to him cannot let go. Thinking of this, Zabuza gave up the assassination decisively. Kid, I will kill you next time we meet. Before leaving, Zabuza said a harsh word to Yi Yu. After saying that, he disappeared on the lake. Yi Yu looked at the lake where Zabuza disappeared and murmured to himself, maybe you won't kill me next time we meet. Yi Yu doesn't like people threatening him the most. And through this battle, he already knew Zabuza's approximate strength. He does have the strength of an elite Jonin. If Yi Yu and him fought alone, Yi Yu might be the last person to die. But with the presence of Kakashi, in a 2-on-1 situation, Yi Yu was sure that Zabuza would be the one who died. After Zabuza left, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the students he brought, except for Sakura, were all people who absolutely couldn't make any mistakes in Konoha. Advertisement. Needless to say, Naruto is the son of the 4th generation, Ninetales Jinchuriki. Sasuke is the last survivor of the Uchiha clan. The 3rd generation is also optimistic about him and wants him to grow up in the future and develop the Sharingan so that he can control the 9 tails in Naruto's body in the future. Yi Yu is the person whom Kakashi values the most and regards him as his direct disciple. However, if he doesn't leave without cutting, I'm afraid he won't be able to successfully kill Dazuna. Although Yi Yu may not be as strong as Zabuza, with him around, Zabuza's strength will never be able to defeat the combined strength of Yi Yu and Kakashi. Sasuke and Naruto walked over. The two men looked at Yi Yu completely differently from before. In this battle, Yi Yu showed much greater strength than them. They are not even on the same level anymore. Kakashi-sensei, have you taught Yi Yu a lot of ninjutsu? He is already much better than us. Naruto pouted. Naruto felt that Yi Yu's strength was due to Kakashi secretly giving Yi Yu tutoring lessons. Sasuke didn't think so. He could feel that Yi Yu's fighting style was completely different from Kakashi's. Moreover, he estimated that Kakashi would not be able to unleash the Water Dragon Bullet technique just now. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he knew very well that the ninjutsu released by Yi Yu just now had exceeded the power of the Water Dragon Bullet jutsu itself. Yi Yu, like him and Naruto, must have something special. Kakashi looked at Naruto's unhappy look and explained, I never taught him this ninjutsu. Of course Naruto didn't believe it. It's impossible. The ninjutsu just now was very complicated just to form seals. Was it developed by Yi Yu himself? Kakashi patted Naruto on the shoulder, looked at him and said seriously, is it possible that he imitated Zabuza and released it? Kakashi-sensei, do you think I'm a fool? How is that possible? If I could learn it just by looking at it, wouldn't I know a lot of ninjutsu now? Naruto really didn't learn anything in ninja school. If it weren't for 3rd generation's care, he would have been expelled from the ninja school based on his grades. I often received 0 marks in various subjects, and even when I graduated, I didn't even learn the art of cloning. This is the most basic ninjutsu, and every ninja in the ninja school can learn it. The students who can be selected into the ninja school are all very outstanding. There is only one ninja school in Konoha, and only a few dozen people are selected to enter the school every year. Judging from the 4th Ninja War, there are at least 10,000 ninjas in Konoha. Advertisement. It's obviously impossible for them all to come out of ninja school. Most of the ninjas in the ninja world do not come from ninja schools, but are selected through selection. Just like the Chunin exam, Chunin do not have to take the Chunin exam to be promoted to Chunin. Most Chunin are recognized by the village. As long as the village feels that your ability reaches the level of Chunin, you will be promoted to Chunin. Those who can take the Chunin exam are basically the elites of each village. The Chunin exam is not an ordinary exam, but a competition for each village to showcase its outstanding juniors. The same is true for ninja schools. Ordinary people are not qualified to enter ninja schools. But Naruto not only entered the ninja school, but his grades were extremely poor, and he was still able to stay in the ninja school. You can imagine how much backdoor 3rd generation opened for him. It's just that Naruto obviously doesn't know these things. He really didn't learn much in ninja school. Let alone ninjutsu, I don't even know the most basic theoretical knowledge. On the contrary, in the ninja school, Sakura is the real genius. In terms of ninja theoretical knowledge, even Sasuke is inferior to her. During the Chunin exam, there were many questions that Sasuke was no different from Naruto in that he couldn't do them at all. But Sakura can do them all. Of course, that exam tested the ninja's ability to collect intelligence. Sakura passed by relying on her excellent theoretical knowledge. So Naruto thought it was impossible to learn ninjutsu just by looking at it. It's too far-fetched. Sasuke knew it very well, he had even seen it before. That person is his brother, the person he always wanted to kill, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi watched his father demonstrate once that he could release the same ninjutsu. And he still needs to practice for a long time before he can release it. Sasuke looked at Yi Yu as if he saw the original Uchiha Itachi. Is Yi Yu's talent the same as that man? No, maybe Yi Yu's talent is stronger than that man. After all, Yi Yu learned AB level ninjutsu in battle, and the power it unleashed is already stronger than the person he learned it from. As long as I can defeat Yi Yu, I can definitely defeat that man. Sasuke balled up his fists. He was originally a little jealous of Yi Yu. Now he has regarded Yi Yu as his goal to surpass. Chapter 46. Are you sure you can defeat Zabuza? Seeing that Naruto didn't believe it at all, Kakashi stopped explaining. After all, Yi Yu's situation is indeed special. Turning their heads, Kakashi and Tazuna said, Mr. Tazuna, how many Jonin does Kato employ? Except for Zabuza. Dazuna thought for a while and said, I don't know much about this. I only heard that Kato hired Jonin before, but I don't even know which Jonin he hired. Kakashi was silent for a while. He wondered whether the mission should continue. Zabuza alone is enough of a headache. If there is another Jonin, it will be very difficult. Kakashi looked at Yi Yu. I want to ask his opinion. Yi Yu nodded. It has reached this point, so we can only continue to implement it. I will work hard during this period to at least be able to hold down one Jonin. I think with Kakashi-sensei's strength, as long as I hold down one Jonin, you should be able to defeat Zabuza. If they only have one Jonin, Zabuza, and we join forces, Zabuza has no chance at all. Kakashi thought for a while and said, okay, in that case, let's continue with this mission. While I'm protecting Mr. Dazuna, I'll hurry up and teach you some ninjutsu. You now have the strength of Jonin, and you have good practical combat experience. Adding a few more lethal ninjutsu will make you a Jonin worthy of the name. Kakashi has no exaggeration about Yi Yu's strength. I will. Yi Yu also agreed with Kakashi's suggestion. Naruto came over and said, Teacher Kakashi, don't forget us, we are your students too. Kakashi looked at Naruto and said, of course I know, but it's not suitable for you to learn ninjutsu directly now. You have to lay a good foundation first. Naruto looked confused. What basis? Kakashi-sensei, don't you want to teach us? Naruto felt that Kakashi must be making excuses because he didn't want to teach them. Kakashi was a little helpless. You must lay the foundation first. You haven't even learned how to control chakra, let alone learn ninjutsu. Yi Yu has already controlled chakra very well before, so he does not need to continue learning how to control chakra. Naruto still felt that Kakashi was partial. Sasuke mused. Unlike Naruto, he agrees with Kakashi's ideas. And Sakura looked at Yi Yu with admiration. Advertisement. Yi Yu is so strong, yet he behaves so calmly. Watching Naruto turn his head away, curling his lips and huffing. Kakashi was very helpless. He really has no bias. Although he values Yi Yu more, after all, Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage, and he is the person whom the third generation personally entrusted to him for training. Kakashi is not biased in any way. It's just that Naruto's current foundation is almost non-existent. What can he teach him? It is estimated that even if he taught it, Naruto would not be able to learn it. After all, Naruto was very poor at learning the cloning technique. If it weren't for the fact that the shadow clone technique fits his physique very well, he might not even learn. Third generation took great pains to let Naruto learn the shadow clone technique. Even important ninjutsu scrolls like the sealed book can be easily stolen by him. A large number of ninjas were mobilized to search for him, but they could not find him. One can imagine how much effort third generation put into it. Those ninjas sent out to look for Naruto were probably worried that they would be punished if they accidentally caught Naruto. Kakashi was helpless, but even Naruto didn't believe it. I simply won't explain it. ... The group continued on their way. Finally, several people arrived at Dazuna's home. There are 3 people in Dazuna's family, his daughter Jinbo and grandson Inari. Inari looked at Kakashi and Yi Yu with doubts in their eyes. During the meal, Dazuna, Jinbo and Inari talked about what happened along the way. Inari, who was originally suspicious of Kakashi and the others, looked at Kakashi and Yi Yu with sparkling eyes. You, can you really defeat Kato's ninjas? Inari couldn't help but ask Kakashi. Kakashi scratched his head and said, it should be okay. Inari saw that Kakashi didn't look confident, and the confidence that originally arose was shattered again. Is it really impossible? Those ninjas are so powerful, how can we defeat them? Hearing this, Naruto was unhappy. Don't be so depressed. I want to become a Hokage ninja. No matter how powerful Zabuza is, I will definitely defeat him. Inari was not interested in Naruto's passionate speech. He also mocked. Even your teacher doesn't look confident, how can you do it? Advertisement. Naruto clenched his fists and said seriously, if it's just Zabuza, I can defeat him. Sakura and Sasuke, who were sitting nearby, looked at Naruto's excitement and were speechless. In the previous battle, Naruto was not as heroic as he appeared now. Inari didn't believe it at all and said with disdain, Kato is far more powerful than you think. Anyone who goes against him will surely die. Inari roared emotionally as if he remembered something painful. Naruto was stunned for a moment by Inari's roar. He didn't know why he still had this attitude when he and others were here to help Inari. Inari ran out after finishing speaking. Dazuna sighed. Kakashi asked. This child must have experienced something sad, and it is also related to Cardo. Dazuna said. His father was killed by Cardo when he resisted. Ever since seeing his father killed by Cardo, Inari has never believed that anyone can defeat Cardo. I think being a hero is stupid. In fact, Inari has always regarded his father as a pride. It just hit him hard. After hearing what Tazuna said, Naruto, who originally wanted to ask Inari for a theory, fell silent. Zinbo sat next to Dazuna and sighed. That kid also hopes that someone can stand up and defeat Cardo, but it's a pity that no one has done it for so many years. In fact, not only Inari, but the entire country of Wave hopes that someone can defeat Cardo. Naruto looked at Dazuna and said seriously, I will definitely defeat Cardo and make Inari change his mind. But after Naruto finished speaking, Dazuna didn't look at him, but looked at Kakashi and Yu. Kakashi, Yu, are you really sure of defeating that Zabuza? Naruto was furious, but he also knew that in the previous battles, Kakashi and Yu did show great strength. He really wasn't doing very well. Yu said nothing. He felt it was not his turn to speak. Kakashi thought for a while and said, if there is only one Zabuza, I will be sure to defeat him. What's more, Yu is here. As long as there is really only Zabuza, he is no match for me and Yu. But if Cardo hires another Jonin, the outcome will be hard to say. After listening to Kakashi's words, Dazuna was a little worried. It is possible to hire Kakashi and Yu, just for the reward of AC level mission, which is already extremely rare. He couldn't ask for anything more. Chapter 47 led by Deal with Yu. After chatting with Dazuna for a while, Kakashi summoned Yu, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura for a meeting. In the room, Kakashi sat in front of the four people and said, I have to make arrangements for this escort mission. Because we need to protect Mr. Dazuna while also taking care of his training. So I plan to divide you into two groups, and the two groups will take turns protecting Mr. Dazuna. While one group is protecting Mr. Dazuna, the other group is practicing with me. After hearing Kakashi's arrangement, Naruto immediately raised his hand and said, Teacher Kakashi, I request to be in a group with Sakura. Sakura's mouth twitched slightly, and she said in disgust, I don't want it. Naruto was devastated by Sakura's blunt refusal. Sakura, let's go in groups of two. Naruto said. Although Sakura made it clear every time that she didn't like Naruto and liked Sasuke, Naruto still didn't give up. At this time, Sakura is the goddess in Naruto's heart. Naruto's performance even had the potential to be a bit of a licker. It's just that the more intimate Naruto behaves, the less Sakura likes it. So she still said in disgust, I don't want it. Sakura quickly said, I want to team up with Sasuke. Sasuke didn't say anything. It didn't matter which group he was in. The same is true for Yu. Kakashi looked at Naruto and Sakura with a headache. Okay, Sasuke will be paired with Naruto, Yu will be paired with Sakura, that's it. Naruto jumped up in anger when he heard this plan. Why, I don't want to be in the same group as Sasuke. Naruto's face was full of anger, the person he hated the most was Sasuke. Sakura was also stunned for a moment, but she didn't dislike Yu. It's just that she wants to be with Sasuke more. So she was also a little dissatisfied. But she looked at Yu's calm expression and didn't say anything. Sasuke saw Naruto pointing at him with a look of disgust on his face. He also said unhappily, who do you think wants to be in the same group as the one at the end of the crane? Naruto clenched his fists, looked at Sasuke and said angrily, Sasuke, we are not in a ninja school now, do you think you can be better than me? Although Sasuke wanted to refute, he thought about Naruto's character and finally shut up. It wasn't that he was afraid of Naruto, but that he was annoyed by continuing to struggle with Naruto. Seeing that Sasuke didn't speak anymore, Naruto pointed the finger at Kakashi. Teacher Kakashi, you are too biased, why did you let Yu and Sakura be paired together? Sakura is not in the same team as Yu. Yu's face was calm. Advertisement. He didn't care at all which group he was assigned to. He even preferred to be in a group by himself. Kakashi looked at Naruto and explained. The reason for this division is because Yu is strong enough to protect Sakura, and although Yu and Sasuke are not strong enough, they can protect themselves together. Naruto was stunned for a moment. Glanced at Sasuke. I'm not joining forces with Sasuke. But he was still very happy. After all, Kakashi recognized his strength. Sasuke nodded, agreeing with the grouping. Sakura was a little helpless. Kakashi-sensei, you mean I am the weakest? Although this is true, in the previous battle with Zabuza, although Naruto did not perform very well. But it's better than Sakura. Sakura knew this very well. In terms of combat, she is the weakest in the squad. Even at this time, Sakura actually has no fighting ability. I only know the 3 body techniques and some ninjutsu applications. His fighting ability is much lower than Naruto's. Kakashi didn't answer Sakura's question, which was regarded as acquiescence. After being divided into groups, a few people went to rest. On the other side, after Zabuza ran away. Return to your forest abode. In the room, after Zabuza put down the beheading sword, he sat in the room and meditated. After a long time, the room door opened. A beautiful-looking man walked in from outside. When Zabuza saw this man, he said, "You have to take action next time. You should have seen the whole battle." The man nodded and looked calm. And this person is Zabuza's assistant, Shiro. She is very beautiful, and she looks like a beautiful woman. But in fact Bai is a boy. A ninja from the Snow clan of Kurigakure village. Possessing the blood inheritance limit of Ice Escape. His strength is definitely on Jonin's level. If it weren't for his personality, his strength would even be considered strong among Jonin. Bai walked in, stood next to Zabuza and said, "I see, that person is very strong and will definitely not be weaker than me." Zabuza looked solemn. "Yes, his strength is not inferior to yours. To complete this mission, I must hold that kid back. As long as I hold down that kid, I will be sure to kill Kakashi and complete this mission." Bai thought of Yi Yu's various performances in the battle before and said, "It seems to be his first actual combat. Although he showed great strength, he obviously doesn't have much experience." Advertisement. Zabuza nodded. That boy should be Kakashi's student, and he is also Genin who just graduated from the ninja school. If that kid is allowed to live, a powerful ninja will appear in Konoha. But this has nothing to do with us. In order to complete this mission, that kid must die. Bai was silent. He didn't want to kill anyone. Especially since Yi Yu has no grudge against him. Zabuza looked at Shiro. He knew Shiro's character. "Bai, you have to know that unless that kid dies, we won't be able to complete the mission. We must complete this mission. Your kindness should not be used on him." Bai didn't speak. Even so, he was still unwilling to kill anyone. But he also knew very well, just like Zabuza said, they had to complete this mission. Because they have been chased by Anbu from Kurigakure village, it is difficult to receive tasks stably in one place. If you want to survive, you must complete Kato's mission. Bai knew that there would be nothing he could do in the end. Just as Shiro and Zabuza were talking, the door was kicked open. Two samurai armed with long swords appeared at the door. Zabuza frowned. He was unhappy when the door was kicked open. The two warriors felt Zabuza's cold gaze and trembled. The two of them knew how powerful Zabuza was. He quickly stepped aside, and Kato walked out behind him. He wasn't afraid of Zabuza at all. As soon as he came in, he shouted angrily, "Zabuza, why didn't you kill that old guy Tazuna? Aren't you the Jonin of Kurigakure village? I paid you such a high salary, why didn't you complete the task?" Zabuza glanced at Kato coldly. The icy chill made Kato take a step back. But the identity of the employer made him stop and glared back. "I hired you because I heard that you were very powerful. You disappoint me so much." Kaduo said coldly. Just when Kato was about to say something, he suddenly felt a blood streak appear on his neck. Looking at the beheading knife on his neck, Kaduo panicked. He said tremblingly, "You, what do you want to do? Do you still want to kill your employer? If you dare to kill me, your credibility will be ruined. You will no longer be able to receive missions from others in the ninja world." Zabuza said coldly, "If you dare to chirp again, I will make your head fall off right now." Feeling Zabuza's strong killing intent, Kato swallowed. He was really scared. He felt like Zabuza would really kill him. Chapter 48 Kakashi's aggressive method. He doesn't want to die here. Shiro on the side stopped Zabuza, and he saw the killing intent in Zabuza's eyes. If Kato keeps talking nonsense, he will really take action. Zabuza-sama, after all, he is the employer. Zabuza glanced at Shiro and said nothing more. "Put down the decapitating sword in your hand." It was just the biting coldness on his body that made Kato truly realize the terror of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kato took a few steps back and said, "If you didn't kill that Dazna before he built the bridge, you wouldn't want the rest of the reward." After saying harsh words, Kato quickly ran out of Zabuza's residence. Although Kato is also a great villain, he is much worse than a ruthless person like Zabuza who killed all his classmates just after graduating from the ninja school. After Kato ran out, Zabuza looked at Shiro. "Why did you stop me from killing that guy?" Haku walked up to Zabuza and explained, "Killing him will definitely cause a riot, and then he will be hunted down by Anbu from Kurigakure village." Zabuza said nothing more. At this time, in the forest on the mountain behind Dazna's house, Kakashi stood in front of Yi Yu, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura, looked at the 4 of them and said, "You will start training next. A better way to train for chakra is to climb trees." After Kakashi finished speaking, Naruto smiled and said, "Teacher Kakashi, who can't climb trees? Is this considered training?" Kakashi ignored Naruto, walked to the foot of a big tree and stepped on it. Slowly, the other foot also stepped on the tree trunk. At this time Kakashi is perpendicular to the trunk of the tree. It's like Kakashi standing on a tree trunk. This scene shocked Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura. Kakashi-sensei actually stuck to the big tree. Naruto said in disbelief. Sasuke mused. Kakashi slowly walked to the top of the tree one step at a time. He even hung upside down under a tree trunk. This scene shocked the 3 Narutos. Kakashi explained to the 3 people backwards, "You condense the chakra under your feet. You must control the amount of chakra. If it is too little or too much, it will fall off. As long as you do the same as me, your control of chakra will also increase to a higher level." After saying that, Kakashi walked down from the tree. "You all go and try it." Kakashi looked at Sasuke and the others and said. Advertisement. Naruto couldn't wait any longer. He yelled and ran towards a big tree. Sasuke also walked towards a big tree. Sakura picked a big tree between the two of them. Yi Yu stood still and didn't move. He already knows it. Kakashi didn't say anything. He had only taught Sasuke and the other three this method, and he naturally knew that Yi Yu had already mastered it. Naruto fell out of the tree just after his first kick. His head fell into a big bag. It hurts so much. Naruto covered his head and twisted around on the ground. Sasuke went up successfully in the first few steps, but when he got to the middle, he couldn't control chakra well and fell from the tree. But not as embarrassed as Naruto. Surprisingly, Sakura succeeded in the first attempt. At this time, she was sitting on the tree trunk, greeting several people below. Teacher Kakashi, I'm coming up. Naruto, who was lying on the ground and writhing around, looked at Sakura sitting on the tree with a look of envy on his face. But he still shouted. Sakura is so amazing, she is indeed the woman I like. But he still felt a little unhappy inside. Even though Sakura was the girl he liked, he was still jealous. Sasuke looked at Sakura and frowned. He was not jealous of Sakura, he had known before that Sakura had good chakra control. Now he just wanted to ask Sakura what the secret was, but he was embarrassed to ask. After all, Sasuke was usually very cold. He was the best in the ninja school. Now he had to ask Sakura for the secret, which still made him feel embarrassed. Kakashi looked at Naruto and Sasuke and said with a smile, I didn't expect that it was a girl like Sakura who did it first. Sure enough, Sakura is still the most powerful in terms of chakra control. Didn't someone always say that he wanted to become a Hokage? It seems like that's all. He looked at Sasuke again. It seems like the Uchiha clan isn't that good either. Kakashi immediately clicked on Naruto and Sasuke. Of course, he didn't really want to harm the two of them, but wanted to provoke the general. Both Naruto and Sasuke have strong self-esteem. This approach works best for them. Advertisement. Sure enough, after hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto was the first to get excited. Teacher Kakashi, I just made a mistake. I will definitely be able to do it next time. Sasuke said nothing and walked silently to the tree, ready to try again. When Naruto walked under the big tree, he noticed Yi Yu who had been standing beside Kakashi without moving. He said doubtfully, Yi Yu, don't you practice? Yi Yu didn't say anything, so Kakashi answered for him, Yi Yu has already mastered it. And it was successful the first time. Naruto's mouth twitched slightly. He shouldn't have asked. Knowing that Yi Yu was much stronger than them, this kind of thing must have been practiced for a long time. Sasuke said nothing and continued climbing the tree. Sakura was sitting on the tree, looking at the two people below. She also noticed Yi Yu. Yi Yu should have known it a long time ago, for sure, after all, he is so strong. What a weirdo. Although he is so good, I didn't have any impression of him in the ninja school. Recalling the memories of Yi Yu appearing in front of her twice and saving her, Xiaoying had a good impression of Yi Yu. Of course, it's a good impression between friends. After all, Yi Yu is almost her savior. She is curious about Yi Yu now. Although she has been a classmate of Yi Yu for 6 years, she doesn't know Yi Yu at all. When Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura were training, Kakashi looked at Yi Yu and said, they practice theirs, and I will teach you how to practice. Yi Yu nodded. The two of them did not practice here, but came to a lake a few hundred meters away. Standing next to the lake, Kakashi sighed. I remembered that night, we were also next to the lake. If your chakra hadn't suddenly gone berserk at that time, you would have succeeded. Yi Yu nodded. It's surprising, but I think I should be able to master it now. Oh, have you mastered it? Yi Yu looked at Kakashi and smiled. Shall I give it a try? Kakashi took a few steps back. If your chakra goes berserk again, the impact will be too great. Yi Yu shook his head. No, I'm sure I can succeed this time. Kakashi hesitated for a while, nodded and said, you give it a try, I'll keep an eye on you. After saying that, Kakashi stepped back dozens of meters. Yi Yu's rampage that night spread too far. Kakashi didn't dare to get too close to Yi Yu. Chapter 49 Chidori Sharp Spear and Chidori Senbon. Kakashi retreated about 100 meters. Yi Yu walked to the lake. If Yi Yu goes berserk again here, the force of the explosion can be reduced with the help of water in the lake. Standing on the lake, Yi Yu began to gather the chakra in his body. Chakra begins to condense on your hands. Instantly, a large amount of chakra condensed in Yi Yu's palm. These chakras instantly transformed into thunder and lightning. Stab. Zizizi. Countless golden arcs immediately appeared in Yi Yu's hands. These arcs of electricity wrapped around Yi Yu's hands. Countless thunder and lightning also occurred within a dozen meters around Yi Yu. These thunder and lightning are like thunder snakes swimming in the air. The center of these thunder snakes is Yi Yu. Even though it was daytime, the countless thunders triggered by Yi Yu made his position emit a fierce golden light, like the blazing sun. Kakashi, who was standing 100 meters away, swallowed his saliva when he saw this scene. Even if this is not the first time I have seen this dazzling scene, it is still shocking. This is still Chidori. Both the form of lightning and the energy of chakra are far beyond ordinary Chidori. I don't know how powerful it is. Kakashi has even revealed the Sharingan. Yi Yu's Chidori is obviously completely different from his Chidori. Too powerful. Although the movement was so loud, the sound was not loud. The piercing thunder only spread for tens of meters before stopping. After all, Chidori is a surprise ninjutsu. If there is too much movement, this ninjutsu's biggest advantage will be lost. Yi Yu watched as the thunder and lightning arcs around him condensed towards the palm of his hand. The thunder snakes that were originally swimming around him all merged into the palm of his hand. Gradually, all the thunder and lightning condensed in Yi Yu's palm. Golden thunder and lightning shook violently. At this time, the surrounding golden light had disappeared, revealing Yi Yu's figure. All the thunder and lightning were concentrated in the palm of his hand. Kakashi was stunned. Did you condense all the escaped chakra into your hands? Even I can't do this terrible chakra control. This kid can really surprise me at any time. Don't look at the thunder and lightning condensed in Yi Yu's hands at this time, which is much smaller than at the beginning. But the thunder and lightning in Yi Yu's hands at this time had condensed the thunder and lightning that contained terrifying energy just now. At this time, the power of Chidori in Yi Yu's hand will only be stronger than before, never weaker. Advertisement. Yi Yu looked at the thunder condensed in his hands. He turned to look at Kakashi in the distance. Seeing Yi Yu looking at him, Kakashi was stunned for a moment. What does this kid want to do? Kakashi had no idea what Yi Yu was looking at. Soon, he knew. Yi Yu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and exerted force on his feet. His whole body quickly jumped up towards the sky. Like a cannonball, it instantly appeared on the lake at a height of tens of meters. The ground where Yi Yu had just taken off had collapsed, and a spider web-like crack appeared that spread for more than 10 meters. Yi Yu, who jumped dozens of meters above the lake, blasted the Chidori in his hand towards the lake. Lightning-style Chidori, with Yi Yu roaring. In an instant, Yi Yu's figure turned into a golden lightning and shot towards the lake. Click, stab, rumble. In an instant, the ground within hundreds of meters shook. A violent explosion occurred in the lake hundreds of meters wide. The water in the lake was instantly evaporated into the air by the terrifying thunder and turned into water vapor. A flash of light flashed, and a hole hundreds of meters wide appeared in the center of the lake hundreds of meters wide. All the water in the pit was blown away. It took more than 10 seconds for the lake water that was blasted to the side to slowly flow into the large hole that was created in the center of the lake. And Yi Yu had already jumped to the lake. There was still a subtle golden arc on his hand. Watch the lake water gather towards the center. Yi Yu smiled. Teacher Kakashi, how are you? Is the power okay? At this time Kakashi has come to Yi Yu. Look at his right hand that flashes arcs of electricity from time to time. Then he looked at the water flowing towards the center of the lake. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. Is this the Chidori I taught you? Kakashi looked at Yi Yu with suspicion. Yi Yu smiled. Of course, this power should be okay, right? Kakashi looked at Yi Yu. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. More than that, even if I use Reikiri, I can't achieve this kind of power. And your attack speed is faster than mine. The lethality of this ninjutsu is definitely S level. Advertisement. Yi Yu was stunned for a moment. Is there an S level? He really didn't know much about it. Although he knew that the Chidori he released was very powerful, its lethality was S level, which was the Cage level standard. Kakashi nodded seriously. There is definitely an S level. My Reikiri is very lethal. There are also S levels, but they are not as lethal as your ninjutsu. Yi Yu thought for a while and said, actually, when I released Chidori just now, I was thinking that this ninjutsu can be used as a long-range ninjutsu with a slight modification. Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Remote ninjutsu. Yi Yu nodded. I have an idea, but I don't know if it can work. Tell me something. Kakashi didn't think Yi Yu was whimsical. He knew that Yi Yu had a strong understanding of ninjutsu. Yi Yu quickly mentioned Sasuke's Chidori Sharp Spear and Chidori Senbon to Kakashi. Kakashi nodded. Yes, this idea is completely feasible, but in this case, Chidori's power will be weakened. Kakashi is indeed Kakashi. As soon as he heard Yi Yu's thoughts, he knew the problem of these two techniques. Yi Yu smiled and said, it's worth sacrificing power to increase the range. Kakashi nodded. These two improvements are not of much benefit to me, but they are of great benefit to you. Well, because I have a larger amount of chakra, and the power of ninjutsu is also high, I sacrifice the power, but the power is still very strong. Yi Yu added. After the two communicated for a while, Yi Yu decided to try his own improvements. In fact, he didn't know what Sasuke did in the first place. But Yi Yu already has his own improvement method based on Chidori. He also didn't care if his improvements were the same as Sasuke's. This time Kakashi did not stay away from Yi Yu. Judging from the control Yi Yu released Chidori just now, Yi Yu has already mastered the power in his body. Although Yi Yu's control speed was faster than he expected. But Kakashi is not unacceptable. Since Yi Yu can control the power within his body, he naturally does not need to stay away from Yi Yu. Standing by the lake, Yi Yu raised his right hand. In an instant, countless electric arcs condensed in his hands. This was the first time for Kakashi to see the thunder and lightning condensed by Yi Yu up close. The power emitted by the golden thunder and lightning made even elite Jonin like Kakashi feel a little scared. Seeing Yi Yu's serious look, Kakashi was extremely pleased. Yi Yu is growing up very fast, but I don't have much to teach him. After all, Yi Yu has learned Kakashi's strongest ninjutsu. The only thing Kakashi still has is a Sharingan. There's no way he could detain Sharingan and give it to Yi Yu. So he felt that he had nothing left to teach Yi Yu. At least that's the case on ninjutsu. But with ninja experience, he knew that Yi Yu still had a lot to learn. Chapter 50 already surpassed your teacher. Yi Yu didn't notice Kakashi's look of relief. After he condensed the chakra, he concentrated the chakra at one point and launched it out as he had imagined. Lightning-style Chidori sharp gun. Stab. PFF'd. Rumble. A golden light shot out of Yi Yu's hand instantly. In an instant, golden lightning penetrated the forest hundreds of meters away, creating a gap of tens of meters in the forest opposite the lake. The trees in the gap were all severed by lightning. Dozens of big trees fell to the ground, and the cuts were as smooth as mirrors. Kakashi was stunned. This ninjutsu is surprisingly powerful. Kakashi really didn't expect this ninjutsu to be so powerful. Not to mention the long range, the power at the end can actually create a vacuum zone of tens of meters in the forest. Originally, Kakashi thought it would be good if the Chidori sharp gun had a range of 10 meters. But Yi Yu actually shot a range of hundreds of meters, and the terminal speed still had S-level lethality. And the speed is so fast that it can even be compared with lightning in nature. The speed of thunder and lightning condensed by ninjas using chakra cannot be compared with that in nature. But the thunder and lightning released by Yi Yu just now can definitely match the speed of nature. It can be said that in terms of lethality, the Chidori sharp gun, improved by Yi Yu, is already at the level of an S-class ninjutsu. And it's also an extremely practical S-class ninjutsu. The attack range is too far. A distance of several hundred meters, and it's instantaneous. Judging from Yi Yu's appearance, she didn't seem to have consumed much chakra. Yi Yu actually didn't expect this ninjutsu to be so strong. He even felt that this ninjutsu was far more practical than Chidori. After all, who wants to fight in close combat when you can attack from a distance? The power is indeed beyond my expectation, Yi Yu said with a frown. Kakashi smiled and said, "You don't seem to be happy." Yi Yu shook his head. "I am happy, but it feels unreal. My control over my power is still too poor. I still don't know how powerful the ninjutsu I release is. In battle, such shortcomings are fatal." Advertisement. Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Seeing Yi Yu's distressed look, he didn't know what to say. If other ninjas had such powerful power, their tails would be raised to the sky. But it doesn't matter if Yi Yu is not proud, he actually knows where his weakness is right away. No wonder you were so silent during your 6 years in ninja school. Control cannot be achieved in a day or two. You still have a lot of time, so don't be so anxious. Yi Yu nodded. He also knew that he was too far-sighted. How could he control all the power at once? Is there any more chakra? The next ninjutsu will also consume a lot of chakra. Kakashi asked worriedly. Yi Yu has released 2 ninjutsu with S-level power one after another. And it was so powerful that if it were him, just one blow would have consumed all the chakra in his body. But Yi Yu didn't seem tired at all. Kakashi also had to marvel at the horror of Yi Yu chakra. Now your chakra capacity is probably comparable to Naruto's. Kakashi sighed. Yi Yu replied while condensing chakra. That's not the case. After all, Naruto has the Nine-Tails demon fox sealed in his body. Only a few people in the village knew that Naruto was the son of the 4th generation. But basically everyone in the village knows that he is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This was also the reason why Naruto was ostracized. Basically every Jinchuriki in the village will have this experience. Until Jinchuriki fully controls the tailed beast within him, no villager can get close to him. After all, Jinchuriki will go berserk if they are not careful, and if they go berserk, they will cause destruction to all living beings. A Jinchuriki who doesn't fully master the tailed beast is like a bomb that can explode at any time. No one is willing to gamble with their life. I heard that Yi Yu actually counted the 9 tails in Naruto as his chakra. He was a little helpless. Naruto has 9 tails in his body, who has more chakra than it does? Not in the entire ninja world. Kakashi didn't know how much chakra the first Hokage had. But he doesn't think first Hokage has as much chakra as 9 tails. In fact, first Hokage has more chakra than 9 tails. As soon as Yi Yu finished speaking, thunder and lightning condensed in his hands. Advertisement. Lightning-style Chidori Senbon. Stab. Click. Puff. 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 The thunder and lightning in Yi Yu's hand instantly condensed into hundreds of thunder and lightning golden needles in front of him. Under Yi Yu's urging, these golden needles shot out instantly. Hundreds of lightning golden needles instantly penetrated hundreds of meters and disappeared into the forest on the other side of the lake like raindrops. Chidori Senbon's main damage is not through explosion, but through penetration. Yi Yu said, "How about going to the opposite side and taking a look?" With that said, he ran across the lake. Kakashi also followed closely behind. He also wanted to see the difference between this ninjutsu and the previous Chidori sharp gun. The two came to the forest across the lake and looked at the big tree with several small black holes punched in the trunk. Yi Yu looked at the condition of the holes and was very satisfied. The penetrating power is very good. It can penetrate such a thick tree trunk across hundreds of meters. If it were a human body, it would be no different than this big tree. Because he had seen the power of Chidori's sharp spear before, Kakashi was not so surprised at the damage caused by Chidori Senbon. After looking at more than a dozen big trees in succession, Yi Yu knew what the limit of Chidori Senbon's power was. It can penetrate about 15 trees. The penetration power is pretty good. Yi Yu nodded with satisfaction. Kakashi smiled bitterly and said, "It's not bad at all. You have to know that this is a thunder and lightning Senbon flying hundreds of meters, and it can actually penetrate more than a dozen big trees. The power is simply extremely terrifying. As long as you can flexibly use these 2 ninjutsu in actual combat, elite Jonin will not be your opponent." 12-year-old elite Jonin, it's amazing to think about. I was right what I said before. Your talent is much better than mine. Now your strength has definitely surpassed Kimoto Tong. Yi Yu shook his head. This is just ninjutsu. I don't think my practical experience is comparable to that of the same teacher. Although he has mastered 3 ninjutsu with S-level lethality, Yi Yu is very conscious, and Kimoto Tong is Anbu Jonin. His actual combat experience is much stronger than his own. Kakashi looked at Yi Yu's calm look and was speechless. Your biggest problem is that you are too cautious. With your current strength, even if your actual combat experience is not as good as the same, your hard power is much stronger than him. The gap in hard power between you and him is so big that even your actual combat experience cannot make up for it. Quote. I'm afraid it won't be long before you even surpass me. Kakashi sighed. But he is not jealous of Yi Yu. I even feel very happy. After all, Kakashi trained Yi Yu as his direct disciple. The expectation for him is that he can become as powerful and great a ninja as the 4th Hokage. He also believes that with Yi Yu's character, he can definitely do it. Chapter 51 I'm going to learn Sage Jutsu. Not to mention anything else, among the 3 ninjutsu Yi Yu has mastered, none of them can be used by a Jonin as a trump card. Moreover, the power of Yi Yu's 3 ninjutsu when used by himself is much stronger than that of ordinary Jonin. In particular, the lethality of the Chidori Sharp Spear and Chidori Senbon is truly terrifying. The 3 advantages of long range, extreme speed, and terrifying penetration have made these 2 ninjutsu the standard for S-level ninjutsu. Even among S-class ninjutsu, they are powerful. The average S-class ninjutsu can't even compare to his. Kakashi sighed. That's you, other ninjas, even Jonin using 1 chakra is not enough. It's even more impossible to use your kind of effect, and I can't do it either. Kakashi didn't lie, Yi Yu's ninjutsu is transformed using natural energy. But it is different from Sage Jutsu chakra. The difference is that Yi Yu's chakra comes with consciousness. Therefore, the matter condensed by his chakra is alive. Same as first Hokage's wood style. It's just that Yi Yu doesn't know it, and Kakashi doesn't understand it either. Yi Yu shook his head and said, the pressure on me to use these 2 ninjutsu is quite high. With my current amount of chakra, I can only use it twice more at most. In other words, your current chakra level can allow you to use a powerful S-level ninjutsu 5 times. Kakashi thought Yi Yu's chakra had been exhausted. After all, 3 S-class ninjutsu were released one after another. And judging from the power of Yi Yu's 3 ninjutsu, it definitely consumes more chakra than ordinary S-level ninjutsu. Even so, he could actually release chakra again. This terrifying amount of chakra has far exceeded him. Thinking of this, Kakashi asked, so, your current chakra has surpassed mine. Kakashi remembered clearly that a few days ago Yi Yu's chakra was not as much as his. Even if the chakra in Yi Yu's body is Sage Jutsu chakra, it wouldn't be so outrageous, right? Yi Yu felt it and said, now my chakra should be a little more than yours, Mr. Kakashi. Kakashi didn't know what to say for a moment. How come your chakra grows so fast? Yi Yu thought for a while. Maybe it's because there is more chakra hidden in my body. Kakashi thought about it for a while, and it was true that there was some mysterious power hidden in Yi Yu's body. Can I use the Sharingan to see the chakra inside you? Kakashi asked. Advertisement. He was a little worried that Yi Yu's chakra was not growing normally. I don't know if it's good or bad. If the chakra grows too fast, the body will not be able to support it. Kakashi was worried that Yi Yu's body would not be able to handle such a huge amount of chakra. Yi Yu nodded. His body holds no secrets. His chakra volume has indeed increased several times these days. Even if he didn't agree at this time, Kakashi thought that no one could stop him. He had a Sharingan after all. After getting Yi Yu's consent, Kakashi opened Sharingan. In an instant, Kakashi saw the huge amount of chakra in Yi Yu's body. This is too scary and incomprehensible. The amount of chakra in your body is already very close to Naruto's. You know, the amount of chakra in Naruto's body is not only his own, but also the amount of Ninetales chakra. Even though most of Ninetales chakra was sealed by the 4th Hokage, 4th Hokage's 8-sign seal can convert the chakra escaped from Ninetales into Naruto's chakra. Over the years, Naruto's chakra amount has increased a lot because of this escaped chakra. At this time, Naruto was only 12 years old, and his chakra amount was already more than twice that of Kakashi. If the amount of chakra from Ninetales is added, it would be hundreds of times higher. And Yi Yu's chakra amount at this time is actually very close to Naruto. This means that Yi Yu's chakra amount at this time is about twice that of Kakashi. A few days ago, Yi Yu's chakra was not as much as Kakashi's. Just the level of an average Jonin. Just a few days. And this is after Yi Yu has just released 3 S-level ninjutsu. You know, the 3 ninjutsu released by Yi Yu are far more powerful than his, Reikiri. In other words, if Yi Yu had not released those 3 ninjutsu, his chakra would have surpassed Naruto's without the Ninetales chakra. What level is this? This is an absolute film level. And Yi Yu is only 12 years old. But the more this happened, the more worried Kakashi became. Because according to Kakashi's common sense, chakra needs the body to support it. Yi Yu's chakra expands so fast in a short period of time, can his body support it? Advertisement. Kakashi looked at Yi Yu and asked worriedly, are you feeling uncomfortable now? With so much chakra added in a short period of time, your body must be uncomfortable, right? Seeing Kakashi's worried look, Yi Yu smiled and said, "Don't worry, it should be after Chakra went berserk that night, my physical fitness became much stronger, and Chakra also skyrocketed that night." Yi Yu knew that if he didn't give a suitable reason, Kakashi would definitely be suspicious. Kakashi thought for a while, and there was indeed nothing wrong with Yi Yu's reason. Kakashi has always felt that there is a powerful force hidden in Yi Yu's body. Maybe that force was inspired by his rampage that night. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the ninja world. There are all kinds of strange physiques. But people as strong as Yi Yu are indeed extremely rare. But Kakashi can understand. It still doesn't work. I'm worried that if your chakra continues to grow, your body will not be able to support it. When I get the chance, I'll go find Master Jiraiya and maybe let him take you to practice Sage Jutsu. Using Sage Jutsu, I might be able to completely control the power in your body. Yi Yu was stunned for a moment. Jiraiya-sama. Seeing the confusion on Yi Yu's face, Kakashi thought he didn't know who Jiraiya was. Although he often mentioned it in front of Yi Yu before. But people of Yi Yu's generation don't know that Konoha Ninja is normal. In fact, Yi Yu just wondered why Kakashi thought Jiraiya would be willing to take him to learn Sage Jutsu. Yi Yu and Jiraiya are not related, and not everyone can learn Sage Jutsu. He didn't think Jiraiya would be willing to take him to learn Sage Jutsu. Jiraiya took Naruto to practice because Naruto was the son of his disciple. As his disciple, it makes sense for him to lead Naruto in training. But Yi Yu has nothing to do with Jiraiya. Kakashi introduced. Jiraiya-sama is one of the Konoha Ninja who is known throughout the ninja world. During the Second Ninja War, he and Orochimaru, Tsunade-sama were known as the Konoha Ninja. The strength of these three people is all at Hokage level, very powerful. Jiraiya-sama is a disciple of the third Hokage and the teacher of the fourth Hokage. He'll be a very powerful Sage Jutsu. The third Hokage said that your physique may be that of a natural immortal. The chakra in your body should be Sage Jutsu chakra. I think as long as you learn Sage Jutsu, you can control the chakra in your body and won't let that chakra hurt you. Chapter 52 Don't want to become a rebellious ninja. Yi Yu looked at Kakashi, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Although he thought Kakashi's idea was naive, how could Jiraiya take him to learn Sage Jutsu? But he could feel that Kakashi's words just now were sincere. He really hoped that he could control the power in his body and was really worried about his own safety. At this moment, Kakashi really treated Yi Yu as his personal disciple. Yi Yu was silent. Kakashi thought Yi Yu didn't understand, so he said it again. Yi Yu waved his hand. Teacher Kakashi, I know what you mean, but I don't think Lord Jiraiya will be willing to take me to learn Sage Jutsu. Since you said that Sage Jutsu is a very powerful power that few people even learn, do you think that Jiraiya-sama will take me to learn it? He and I are not related. Seeing Yi Yu's disbelief, Kakashi smiled and said, Jiraiya-sama is quite enthusiastic. He knows that you have great potential. For the future of the village, he will not refuse. Yi Yu turned to look at Kakashi and asked with a faint smile, what if he thinks that my power will threaten the village and doesn't want me to master Sage Jutsu? I think if the third Hokage knew my current strength, I'm afraid they wouldn't be as calm as before. Kakashi was stunned for a moment. He was so focused on the chakra in Yi Yu's body just now that he completely forgot about the third Hokage. And based on his understanding of Jiraiya, it is really possible that Jiraiya is what Yi Yu thinks. Will think that Yi Yu's strength has grown too fast and threatens the village. Kakashi was silent for a long time, but the Chunin exam will be held in a while, and the third Hokage will definitely know about your situation. Yi Yu spread his hands and said nonchalantly, then just leave it to fate. Yi Yu couldn't think of any good solution. Konoha has too many ways to detect the power inside Yi Yu. The Hyuga clan, the Yamanaka clan, and sentient ninjas, etc. Everyone can detect the abnormality of the chakra in Yi Yu's body. It is impossible to hide. So Yi Yu doesn't want to hide now. He is quite open-minded. He will not do such a thing as defecting unless it leads to death. After all, he didn't want to wander around the ninja world. Seeing Yi Yu's indifferent expression, Kakashi was very worried. It seems that we can't let third Hokage know that you have mastered those ninjutsu just now. Although I trust third generation, I don't think he can completely trust you. Although you have a huge amount of chakra, as long as third generation doesn't master those devastating ninjutsu just now, he probably won't do anything to you. Advertisement. Don't worry, Tongtong and I will help you in Konoha. If the third generation is not good for you, Tongtong and I will not agree. Listening to Kakashi's words, Yi Yu just smiled. He knew Kakashi was all about the village. He didn't think Kakashi would betray the village for him. But it didn't matter to Yi Yu. If he really couldn't stay in Konoha, even if he didn't want to be a rebel, he would have to do that. Although he doesn't have any big pursuits, he doesn't want to die before half of his life is over. Kakashi, who had made detailed plans for Yi Yu's future just now, has completely lost his ambition. Now he just wants to protect Yi Yu. He doesn't want Yi Yu to be like Yamato again. The rest of his life was spent in Anbu. Or be like Nine-Tails Jinchuriki for the rest of his life, being watched for the rest of his life. In fact, if you want to say that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was miserable, the worst one was not Naruto. But his mother Uzumaki Kushina. Whirlpool Kushina came from an outsider village and was monitored by Anbu before marrying Namikaze Minato. Even most of the time, the place where she lives is shrouded by barriers, and she cannot leave the barriers area at will. One can imagine how miserable she was. At least Naruto is completely free in Konoha. He is even too free and can even graffiti on the Hokage rock. For this kind of thing, if it were an ordinary person, even if he was not shot to death on the spot, he would have been locked in a cell long ago. It's third generation's deliberate indulgence that makes him so unrestrained. When it comes to loneliness, which Jinchuriki is not lonely. But there are really not many people who are as free as Naruto. The most outrageous thing is that during the Nine Tails Rebellion, so many villagers, relatives were killed by Nine Tails. The villagers of Konoha village were actually sensible enough not to assassinate Naruto. You must know that Killer Bee was often assassinated by people in the village because the previous Eight Tails Jinchuriki went berserk and killed injured villagers. The villagers of Konoha village actually just reject Naruto. It is really unimaginable that they can be so rational. Being watched by Anbu was not easy at all. Kakashi, who has been in Anbu for a long time, knows it very well, because it was the fourth Hokage who sent him to protect the Whirlpool Kushina. It is said to be for protection, but in fact it also serves the purpose of surveillance. Of course, Namikaze Minato naturally has no harm to Uzumaki Kushina, but is worried that Uzumaki Kushina will go crazy because of her pregnancy. Advertisement. But no matter what, people being monitored by Anbu are definitely very uncomfortable. Kakashi doesn't want Yu to live like that in the future. But Kakashi really couldn't think of any way to help Yu. The only thing that can be done is to help Yu hide the third Hokage and prevent him from knowing that Yu has mastered 3 powerful S-level ninjutsu. But Yu wasn't too worried. After all, Yu is still a ninja of Konoha. On the premise that he has not stated that he will oppose the Leaf Village, the third Hokage will not do anything to him. If a genius really appeared in the village, the third Hokage would have been eliminated, and Konoha village would have collapsed long ago. Looking at Kakashi, Yu smiled and said, "Don't worry so much, I don't think third Hokage would do that." Kakashi looked complicated. He was not as confident in third generation as Yu. He had been in Anbu for too long and knew the other side of the third Hokage. But Yu is right, Yu is still a ninja of Konoha no matter what. Except for the Uchiha clan, the third generation is really not very extreme towards other ninjas in Konoha. At least not as extreme as Danzo. However, Danzo is only very extreme towards the Uchiha clan. As for other people in Konoha, he will ignore them as long as it does not affect him as a Hokage. Even if it is not in line with his philosophy, no matter how powerful it is, he will not absorb it into his roots. Such as Kaido begged Danzo to let him enter the root, but Danzo refused. The third generation and Danzo dealt with the Uchiha clan because they inherited the ideas of the second Hokage. I feel that the Uchiha family are all extreme, and they are all potential patients with mental illness. Except for the Uchiha clan, these two people really didn't do anything extreme to the ninjas of other families in Konoha. Even if it is targeting the Uchiha clan, it is still because of the Nine Tails rebellion. After all, when Nine Tails came out, there were 2-3 Magatama Sharingan in those big eyes. Even if third generation didn't want to target the Uchiha clan, there was nothing they could do. After all, almost all the villagers saw it that night. It is impossible for the Uchiha clan not to doubt it. But Yu is different. Yu was born as a commoner, and there was no interference from family forces behind his back. It's amazing to become someone like fourth Hokage in the future. This is why Yu is not too worried. Although third generation is sometimes a bit sinister, it is not crazy and will kill anyone with high talent. Chapter 53 Combination Ninjutsu. Originally, Kakashi wanted to ask Jiraiya to take Yu to Mount Myoboku to learn Sage Jutsu after Jiraiya returned to the village. But after the conversation with Yu just now, he thought it was better to forget it. Perhaps when I go out to perform tasks in the future, I can find where the 3 holy places are. There should be someone in the ninja world who knows the locations of the 3 holy places. Although it was impossible to ask Jiraiya, Kakashi still did not give up on finding a place for Yu to practice Sage Jutsu. He was worried that if Yu's chakra continued to grow, his body would not be able to hold it. Yu walked to the lake and said calmly, "Actually, I think you are worrying too much. I don't feel any discomfort at all now. With my current physical fitness, carrying this chakra should not be stressful." Yu is naturally very aware of the chakra situation in his body. If his body cannot bear so much chakra, there will not be so much chakra appearing in his body. When one day his body can no longer carry more chakra, it means that the growth of chakra in his body has stopped. At least now, the chakra in Yu's body is still growing at a rate of doubling every day. But Yu can also feel that within a few days, his chakra growth will stop, at least not as fast as it is doubling every day. Kakashi walked to Yu and said seriously, "You can't take it lightly. Chakra's matter is not a trivial matter. There are many ninjas in the ninja world who have been seriously injured because their physical fitness cannot keep up with the chakra in their bodies. By the way, speaking of the 3 holy places, you should have your own psychic beast now." Yu looked at Kakashi. "You probably don't need it yet." Kakashi said helplessly, "Unfortunately, my psychic beast is more of a detective type, so it is not suitable for you." When Yu thought that his future psychic beasts would be a bunch of ninja dogs, he immediately felt uncomfortable. "How about you sign a psychic contract with my psychic beast first? There is no limit to psychic beasts. For example, Sasuke has 2 psychic beasts. It depends on whether your chakra can summon the psychic beast." Yu smiled awkwardly. "Forget it, your psychic beast may not be suitable for me." Kakashi thinks about it too. After you find the 3 holy places, you can sign a psychic contract with them if you have the chance. The fourth Hokage's psychic contract was signed with Mount Myoboku. Same, Jiraiya-sama. Yi Yu was a little confused, looked at Kakashi and asked, Teacher Kakashi, it stands to reason that you are a disciple of the fourth Hokage, so your psychic beast should be the same as him, right? Jiraiya-sama is the teacher of the fourth Hokage. The psychic beasts of the fourth Hokage are the same as Jiraiya-sama's. Why didn't you inherit this? Kakashi smiled and said, because my psychic beast suits me very well, there is no need for another psychic beast at all. Do you know what my psychic beast is? Advertisement. After Kakashi finished speaking, he looked at Yi Yu with a smile on his face. He just realized that when Yi Yu said that his psychic beast was not suitable for him, he seemed to know what his psychic beast was. Yi Yu didn't hide anything, and admitted generously, well, I knew it when I checked your information. In the Konoha library, information on many famous ninjas can be found. It's just information that is well known to the public. So after Kakashi heard it, he didn't think there was anything strange. It's just that Yi Yu seems to dislike his psychic beast. So you don't like my psychic beast? Kakashi looked at Yi Yu with cold eyes. Yi Yu was a little embarrassed and turned to look at the lake. Kakashi-sensei, teach me some more water-style ninjutsu. You will definitely know a lot of water-style ninjutsu. Such a poor way to change the subject. Kakashi chuckled. You are still too young. Do you think it's not cool to use a ninja dog as a psychic beast? Yi Yu quickly denied. No, I think it's pretty good. Yi Yu really doesn't like Kakashi's ninja dogs, but it's not that he has any objections to those ninja dogs. But those ninja dogs really have no lethality and do not improve Yi Yu's combat effectiveness. It is estimated that Yi Yu will be needed to protect them when the battle comes. Naturally, Kakashi didn't believe it and snorted coldly. You are telling the truth, but forget it, you will know later. What water-style ninjutsu do you want to learn? Yi Yu thought for a moment and said, I want to learn a few defensive water-style ninjutsu. Defensive water-style ninjutsu. Let me think about it. Now that I have it, let me teach you water barrier. This ninjutsu is AB level ninjutsu. The difficulty is moderate. It can be said that it is not difficult for you to learn. Listen up, I'll explain to you the principles of ninjutsu. After Kakashi explained it to Yi Yu mastered it. Kakashi did not demonstrate it to Yi Yu, but asked, if I don't demonstrate it to you, can you figure it out by yourself? I think based on your ability, there must be no problem. Kakashi wants to know how powerful Yi Yu's talent is. Previously, Yi Yu had learned the water dragon bullet technique from Zabuza on the spot. Yi Yu did not refuse, nodded and walked to the lake. Advertisement. Standing by the lake, Yi Yu concentrated on condensing the chakra in her body. Suddenly Yi Yu clapped his hands and formed seals quickly. Pa, water-style water barrier. As Yi Yu activated the chakra, the lake water seemed to be sucked up by something. Rushing towards Yi Yu. Rumble. The water from the sky surged up to Yi Yu, spinning crazily around him. Crash. Soon, the rapidly rotating water around Yi Yu formed a huge waterspout. These waterspouts have even caused a small storm, blowing the grass near the lake to the ground. After the ground where the water flowed was impacted by the water flow, a gully was washed out of the ground. A waterspout more than 10 meters wide has formed around Yi Yu. Standing in the distance, Kakashi looked at this scene with a slight twitch in his mouth. Is this still a water barrier? This is the combination ninjutsu, right? There are already signs of wind escape in it. And the scale of this technique is really too big. But Kakashi wasn't too shocked by this ninjutsu. After all, compared to the 3 ninjutsu released by Yi Yu before, the power of this water barrier is already very small. Although it is more powerful than the normal water barrier. Standing in the center of the waterspout, Yi Yu clasped his hands together and stared slightly. Condensate the chakra in the body again. The water that was swirling wildly around Yi Yu quickly stopped. Then these lakes formed a giant water curtain in front of Yi Yu, which was more than 10 meters high and tens of meters wide. Kakashi smiled. This is the water barrier. The ninjutsu you just did has obviously increased the form change of wind release. The giant water curtain Yi Yu condensed this time as the water barrier. The water barrier he released just now was obviously aggressive. Kakashi knew that the ninjutsu just now must have been Yi Yu's own whim to add feng done to it. This kind of thing is very dangerous for ordinary ninjas. If you change ninjutsu casually, it may even be backlashed by ninjutsu. But Yi Yu has no such problem. His control of the chakra has been very precise. Kakashi was a little worried before, but before, ninjutsu Yi Yu, who was so dangerous in lightning style, could control it freely. Now he just created a ninjutsu that is a combination of water style and wind release. Kakashi was not surprised. Advertisement Chapter 54 Uchiha Itachi. The huge water curtain stayed in front of Yi Yu for more than 10 seconds before Yi Yu removed the chakra. Wow. Without Yi Yu's chakra to maintain it, the giant water curtain collapsed instantly, flooding the surrounding area into a small lake. The huge amount of water requires a huge chakra to maintain. To maintain such a huge water curtain, you need at least a Jonin level chakra. It's very strong, far stronger than I thought. And you just integrated the wind escape into the water barrier, right? Kakashi said as he walked over. Yi Yu looked at the water under his feet and nodded. I feel that ninjutsu like this will not be of much use in battle. Kakashi smiled and said, this is a defensive ninjutsu. It is very useful for resisting fire style. There are many ninjas in the ninja world whose fire style is very powerful, such as the third Hokage. Although he is the Grandmaster of the third Hokage's 5 escapes, he is best at fire style and earth style. Third Hokage's fire style ninjutsu has a much higher temperature than the Uchiha clans. The lethality is even more powerful. The ordinary water style ninjutsu cannot resist his fire style ninjutsu. But I think the water barrier you just used can block it. Thinking of third generation's fire style, Kakashi has to admit that it is very strong. Third Hokage's fire style can really break through attribute restraints and completely defeat water style. You can imagine how powerful his fire style is. Yi Yu remembered that third generation's fire style was indeed powerful. When he fights first generation and second Hokage's earth reincarnation, his fire style can even offset second Hokage's water style. You must know that what second generation is best at is water style ninjutsu. But he can actually be on par with second Hokage's water style, and this is when the chakra attribute is restrained. Kakashi-sensei, are the Uchiha clan good at fire style? Yi Yu asked knowingly. Kakashi didn't know that Yi Yu knew about the Uchiha clan, so he introduced him. The Uchiha clan is the strongest ninja family in Konoha fire style. They have many self-created fire style ninjutsu, which are much more powerful than other ninjas. Homemade fire style ninjutsu. Kakashi nodded. Yes, for example, the Great Fireball Jutsu, the Uchiha clan improved it and turned it into the Great Fireball Jutsu. It's actually a kind of ninjutsu, but the power of the Great Fireball Jutsu is far greater than the Great Fireball Jutsu. Advertisement. I've seen Uchiha Itachi use it before. Yi Yu was stunned for a moment. Uchiha Itachi. When talking about Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi looked solemn. Lost in memories. Well, Uchiha Itachi used to be my colleague at Anbu. He is a very talented ninja. It's just a pity that he betrayed the village and his family in the end. Kakashi didn't know why the Uchiha clan massacred his own family. Although Kakashi knew that the truth was definitely not as simple as what the village leaders said. But he was not from the Uchiha clan, so he didn't go into details. I just feel that it is a pity. After all, the Uchiha clan is Obito's family, and Uchiha Itachi is also a ninja that he is very optimistic about. If Kakashi knew, it would be the Uchiha clan that Obito and Uchiha Itachi teamed up to massacre. I'm afraid I will regret saying pity words. Yi Yu thought for a while and said, I don't know why Uchiha Itachi kept Sasuke. Sasuke shouldn't have any ability to resist at that time, right? Kakashi looked at Yi Yu. Because Sasuke is Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, and it is precisely because of this that Sasuke hates Uchiha Itachi very much. When I asked him before what his dream was, he said his dream was to kill Uchiha Itachi with his own hands. Yi Yu was silent. He didn't know what to say. To say that Sasuke is indeed miserable. If the Uchiha clan hadn't been wiped out, Sasuke would never be the same character he is today. Before the Uchiha clan was massacred, Sasuke's personality was actually very cheerful and sunny. Although he was aloof when he was in school, he was completely different from now. His aloofness before was just an act of aloofness, because he was the most outstanding student in the class and was proud of being aloof. But since the Uchiha clan was slaughtered, his aloofness means that he doesn't want to pay attention to external affairs. He just wants to work hard to become stronger, kill Uchiha Itachi, and avenge the Uchiha clan. It is he who hides his feelings, and also had to hide. In fact, Sasuke has always been a very kind person at heart. In a sense, Naruto was indeed in a much better situation than him. At least Naruto always had the third generation to look after him, and at least he had friends like Shikamaru, Choji and Inuzuka Kiba who were willing to skip class with him. He has never been loved by his family, but he doesn't know how his family feels. Even if he is sad, it will not affect his aspirations. But Sasuke originally had a very happy family, a strict father and a loving mother, and a genius brother whom he admired very much. Advertisement. But in the end, it was his most admired brother who massacred his family, even his own parents. And before leaving, he was shown a replay of how the family members were massacred. That kind of pain made Sasuke want to become stronger. In fact, Yi Yu can tell that Sasuke also has a good impression of Sakura. When she was attacked before, Sasuke immediately stood in front of Sakura. You must know that it was Sasuke's first actual battle. Actual combat and daily practice are completely different concepts. But he basically stood in front of Sakura without thinking. This has been proven although Sasuke usually never expresses any emotion towards Sakura. But he definitely has a good impression of Sakura in his heart. Yi Yu can also understand Sasuke's pain. He couldn't even imagine whether he would go crazy if he went through the same thing as Sasuke. I'm afraid he will be more extreme than Sasuke. Originally, when Yi Yu came to this world, she felt that it was exciting to grow up with Naruto. After all, Yi Yu was indeed moved by Naruto's passion in his previous life. But after coming to this world and living with Naruto for 6 years, he had no interest in Naruto anymore. Because Yi Yu originally thought that Naruto was very good at not going to extremes in the dark environment in the early stage. But when he came to this world and saw many things Naruto did, as well as the few friends around him, Yi Yu can't empathize at all. Because Yi Yu had seen too many situations like Naruto's in his previous life. Even they don't have such good conditions as Naruto. After all, Naruto has always been watched by the third generation. As a Jinchuriki, he can move around freely in the village, and he also causes a lot of mischief. How dare you paint graffiti on Hokage Rock? It can be said that before Yi Yu admired Naruto for not turning black. But after being his classmate for 6 years, Yi Yu knew, isn't it normal for Naruto not to go dark? He has friends around him, is not short of money, often skips classes, gets 0 marks in every exam, and yet he is not expelled. This kind of treatment is the treatment given to the crown prince of Konoha. Why does he become a black man? Without parents and family, are there few children like this in Konoha? There were many war orphans in Konoha, and their situation was much worse than Naruto's, and many of them were killed by Nine Tails during the Nine Tails Rebellion. Chapter 55 Yi Yu's perception ability, dealing with Sharingan. And many people are not yet qualified for Jonin school. The ninja school only enrolls 30 people every year, so you can imagine how many people are not qualified to attend. But Naruto passed. Not only did he pass, but he didn't get expelled with the same results in every exam. Yi Yu feels that it would be great to be himself, let alone become a black man. Sasuke watched Uchiha Itachi kill his parents with his own eyes. Uchiha Itachi played back to him how the members of the Uchiha clan were hacked to death one by Uchiha Itachi. The fear, despair, and confusion of those tribesmen before they died could make Sasuke, who was only 6 years old at the time, collapse countless times. Naruto did not see his parents killed by Nine Tails with his own eyes, but Sasuke saw with his own eyes how Uchiha Itachi hacked to death one by one the clansmen who usually cared about him. On that bloody night, Yi Yu himself would have gone to extremes. Kindness. After experiencing something like that, Yi Yu felt that as long as he could gain the strength to kill Uchiha Itachi, it didn't matter how many people died. After experiencing something like that, people can't be rational. At least Yi Yu knew that he would definitely not be able to leave his job, and he would never be able to maintain the kindness in his heart. But Sasuke did it. He loves his family and his tribe very much. So he went crazy to gain power, even at the risk of having his body taken away by Orochimaru, he still went. But when following Orochimaru, Sasuke never killed innocent people indiscriminately, even if they were ninjas that had nothing to do with him. The most important thing is that he was taught by Orochimaru, and being able to maintain such a character shows how kind-hearted he is. That is, there is no mature person to guide him on the road of life. Kakashi's thinking is quite mature, but he is not strong enough. Before coming to this world, Yi Yu admired Naruto. After coming to this world, he admired Sasuke the most. Of course, Yi Yu didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Yi Yu will not change his future path just because he admires him. Life is meaningful only if you experience it yourself. Only when you understand the truth yourself can you never forget it. Kakashi saw Yi Yu looking like this and patted him on the shoulder. Now you know why Sasuke is like that. But I still hope you can change him. Yi Yu was stunned and looked up at Kakashi. With a confused look on his face. Me. Advertisement. Kakashi nodded. Yes, when I sank, it was my companions who pulled me out. I hope you can do it too, and you are strong enough. Sasuke is a proud man. The same thing you say will have absolutely different effects than Naruto. Yi Yu shook his head. I am willing to do it, but I don't think it is a good idea to interfere with Sasuke's choice. Especially for people of this age, the more they interfere, the more rebellious they are. At best, it can only guide. The more interference it has, the more it will go to the other side. Kakashi sighed. I don't know, but I don't want him to go astray. In order to gain power, he will do many things that violate the village's regulations. Yi Yu said nothing. Sasuke will really defect to Konoha in the future. But Yi Yu didn't expect Kakashi to have such an idea. It seems like he does know Sasuke well. Kakashi does pay more attention to Sasuke than Naruto. Yi Yu can understand. After all, Kakashi's fighting style and ninjutsu style are more suitable for Sasuke. Coupled with the influence of Uchiha Obito, it is normal for Kakashi to pay more attention to Sasuke. And Kakashi really had nothing to teach Naruto. Not long after, Jiraiya returned to the village during the Chunin exam. Yi Yu didn't think Jiraiya really came back by chance. It was impossible for Jiraiya to personally take Naruto to practice just because of Naruto's casual words. If it were another ninja who went to Jiraiya and said that he wanted to learn ninjutsu from him, do you think Jiraiya would tell him to get lost based on his character? So when Jiraiya returned to the village for the Chunin exam, he actually knew that Naruto had graduated from the ninja school and wanted to take him in person. Does Kakashi still dare not to let him go? Yi Yu looked at Kakashi's worried look and smiled. Teacher Kakashi, you just think too much. With Sasuke's character, even if he does something that violates Konoha's rules in the future, he will not do anything heinous. His personality is quite normal. Kakashi said helplessly. I hope so too. Speaking of Sasuke, I also want to teach you how to deal with Sharingan. In addition to copying ninjutsu, Sharingan can also release genjutsu. This is very important. Even if your ninjutsu is very strong, if you don't know how to deal with genjutsu, it will easily capsize. Advertisement. Yi Yu nodded, agreeing with Kakashi's words. It's true, it's just that genjutsu is really difficult to guard against, especially the genjutsu released by Sharingan. The genjutsu released by Sharingan is different from ordinary genjutsu. He knew very well how Yuhi Kurenai, a master of genjutsu, was instantly killed by Uchiha Itachi. Don't look at Yuhi Kurenai's poor performance against Uchiha Itachi genjutsu. But among the Jonin, she is already the strongest in genjutsu. After all, she relied on genjutsu to upgrade Jonin. And she is not a special Jonin, but a formal Jonin like Kakashi, Asuma and Guy. It can be imagined that her strength is definitely not bad, and she still uses genjutsu as her main fighting method. Even for such a genjutsu master, the situation was reversed by Uchiha Itachi in just an instant. In addition to showing Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu attainments, the most important thing about this battle is that Sharingan's ability is too heaven-defying. Not only Uchiha Itachi, Sharingan has always been a troublesome eyesore in the ninja world. It forced many ninja villages to develop special methods to deal with Sharingan. It is conceivable that the ninjas in the ninja world are afraid of Sharingan, and we can also see how powerful Sharingan is. Yi Yu's chakra is huge, and pure fighting ninjutsu has mastered 3 ninjutsu with S-level power. If it's just a head-on confrontation, Yi Yu is not afraid of most Jonin at all. But Sharingan can wipe out all of Yi Yu's fighting power with just one glance. Just a glance. No matter how powerful the ninjutsu is, it must be able to be unleashed and hit successfully. Kakashi said. Actually, it is not impossible. Over the years, the ninja world has also had many ways to deal with Sharingan. It's just that a lot of them don't work very well. But you have an innate advantage, that is, your perception is extremely strong. Yi Yu was stunned for a moment. You mean to ask me to close my eyes when facing Sharingan and rely on my senses to fight? Kakashi nodded. Yes, if it is other ninjas, it may not be easy to master. But I know that your perception ability is extremely strong, so strong that it can replace vision. And it's Sharingan-level dynamic vision. Just like when you use Chidori, you can move at such a fast speed and hit the target accurately. Only you have this ability. Even I can't do it. Chapter 56 Yi Yu's powerful chakra recovery power. Yi Yu thought for a while, and his perception ability has indeed become extremely powerful now. It's just that Yi Yu is used to it and doesn't treat it as anything special. It's a bit unaccustomed to rely on perception to fight. Although Yi Yu's perception ability is very strong, he has never tried to rely mainly on his perception ability to fight. Only when using Chidori will he be used as an auxiliary ability. And after verifying the Chidori Sharp Spear and Chidori Senbon, the Chidori Ninjutsu is no longer the main attack method for Yi Yu. After all, Chidori still needs to fight in close combat, so the attack efficiency is not high, and it is easy for the opponent to seize the flaw and counterattack. Kakashi said. Then practice, your perception ability is very strong, you can't waste this ability. Thinking that he might have to face Mangekyo Sharingan or even the Samsara Eye in the future, Yi Yu thought it would be better to practice. After all, Sharingan is the most important bloodline boundary in the world. The Fourth Ninja World War was caused by a few people with Sharingan, Samsara Eye, and Samsara Sharingan. Yi Yu does not have Sharingan, so naturally it is impossible to take the route of improving eyes. What he can take is Naruto's route, relying on powerful chakra and ninjutsu to deal with the Fourth Ninja War. Although Yi Yu himself does not have the power of 6 paths, Yi Yu feels that he will not necessarily be weaker than Naruto in the Fourth Ninja War. He believed in the capabilities of the system. Yi Yu nodded and said, I will, Mr. Kakashi, continue to teach me some attribute ninjutsu. Seeing that Yi Yu listened, Kakashi was very satisfied. That's the good thing about Yi Yu, he's not as weird as Naruto and Sasuke. Yi Yu's character is very normal and he doesn't have any weird ideas at all. The two practiced for several hours next to the lake, and they did not end their practice until dark. Within a few hours, Kakashi's chakra was almost exhausted. Because there are some ninjutsu that he needs to demonstrate to Yi Yu. Yi Yu learns very quickly. Kakashi explains the principles of each ninjutsu and demonstrates it at most, and Yi Yu masters it. So in a few hours, Yi Yu has mastered more than a dozen A-level and B-level attribute ninjutsu. Fortunately not every ninjutsu needs Kakashi demonstration. Otherwise, even if Kakashi is drained, it will be impossible to provide enough chakra to release a dozen A-level and B-level ninjutsu within a few hours. However, the Kakashi chakra is almost exhausted, but 1/3 of Yi Yu's chakra has not been consumed yet. On the way back, Kakashi looked at Yi Yu without any influence. Advertisement. Very speechless. Aren't you tired at all? Yi Yu smiled. I'm not tired. You just released a dozen A-level and B-level ninjutsu. The chakra consumes a lot, right? Kakashi guessed. Yi Yu shook his head, it doesn't consume much chakra. My chakra is replenished very quickly. This is also one of Yi Yu's strengths, that chakra recovers very quickly. Because his chakra is not extracted from his own body. Rather, it is the natural energy absorbed from the surroundings. Although the surrounding natural energy is not inexhaustible, the amount of chakra provided to Yi Yukage level is obviously not stressful. You know, after the Fourth Ninja War, Naruto extracted enough natural energy to cope with Sasuke extracting the chakra of 8-tailed beasts. In comparison, Yi Yu's chakra is nothing. What's more, natural energy can always be regenerated. As long as the planet's energy is not exhausted, natural energy will continue to regenerate. And the reason why Yi Yu's chakra is only at the shadow level is not because he can only absorb shadow level chakra. Instead, his body can only withstand shadow level chakra now. Any more and his body wouldn't be able to bear it. After all, Yi Yu's body did not have a special constitution at the beginning, and it only began to gradually strengthen after receiving the system. Now his chakra amount is almost as good as Naruto's. However, because it is natural energy, the same ninjutsu, Yi Yu needs to consume much less chakra than ordinary ninjas. Kakashi didn't know Yi Yu had such ability. Some people are curious, as the replenishment very fast. Yes, after I released 3 lightning-style ninjutsu before, the chakra was almost exhausted, but it didn't take long for it to recover again. Kakashi doesn't quite believe it. I immediately opened Sharingan and found that the chakra in Yiyu's body had recovered 80%. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. You just released a dozen large ninjutsu, why doesn't the chakra seem to be consumed? Yiyu smiled. I don't know, my chakra recovers very quickly. Kakashi shook his head. It's so irritating that people are more powerful than others. Not only do you have more chakra than me now, but you also recover faster than me. The point is, your ninjutsu is actually stronger than mine. Who is the teacher? Advertisement. Yiyu looked at Kakashi and said seriously, if a student can't surpass the teacher in the end, then why should he be a student? Kakashi was stunned for a moment, looking at Yiyu with a serious look on his face. Kakashi smiled knowingly. Yes, if the students cannot surpass the teacher, then I have failed too much as a teacher. But only you can say these words. After all, not everyone can surpass me. This is not because Kakashi is arrogant, but because he was a genius to begin with, if it weren't for the fact that he had been sinking for a while. The strength is definitely much stronger than it is now. Of course, no matter how powerful it is, it will only be at the shadow level at best. But how many shadow level experts are there in the ninja world? Not to mention being a cage level warrior, elite Jonin is something that most ninjas will never be able to achieve in their lifetime. For most ninjas, Chunin is the end of their ninja careers. But Yiyu is different. In Kakashi's opinion, Yiyu's talent far exceeds his. Even Kakashi feels that now Yiyu only lacks practical experience. As long as he makes up for this shortcoming, Yiyu's strength will be enough to surpass him. But Kakashi only felt relieved. Yiyu naturally knew that Kakashi was not arrogant, so he nodded and said, of course, after all, teacher Kakashi is very strong. There are only a few ninjas who can reach your level of strength. Yiyu flattered her a little. Although Kakashi doesn't care about other people's flattery, it is the flattery of his own disciples. Kakashi is still very useful. Let's go see how Naruto, Sasuke and the others are doing with their training. Kakashi said. Yiyu smiled and said, these two people are still very talented, and they both contain huge power within their bodies. Kakashi nodded. Yes, although Sakura is much better at controlling chakra than them. But the amount of chakra is not much, while Naruto and Sasuke contain huge amounts of chakra. As long as two people can master the chakra in their bodies, their strength will increase very quickly. For both of them, Kakashi knew exactly how to teach them. It's a pity that the last two people, one followed Jiraiya and the other followed Orochimaru. Chapter 57 I actually questioned him. For the two of them, Kakashi actually has his own education methods. But Jiraiya's appearance and Sasuke's thirst for power exceeded his expectations. The two came to the place where Sasuke and Naruto were training. Although it was already dark, they still saw the two of them standing on the top of the tree, panting. Sakura stood under the tree and looked at the two of them. Yiyu and Kakashi appeared, and Sakura came closer. Especially looking at Yiyu up and down. He asked out of curiosity, Yiyu, are you really practicing? Why didn't you see it? Oh, how did you tell that I didn't practice? Sakura walked around Yiyu and said, your clothes are not even wrinkled. How could you be practicing? Didn't you spend the whole afternoon lazying with Mr. Kakashi? That's not okay. Although you are very strong, if you don't practice hard, you will stand still and be surpassed by Sasuke or even Naruto. Yiyu smiled and said nothing. Kakashi interrupted Sakura and asked, how are they? Kakashi asked both Sasuke and Naruto. Sakura smiled and said, they have all mastered it. Even Naruto is practicing very hard. Sakura looked at Yiyu as she spoke. It was obviously meant to be told to Yiyu. She didn't have any ill intentions towards Yiyu, but was worried that Yiyu would be lazy and lose strength. Yiyu knew her little thoughts, but didn't say anything. There is no need to say anything. Kakashi raised his head and looked at the two of them who were panting and looking at each other on the top of the tree. The two are clearly in competition. It's really fast. Forget about Sasuke. Naruto actually mastered it so quickly. Sakura looked at Kakashi curiously and asked, Teacher Kakashi, weren't you lazy just now and looking for a place to rest? Although Sakura thought Yiyu would be lazy, she didn't dare to confirm. Kakashi said calmly, do you think he can? Even if I want to rest, he won't let me rest. Sakura looked at Yiyu and was confused, but why is there no trace of Yiyu practicing at all? Kakashi also looked at Yiyu, and he just noticed it. Even Kakashi's own clothes had several holes in them. Kakashi was speechless. It's true, there is really no trace of cultivation. Advertisement. This is the gap. Kakashi was talking to himself and said something that Sakura couldn't understand. At this time, she looked at Kakashi Yiyu with a confused face. Chakra can actually be controlled to such a precise level. It's even better than me. Kakashi looked at Yiyu and smiled. Yiyu didn't say anything, just smiled lightly. Sakura walked up to Yiyu and asked in a low voice, what on earth is Mr. Kakashi talking about? Yiyu said. Teacher Kakashi just says some words that are incomprehensible every day. Sakura looked at Yiyu and then at Kakashi. She always felt that Kakashi and Yiyu were hiding something from her. Seeing that the two of them didn't talk, Sakura didn't want to dwell on this issue anymore. He came close to Yiyu and said, Yiyu, where did you go to practice just now? There were several earthquakes suddenly before. I almost thought it was Zabuza who hit me. If the movement hadn't been too loud, I almost thought it was him. Yi Yu was stunned for a moment. Earthquake. Sakura nodded. Yes, the movement is quite loud. Because the place where Yi Yu and Kakashi practice is quite far from Sakura. And there is a forest blocking it in the middle. She didn't know that the earthquake was released by Yi Yu. Yi Yu looked at Kakashi and then said, maybe this place is in an earthquake zone. After all, it is normal for earthquakes to occur in the terrain of the Land of Waves. Sakura didn't dig into it, she believed Yi Yu's words. The earthquakes Sakura mentioned were actually the Chidori released by Yi Yu at the beginning and the several Earth-style ninjutsu released later. Although Earth-style is mainly a defensive ninjutsu, it does make a lot of noise when activated. And very chakra-consuming. This is also the reason why Kakashi's chakra is consumed so quickly. A few Earth-style ninjutsu consumes too much chakra. Sasuke and Naruto standing on the tree noticed the appearance of Kakashi and Yi Yu, and wanted to get down from the tree. It's just that both of them forgot that their chakras exhausted. So when I just want to walk down from the tree, just taking a few steps of chakra is not enough. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura under the tree saw the two jumping down from the tree and screamed in fright. Kakashi looked at Yi Yu. Advertisement. Yi Yu nodded. Just when Sasuke and Naruto felt their minds went blank and almost fainted. Kakashi and Yi Yu disappeared. The next moment, Yi Yu appeared next to Naruto, and Kakashi appeared next to Sasuke. The two stopped them and grabbed them. In an instant, Kakashi turned into a blue lightning and appeared on the ground, while Yi Yu turned into a golden lightning and appeared on the ground. After putting Sasuke and Naruto down, Kakashi smiled and said, you are faster than me. Only then did Naruto and Sasuke, who were placed on the ground, react. Thinking of being rescued by Kakashi and Yi Yu just now, the two looked at each other and felt very embarrassed. Originally, the two wanted to show off their afternoon's practice results in front of Yi Yu and Kakashi. I didn't expect the mistake. Naruto looked at Yi Yu. Just now he only felt a flower appear on the ground in front of him. This time was the first time that Naruto personally experienced the power of Yi Yu. Even Sasuke was shocked when he looked at Yi Yu. The moment he saw Yi Yu appear next to Naruto, the golden lightning was too fast. He had never seen Yi Yu in such a state before. Sasuke knew before that he was no match for Yi Yu yet. But now it seems that the gap between the two is huge. The gap is just too big. Sakura was also stunned. She can understand Kakashi, she is an elite Jonin. But Yi Yu actually turned into a golden lightning at that moment, even faster than Kakashi. It was so fast that she could only see the afterimage of golden lightning. Sakura murmured to herself. Is this the ninjutsu he just learned from Mr. Kakashi? That's the lightning style ninjutsu, he's never shown it before. I just said that he has never practiced. How could he be lazy? Sakura, you are so stupid. If he is such a person, he will not be that much better than us. Sakura felt that she was stupid for suspecting Yi Yu just now. Thinking that Yi Yu just smiled just now, she felt like a clown, and it was embarrassing to think about it now. For a moment, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura were silent. Neither Yi Yu nor Kakashi noticed the state of the three of them. Kakashi looked at the two of them and said, your chakra consumption is too great, and the action just now is too dangerous. Chapter 58 What did Mr. Kakashi teach you ninjutsu? Kakashi's accusation made Sasuke and Naruto lower their heads in shame. Originally, the two of them wanted to show off to Kakashi and Yi Yu. I didn't expect it to be self-defeating. Yi Yu also let Yi Yu see the two of them looking so embarrassed. But soon, Naruto stood up and pointed at Yi Yu and said, Teacher Kakashi, did you teach Yi Yu any powerful ninjutsu just now? I have never seen the ninjutsu he saved me just now. Sasuke also stood up, but he just dusted himself off, but his attention was entirely on Yi Yu. He wanted to know what was going on. I would also like to know if Kakashi really has any powerful ninjutsu, and whether I can learn that ninjutsu from Kakashi in the future. Naruto didn't have the same idea as Sasuke, he just felt that Kakashi was too partial. He is his student, but he only teaches Yi Yu, not himself. Seeing Naruto's angry look, Kakashi said, you don't even have chakra control, how can I teach you ninjutsu? When you have laid the foundation, I will naturally teach you ninjutsu. Hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke nodded secretly. It seems that Yi Yu's ninjutsu was taught by Kakashi. Naruto didn't think too much and just said proudly, I have completely mastered chakra control. Teacher Kakashi, please teach me ninjutsu starting tomorrow. Kakashi shook his head. You still have a lot to learn, and you won't be able to get anywhere until now. Then how can Yi Yu learn? We are your students. Naruto said unhappily. Kakashi frowned. I said, your foundation is still very poor, and there is still a lot to master. Also, Yi Yu is also my student. Kakashi even wanted to say that Yi Yu was his most important student. If it weren't for the fact that both Sasuke and Naruto's identities have special meaning to Konoha. He definitely won't take it. After noticing Kakashi's serious tone, even Naruto said nothing more. He just looked at Yi Yu with envy and jealousy. Although Naruto will not hold a grudge against Yi Yu because of Kakashi's words. But he must be jealous of Yi Yu. After all, Yi Yu was not originally part of their team, but Kakashi had to take him with him to perform the mission. Kakashi has done many things, and in Naruto's opinion, Kakashi is definitely partial to Yi Yu. His emotions are already very sensitive, and he is even more sensitive about this kind of thing. Advertisement. He even felt in his heart that Kakashi treated him so differently because he was Ninetales Jinchuriki. It's just that he forgot that Sasuke and Sakura were also treated in this way. But the two of them didn't feel that Kakashi was treating them differently. Because both of them knew how strong Yi Yu was, they could see it just from the previous battle with Zabuza. Yi Yu is much stronger than them. Both of them knew very well that Yi Yu could be so much stronger than them at the same age, or Yi Yu worked harder than them. Either Yi Yu is more talented than them. Sasuke only thinks that Yi Yu must work harder than him. He does not admit that Yi Yu is more talented than him. Sakura thinks Yi Yu is very talented and works very hard. Naruto simply felt that Kakashi was partial. Kakashi is one of the few high-level ninjas who does not reject him, and is also his teacher, so Naruto has high expectations for Kakashi. He cares more about Kakashi's feelings for him, but he doesn't really care about his strength. And Yi Yu also had a headache when she heard Kakashi say those words so seriously. He knew Kakashi just wanted to protect himself. But in this case, Naruto will feel that Kakashi is partial, and may even hate Yi Yu for it. Although helpless, Yi Yu didn't want to say anything. At this time it is best for him to remain silent and say nothing. The more he spoke, the more irritated Naruto became. After all, he is emotionally sensitive to begin with. After seeing no one speaking, Kakashi said, "Okay, I'm very tired from practicing today. Let's go back and rest." After saying that, he disappeared first. Yi Yu looked at the deserted place with a slight twitch in his mouth. I thought to myself, I don't care about killing or burying him. Do you want me to handle it myself? Yi Yu was speechless. Kakashi obviously knew that the mood of several people was not right at this time. He left Yi Yu behind, probably because he wanted Yi Yu to be alone with Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura. Cultivate Yi Yu and their relationship. But in this situation, Yi Yu doesn't want to stay here at all. It's really irresponsible. After Yi Yu slandered Kakashi in his heart, he could only say to the three of them, let's go too. Advertisement. Although he also wanted to use the teleportation technique to leave, if he did so, Sasuke and Naruto would probably be even more unbalanced. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Sakura quickly responded, well, let's go, I'm very tired today. In the whole team, there is no dispute between Sakura and Yi Yu. Both Sasuke and Naruto regarded Yi Yu as a goal to surpass at this time. Especially Naruto, who wanted to continue to become stronger, and then defeat Yi Yu, let Kakashi know that he is his best student, and get Kakashi's recognition. Because he was too young, Naruto felt that the reason why Kakashi favored Yi Yu was because Yi Yu was stronger than him. After he works hard to surpass Yi Yu, Kakashi will recognize him. It's a very real thought. Basically, teenagers of this age will have similar thoughts. A few people walked in the forest, no one spoke, and the atmosphere was very calm. I could only hear the calls of birds and animals from time to time in the forest. After walking for a while, Sakura saw that the atmosphere was too tense, so she spoke first. Sasuke and Naruto were very serious this afternoon, and they mastered the control of chakra in one afternoon. Yi Yu, what did you learn with Mr. Kakashi this afternoon? Ninjutsu ah. Must be a very powerful ninjutsu, right? Sasuke and Naruto, each thinking about their own things, heard Sakura's words. Although they didn't speak, they both pricked up their ears to listen. Yi Yu said casually, just a few water-style ninjutsu. A very powerful ninjutsu? Sakura asked curiously. Yi Yu looked at the two people who wanted to hear but pretended to be nonchalant. He said calmly, how strong can water-style ninjutsu be? Hearing Yi Yu's words, Sakura's mouth twitched slightly. Isn't water-style ninjutsu powerful? The water-style ninjutsu you used to attack Zabuza that day was very powerful. If that Zabuza hadn't been able to dodge, he would have died long ago. Isn't it a miss? Zabuza is an elite Jonin like Kakashi-sensei. How can he be defeated so easily? You only saw that he was almost hit. In fact, he was still far away from defeating him. If elite Jonin were so easy to defeat, there wouldn't be only a dozen in a village. Some ninja villages don't even have more than 10. Yi Yu told the truth. Elite Jonin is the strategic force of a village and can participate in the pursuit of village shadows. Ichimura no Kage was chosen from among the elite Jonin. But obviously none of the three Sakuras understood. Sakura said, but you really almost won the battle that day. That Zabuza ran away because he was afraid of you. Chapter 59 The reason why you are Ninetales Jinchuriki. Yi Yu smiled and said, that's because he thinks there is no chance of winning against Mr. Kakashi and me alone. If I were alone, he would not be able to run away. Sakura nodded in understanding. Sasuke on the side didn't feel anything at all. Because he also masters several fire-style ninjutsu himself. He learned all of them based on the ninjutsu information of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke doesn't think Yi Yu's water-style ninjutsu is much better than fire-style. In Sasuke's opinion, whether it is water-style, fire-style or earth-style, it is not a decisive ninjutsu. But Naruto was unhappy, because now he doesn't know any ninjutsu except for the shadow clone technique. The art of shadow clone was something he learned by stealing the Book of Forbidden Art when he graduated. It was not taught by Kakashi. Now Naruto has not mastered a fighting ninjutsu. So Naruto curled his lips and said unhappily, Kakashi-sensei is really partial, as if we are not his students. Yi Yu looked at Naruto, he understood Naruto. After all, he is just a 12-year-old child now. Things like jealousy are especially serious at this age. Actually, Mr. Kakashi hopes that you will lay a good foundation before learning ninjutsu. He is your instructor Jonin. Now that you have passed his test, he really treats you as his disciples. As a teacher, I definitely don't want you to be too impetuous. Ask Sasuke if he had mastered a lot of ninjutsu basics when he was learning ninjutsu. Sasuke was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Yu would point him out. Naruto raised his head and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke didn't want to say anything. But this is Yu's request, although Sasuke regards Yu as a transcendent goal. But now Yu is much stronger than him, and he has not surpassed Yu yet. So Sasuke still listens to Yu on some things. Sasuke nodded. It does require mastering a lot of basic knowledge. Advertisement. But even if it is an explanation, it is just an explanation. Of course Naruto didn't listen. What basic knowledge? It only took me one night to learn the shadow clone technique. Yu smiled. That's because the shadow clone technique is very suitable for you, or it is simply tailor-made for you. When you were in ninja school, you didn't even master the shadow clone technique. You didn't know how to do it after 6 years of learning. How come you suddenly learned the shadow clone technique overnight? Do you know the shadow clone technique? Oh, by the way, why the multiple shadow clone techniques you learned are forbidden techniques? Naruto looked confused. He had learned the first ninjutsu when he saw it. He didn't know what forbidden techniques were forbidden. Not to mention the limitations of this ninjutsu. Sakura and Sasuke also looked at Yu. Especially Sasuke, he actually doesn't know how Naruto suddenly mastered the shadow clone technique. You must know that Naruto couldn't even master the clone technique before. The technique of shadow clone is much more advanced than the technique of body cloning. Yu said. That's because the shadow clone technique takes away an equal proportion of chakra from the main body, and after the shadow clone technique is released, the physical energy consumption of the clone will return to the main body. For ninjas with little chakra or poor physique, it is very dangerous to use the shadow clone technique, let alone multiple shadow clone techniques. And you are Nine Tails Jinchuriki. You have a huge amount of chakra and your physique is very good because of Nine Tails, so you can withstand the disadvantages of multiple shadow clone techniques. And if you want to learn other escape techniques, if you can't master the basic knowledge, you will easily hurt yourself if you act recklessly. Ninjutsu's backlash can really kill people, especially if your theoretical knowledge is a mess. Why does it take a long time for some people to learn a ninjutsu, while others only need a few days? In addition to the talent gap, there is also the problem of one's own foundation. Think about what you have learned in the 6 years of ninja school. Do you think your foundation is solid? Xiaoying understood and said with a smile. Not only is it unreliable, he didn't study at all. Every time he took the test, he got 0 points. I don't know how he did it, even if he just read a book. Sasuke looked at Naruto and thought. It turns out that he learned the shadow clone technique because of Nine Tails. It's just that Sasuke doesn't know much about Nine Tails. After all, Sasuke was just born during the Nine Tails rebellion. After his family was slaughtered by Uchiha Itachi, it was even more impossible for anyone to tell him what Nine Tails was. Naruto touched his belly and looked sad. He believed Yu's words. Advertisement. In fact, Naruto was violent once when he was young. It was just that he was suppressed as soon as he went on a rampage and had no impact on the village. As a result, not many people in the village knew about it. But Naruto knew. Naruto knew that power very well. Although it was evil, it was indeed very powerful. Naruto looked at Yu. Why should Nine Tails be sealed on my body? If it weren't for the Nine Tails demon fox, the people in the village wouldn't have treated me like that. Because of his identity as Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto has been ostracized since he was a child. Although not as miserable as Killer Bee and the others, he is very emotionally sensitive because of being an orphan. Even if no one assassinated him or threw eggs at him, just being alienated made Naruto uncomfortable. At this age, Naruto couldn't understand why the villagers rejected him so much. He can only attribute everything to the Nine Tails in his body and the fact that the villagers don't like him. Yu patted Naruto on the shoulder and explained, Nine Tails is our strategic weapon of Konoha village. In other words, you are very important to Konoha village. Naruto slapped Yu's hand away. He said angrily, but I don't want it. Since I'm so important, why do people in the village reject me so much? You don't know what I have suffered over the years. People in the village regard me as a monster. No one likes me or recognizes me. ... Perhaps it was Yu's words that made Naruto burst out emotionally, and he spoke out all the grievances he had suffered over the years in one breath. Even cried. Sakura and Sasuke looked at Naruto, and at this moment they realized what kind of pressure Naruto was under. Even Sakura, who usually always hurt Naruto, looked at him sympathetically. Sasuke was somewhat sympathetic. Although he was not ostracized by the villagers, and even because of his status as an Uchiha clan member, he was actually very popular among the villagers of Konoha. But his clan was wiped out and his parents died tragically at the hands of his most admired brother, which hurt him even more than what happened to Naruto. Sasuke and Naruto were in the same mood at this moment. Sakura whispered. Naruto, don't you have no friends? Aren't Uruka-sensei, Shikamaru, Choji and Kiba all your friends? I saw you playing so well with Shikamaru and the others before, and I thought you just had a bad personality. I didn't expect you to go through so much. Chapter 60. Does 4th Hokage really think that? Sakura's words immediately confused Naruto. Now that he thinks about it, yes, he still has so many friends. It seems that I am not that miserable. It's because I'm too pushy. The villagers ostracize themselves, but as long as their friends don't ostracize themselves, isn't it okay? Seeing Naruto calm down, Yi Yu said. Actually, is there a possibility that the reason why the villagers hate you is not mainly because you are Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but because you always play pranks and often make the village go crazy, which annoys them? Are you the only one who will reject you? Naruto was stunned. Yi Yu's guess is not unfounded. Although people in the village will be afraid of Naruto because he is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Somewhat distant from him, but hating him was Naruto's own problem. Naruto thought he could attract the attention of the villagers by playing pranks. But doing so only reinforced the villagers' stereotype of him. This further convinced the villagers that Naruto was Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so he was also very evil. This can be proven during the Chunin exam. As long as Naruto shows his abilities and doesn't play pranks, the villagers can completely accept him and recognize him. Other ninja villages may really hate Jinchuriki and even assassinate Jinchuriki. But this is obviously not the case in Konoha village. Generations of Jinchuriki in Konoha actually rarely encountered attacks from ninjas from the same village. After all, the first Jinchuriki is the wife of the first Hokage and doesn't go out very often. The second generation Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina was worse than her son Naruto. Before marrying Namikaze Minato, she was always under surveillance by Anbu. There were even defensive barriers set up around her. But he has never been assassinated by ninjas from the same village. Compared to the Whirlpool Kushina, Naruto's situation is much better. Naruto has never encountered restrictions such as being able to only move within barriers. Growing up, Naruto could move around freely in the village, and even graffiti on the Hokage rock was punished by wiping it clean. This kind of punishment is properly covered by third generation. Advertisement. The Hokage rock is a commemorative statue representing the past Hokages of Konoha village. Naruto's behavior is tantamount to dancing on someone else's grave, and this grave is also a grave with extremely important symbolic significance. But Naruto's punishment was extremely light. If it were anyone else, even if he didn't kill him on the spot, he would still be trapped in the cell. So in Yi Yu's view, the reason why Naruto was rejected by the villagers was mainly because his way of attracting attention was too extreme. Or it completely reinforces the villagers' stereotype of him. Naruto didn't know what to say for a moment. Think about it for yourself. Because you are Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, isn't it normal for the villagers to be afraid that you will go berserk and alienate you? But as long as you are not so out of touch and always playing pranks, won't the villagers think that you are not that bad after all? Think about it. Don't Shikamaru, Iruka-sensei, Sakura and Sasuke know your identity as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But why can they accept you? Because they have been with you for a long time and know that you will not harm others. But the villagers don't spend much time with you, so the impression you give them at a certain moment is their entire impression of you. And everything you did at that moment was all to deepen the image of you they imagined in their minds. It's very normal for them to alienate you. In fact, I think the fact that they didn't beat or scold you is because the villagers are simple and kind-hearted. Listening to Yi Yu's words, Naruto fell silent. Yi Yu continued. So as long as you master the 9 tails in your body and turn the 9 tails in your body into the power to protect Konoha village, who else will reject you? Naruto was stunned. Control the 9 tails in my body. But that is the 9 tails demon fox. How could it be controlled by humans? I don't want to have anything to do with such an evil monster. Yi Yu was a little speechless. That was 9 tails. The most powerful of the 9-tailed beasts. Naruto was so disgusted. Do you know how powerful the 9 tails demon fox is inside you? Naruto nodded. I know. After saying this, Naruto looked complicated. When I was a kid, I remember a time when the power of the 9 tails demon fox exploded. I still remember that evil and powerful force. Yi Yu didn't expect that Naruto could still remember the feeling after he went berserk. Advertisement. Tailed beasts are the strategic weapons of every ninja village, and Jinchuriki are also very important ninjas in every ninja village. But Jinchuriki may have his consciousness taken away by a tailed beast at any time, so villagers in each village are generally worried that Jinchuriki will go berserk, and they will naturally become alienated. The Jinchuriki in other ninja villages are actually not doing well either. You can move around freely, which is actually much better than other Jinchuriki. It's just that the villagers alienated you because they were afraid. Some Jinchuriki from other ninja villages would even be assassinated by ninjas from the same village. Because after Jinchuriki goes berserk and loses consciousness, many people will be killed or injured. People will remember the destruction of the tailed beasts on Jinchuriki, and naturally Jinchuriki will not be welcomed. You should know that the 4th Hokage died by sealing 9 tails and saving the Leaf Village. Naruto nodded and said with respect, 4th Hokage has always been my most admired hero, and I want to be a hero like him in the future. Yi Yu said, the 4th Hokage gave up his life to seal 9 tails in your body. Why do you worship him? Naruto was stunned for a moment. He had never thought about this problem. But quickly, he still said, but he is doing it for the village. Yi Yu smiled and said, actually, the 4th Hokage sealed 9 tails on your body, so I should expect something from you. He may want you to control the 9 tails in your body in the future, because by mastering the power of the 9 tails, you will become extremely powerful. Then you will have the same power as the 4th Hokage, and you can protect the village and become the hero of the village. Naruto looked at Yi Yu and said blankly, really? Does 4th Hokage really think so? Because this was the first time Naruto heard about his connection with the 4th Hokage. So he was very happy. After all, he already admired the fourth Hokage. Yi Yu nodded. If you don't think so, do you think the sealing techniques he imposed on you will transform the chakra leaked by Ninetales into yours? Have you never thought about why you have so much more chakra than others? Compared to your peers, your chakra is quite large, even much larger than Sasuke's. Sasuke, who was listening attentively, heard Yi Yu talking about him. Stunned for a moment, he looked at Naruto with a confused look. He didn't know that Naruto had more chakra than him. Naruto himself didn't know. Really? Is my chakra amount really more than Sasuke's? Naruto was very happy. After all, he had always regarded Sasuke as his opponent. Naruto was naturally very happy when he heard that he had more chakra than Sasuke. 3 Hectares Chapter 61 Controlling the Power of Nine Tails. Sakura was also curious, but she didn't believe it. Are you kidding me? Naruto's chakra is much greater than Sasuke's? In Sakura's opinion, Sasuke is very strong. Apart from Yi Yu, Sasuke is the strongest in this class. In Sakura's perception, Sasuke is much stronger than Naruto, which means that Sasuke's chakra amount is much greater than Naruto's. Yi Yu nodded seriously. There is no need to doubt this. Naruto's chakra amount is even more than that of Mr. Kakashi. That's one of the benefits of Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto, your hand is already healed, there isn't even a scar. Naruto wondered why Yi Yu asked this. However, he still raised his hand and asked curiously, why do you ask this? Sakura and Sasuke saw that Naruto's previously injured hand was completely healed. You know, only a few days have passed since the day Naruto pierced his palm. With such a serious injury, Naruto's hand was completely healed within a few days, without even leaving a scar. Naruto was not surprised, because his wounds had healed very quickly since he was a child, and he thought others were like this too. Yi Yu said, this is the physical change that Nine Tails brings to you. The recovery power is very strong. When a normal person suffers such a serious injury, the wound cannot heal within a few months. It will leave scars even after it heals, but do you see the scars on your palms? Naruto looked at it and said, it really doesn't exist, aren't others like this? Before Yi Yu could speak, Xiaoying spoke first. Of course not. How could such a serious injury heal in a few days without leaving any scars? I really envy you, Naruto. Sakura meant what she said. As a girl, she really envied that such a serious wound could leave no scar. Girls all love beauty, let alone a precocious girl like Sakura. Sasuke's eyes were also fixed on Naruto's hand, and he was also shocked. He didn't expect Naruto to have such ability. This idiot actually has such great power. Sasuke himself doesn't have such terrifying abilities. This ability is very terrifying, especially for a profession like ninja that licks blood from the tip of a knife. It's almost like having a few more lives on the battlefield. Advertisement being looked at by Sakura and Sasuke like this, Naruto was also a little proud, and he became inexplicably happy. Really? Does Sakura envy me too? Is she so powerful? Ha ha ha. Seeing Naruto's silly smile, Sakura was originally envious, but suddenly felt relieved. After all, it was a trade-off with her brain, and she was not jealous. Yi Yu also shook his head speechlessly. This guy's mood changes really quickly. He was so sad just now, but now he's happy. After laughing for a while, Naruto looked at Yi Yu and asked, then how do you master the power of the Nine Tails Demon Fox? After mastering the Nine Tails Demon Fox, can I really be as powerful as the fourth Hokage? Sasuke and Sakura also looked at Yi Yu, they cared too. After all, Naruto was originally the worst one in the team, but now he is a little better than Sakura. But still worse than Sasuke. Sasuke still didn't want to be surpassed by someone like Naruto. Yi Yu waved his hand. How would I know? Don't get me wrong, I am similar to you. I am also a ninja who just graduated from the ninja school. I know that teacher Kakashi told me this. As for how to control Nine Tails, even teacher Kakashi doesn't know. If he knew, third Hokage would have taught you long ago. Why wait until now? But I heard that the previous generation Nine Tails Jinchuriki used sealing techniques to control the power of Nine Tails. The previous generation Nine Tails Jinchuriki was the fourth Hokage's wife. And just like you, he is from the Uzumaki clan. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then something came to mind. Am I from the Uzumaki clan? Although Naruto's surname was Uzumaki, he had no idea that there was another Uzumaki clan. He always thought that Uzumaki was just his surname. Yi Yu nodded. That's right, the Uzumaki clan was once an ally of Konoha. But the Whirlpool clan has been wiped out long ago. Otherwise, the Whirlpool clan would still be very powerful. Naruto was stunned at this time. Isn't the Uzumaki clan a family from Konoha village? Sakura and Sasuke were also curious. The two of them didn't know that there was a Uzumaki clan in Konoha at first. Like Naruto, they always thought that Uzumaki was just Naruto's last name. Even after hearing that the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, Sasuke looked at Naruto with some sympathy. Advertisement he thought that Naruto was an orphan of his clan just like him. Naruto thought he had a family and a sense of belonging. But just when he thought he had a sense of belonging, Yi Yu actually said that the Uzumaki clan had been wiped out, and it was not a clan from the Leaf Village. Yi Yu thought for a while and said, no, the Whirlpool clan is a ninja family from the Kingdom of Whirlpool. They're very good at sealing techniques. Especially very suitable for being a tailed beast Jinchuriki. For this reason, he was besieged by several major countries, destroyed the Uzumaki clan, and took away their sealing techniques. In addition to some of the Whirlpool clan being slaughtered, some others are scattered around the world. For example, we in Konoha have people from the Uzumaki clan. I remember that the first Hokage's wife is from the Uzumaki clan, and the fourth Hokage's wife is also from the Uzumaki clan. And they all used to be Nine Tails Jinchuriki. This is not Yu leaking secrets. This information is available at Konoha's public libraries. It's just that no one usually pays attention to it. After all, people pay the most attention to Konoha's Hokage, who would care about Hokage's wife. But because he is an important figure, he will be introduced in Konoha's history books. Yu looked at Naruto and said, "So I think that maybe by mastering the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, you can control the 9 tails in your body like the previous generations of Mrs. Hokage." Naruto was silent for a while and asked, "But I don't know where the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are. Didn't you tell them all?" "The Uzumaki clan has been wiped out. Where can I get sealing techniques?" "Then I can't help you. After all, I'm not much better than you. And I guess sealing techniques is a secret of the village and not accessible to ordinary people. But I do think that the sealing techniques applied to you by the 4th Hokage are already very powerful and will be of great benefit to you. You just need to become stronger and make good use of 4th Hokage's sealing techniques. Sooner or later you will definitely be able to master the power of 9 tails. You have to know that 9 tails is very powerful. When 9 tails was raging, it caused a lot of damage to our village. But it also shows that the power of 9 tails is very powerful. Once mastered, it may instantly increase your power to the level of Hokage. After all, 9 tails is a powerful monster that the 4th generation sacrificed its life to seal, and the chakra leaked by 9 tails alone can give you more chakra than Mr. Kakashi. Think about it, if you fully mastered 9 tails chakra, your chakra amount would probably be several times greater than that of the Hokage. And judging from the fact that the first 2 generations of 9 tails Jinchuriki in Konoha are all members of the Uzumaki clan, your Uzumaki clan's physique should be very suitable for being a 9 tails Jinchuriki, and you should be born with the power to suppress tailed beasts, but you don't have it yet. Just master that power. Naruto's eyes lit up. He wants to become stronger now, defeat Yu, and gain Kakashi's recognition. After hearing Yu say that after mastering 9 tails, he would have the same power as the 4th Hokage or even surpass it, Naruto was moved. Chapter 62. You must know about the Uchiha clan, right? Sasuke on the side looked at Naruto's complacent look and frowned. If Naruto mastered the power of the 9 tails demon fox, he would definitely be much stronger than me. Naruto has always been the leader of the ninja school, but if he surpasses him in the future, Sasuke will find it difficult to accept it. He is arrogant and cannot accept Naruto surpassing himself. Sasuke looked at Yu. "Did you use the ninjutsu that Kakashi taught you just now?" Yu was stunned for a moment. He soon realized that Sasuke couldn't accept that Naruto might surpass him, so he wanted to know if Kakashi could make him stronger. Naruto also reacted and looked at Yu curiously. The same goes for Sakura. From now on, they have been very concerned about what ninjutsu Kakashi taught Yu. Yu thought for a while and said, Ninjutsu, as long as you learn to control chakra accurately, you will think of it yourself, and you don't need to teach it." The three of them frowned, not understanding what Yu meant. The principle of the instant body technique is actually very simple. It is the same as the practice of climbing a tree. It is to condense chakra under the feet to achieve rapid movement. Sasuke thought for a moment. The principle is indeed not difficult, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve the speed you just did. Sasuke is indeed right, because Yu uses lightning Shunshen and needs to add lightning-style chakra. Currently, Yu's Thunderbolt can approach the speed of lightning, which is faster than Kakashi's Thunderbolt. But Yu naturally couldn't admit it and said, "As long as you practice more, it will definitely be okay." Sasuke did not agree, and looked at Yu carefully. "You were a little faster than Kakashi just now. And the colors of thunder and lightning produced by the two of you using the instantaneous technique are completely different." Sakura on the side nodded in agreement. It's true, Yu is faster than Mr. Kakashi, and the thunder and lightning accompanying him are of 2 colors. Kakashi-sensei is like a blue lightning, and Yu is a golden lightning. Naruto smiled and said, "Are you lying to us?" "I don't need to lie to you. The colors are different just because our chakras are different." Advertisement. You will know later. Sasuke asked, "Why does Mr. Kakashi have a Sharingan? Is he also from the Uchiha clan?" "If Mr. Kakashi is from the Uchiha clan, wouldn't he be the same clan as you, Sasuke?" Naruto also looked at Yu. Yu had a headache. He just wanted the 3 of them to forget about Kakashi teaching him ninjutsu. Who knew that Sasuke would ask such a sensitive topic now? These books about the Whirlpool clan are in the library, and Yu has read them before. So it's not surprising that he said it, but things about the Uchiha clan have always been a secret in the village, and Yu doesn't want to talk about it. Sasuke looked at Yu expectantly. He actually hopes that Kakashi is from the Uchiha clan, so that he will no longer be so lonely in the future. He is the only Uchiha clan member in Konoha. Seeing that Yu seemed to be in trouble, Naruto asked, "Is there anything hard to say?" "That's not the case, it's just that I don't know much about the Uchiha clan. But I can tell you that Kakashi-sensei is not from the Uchiha clan." Sasuke, who was looking forward to it, suddenly became extremely disappointed. Sakura was very confused. Since Mr. Kakashi is not from the Uchiha clan, why is there a Sharingan? Are there any other families in Konoha village who have Sharingan? "I don't know about that." Yu didn't want to say it, but Sasuke answered for him. Only the Uchiha clan in Konoha village has Sharingan, and among the Uchiha clan, there are only a few people who can activate Sharingan. Then why Kakashi-sensei? Naruto was curious. Sasuke can probably guess it. It must have been transplanted. It's just that he doesn't feel comfortable. After all, the eyes of his tribe are now occupied by Kakashi. And who knows how Kakashi got that Sharingan? Advertisement. Yi Yu looked at Sasuke and knew that he must have misunderstood Kakashi. Although Yi Yu doesn't want to talk about the Uchiha clan, if Sasuke misunderstands Kakashi, Yi Yu doesn't want it to happen either. After struggling for a while, Yi Yu explained to Kakashi. That Sharingan was transplanted to him by Kakashi-sensei's teammate. During the Third Ninja War, Kakashi-sensei's team was ambushed, causing one of Kakashi-sensei's eyes to be stabbed. Kakashi-sensei's teammate is a ninja from the Uchiha clan. The opponent from the Uchiha clan had half of his body crushed by the enemy's earth-style ninjutsu. Before he died, Mr. Kakashi's teammates asked the medical ninja in the team to transplant the other intact eye to Mr. Kakashi. It was also at that time that Kakashi-sensei had Sharingan. The Uchiha clan teammate who was transplanted to Mr. Kakashi is a good friend of Mr. Kakashi. I think you should often be taken by Kakashi-sensei to pay homage to his friend. That person is the teammate who transplanted Sharingan to Kakashi-sensei. I heard Yi Yu talk about the causes and consequences. Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura who originally questioned Kakashi were silent. What shocked the three was not that Kakashi got Sharingan but that during the war, Kakashi's teammates were actually willing to transplant Sharingan to Kakashi. It shows how deep their friendship is. Sasuke also felt that his guess just now was a bit inappropriate. Kakashi-sensei is actually able to become famous in the ninja world by relying on the transplanted Sharingan. Yi Yu, you were right. Kakashi-sensei is indeed a very powerful ninja. Naruto sighed. Yi Yu smiled and said, that's natural. Teacher Kakashi has been a genius ninja since he was a child. When he was our age, he was already a Jonin. And it's Jonin who was created during the war. You can imagine how strong he is. Sasuke said nothing, but he also expected more from Kakashi. I wonder what powerful ninjutsu Kakashi will teach him in the future. The most important thing is that Kakashi has experience in using Sharingan. In the future, Kakashi may teach himself how to develop Sharingan. Sasuke looked at Yi Yu. Yi Yu, do you know about the Uchiha clan? You must know it very well. After all, you know so much about Mr. Kakashi, and you also know the secrets of the Uzumaki clan. You must know the Uchiha clan very well, right? The reason why Sasuke asked Yi Yu this question was because he didn't know much about many things about the Uchiha clan. It's not even clear how Sharingan developed him. Chapter 63 You Will Die. Sakura and Naruto also looked at Yi Yu. They were also curious about the Uchiha clan. I have always heard that the Uchiha clan is very prominent in Konoha, and Sasuke is also very popular in Konoha because of his identity as a survivor of the Uchiha clan. At least Naruto often hears people mentioning Sasuke in conjunction with the Uchiha clan. From what those people said, it seems that the Uchiha family is a very powerful family. Yi Yu was speechless, looked at Sasuke and said, you are from the Uchiha clan and you don't even know. Where do I know where to go? But Sasuke would not let Yi Yu off like that. You don't even know about the Uzumaki clan. Before this, I had never even heard of the Uzumaki clan. I don't believe you don't know about the Uchiha clan. Sakura and Naruto both nodded. Sasuke is right, you even know about the Uzumaki clan. How could you not know about the Uchiha clan? I know basically the same as you know, maybe even less. Yi Yu said. Sasuke asked without giving up. Then do you know how powerful Sharingan is? If I continue to develop Sharingan, what level can it reach? This is what Sasuke wants to ask most. If it were anyone else, he would not ask this question, but he has already recognized Yi Yu's strength. He didn't feel embarrassed to ask Yi Yu. Naruto and Sakura were also concerned. Especially Sasuke, after knowing his huge potential in the future, he has already thought that when he is stronger than Sasuke, he will definitely defeat him with his own hands, so that Sakura can be powerful and make Sakura like him. He always thought that Sakura liked Sasuke because Sasuke was better than him. Yi Yu waved his hand. I don't know about this, but since the ninja world is so afraid of Sharingan, he must be very powerful. And the Uchiha clan used to hold great power in Konoha and was very prominent in Konoha. With what kind of strength and status, Sharingan must be very powerful. But Sasuke was not satisfied with Yi Yu's words. But how strong is it? Yi Yu smiled bitterly and said, I really don't know. The strongest Sharingan I have ever seen is teacher Kakashi's Sharingan. This is true. After coming to this world, Yi Yu has only seen Kakashi's Sharingan as long as she has grown up. He hadn't even seen Sasuke's Sharingan. Although Sasuke was not satisfied with Yi Yu's answer, he continued to ask, and Yi Yu probably wouldn't answer. Advertisement he didn't know whether he really didn't know or if there was some secret that he didn't want him to know. After the group returned to Dazna's home, Yi Yu looked at Kakashi, who was already sitting at the dining table with black lines on his head. Kakashi-sensei, you are such a good teacher. Seeing Kakashi, Yi Yu's yin and yang strange air path. Kakashi naturally knew what Yi Yu meant, complaining that he left Yi Yu behind and let Yi Yu deal with the problems of the three Sasukes. Fortunately, Kakashi was covered by a mask, so his expression couldn't be seen. Kakashi greeted the four of them by himself and said, Hey, I'm back. Come over for dinner quickly. Miss Tsunami has carefully prepared a rich dinner for you. Tsunami, who was standing next to Kakashi, said sheepishly, "It's just mediocre food, and I don't take good care of him." Although he was dissatisfied with Kakashi's behavior, Yu still had a few polite words with Jinbo. Dasna saw Yu and said with a smile, "Brother Yu is really working hard, and he has been practicing so late." After the previous battle, in Dasna's heart, only Kakashi and Yu were reliable. He felt that as long as Kakashi and Yu were around, even if Zabuza appeared again, they would not be able to assassinate him. As for the three Sasukes, he felt that they were complete novices and could not even protect themselves, let alone protect others. So he is particularly enthusiastic about Yu. After Yu and Sasuke sat down, Inari, who was hiding behind Jinbo, showed his head and looked at Yu and the others. His eyes were full of ridicule. A few idiots will definitely end up like that person. Yu could naturally hear it, but he didn't want to say anything, and he didn't want to think about who the person Inari was talking about. Although Yu still has some memories of this mission, he can no longer remember the specific details. Naturally, I don't know why Inari said that. Kakashi also heard it, thoughtfully. Of course he wasn't angry, he was just thinking, why would Inari say such things, and who was that person? Kakashi glanced at Yu. Seeing Yu eating calmly, it seemed as if he didn't hear what Inari said just now. I thought to myself, this kid is really calm, but you must have been thinking about who that person is. Advertisement. Just glancing at Yu, Kakashi didn't make any move, and ate his meal with a normal expression. It's just that Yu and Kakashi didn't say anything. Naruto heard it. Although Inari spoke in a low voice, Naruto still heard it. Naruto instantly became unhappy. He stood on the chair and looked at Inari with his fists raised. Who are you calling an idiot? Please tell me clearly. Sasuke and Sakura didn't speak, but their faces didn't look good either. After all, they continued this mission because of their good intentions. Unexpectedly, Inari scolded them. Even though Sakura didn't seem to be doing anything on the surface, her heart was already exploding. Naruto's words also angered Inari. He wasn't even afraid anymore. He jumped out from behind his mother and shouted to Naruto. I'm talking about you. Who do you think your opponents are? Those people are ninjas who can easily kill a group of people. It's just stupid for just a few of you to defeat them. Why aren't you idiots, especially you dumb blonde? Jinbo was stunned for a moment, and after realizing that it was bad, Jinbo quickly grabbed Inari. Inari, you are so rude, please apologize to the ninjas. Inari shed tears and said stubbornly, I'm not apologizing. I'm telling the truth. How can these people defeat those ninjas? It's just a few more souls killed by the sword. Idiots, a few idiots, woo woo woo. Inari became more and more excited as she talked and finally ran out. The scene became very embarrassing at one point. Naruto rolled up his sleeves and angrily went to Inari to argue. This B*************** D kid, how could he say such things? I'm going to go find him and make it clear. Naruto said and chased after him. Sunba and Tatsuna quickly apologized to Kakashi and others. I'm sorry, Mr. Kakashi, Inari didn't mean to say that. Please forgive him for his rude behavior. I apologize to you on his behalf. When Tazuna and Tsunami were about to kneel down, Kakashi quickly helped them up. You two don't have to be like this. Children's words are unbridled. We won't argue with children. But it seems there is something hidden in it. Chapter 64. Mastering the most powerful power, will I change? Dasna sighed. The child's father was killed for stopping Cardo. He admired his father the most before. He has always admired him, unexpectedly. After Tazuna finished telling Inari and his father, Kakashi and others understood. Mr. Kakashi, the bridge connecting to the land is really important. If it cannot be repaired, the country of waves will always be ruled by Cardo, and the people of the country of waves will never be able to get rid of Cardo's cruel rule. As he spoke, Tatsuna couldn't help crying. Father, with Mr. Kakashi and the others here, the bridge will be able to be repaired. Tsunami stood aside and comforted his father. Looking at Dasna's appearance, Yu had a complicated expression. It's the tragedy of a little person. Having power can dominate the ninja world, but people without power are like ants. This is still a time of peace. How desperate must ordinary people feel during war? Yu felt a deep sense of powerlessness for the first time. To Yu, Cardo is just a bug that can be easily killed, but to the people of Wave Country, he is a big mountain that can easily crush them to death. The country of Wave is so poor that it doesn't even have its own ninja village. I'm afraid it doesn't need Jonin. It only needs a few Chunin or even Genin to occupy this country. Yu also understood why Tazuna finally called the bridge connecting to the land Naruto Bridge. Maybe to others, Naruto is just a Genin. But to the people of Wave Country, Naruto is the hero who saved their entire country. Kakashi looked at Yu. Seeing his thoughtful look, he nodded secretly. This is what he wants Yu to feel. Many people in this world live in humble circumstances, and the power Yu now possesses has put him above many people. And whether the power in his body is used to bully the weak, or to help the weak and protect order, is a matter of his thoughts. Sasuke and Sakura don't have any special feelings, and they can't empathize with Tazuna. Although Sasuke experienced family disintegration, because of the existence of Uchiha Itachi, the third generation took special care of Sasuke. Sasuke has never experienced the powerlessness of being bullied since he was a child. At least not in the village. This is even more true for Sakura. After all, Konoha village is still in order, and no one who can Jonin school dares to bully Sakura. After Kakashi and Tazuna chatted for a while, they went to rest. At night, Yi Yu was sitting on the balcony on the second floor, with the moonlight as white as sand splashing on the balcony. Advertisement: the chirping of insects and birds in the forest in the distance seems noisy, but it makes people feel unusually quiet. Yi Yu stared blankly into the distance, which was a little dark, but Yi Yu couldn't take his eyes away. Obviously he couldn't see anything. After a long time, I felt someone sitting next to me. Yi Yu didn't look back and said calmly, "Teacher Kakashi, what kind of person do you think I will become after I become the most powerful person in the world?" Kakashi, who was sitting next to Yi Yu, was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and thought for a moment and said, "I believe you." He did not ridicule Yi Yu for thinking that he would become the most powerful person in the world, nor did he answer Yi Yu's question. But Kakashi's words made Yi Yu smile. "Teacher Kakashi, do you just believe me that much? Honestly, the power I have mastered these days has made me feel a little nihilistic. I really don't know what I will become when I become stronger in the future, perhaps stronger than everyone else. Human desires are endless. Why do you think there was no strong person in the ninja world who could suppress the entire era? If so, what kind of mentality would he have?" Yi Yu was a little confused. He knows that he has the system, and he knows that he may become the most powerful ninja in the world in the future, which is very likely. But after he does it, can he really stick to his heart, or does he really have no desire for power? After you can control the world, can you really maintain the mentality of your youth? Ultimate force brings ultimate power. The kind of person who can easily decide the life or death of others, and can take the life and death of everyone in this world. It is fascinating to think about it. Yi Yu wants to know, after reaching that level, can he still maintain the same happy-go-lucky attitude as now? Everyone, at each stage, will have a different mentality when they have different resources. Maybe when he has the ultimate power, he will feel that the mentality of muddling along today is stupid. After all, he is still too weak now to realize the beauty of controlling everything. Naturally, I also feel that I will continue like this in the future. But is this really the case? Can I really maintain this mentality all the time? Yi Yu is no longer confident. Kakashi looked at Yi Yu, sighed, and like him, looked towards the mountains and forests in the distance. Advertisement: although I don't know what you will become in the future, I know that you will definitely not become greedy. I believe in how I see people. Yi Yu turned to look at Kakashi and smiled. How can you be so sure? Because I believe in you, Kakashi said seriously. Yi Yu said nothing more. I don't know what I am thinking at this time. Kakashi continued, that night, the third Hokage told me about the first Hokage's era. Do you want to listen? Yi Yu nodded. Although he still has some memories, it has been 12 years and he has long forgotten the details. In the era of First Hokage was very powerful, so powerful that he was revered as the god of ninja. Kakashi slowly told Yi Yu the story of the First Hokage era. Yi Yu listened very carefully. After a long time, Kakashi finished speaking, turned to look at Yi Yu and said, Yi Yu, I believe you will be like First Hokage in the future. Before, I was worried that the power in your body might harm the village. But I am more willing to believe that you will make good use of the power in your body, and you will become a hero who protects the village, rather than a demon who destroys the village. So I will teach you everything I have learned throughout my life, and I will bet everything on you. Yi Yu smiled and said, if I become the latter, Mr. Kakashi, you will be in trouble. There is no other way. I know that one day you will become extremely powerful. On that day, even if I am no longer your opponent, I will stop you with my own hands even if I risk my life. But I am even more convinced that in the future you will be a person that the teacher is proud of, instead of making the teacher a sinner through the ages. After speaking, Kakashi patted Yi Yu on the shoulder. Watching Kakashi return to the room, Yi Yu had a smile on her face. Whatever, let's wait until the future, at least I won't change now. Yi Yu doesn't know what her future will be like. Perhaps as she gains more power and desires, her happy-go-lucky personality will change accordingly. But living the present moment is the most important thing. There is no point in always imagining things that have never happened, it only adds to worries. Chapter 65 Sakura is kidnapped in the next few days. Yi Yu, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura worked in pairs to take turns protecting Tazuna as he built the bridge. Zabuza has not appeared again in the past few days. Kakashi has always been with the group that protects Tazuna. After all, Tazuna is the target of this mission, and Kakashi is worried if he doesn't take care of him personally. In a few days, Yi Yu has mastered dozens of ninjutsu, and even Reikari Yi Yu has fully mastered. Now he is learning sealing techniques with Kakashi. Yi Yu's learning speed shocked Kakashi, even though he had shown terrible learning speed before. But now Yi Yu has mastered the ninjutsu conditions that are enough for him to become an elite jonin, and his hard power is enough to become an elite jonin. All that is left is practical experience. Yi Yu values practical experience. But Kakashi doesn't think so. Kakashi believes that Yi Yu now has the strength of elite jonin, even without much actual combat experience. When facing an elite jonin, it is also very difficult to defeat Yi Yu. After a few weeks of peace and quiet, Yi Yu just came back from practicing in the back mountain. As soon as he stepped into the door of Dazna's house, he noticed something was wrong. Yi Yu stopped at the door, her hand about to open the gate was hanging in the air. It's so quiet, he murmured to himself. Yi Yu took a step back. Whoosh, it disappeared like a ghost. Almost at the same time, Yi Yu appeared in the room where they live these days on the second floor. Entering the room from the balcony, Chakra condenses at your feet. Walking on the plank made no sound. Seeing that the room was neat and tidy, Yi Yu turned and walked towards the first floor. Quiet, different from usual quiet. There was no Zenbo working in the kitchen or Inari running up and down the hallway. Sakura was nowhere to be seen in the room. From the second floor to the first floor, I didn't see Tsunami, nor did I see Inari and Sakura. At the dining table, Yiyu saw a letter. After hesitating for a while, Yiyu condensed chakra with both hands, and the golden chakra turned into a glove and wrapped Yiyu's hands. Opening the envelope, Yiyu looked solemn. Advertisement. Something really happened. It seems like a trap was clearly set for me to fall into. Yes, this letter is a kidnapping letter. The person in the letter captured Sakura, Jinbo and Inari and asked him to meet them in the back mountain. If Yiyu hadn't appeared after the sun went down, they would have killed Sakura, Tsunami and Inari. After just a moment's thought, Yiyu hurried towards the back mountain. He did not inform Kakashi. Time is running out. Yiyu, who was speeding on the road, looked solemn. I thought to myself, you actually know the time when I come back from practice. It seems that I have been here for a long time. The purpose of kidnapping Sakura and the others is to hold me back. Their goal is to assassinate old man Tazuna. It is estimated that Zabuza and the others have already appeared over Kakashi. Yiyu was thinking in his mind. Yiyu knew very well that after the previous battle with Zabuza, Zabuza must have known that Kakashi and Yiyu were not something he could defeat. So they found someone to kidnap Sakura and the others just to hold Yiyu back. And when Zabuza went to assassinate Tazuna again, he only had to deal with one Kakashi, so he was very confident that he could kill Tazuna. It would be easier if you had a helper. Even knowing this, Yiyu could only follow the other party's footsteps. Unless he doesn't care about Sakura and the others' safety, in fact Yiyu can't do that. Soon, Yiyu came to the location in the letter. Deep in the forest, there is a small wooden house. At this time, in the cabin, Sakura, Tsunami and Inari were tied to wooden stakes. There are also densely packed detonating symbols attached to his body. In front of them, 3 rebel ninjas from Kirigakure village sat. The leader is a ninja with long green hair and sharp teeth. This person is the rebel ninja of Kirigakure village and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Black Ho Thunder Fang. The 2 people standing behind him were 2 chunin from Kirigakure village. Since knowing that Yiyu's strength is comparable to that of Jonin, Zabuza has found Black Ho Raiga, who is also a rebel nin of Kirigakure village. Kado also paid an extra commission for an S-level mission. Although it was painful, Kado still paid in order to kill Dazna and prevent the construction of the cross-sea bridge. Black Ho Leia looked at the 3 people tied in front of him with an indifferent expression. Don't worry, when that kid arrives, I will send you to die together. After you die, I will hold a grand funeral for you, ha ha ha. Quote. Black Ho Leia pervertedly laughed. Sakura struggled and said angrily, you green-haired monster will not succeed. When teacher Kakashi and Yiyu arrive, they will definitely knock you down. Advertisement. Ha ha ha, you ignorant little girl, Kakashi must have been killed by Zabuza now. As for that kid named Yiyu, I admit that he does have some strength. But, I have the 3 of you in my hands. Your stupid companionship in Konoha makes it impossible for him to ignore your safety. No matter how fast he is, he can't be faster than the explosion speed of the detonating talisman on your bodies. What a pity. That kid was really a genius. It's such a pity that he died trying to save a stupid little girl like you. These days, Black Ho Leia took 2 subordinates to observe Yiyu for a long time. He naturally knows the results of Yiyu's practice these days. If he hadn't tied up Xiao Ying, Black Ho Leia wouldn't be sure he could kill Yiyu. But now, with 3 hostages in hand, from observations in the past few days, Yiyu and Xiao Ying seem to have a good relationship. Black Ho Leia doesn't believe that Yiyu will not save Xiao Ying. This is his confidence, plus the 2 thunder knives and fangs in his hands. He is a Jonin, once one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The blessing of Thunder Blade and Fang makes his strength not weaker than the average elite Jonin, but stronger than the average Jonin. Coupled with the assistance of 2 chunin, Black Ho Leia could not imagine how he could lose. After Inari heard what Black Ho Leia said, he thought of his father. Isn't that how he died in the past? Thinking of what Naruto said to him that day, Inari was desperate. Sure enough, there are no heroes in this world. Everyone who wants to be a hero is a fool and will die. People always underestimate their own capabilities. Inari said to herself through tears. Originally, after Naruto talked to him that day, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. But now, hope was shattered and Inari collapsed completely. Jinbo looked pale. She understood the meaning of Black Ho Leia's words. She knew that she and others were doomed. In her opinion, Yiyu is just like Sasuke and they are children. How powerful can a genius be? Kakashi is probably also trapped by another wave of ninjas now. His father may have been killed by the ninja sent by the other party. After losing her husband and father one after another, Jinbo collapsed and was speechless for a long time. Chapter 66 Yiyu is dead. Black Ho Raiga's words also made Sakura despair. She knew Zabuza's strength before. If Yiyu hadn't been there to assist Kakashi at that time, Kakashi might not have been able to defeat Zabuza. If Yiyu is dragged here, Kakashi may not be able to defeat Zabuza, and Tazuna will be killed. And Yiyu may also die here because of saving her. Even if he didn't die here, after Zabuza assassinated Tazuna, when he got here and faced the 2 Jonin, Sakura didn't think Yiyu could beat him. In a certain death situation, Sakura looked uncomfortable. No, Yiyu will never fall into the trap, he will definitely see through your trick. Xiaoying didn't want to believe that Yiyu would come over obediently. He must know that this was Black Holea's conspiracy. Black Holea laughed loudly. Little girl, even if he knows that this is my plan, does he have a choice? Black Ho-Riga's words left Sakura speechless. Yes, even if Yi Yu knew it, would he have any choice? Can he really risk his own life to go to Kakashi? Seeing that Sakura was silent, Black Holea smiled and said, will he choose to complete the mission, or choose to save his companions? Based on what I've observed about that kid these days, I'm afraid he will choose to save you. No, Yi Yu would not choose that way. He will definitely go to Kakashi-sensei's place. Sakura shook her head. She hoped Yi Yu wouldn't come over. This was a fatal situation. You can only die with them if you come here. Sakura doesn't want Yi Yu to come here even more. Normally, Xiaoying would certainly hope that her status in Yi Yu's heart would be higher. Even if she was a friend, she would also hope that Yi Yu could treat her as a closer friend. But when it comes to life and death, she hopes Yi Yu can live, and doesn't want Yi Yu to die with her. Sakura doesn't want Yi Yu to walk into this trap without any cover. Thinking that Yi Yu might appear, thinking that he would definitely be blown to pieces together with him. Sakura cried, even if he is the only ninja among the three. Sakura still couldn't help crying. She didn't want Yi Yu to die. Yi Yu, you definitely won't come. You are an excellent ninja. You will definitely choose to complete the task first. We are just temporary teammates. How can I be so important to you? Sakura cried. Seeing Sakura crying so hard, Black Holea mocked, when I go to hell, isn't it a joy to have a talented companion on the road with me? Why are you crying? Advertisement. Xiaoying didn't listen and looked out the window, praying in her heart that Yi Yu would never come. She even hoped that Yi Yu would not see the letter. Sakura, have you forgotten what Mr. Kakashi said when he tested you? As soon as Black Holea finished speaking, Yi Yu's voice came from outside the cabin. Boy, you are indeed here. The moment he heard Yi Yu's words, Black Holea appeared behind Sakura. 2 thunder knives were placed on Sakura's neck. 2 chunin also appeared behind Sunba and Inari, with kunai on their necks. The moment she heard Yi Yu's voice, Sakura was pleasantly surprised for a moment, but then collapsed. Crying, Yi Yu, why are you coming? You must know this is a trap, why are you coming? Yi Yu slowly walked into the cabin. He glanced at the cabin calmly and said calmly, I know this is a trap, but as the guy said, I have no choice. Yi Yu spread his hands. Yi Yu was obviously very calm at this time. But it felt very dangerous to the 2 chunin in Kurigakure village. It was like he could kill them at any time. And the other party is just a genin. But when they thought about their observations these days, the 2 of them swallowed their saliva. They looked at Yi Yu in fear, worried that Yi Yu would kill them with one movement. They don't really treat Yi Yu as genin. The kid in front of me is very dangerous. Have the strength to kill them instantly. Black Holea also didn't dare to neglect. Xiaoying looked at Yi Yu with tears, she didn't want Yi Yu to come. Yi Yu looked at Black Ho-Riga, it seems that your strength is not much worse than that Zabuza. You are Jonin, right? There are quite a few rebellious ninjas in Kurigakure village. And they are all great characters. Yi Yu didn't seem to be aware of the current situation and joked with Black Holea. Black Holea looked solemn, boy, now you can only die with this stupid girl. What a pity. Yi Yu smiled. How do you know I will die? Ha ha ha, kid, don't you notice anything is wrong around here? I've been observing you for so long, do you think I don't know your strength? I won't go head to head with you stupidly. Even if I win, it will take a lot of effort. Advertisement. I have deployed a large number of detonating talismans within 100 meters around this cabin, especially this cabin. Hundreds of detonating talismans are enough to kill you and this little girl until nothing is left. After hearing what Black Holea said, Yi Yu didn't feel the slightest surprise. Because he sensed it when he came in. Within a radius of 100 meters around this cabin, there were detonating symbols tied with wires everywhere. If these detonating symbols are detonated, they will be enough to destroy all living creatures within a few hundred meters. But Sakura, Tsunami and Inari are here, what can he do? Leave it alone. He can't do it. There are detonating symbols around here. If it detonates, you won't be able to run away. Yi Yu said. Haha, boy, do you think I would be stupid enough to use my real body to get involved? Yi Yu clapped his hands and said, not bad, not bad. It seems that you have studied me thoroughly. Setting a trap I can't avoid. Stop talking nonsense, kid, and go to hell with your stupid decision. Burst. Black Holea didn't want to talk nonsense with Yi Yu anymore, fearing that things would change later. It was at the same time. Yi Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and the chakra all over his body flowed rapidly in an instant. Lightning style Leiwang, wind escape air explosion. Water style water barrier, stab, buzz, wow. Boom, boom, boom. ... As the Black Ho Thunder Fang detonated, all the detonating symbols exploded in an instant. The violent explosion completely destroyed the wooden house, and the explosion formed a mushroom cloud tens of meters high within hundreds of meters around the wooden house. The explosion set off a violent storm that uprooted large trees hundreds of meters away. For a while, smoke and dust filled the sky, and the ground shook violently, like a large earthquake. After a long time, the smoke and dust dispersed. The earth that had been cratered by the blast was exposed. Hundreds of meters away, Black Ho Thunder Fang and 2 Chunin came out from behind the big tree. Black Holea smiled and said, what a beautiful explosion. It's just a pity that a genius fell. Okay, Let me hold a grand funeral for you so that you can leave this world with dignity. Chapter 67. How could she not be dead? Black Hole Leia led two Chunin to the center of the explosion, where a huge crater dozens of meters wide had been blasted out. But when Black Hole Leia came to the edge of the pit, he saw three golden water masses in the center of the pit. What is this? The two Chunin asked in confusion. Black Hole Leia had a bad feeling in his heart. Be careful, that kid is not that easy to deal with. Black Hole Leia looked solemn. He felt that maybe the explosion just now did not kill Yi Yu. How is it possible? With such an explosion, even if the shadow comes, you won't be able to survive, right? The two Chunin looked surprised and couldn't believe it at all. You must know that they have placed thousands of detonating symbols around them. Even a shadow-level expert would find it difficult not to be killed by such an explosion. Black Hole Leia drew out his thunder knife. The two Chunin did not answer the words, but stared at the three golden water groups in the center of the pit. After a while, Black Hole Leia saw that there was no movement among the three water groups. He couldn't bear it anymore and immediately launched an attack on the three water groups. Lightning-style lightning strike, click, zzzz. Black Hole Leia crossed the thunder knives in his hands, and blue arcs of electricity suddenly appeared on the two thunder knives. As the Black Ho Thunder Fang activates the chakra in the body, the electric arc on the thunder knife instantly expands, turning into an arm-thick electric arc that strikes three water masses. This is the lightning-style ninjutsu used by Black Ho Raiga with the help of Thunder Blade. Thunder Knife allows Black Ho Thunder Fang to easily activate lightning-style ninjutsu, and consumes less chakra than normal lightning-style ninjutsu. The rapid lightning arc instantly bombarded one of the three water masses. It's just that the lightning, which was powerful enough to shatter a boulder, was completely absorbed by the water mass as soon as it came into contact with it. The golden water mass was like a black hole, completely absorbing the lightning arc released by Black Ho Thunder Fang, as if he had never released it before. This strange scene shocked Black Ho Leia and the two Chunin. What is this? Monster. Brother Black Ho Thunder Ya's lightning style was actually absorbed. What the hell is that? The two Chunin said in panic. Black Ho Leia looked solemn, as if he knew what was going on. Looking around, Black Ho Leia said angrily, "Boy, stop hiding, I know it was you. Come out." Advertisement. Black Ho Leia knew that it must be Yi Yu who did it. He was shocked and angry at this time, but Yi Yu was not dead. His carefully arranged death situation did not kill Yi Yu. Even if he didn't die, he actually left something like this to tease himself. Black Ho Leia couldn't bear it anymore. There was great tranquility around the empty scorched earth. Black Ho Leia's expression became extremely solemn. This feeling of being spied on was too bad. In the past, he was the one hiding in the dark. Damn, you difficult boy, I didn't even kill you in a certain death situation. What kind of monster are you? Black Ho Leia said in a solemn tone. Brother Black Ho Leia, you don't think that kid is still alive under such an explosion, do you? Stop joking. The two Chunin became worried when they thought that Yi Yu might still be alive. If Yi Yu had not been killed by such a violent explosion just now, then Yi Yu would have been such a terrifying monster. They were just two Chunin, and neither of them could defeat Yi Yu together. These days, they follow Black Ho Leia and keep an eye on Yi Yu. They knew very well how terrifying Yi Yu's strength was. Black Ho Leia ignored the two Chunin and looked at the three water masses in the middle of the pit. If you don't come out, I'll force you to come out. With that said, Black Ho Raiga released another lightning-style ninjutsu, lightning-style Thunder Ya. As the Black Ho Thunder Fang finished releasing ninjutsu, a large amount of thunder and lightning condensed in the sky. The lightning instantly condensed into dozens of blue arcs and blasted around. Click. Boom, 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 boom. Countless lightning arcs instantly destroyed everything around them. The power is terrifying. This is the power of the Thunder Blade, which can increase the user's lightning-style ninjutsu several times. This is the power of the Thunder Knife. Ha ha ha, Brother Black Ho Leia finally opened up his firepower. That kid was not killed just now, and now he will be killed by Brother Black Ho Leia. The two Chunin said excitedly as they looked at the apocalyptic scene. Just now, the two of them were a little scared that Yi Yu was not dead. Now that they saw the lightning-style ninjutsu released by Black Ho Leia, they felt that even if Yi Yu was still alive, he would definitely be killed by Black Ho Leia. After all, Black Ho Raiga was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and his strength was elite Jonin. They didn't think Yi Yu, a child, could beat him. Thunder and lightning were raging all around, and a steady stream of thunder and lightning struck out from the thunder knife. The scene was extremely shocking. But Yi Yu still didn't show up. Advertisement. Instead, the 3 water masses in the center of the pit were slowly peeled off. Click. The sound of broken glass made Black Ho Leia stop what he was doing. His eyes were fixed on the 3 golden-colored water masses in the pit. At this time, the golden substance on the water ball slowly fell off, revealing the true face inside. When Black Ho Leia saw the face exposed in the water mass, he was stunned. She is not dead. That girl is not dead, are you kidding me? It doesn't matter that the kid is not dead. Why isn't even that girl dead? I obviously put more than 20 detonating charms on her body, which is enough to blow her to pieces. Damn it, what's going on? Black Ho Leia had no idea that the person under the water mass was actually Sakura. What he didn't expect even more was that Sakura was not dead. After all the glass-like material on her body fell off, Sakura's entire body was exposed. There was indeed not a single scratch on her body. It's incredible. Black Hole simply couldn't believe it. After all, he had put so many detonating charms on Sakura. How could Sakura not be dead? He couldn't believe it. Absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is Genjutsu. This is that boy's Genjutsu. Impossible. Black Hole shook his hands. He couldn't believe that there was such a weird thing in the world. Those detonating talismans are tightly attached to that girl's body. He can't get rid of all the detonating talismans in such a short period of time. Black Hole Ya's worldview has been seriously challenged. Click. After the water ball on Sakura's body completely fell off, the two water balls next to her also began to fall off. Sakura was also confused at this time. At that moment, she thought she was dead. I still regret that I hooked up with Yu before I died. Sakura shook her hand, and the severe pain woke her up. It's not a dream. I didn't die. I didn't die. So many detonating symbols exploded at the same time, but I didn't die. By the way, where is Yu? I wonder how chapter 68 he is still alive. After all the water balls on their bodies fell off, Jinbo and Inari looked confused. The two looked at their hands, completely unaware that they were still alive. We actually didn't die. What on earth is going on? Jinbo looked around at the charred soil. At this time, they seemed to be standing in the middle of a large pit, surrounded by charred soil. The soil was still steaming, and the smell of burning was unpleasant. But they were still alive and couldn't care less about that. Inari was thinking about what Dasna said to her at this time. It's him. It must be him. He saved us. Inari instantly thought of Yu. He didn't believe Dasna's words before. He didn't believe that Yu and the others could defeat the ninjas hired by Cardo. After he and his mother were caught, he became more sure of his thoughts, and even laughed in his heart that what Naruto said to him that day was ridiculous. But now he is alive and saved by Yu. He really has the power to save them. Yu is obviously about the same age as Naruto. Why is he so strong? If his father had been as strong as Yu, wouldn't he have died? After thinking a lot in his mind, Inari realized that Yu was missing. He looked around and couldn't find Yu. I could only see the Black Ho Thunder Fang baring its teeth and claws in the distance, seemingly very angry. Mom, was that person the one who saved us? Inari looked at her mother. Jinbo nodded. Who else could it be besides him? On the other side, Sakura looked around and found no sign of Yu. She couldn't help but worry. Yu, where are you? Sakura shouted with a cry in her voice. She was really worried that Yu would be affected by the explosion. In such a dangerous situation, he still saved her even though he knew he might die. It is impossible for anyone to be indifferent to the other person. What's more, when Sakura and Yu were neither relatives nor friends. In her most desperate situation, Yu showed up and risked her life. But for a long time, there was no response, and no sign of Yu was seen. Xiaoying thought Yu was dead. She knelt down weakly and murmured to herself, it's all because of me that I hurt you. Advertisement. Before Sakura could finish speaking, she only felt a blur in front of her eyes. Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. Hearing this voice, Sakura was shocked and looked up. There was a man standing in front of him, his back looked very similar to Yu. You are not dead. Ah, you're not dead. Jinbo and Inari shouted beside them. Both of them were very shocked. Yu appeared. In the violent explosion just now, Yu didn't die. What a surprise. Sakura stood up and rushed towards Yu. But Yu held her shoulder with one hand. Okay, take care of Aunt Jinbo and Inari. I have been practicing for such a long time, and I want to test the results of this period of practice. That guy is a Jonin. I'm not very sure that I can defeat him. Let's see if I can hold on until Kakashi-sensei arrives. Yu said somewhat unconfidently. Being suppressed by Yu, Sakura felt a little resentful. But he still stood obediently in front of Jinbo and Inari. Don't worry, I will definitely protect them. Sakura said seriously. But Yu didn't care either. Sakura is too weak now. They asked her to protect Inari and they just asked her to stand aside and stay out of the way. Otherwise, he would have to devote his energy to taking care of them. Yu would not have the confidence to win against Black Hole Ya. At this time, Jinbo and Inari also had great confidence in Yu. Yu was able to protect them from the explosion just now, and they didn't think Yu would lose. Especially Inari, who changed his previous depressed look and looked at Yu with admiration. He raised his hands and shouted, Brother Yu, come on. I will protect my mother well and not cause you any trouble. Well, good. Although I am not familiar with Inari these days, I have not even spoken a few words. But since Inari said this, Yu would naturally respond. Xiaoying looked at Yu's back, her eyes had changed, and Yu felt particularly safe at this time. Yu, be careful. I will definitely protect them. Just fight seriously. Sakura said seriously. Yu nodded. Advertisement. He pulled out a kunai from his ninja bag. Stab. In an instant, golden arcs of electricity appeared on kunai. It's actually thunder and lightning. Brother Yu's hand is so cool. Inari was stunned when she saw Yu casually created thunder and lightning, and it was still golden thunder and lightning. His face was full of envy and adoration. This move is really cool. Sakura is even more aware of how powerful Yu's move is. To be able to release such a powerful lightning style without forming any seals, Yu is already much stronger than us now. Sakura knows very well that among the 5 types of escape techniques, lightning style is a very powerful but difficult to control escape technique. But Yi Yu condensed lightning style without even connecting seals. This kind of strength is no longer on the same level as them. Jinba also looked shocked. Is this a ninja? So strong, it seems even stronger than that Zabuza. Tsunami has seen ninjas, but she has not seen those ninjas use ninjutsu. They all use ninja swords to fight. Yi Yu's kunai actually condensed a large amount of golden thunder and lightning, but these thunder and lightning did not hurt Yi Yu. To ordinary people, Yi Yu's skill is no different from sage jutsu. At this time, Black Hole Ya, who was frantically looking for Yi Yu, saw Yi Yu appearing at the bottom of the pit. His eyes narrowed. You brat, I finally showed up. You are indeed not dead. I've used so many detonating talismans but I didn't kill you. You're really annoying. But since you don't want to die happily, I will let you die painfully, torture you slowly, and let you taste the feeling of life being worse than death. My thunder knife is ready to drink blood. I will never let you escape this time. You too, use the Kurigakure jutsu to cover the surrounding area. Black Hole Ya ordered the 2 chunin coldly. The 2 of them looked at the calm-looking Yi Yu below, and their throats surged. They all felt the confrontation between Yi Yu and Black Hole Ya's momentum. The solemn murderous aura made the 2 chunin feel icy cold in their souls. Obviously he is just a genin, just a kid. Why can his momentum be compared to that of brother Black Ho Thunder Fang? What kind of monster is this kid? I always feel that his strength is not inferior to brother Black Hole Ya. The 2 chunin said while forming seals. As the 2 of them quickly formed the ninjutsu, Kurigakure no Jutsu. In an instant, thick fog arose within 100 meters. The chilling atmosphere is even more terrifying under the thick fog. Chapter 69 He actually blocked it. The Kurigakure jutsu used by the 2 chunin has a wider range and greater concentration than the general Kurigakure jutsu. Black Hole Ya smiled, as a ninja from Hidden Mist Village, moving freely in the fog is a basic skill. Black Hole Ya laughed, but just as he finished speaking, he heard Yi Yu's cold voice in his ear. What a coincidence, this ninjutsu has no restrictions on me. Stab. PFF'd. The Black Hole Ya shook his head slightly, and a golden flash flashed next to him. Then the roar of lightning was heard, and the screams of the 2 chunin men made Black Hole Ya tremble all over. Damn, this guy is too fast. Feeling something bad, Black Hole Ya jumped a few steps back and distanced himself from the 2 chunin subordinates. In the mist, Yi Yu calmly looked in the direction of Black Hole Ya. At his feet, 2 Kurigakure chunin had fallen down, with a pool of blood flowing underneath them. They were too dead to die. Instant kill. Terrifying instant kill. 2 Kurigakure chunin were killed in an instant, and they didn't even have the slightest chance to struggle. The moment their bodies were pierced, terrifying currents bombarded every part of their bodies, causing them to lose all vitality in an instant. Kunai attached with thunder and lightning has much higher lethality than a simple assassination. Black Hole Ya was shocked, even though he already knew that Yi Yu was very strong. But he didn't expect Yi Yu to be so strong. Such a long distance. This guy's teleportation, I didn't even react, and he appeared in an instant from a distance of tens of meters. This guy's teleportation technique is too fast. Is he a disciple of Yellow Flash? After experiencing the Third Ninja War, the name Black Hole Ya instantly appeared in the mind of the legend of the ninja world, Yellow Flash. That is an existence that can give up the mission and return when encountering it. Yi Yu's speed just now exceeded Elite Jonin's speed, and the moment he moved, he was accompanied by golden lightning. Let Black Hole Ya mistakenly think that Yi Yu is a disciple of Namikaze Minato. I thought Yi Yu was using the Flying Thunder God technique. Because Yi Yu's speed is so fast that his eyes can no longer react. Black Ho Thunder Fang is a master of lightning style and is good at speed. But Yi Yu's speed made him unable to react. It is not surprising to misunderstand that he is a disciple of Namikaze Minato. Advertisement. However, after Black Hole Ya panicked, he said angrily, hole, don't think that just because you killed 2 chunin, you will feel how powerful you are. There is a world of difference between chunin and jonin. Lightning style Feast of Thunder. Place 2 thunder knives crosswise on the ground. Dozens of terrifying thunder and lightning were released instantly. Click. Rumble. In an instant, thunder and lightning like a thunder snake pierced the fog and blasted towards Yi Yu. In the blink of an eye, he appeared around Yi Yu. Lightning style Lei Wang. Stab. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Yi Yu put his hands together. Countless golden lightning appeared around him. These lightnings condensed around Yi Yu, forming a golden lightning shield. In an instant, blue lightning and golden lightning shield collided. The terrifying power tore apart everything around him. Around Yi Yu, the ground collapsed, rocks flew everywhere, and the rocks affected by lightning were all smashed into powder. The white light like the sun illuminates the surrounding area as if it were daytime. The aftermath of the explosion set off strong winds, and countless powders formed a terrifying tornado. Sakura, who had moved Tsunami and Inari several hundred meters away, was blocking the wind and sand with her hands. Looking at the wind and wind billowing hundreds of meters away, Sakura was worried. That's terrible, is this Jonin's ninjutsu? Can Yi Yu hold on? Even hundreds of meters away from Yi Yu's position, the storm was still strong. It messed up Sakura's hair. The clothes rustled. Sakura was very worried about Yi Yu, and Inari also clenched her fists and raised her heart, staring at Yi Yu hundreds of meters away. It's like fighting with gods. Ninjas are really scary. Brother Yi Yu has such terrifying power in his body at such a young age. Jinbo sighed. The battle between Yi Yu and Black Hole caused a great psychological shock to Jinbo, who had never seen ninjutsu before. In her opinion, the fight between the two was no different from a fight between gods. Advertisement. That is simply not a power that humans should have. On Yi Yu's side, dozens of arm-thick lightning arcs continued to bombard the shield condensed by Yi Yu, although they were extremely destructive. But after dozens of lightning arcs struck, the golden shield was not shaken at all. This is the defensive ninjutsu developed by Yi Yu himself based on lightning-style ninjutsu, lightning-style thunder net. And Kakashi was also amazed at the power of this ninjutsu. This is an absolute S-level ninjutsu. You need to have a very thorough understanding of lightning-style ninjutsu, and you need to have a very precise grasp of lightning style to be able to use it. Otherwise it will cause serious consequences. After Kakashi knew the principle of this ninjutsu, he shook his head and said that even he could not master this ninjutsu. I'm afraid only Yi Yu can use this ninjutsu. Because if you are not careful, this ninjutsu will bite you back. Although this ninjutsu has extremely strong defense, its strong defense means that this ninjutsu contains extremely large chakra. It requires an extremely large chakra to activate, but if you are not careful, this ninjutsu will blow the caster into pieces. This is tantamount to a very dangerous forbidden technique. If he hadn't seen Yi Yu use it freely, Kakashi would never have allowed Yi Yu to use this ninjutsu in battle. This ninjutsu is definitely a forbidden technique that should be sealed in the book of forbidden techniques. Lightning-style Reikiri is even more dangerous than lightning-style Reikiri, and it is several times more dangerous. After being bombarded by countless lightning arcs, Black Hole looked confidently at the direction in which Yi Yu was bombarded. Ha ha ha, kid, you should regret why you didn't die just now. I'm afraid you've been blown to pieces now. Black Ho Thunder Fang is very confident in Thunder Knife. Lightning-style Feast of Thunder is indeed very powerful. The power level is at least a level. When the smoke dissipated, Black Hole looked at Yi Yu in the distance with a proud face. The expected minced meat on the ground did not appear, only a golden shield appeared there with golden light. Around the golden shield, the earth had collapsed, the ground was shattered by terrifying thunder and lightning, and spider web-like ravines spread for tens of meters. All the vegetation on the ground turned into charcoal, the soil also became charred black, and it was even still smoking at this time. But these black hose and thunder teeth didn't pay attention. At this time, he looked at the golden shield with shock on his face. Damn, it's this ninjutsu again. You relied on this ninjutsu to survive the explosion just now. What the hell is this ninjutsu, and why can it even block my lightning style? Black Hole couldn't believe that someone could block his lightning style. And the other party is just a genin. Chapter 70 The Final Trick. After the attack was over, the golden light shield gradually disappeared, revealing Yi Yu inside. Under the terrifying lightning strike just now, Yi Yu didn't have any scratches, and there wasn't even a speck of dust on her clothes. Yi Yu calmly looked at the Black Hole in the distance, the thunder knife is nothing more than that. Yi Yu's sarcastic words made Black Hole very angry. You brat, don't think that just because you blocked a thunder banquet, you think that the thunder sword only has this power. I want you to know the power of the 7 ninja swordsmen and how powerful the thunder sword is. After saying that, Black Hole rushed towards Yi Yu. The thunder knife in his hand shines with blue thunder and lightning. Compared with ordinary ninjas, they are very fast, but in Yi Yu's eyes, they are too slow. Yi Yu calmly looked at the Black Hole rushing towards him without any panic. Even if the person he faced was the 7 ninja swordsman and elite Jonin. In an instant, the two collided. Black Hole waved 2 thunder knives, and thunder and lightning flashed on the thunder knives. Yi Yu only had an ordinary kunai in his hand. Ding, ding, ding. Click, click, click. In fierce close combat, Black Hole Ya's thunder knife with blue thunder and lightning in his hand collided with Yi Yu's golden thunder and lightning kunai countless times. Gold and iron were intertwined and sparks were flying. 2 waves of lightning were constantly clashing, with golden arcs and blue arcs bombarding each other. After a few minutes of physical combat, Black Hole was horrified to find that Yi Yu's physical skills were not inferior to his at all. Moreover, Yi Yu's flexibility and strength are far superior to him. He has been able to survive until now only because his actual combat skills are superior to Yi Yu. But Yi Yu's actual combat skills actually continued to improve during the confrontation with him. Before, Yi Yu only relied on his physical strength to fight Black Hole Ya, but now Yi Yu's fighting skills are actually not inferior to him. This is horrible. Continuing to fight will definitely be detrimental to yourself. But now he doesn't know how to separate from Yi Yu. Yi Yu pressed too hard, and he had no chance to distance himself from Yi Yu. What kind of monster is this kid? At such a young age, his power is so terrifying. And his fighting skills have improved too quickly. If we continue fighting like this, I will definitely lose. We must find a way to distance ourselves from him and use ninjutsu to end the battle. Yi Yu fought with Black Hole Ya expressionlessly. He also learned many fighting skills from this battle. After all, Black Hole Ya is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and his physical skills are very strong. Because the 7 ninja swordsmen rely on the ninja sword, and the use of the ninja sword requires the assistance of taijutsu. Therefore, the taijutsu of the 7 ninja swordsmen are pretty good. It's just that Yi Yu's learning speed is too fast. In just a few minutes of fighting, Yi Yu mastered the physical skills of Black Hole Ya. At this time, his fighting skills are not inferior to those of Black Ho Thunder Fang. Advertisement. Yi Yu's strength, speed, and reaction ability are far superior to Black Ho Lei Ya. As a result, Black Ho Lei Ya was already beyond his capabilities at this time. After continuing the fight for a few minutes, Black Ho Lei Ya gritted his teeth and, lightning-style thunder ball. At the moment when the two thunder knives collided with Yi Yu's kunai, Black Ho Raiga released a lightning-style ninjutsu. In an instant, a ball of light formed by thunder and lightning blasted towards Yi Yu's face. Yi Yu reacted very quickly and disappeared in the direction of the thunderball's attack in an instant. Rumble. The thunderball missed Yi Yu and hit a rock more than 10 meters behind Yi Yu. The stone with a height of more than 1 meter was instantly blown into rubble by the thunderball. The power is terrifying. Black Ho Lei Ya took advantage of this gap to distance himself from Yi Yu. When Yi Yu raised his head and looked at Black Ho Lei Ya, he had already condensed ninjutsu. Lightning-style Thunder Dragon Scroll. Stab. Ho. In an instant, a Thunder Dragon of more than 10 meters condensed in front of Black Ho Lei Ya. The Thunder Dragon roared and bombarded Yi Yu very fast. Yi Yu's eyes narrowed slightly and he put his hands together again. Wind Escape Storm Tornado. Just by clasping his hands together, Yi Yu released an A-level wind release ninjutsu without even forming an additional seal. Buzz. Ho. Behind Yi Yu, a storm dragon crossed over Yi Yu and flew towards the thunder dragon released by Black Ho Thunder Fang. It's also very fast. In the blink of an eye, the thunder dragon and the wind dragon collided between the two. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, 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 boom. After the wind dragon and the thunder dragon collided with each other several times, the wind dragon opened its mouth and bit the thunder dragon in one bite. The remnants of the explosion shattered the ground within tens of meters of the surrounding area. Numerous cracks appeared on the ground, and ravines cut the ground into pieces. After the wind dragon bit the thunder dragon, it still had residual power, as if it had a soul, and flew towards the Black Ho Thunder teeth in the distance. Black Ho Lei Ya's eyes widened, and there was no doubt. How is it possible that he can actually use wind escape? How can his wind escape be so strong? Black Ho Thunder Fang observation. Yi Yu only noticed him practicing lightning style these days. I never expected Yi Yu to be able to escape from the wind. Moreover, both wind release and lightning style are very difficult to master. How could Yi Yu be able to grandmaster wind escape after mastering lightning style? He is still just a genin. Just for the fighting prowess he showed just now, saying that Yi Yu is genin is really insulting to Jonin. Rumble. Advertisement. Fenglong didn't give Black Ho Lei time to marvel. In the blink of an eye, he moved towards Black Ho Lei and swallowed it in one gulp. The entire body was violently bombarded by the spot where Black Ho Lei stood. The terrifying force blasted out a large crater of more than 10 meters where Black Ho Lei was standing. After the storm dissipated, strong winds strong enough to break large trees were set off within a few hundred meters of the surrounding area. Yi Yu looked in another direction. As expected of Jonin, he is very capable of escaping. Yi Yu smiled. At this time, Black Ho Lei Ya's clothes were in tatters. His body even suffered many wounds from the wind blade. The wound is bleeding, but obviously, Black Ho Lei Ya's life was not harmed. It's just that Black Ho Lei Ya is in a very embarrassed state at this time, and he doesn't have the majesty of elite Jonin, the 7 ninja swordsman. Black Ho Lei Ya looked at Yi Yu panting with a solemn face. The hands holding the thunder knife couldn't help shaking. Monster. This guy is a monster. Is he really genin? What kind of monster is out of Konoha? If this continues, I will really die. By now, Black Ho Lei Ya knew that he was no longer Yi Yu's opponent. Yi Yu didn't seem to have enough combat experience before. Now, Black Ho Lei Ya feels that he has been suppressed by Yi Yu in all directions. Especially Yi Yu's speed is too fast, much faster than him. It was so close that he almost thought Yi Yu knew the time and space ninjutsu. Specializing in lightning style ninjutsu, he is already much faster than the average Jonin. But Yi Yu's speed is still far faster than him, and sometimes his eyes can't keep up with Yi Yu's speed. This is very scary. He felt that Yi Yu could even kill him easily, and the reason for delaying until now was just to play with him. Although Black Ho Lei Ya is a little angry, Yi Yu is indeed stronger than him and can kill him. What Black Ho Lei Ya didn't know was that Yi Yu really wasn't sure about killing him before. Because Yi Yu has never killed Jonin, Kakashi and Zabuza didn't fight him with all their strength. As a result, he always felt that Zabuza and Kakashi retained a lot of strength. So I don't think I'm strong enough to defeat Jonin. And now Yi Yu still feels that Black Ho Lei Ya must have some tricks that he hasn't used yet. So Yi Yu has been waiting for Black Ho Lei Ya to use his special move. Yi Yu needs to conserve his physical strength and chakra to deal with the last resort of Black Ho Thunder Fang. It's just that Black Ho Raya doesn't have any other means. All he has left is a suicidal ninjutsu. Yi Yu didn't dare to act rashly, but Black Ho Lei Ya felt that Yi Yu was humiliating him. Chapter 71 Black Ho Lei Ya, dead. What skills have you not yet used? Come on, let me see how powerful the 7 ninja swordsmen are. Yi Yu said calmly. Black Ho Lei Ya frowned when he heard this. You brat, who are you insulting? Thunder knife technique lightning, click, stab. Black Ho Lei Ya was angered by Yi Yu's words, and instantly mobilized the chakra in his body, releasing his last lethal ninjutsu. In an instant, 2 half-meter thick lightning arcs struck Yi Yu like pythons. The power is much stronger than the thunder banquet just now. But if you only have this ability, you can't kill me. Two thunder pythons rushed towards Yi Yu from the left and right. Ha! Yi Yu clapped his hands. How about giving my lightning style a try? Lightning style meteor. Stab. In an instant, fierce golden lightning erupted from Yi Yu's body. These lightning bolts condensed into dozens of golden lightning bolts at an extremely high speed, shooting towards the Black Ho Thunder Fang. The two golden thunderbolts instantly shattered the two thunder pythons released by the Black Ho Thunder Fang. The two thunder pythons were beaten into light spots without any resistance. Before Black Ho Thunder Fang could even react, countless golden missiles bombarded him. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a violent explosion erupted from the Black Ho Thunder Fang's position. Smoke and dust were everywhere, and sand and rocks were flying. Even though it was dark, the surroundings were illuminated by golden thunder and lightning as if it were daytime. The terrifying power shook the surrounding ground. It even caused a small earthquake. This horrific scene seemed like the end of the world. Even Sakura and the three of them who were hundreds of meters away were almost unable to stand still, and Sakura was stunned. Is this Yi Yu's power? It's too scary. Is he really only 12 years old? Sakura couldn't believe this was the power a 12-year-old boy could possess. Even Sakura feels that Yi Yu's power has far surpassed Kakashi. After all, she had never seen Kakashi use a ninjutsu with such a wide range and destructive power. After a long time, the smoke and dust dispersed. A large pit 100 meters wide and 10 meters deep appeared in front of Yi Yu. Advertisement. The soil in the pit had been scorched black by lightning, and was even smoking at this time. Walking to the edge of the pit, Yi Yu looked at the body that had turned into charcoal, the Black Ho Thunder teeth that were torn apart, and the two thunder knives that fell to the ground. He was confused. Appeared from the edge of the pit in the center of the resistance. No way, is he really Black Ho Leia? Dead. Yi Yu couldn't understand that these were 7 ninja swordsmen. Black Ho Raya was actually killed by one of his own ninjutsu. And the body was turned into charcoal. Isn't this Black Ho Leia a fake? Yi Yu still doesn't want to believe that Black Ho Leia only has so much ability. He is still waiting for the ultimate move of Black Ho Thunder Fang. Who knew that he would kill him by casually releasing a lightning-style ninjutsu? Pick up the two thunder knives that fell on the ground. This knife is really ugly. Originally, Yi Yu thought that this was a ninja sword. A large part of the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen was due to the blessing of the ninja sword. But when Yi Yu actually got it, he realized that the knife didn't fit his taste at all. It looks weird. He originally wanted to collect it, but now he no longer has this thought. Keep it. I guess after restoring relations with Kurigakure village in the future, I can return it to them as a favor. Kurigakure village is still closed now, so there is no way to return it. With Yi Yu's current strength, this thunder knife has no effect on him. And the looks don't suit his taste, but he would quite like Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. Seal it first. As he spoke, Yi Yu took out a sealing scroll from his ninja bag. This is the most basic sealing scroll that I learned from studying sealing techniques with Kakashi these days, sealing the ninja tool on the scroll. It's the ninja scroll that I use every day. After putting away the thunder knife, Yi Yu looked at the Black Ho Thunder teeth that had turned into coke, and were broken into pieces and scattered everywhere. A Jonin, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, it's a pity to die like this. It's so unseemly. I often organize funerals for others. I'll take you off on the last leg. Black Ho Thunder Fang was the first Jonin Yi Yu killed, and he was also an elite Jonin. There was not much joy in his heart. He was a little disappointed. In his opinion, Black Ho Thunder Fang definitely still had a big move left. He originally thought that the Black Ho Thunder Fang could block his ninjutsu. But he didn't expect that Black Ho Thunder Fang not only failed to block it, but also didn't even have the ability to react and avoid it. Advertisement. Lightning Style Meteor is an A-rank ninjutsu. It's also a lightning style ninjutsu he developed. However, it has not been used in actual combat since it was developed. Unexpectedly, ninjutsu killed the Black Ho Thunder Fang in his first actual battle. Even Yi Yu didn't expect that this ninjutsu could kill elite Jonin. Although in the end Black Ho Thunder Fang was killed by Naruto. But that's because Naruto has the aura of the protagonist. To be honest, it would be difficult to kill Naruto without the power of 9 tails. And at that time, Black Ho Leia's psychological defense was affected by Renmara. The current Black Ho Raiga has not been affected by Renmara, and he is still a real elite Jonin. Even Yi Yu himself didn't expect that he would be able to kill elite Jonin now. Looking at the body of Black Ho Leia, Yi Yu shook his head. I just feel very sorry. It's a pity that Black Ho Thunder Fang didn't use his ultimate move. Earth-style Earth Quicksand. Yi Yu formed a seal with his hands and slapped them on the ground. In an instant, a large amount of soil poured out of the ground, and the soil instantly turned into sand. Gradually, the sand buried the bodies of Black Ho Leia together, forming a grave. A stone tablet was raised in front of the tomb. Yi Yu walked up to him and carved Black Ho Leia's name on the stone tablet with his hands. Although he clearly killed an elite Jonin, Yi Yu felt no joy in his heart. I'm just wondering what kind of strength I have now. Why was Black Ho Leia killed by himself? Yi Yu doubts his current strength. When he killed the Black Ho Thunder Fang, he thought that he had not defeated an elite Jonin. But whether this person is Black Ho Leia, because Yi Yu always felt that his strength should be similar to that of ordinary Jonin, and there was still a big gap between him and elite Jonin. So when I killed the Black Ho Thunder Fang with just one ninjutsu, but I didn't even consume a tenth of my chakra, I was confused. It feels like a dream. No matter what, now that Black Ho Thunder Fang has been killed. This shows that Yi Yu's strength has now reached the level of elite Jonin. This is a very high level. After all, in theory, elite Jonin from every village is eligible to be selected as a Kage. The Kage of each village is actually selected from the elite Jonin. Even Naruto needs some time to upgrade to Jonin before he can take over Kakashi's class and become the 7th Hokage. Of course, Yi Yu's level is still Genin now. The Chunin exam will be held in a few months. At that time, it may be Yi Yu's chance to advance to Chunin. Chapter 72 Naruto went berserk. But when the fighting in the distance stopped, Yi Yu disappeared. Sakura thought something had happened to him. He gritted his teeth and ran towards the fighting place. Soon, she came to the giant pit. Looking at the large crater about 100 meters wide in front of her, Sakura's face was filled with shock. Is this what Yi Yu did with ninjutsu just now? It's terrible. Sakura couldn't imagine how powerful Yi Yu's ninjutsu was to create such a big hole. This was beyond Sakura's common sense. This big hole is even bigger than the previous big hole caused by the simultaneous explosion of thousands of detonating symbols. But Sakura's mind was not on that. She looked at the bottom of the pit, and Yi Yu's figure appeared below. Sakura quickly ran towards Yi Yu. When I came to Yi Yu, I saw Yi Yu standing in front of a tomb. Looking at the words on the tombstone, Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Is that Black Hole-ya dead? Sakura looked at Yi Yu. Yi Yu nodded calmly. Sakura, who was worried just now, smiled and said, Yi Yu, you are so strong, even Jonin is no match for you. Yi Yu didn't look happy at all and turned to leave. Sakura looked confused. We obviously won the battle, why does Yi Yu look unhappy? Boys are really weird. After taking a look at Black Hole-ya's grave, Sakura chased after Yi Yu. Back on the ground, Yi Yu looked at the moon in the sky. He frowned and said, it's already night. I don't know what's going on with Mr. Kakashi. I'm going to reinforce him. Sakura, go bring Aunt Suba and Inari, and we will go to reinforce Mr. Kakashi. I don't feel safe leaving you here. Sakura nodded. Oh. Although I really want to ask how Yi Yu became so strong in such a short time, now is obviously not the time to ask this. After calling Tsunami and Inari, Yi Yu took Sakura and the others towards the construction site of the bridge. After a long time, the four people finally arrived at the construction site of the bridge. He happened to bump into Zabuza and Kakashi fighting. On the other side, the overflowing chakra made Yi Yu's eyes narrow. This evil chakra, could it be that Naruto went berserk? Advertisement. Yi Yu looked towards Naruto. In the dark night, the red chakra was particularly dazzling. Kakashi, who was fighting Zabuza, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yi Yu. This kid's strength has indeed surpassed that of Jonin. I'm afraid he was also shocked by his own strength. In Kakashi's view, Yi Yu's character is too cautious, and like Shikamaru, he often loses interest in many things. During his previous training, Kakashi had already assessed that Yi Yu's strength surpassed that of Jonin, and even in a real head-to-head confrontation, he would not be Yi Yu's opponent. But Yi Yu didn't believe it at all. It seems that in Yi Yu's perception, Jonin is unattainable. Jonin is indeed the top fighting force in the village, but he is not invincible. Yi Yu hasn't understood this yet. I heard Zabuza say before that Black Hole went to intercept Yi Yu. Although Kakashi believes in Yi Yu's strength, he is still a little worried. Although Yi Yu's hard power has surpassed that of Jonin, he still has too little actual combat experience. Who knows whether Black Hole will come up with tricks. Ninjas themselves are capable of using any despicable and shameless tricks, as long as they complete the mission. Yi Yu has little experience in this area. Many masters in the ninja world were killed by Yami. The people who assassinated them were not as strong as them, but they used some shady means to kill those masters. This is what Kakashi is worried about. Since Yi Yu appears here, it means that Black Hole has failed. Yi Yu, go to Naruto's side quickly, there's something wrong with him. Kakashi shouted towards Yi Yu. Yi Yu glanced at Kakashi, then turned around and told Sakura, protect them, I'll go take a look. Sakura knew she couldn't help, so she nodded, don't worry, I will protect them. Yi Yu said nothing more. He turned around and ran towards Naruto. Zabuza, who was fighting with Kakashi, saw Yi Yu appear, his eyes widened. Why did that kid show up here? What on earth is that guy from Black Ho Thunder Fang doing? After Kakashi released a ninjutsu, he said, Zabuza, it's different from what you think. My disciple is much stronger than you think. It seems that even the 7 ninja swordsmen can't defeat him. Zabuza frowned. Yi Yu's appearance was indeed beyond his expectation. In Zabuza's view, no matter how talented Yi Yu is, he is just a genin, just a brat who has just become a genin. It is impossible to be the opponent of elite Jonin, Black Ho Raiga. What's more, Black Ho Thunder Fang also brought 2 Chunin with him. Advertisement. Zabuza really couldn't figure out how Black Ho Raiga could lose. But no matter how much he didn't believe it, Yi Yu's appearance here meant that Black Hole had failed. Zabuza was speechless. That guy is really good at bragging, saying that he can kill that kid in less than 10 minutes. This guy, Black Ho Raiga, is too unreliable. Looking at Kakashi, Zabuza said coldly, I don't know why Black Ho Raiga didn't stop that kid, but that kid from Nine Tails went berserk. If it can't be solved, I'm afraid you will also have a big responsibility, Kakashi. Quote. Kakashi looked at the soaring red chakra in the distance and frowned. This is his biggest headache right now. After Yi Yu appears, he and Yi Yu can definitely defeat Zabuza together. But after Naruto went berserk, it was very difficult for him to control him. Naruto was violent once when he was a child, and Anbu suffered heavy losses that time. If the third generation hadn't used the entire sealing squad, Anbu, and some of the Jonin in the village, Naruto might have destroyed the entire village. At that time, third generation even came close to using the ghoul seal. And Kakashi knew very well that if Naruto lost his mind and was completely controlled by Nine Tails, he would not be able to control it. Kakashi does not want Yi Yu to go to Naruto because it is very dangerous. But he was haunted by Zabuza and couldn't separate himself. Kakashi thought worriedly, Yi Yu, you have to be careful. What should I tell you if something happens to you? Kakashi couldn't imagine how Yi Yu would face Mu Ben Tong if something unexpected happened here. At the beginning, he vowed that he would protect Yi Yu when he was brought out. Yi Yu quickly came to Naruto's side. At this time, Naruto's whole body was wrapped in the tailed beast coat, and a tail grew out from behind him. It has already grown a tail, and the situation is very bad. In the tailless state, Naruto's strength is about the level of Jonin, but after growing a tail, Naruto's strength has reached the level of elite Jonin. Of course, it refers to destructive power. In terms of combat experience, the two of them are still some distance away from Jonin. However, the fighting power displayed by the two people at that time was not something that ordinary Jonin could stop. Only elite Jonin like Kakashi could suppress the two of them with stronger actual combat experience. At this time, Naruto broke into the one-tail state, and the chakra emitted was extremely huge, and the sense of oppression it brought was even more terrifying than that of a shadow-level powerhouse. This is not Naruto's chakra, but Nine Tails' chakra. Even Yi Yu was shocked at this time. You know, Yi Yu has more chakra than Kakashi. After so many days, Yi Yu's chakra volume has already reached the level of film level. But the chakra that Naruto burst out at this time already put Yi Yu to shame. Yi Yu couldn't help but sigh, it is indeed the Nine Tails. The nine-tailed beasts are the most powerful and have the largest amount of chakra. It would be terrible if we don't stop it quickly and let Naruto continue to explode more tails. Jinchuriki goes berserk outside the village. This kind of thing will embarrass the Leaf Village, and it will be even more embarrassing if it cannot be controlled. Yi Yu had no choice, even if he felt that Naruto was giving him a strong threat at this time, but at this time, Sasuke was already lying on the ground covered in blood. At this time, Bai was completely suffocated by Naruto's burst of chakra, unable to move his body. Chapter 73 Water Dragon vs. Nine Tails. This is the first time Yi Yu meets Bai, who is wearing an Anbu mask. When he saw Yi Yu appear, Bai didn't know where the courage came from. He ignored Naruto's attention and shouted at Yi Yu, "Don't come here." His voice angered Naruto, who was gradually losing his mind. Ho! A roar. The surrounding air shook. This voice sounds like he is about to lose his mind. Yi Yu said calmly. I should have learned more sealing techniques from Mr. Kakashi. None of the sealing techniques I know now can deal with tailed beasts. Yi Yu was a little helpless. If he knew the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, he could immediately force Nine Tails' chakra back into Naruto's body. Ho! With another roar, Naruto rushed towards Shiro. The tailed beast coat on Naruto materializes the chakra of Nine Tails. The bloody chakra gives people a very evil feeling. Even Yi Yu felt a strong threat from this chakra. No, don't kill innocent people. Yi Yu saw Naruto rushing towards Bai and immediately stopped him. Yi Yu, who still remembers some of the plot, knows that Bai has never killed innocent people indiscriminately, and he is indeed an impeccable good man. Yi Yu didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but he still didn't want to let Naruto kill him. Bang! Rumble. As soon as Yi Yu finished speaking, he disappeared and appeared in front of Bai. His fist collided with Naruto's claws. The collision triggered violent energy fluctuations. The ground beneath their feet collapsed and shattered instantly. At this time, Naruto had a bloody-tailed beast coat, and Yi Yu had a golden coat condensed with thunder nets. That's right, when fighting Naruto at this time in close combat, be careful of being corroded by his tailed beast coat. And Yi Yu's lightning net protection is very powerful. After Yi Yu and Naruto exchanged a few punches, they looked solemn. After transforming into a tailed beast, my strength has increased so much. It really puts a little pressure on me. Bai, who was standing behind Yi Yu, was dumbfounded. Yi Yu actually fought in close combat with Naruto in this state. He had just been slapped by Naruto and sent flying dozens of meters away. He was deeply impressed by that power, which was much greater than Zabuza's. Advertisement. Yi Yu can actually compete with Naruto's Taijutsu without falling behind. Not even an inch of concession. What's that golden coat he's wearing? Bai didn't know what the thunder net on Yi Yu was. He could feel that the golden coat on Yi Yu had the same effect as the tailed beast coat on Naruto. Different from Naruto's tailed beast coat, Yi Yu's golden coat does not have such an evil aura, but is very sunny and full of life. After Yi Yu and Naruto exchanged a few blows, he thought, if we continue fighting like this, my physical strength and chakra will definitely be exhausted first, and I must find a way to restore Naruto's sanity. Naruto is a Jinchuriki, and Nine Tails' chakra is leaked at this time. If you are not careful, the seal may be broken by Nine Tails. Yi Yu was not willing to let this happen. He could still fight Naruto in this state. If Nine Tails breaks the seal, Yi Yu doesn't think he has the strength to defeat Nine Tails. A whip leg with a thunder net attached has extreme speed, which means it has extremely terrifying power. Bang! Rumble! The huge force kicked Naruto several hundred meters away, hitting the sea like a cannonball. Waves tens of meters high were rolled up. Yi Yu was not worried about hurting Naruto at all. At this time, his body was completely controlled by Nine Tails Chakra. His body also has Nine Tails quick recovery abilities. Even if it is injured, Nine Tails Chakra will repair it quickly. After kicking Naruto away, Yi Yu put his hands together. Water-style Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Yi Yu jumped off the bridge, put his hands together in the air, and released the Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Before Yi Yu's body landed on the sea, a giant water dragon broke out of the sea in front of him and soared into the sky. Ho! A giant water dragon hundreds of meters long roared in the air. The sound echoed through the sky. I am afraid that creatures within several kilometers of the surrounding area can hear this dragon roar. Kakashi, who was fighting Zabuza in the distance, also saw the giant water dragon flying into the sky in the distance. Kakashi was so frightened. This is Yi Yu's Water Dragon Bullet Technique. It has never been so scary before. It's more than 300 meters. Ordinary water dragon bombs can only reach tens of meters at most. The water dragon bombs Yi Yu released before are very powerful and only reach about 100 meters. But now the length of the water bomb released by Yi Yu is more than 300 meters. Advertisement. The most terrifying thing is that the water dragon bomb released by Yi Yu really turns into a very standard dragon shape, and it seems to be still alive, flying in the air. Zabuza was also frightened. What kind of monster is that kid? No wonder Black Ho Thunder Fang didn't succeed. This kid is simply a monster. What's going on in Konoha recently? Two monster-like imps appear one after another. The other monster imp that Zabuza was talking about was Naruto. Although he knew he was a Jinchuriki, he was still shocked by the chakra that Naruto radiated after he went berserk. The chakra of Nine Tails is different from other tailed beasts. Not only does it have more chakra, but it also carries stronger malice. Even for a cruel person like Zabuza, after Naruto went berserk, the extreme malice exuded by the Nine Tails chakra made his hair stand on end. Now Yi Yu appears again. He is much stronger than when he fought with him before. It's only been more than 10 days. Yi Yu's improvement was so fast that Zabuza understood why the Black Hole Ya didn't kill Yi Yu. Just by the Water Dragon Bullet technique released by Yi Yu, he was sure that Yi Yu's strength was definitely on Jonin's level. And not special Jonin, but pretty standard Jonin. Even elite Jonin level. In fact, the ninjutsu displayed by Yi Yu is already stronger than many shadow level experts. But ninjas obviously do not judge their strength by the destructive power of ninjutsu. Yi Yu is only 12 years old, just a genin. Zabuza doesn't think Yi Yu's actual combat experience is at the level of a Kage. With elite Jonin's level, Zabuza is extremely overrated. Kakashi looked worriedly at Naruto, who fell into the sea. Seeing the extremely malicious chakra in him, I was worried that he would break through the seal and completely go berserk here. You know, Naruto is Konoha's Jinchuriki. If Nine Tails breaks the seal here, Konoha will be embarrassed, and Konoha's strategic weapons will be lost. And after Nine Tails broke the seal, Naruto completely became Nine Tails' puppet. When Nine Tails controls Naruto to attack other ninja villages, it will definitely trigger a war. This is the worst possible outcome. Kakashi looked at Yi Yu, who was also standing on the sea. The sea breeze rustled his clothes. Above his head, the water dragon in the sky seemed alive. It did not disperse, but hovered around Yi Yu. Two huge eyes glowing with golden light stared at Naruto in the distance. Behind Naruto's tailed beast coat, the second tail is slowly taking shape. Obviously, the 9 tails in Naruto's body also sensed that the giant water dragon opposite was no ordinary thing. Chapter 74. One blow to solve the tailed beast transformation. Moreover, Yi Yu's whip kick just now angered it. Especially Yi Yu exudes the same vitality as first Hokage, and the thing it hates most is first Hokage. It was staying well in the wild, but was inexplicably captured by first generation and sealed in his wife's body. For decades after this, it stayed in the bodies of various Jinchuriki and suffered. The treatment in Naruto's body is pretty good. When it was in the bodies of Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina, it was not only sealed, but its body was also nailed to a boulder and subjected to various punishments. Even though it was a tailed beast, the pain of almost peeling off several layers of skin made it remember the culprit that caused its current situation deeply in its mind. What it hates and hates the most is first Hokage. Yi Yu looked at Naruto opposite. He could feel Naruto's 9 tails chakra rising rapidly. 9 tails chakra is getting stronger and stronger. It seems that 9 tails is breaking the seal. If Naruto is not awakened quickly, Konoha will have big eyes. There was no way. As a ninja of Konoha, Yi Yu knew that he had to clean up the mess now. After speaking, Yi Yu formed seals with his hands again. Lightning-style thunder roar, stab, roar. In an instant, a golden thunder dragon condensed in front of Yi Yu. The thunder and lightning arcs on the Brontosaurus were still sizzling. As Yi Yu activated the chakra, the golden thunder dragon plunged into the water dragon next to it. The water dragon's originally clear body instantly became gleaming with golden light due to the lightning power of the thunder dragon. It shines like the sun in the dark night. This move frightened everyone. Because the giant water dragon that was several hundred meters long seemed to have turned into a real dragon. The giant dragon, emitting golden light, was still roaring in the air. If it wasn't a real dragon, what else could it be? In fact, this is just Yi Yu's ninjutsu that combines water style and lightning style. Just because Yi Yu uses chakra for natural energy conversion, and his chakra is very special, the dragons that appear in ninjutsu are all conscious. But Yi Yu didn't know. It's like Senju Hashirama's wooden golem technique is conscious. However, the size of the water dragon released by Yi Yu is indeed too exaggerated. You know, the wooden golem of the wooden golem technique is only a few dozen meters tall. Even the giant Buddha on top is only about 300 meters tall. The water dragon created by Yi Yu using water style is actually 300 meters long. This is tantamount to Yi Yu himself being able to create a giant psychic beast. Just like Senju Hashirama does not use the psychic beast, but only uses the wooden golem technique. Advertisement. Of course, Yi Yu himself didn't realize this. He is still obsessed with finding a psychic beast that suits him. Yi Yu stood on the sea and looked at Naruto opposite. The nine tails chakra in him became more and more intense. Yi Yu didn't dare to wait any longer. He immediately activated the lightning water dragon and blasted towards Naruto. Ho! The giant thunder and water dragon moved. The huge body flew through the air, even creating a terrifying hurricane. The storm blew waves several meters high out of the sea. Although it has a huge body, water dragon is very fast due to the addition of lightning-style chakra. In the blink of an eye, the water dragon crossed a distance of several hundred meters and crashed into Naruto. Boom, 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 boom. Naruto wanted to escape, but the water dragon was very fast and too large, so its attack range was also very wide. So Naruto was completely bitten by the water dragon and then plunged into the bottom of the sea. The huge dragon body was so long that it even flew on the sea for a few seconds. The dragon entered the sea and caused a splash of water hundreds of meters high. Waves tens of meters high appeared in the surrounding sea, and the waves rushed towards the bridge. If it is not stopped, the bridge that the workers of the Land of Waves have worked so hard to build will be destroyed by the waves. Yi Yu was a little helpless. I'm tied up. I have to take care of the bridge behind me. It's so annoying. Even so, Yi Yu put her hands together and used ninjutsu, water-style water shockwave, again. Boom, boom, boom. A water curtain tens of meters high appeared in front of Yi Yu, and the water curtain rushed towards the waves. The two forces collided in the distance, and the waves suddenly subsided. Just the falling sea water rolled up waves several meters high. These wave bridges can still hold up. After dealing with the giant wave, Yi Yu ran towards Naruto's position using her senses. Thousands of meters away on the sea, Naruto was floating on the sea. At this time, he was unconscious. He came to Naruto and tested his pulse. Fortunately, he is not dead. Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu plus Lightning Style is quite powerful. Even Naruto in the two-tailed state can be defeated. Seeing Naruto's body still shaking, Yi Yu knew that he must have been stunned by Lightning Style when he was blasted into the sea. Water Style plus Lightning Style, Water Dragon Bomb provides bombardment, while Lightning Style is responsible for paralysis. Looking at it like this, Lightning Style is more effective. It actually brought Naruto back to his original form in the second-tailed state. Naruto in the second-tailed state cannot wake up just by the impact of Water Dragon bullets, and it can't even cause him much damage. Advertisement. But the lightning style added by Yi Yu broke up the chakra of nine tails. After the chakra of nine tails was broken up and there was too little chakra from the outside world, the sealing techniques of fourth Hokage came into play. There was too little chakra from the outside world, causing nine tails chakra to lose its medium. Coupled with the influence of the fourth Hokage's seal, nine tails could no longer deliver chakra to Naruto. Unless Naruto is awake at this time, takes the initiative to lift the seal, and accepts nine tails chakra again. However, Naruto had been knocked unconscious by lightning style and lost consciousness, so it was impossible for him to take the initiative to lift the seal. Yi Yu didn't expect that the crisis would be solved with just one move. No matter what, it finally passed without any danger. Yi Yu picked up Naruto and walked towards the bridge. Yi Yu's side was solved, but Kakashi's side Zabuza actually ran away. Nonsense, after seeing Yi Yu's battle just now, why don't you run here and wait to die? After Yi Yu controlled Naruto, it was time to deal with Bai. Zabuza didn't think Haku would be Yi Yu's opponent at this time. When Yi Yu solves Bai and joins forces with Kakashi, he will definitely die. The strength Yi Yu showed just now has won Zabuza's recognition. He was very sure that Yi Yu's strength at this time had reached elite Jonin, or even Kage level. Not to mention Kakashi, he had a hard time dealing with it. If he faced Yi Yu alone at this time, he didn't think he had any chance of winning. If he doesn't run now, he won't have a chance to run when the rain comes. After carrying Naruto back, Yi Yu looked at Sakura in the distance and said, "Sakura, I'm sorry to trouble you." Sakura in the distance heard Yi Yu's words and recovered from the shock. He ran over quickly, but his eyes were always on Yi Yu. Although the battle between Yi Yu and Black Hole Ya was exciting, the battle was also very destructive. But it's definitely not as shocking as Yi Yu's use of the mind combination ninjutsu just now. Yi Yu is as powerful as a monster. Fortunately, Yi Yu is in the same camp as her. Sakura couldn't imagine who could defeat Yi Yu if he was from the enemy's camp. Looking at Yi Yu's smiling face, there is no trace of surliness at all on his handsome face. It was completely impossible to connect him with the godlike figure just now. Yi Yu didn't care what Sakura thought. After putting Naruto down, he said, "Sakura, check Naruto and bandage him if there are any injuries." I'll bring Sasuke here. After saying that, he disappeared. Sakura nodded and began to check Naruto's body. I was glad that Yu had followed them on this mission, otherwise, they might have been wiped out here. Of course, Sakura didn't know that they could still complete this mission even without Yu. Chapter 75 Chakra surges tenfold. Coming to Sasuke, looking at his body that was covered in blood with shurikens and kunai, Yu's mouth twitched slightly. You are really arrogant. She obviously cares so much, but she usually pretends to hate him so much. Quote. Yu knew that the reason why Sasuke was like this was entirely because he blocked Bai's attack for Naruto. Otherwise Naruto wouldn't have gone berserk. This is the fate of these two people. Even if Yu appeared, it did not change the relationship between the two. After pulling out the kunai and shurikens from Sasuke's body and bandaging him carefully, Sasuke had been bandaged into a mummy. Fortunately, you fainted now. If you were awake and saw you being bandaged like this, you'd be mad to death. The proud Sasuke certainly didn't want to appear in such an embarrassing state. He was so ashamed that he wanted to kill Yu. I'm not a professional medical ninja, so that's about it. After saying that, Yu picked up Sasuke. After Zabuza ran away, Kakashi came to Yu and looked at Sasuke who was bandaged on his shoulders like a mummy. He was also a little worried. How is Sasuke? It's not life-threatening, it's just excessive blood loss. Kakashi nodded. After asking about Sasuke, Kakashi looked at Yu and asked, Zabuza said that Black Hokage, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, went to intercept you. What's going on? Yu thought for a while and told the situation of the previous battle. Although Kakashi was a little surprised, he was not particularly confused. You are now stronger than me. Kakashi sighed. Yu was stunned for a moment. Isn't that true? Kakashi shook his head. I saw the ninjutsu that was released just now. I think even I would have a hard time resisting it. Yu thought for a while and said nothing. He didn't know if what Kakashi said was true. But since he killed the Black Ho Thunderfang and knocked out Naruto in the second-tailed state, Yu felt that his current strength must have reached the level of Jonin. But he didn't feel anything special. Kakashi continued, after you return to Konoha, you can let the same person assess your grades so that he won't always worry about you. Advertisement. Yu smiled and said, it's normal for the same teacher to be worried. After all, with an elite Jonin like you out on a mission, it's easy to encounter a situation like today. If I hadn't learned some ninjutsu from you these days, I might have died while saving Sakura. With your talent, no matter who you learn ninjutsu from, the effect will be the same. And many ninjutsu were developed by you yourself. The ninjutsu you released just now has surpassed the limits of the original ninjutsu. It's a combination of lightning style and water style. That kind of ninjutsu is already beyond S-class ninjutsu. You didn't learn that level of ninjutsu from me. Kakashi is right. Yu and Kakashi have learned a lot these days. Ninjutsu is right. But almost every ninjutsu has been improved by Yu. Most of them are improved in the process of learning. For example, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu was originally just a B-rank ninjutsu. But under Yu's improvements, it is already a ninjutsu that surpasses S level. It is not the difficulty of learning, but the power that surpasses S level. Both the power and scale of ninjutsu are much stronger than the original version. Almost as much as Yu recreated this ninjutsu. Of course, Yu's improved ninjutsu can basically only be used by himself. Because Yu's improved ninjutsu all require a huge chakra to release. Even just because of the large amount of chakra, the ninjutsu effect released is completely different from Yu's. Because Yu uses natural energy transformation chakra, which is equivalent to Sage Jutsu chakra. In addition, Yu's chakra is special than ordinary people and will release the ninjutsu attached consciousness to him. For example, the water dragon in the water dragon bullet he released is a conscious water dragon. It can also stay on for a long time and attack according to Yu's instructions, just like the wooden golem technique. Senju Hashirama's wood-style ninjutsu, only when he uses it can the true power of wood-style be unleashed. The same goes for Yu, his ninjutsu can only exert its power if he uses it himself. Kakashi looked at Yu and smiled, those ninjutsu of yours are already at the level of forbidden arts. It's obviously just an ordinary ninjutsu, but after your improvement, it turned out to be the same as a forbidden jutsu. I guess it's caused by the Sage Jutsu chakra in your body. Yu nodded, I think that's the case too. Yu did not deny it. Advertisement. Originally, Kakashi knew the chakra in his body very well. Of course, he only understands the type of chakra in Yu. But now he doesn't know the amount of Yu's chakra. Within 10 days, Yu's chakra amount was 10 times that of Kakashi. Without counting the chakra amount of 9 tails, Yu's chakra amount even far exceeds Naruto at this time. At this time, Yu's chakra amount is at the top level among the shadow classes. However, Yu clearly feels that his chakra volume has grown much slower these days. Just as he had guessed, the early surge had made his physical fitness almost unable to keep up. Until his physical fitness keeps up, the amount of chakra will not increase much. Yu had guessed it before, so he didn't feel anything. Of course, now Yu also has a way to greatly increase chakra. That's learning Sage Jutsu. As long as you master Sage Jutsu, Yu's chakra can even increase tenfold. But now Yu is very satisfied with his chakra capacity, and his desire for Sage Jutsu is not so urgent. Kakashi looked at Yu's calm look and smiled, you don't seem surprised at all. In just 10 days, your strength has grown so much. Aren't you surprised at all? Yi Yu looked at Kakashi and smiled. Teacher Kakashi, I have been very clear about my situation before. I only had one question before, and that was that my actual combat experience was very poor, and I had never fought a life or death battle with a real Jonin. I don't know how much my current strength can be used against Jonin. Now that I know about this issue, there is nothing surprising. Kakashi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Your thoughts are not suitable for your age at all. But it's a good thing. Uchiha Itachi was also very precocious like you back then. Thinking of Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi glanced at Sasuke on Yi Yu's shoulder. After this kid wakes up and knows your strength, I'm afraid he will pester you. Yi Yu smiled helplessly. I hope Sakura doesn't have a big tongue, but I guess she won't do what I want. Judging from Sakura's obsession with Sasuke, it would be impossible for her to hide it if Sasuke asked her. And Sakura saw how Yi Yu killed the Black Ho Thunder Fang and how he suppressed the rampaging Naruto with just one ninjutsu. Chapter 76 Kakashi's Little Thoughts. At the same age, if Sasuke knew about Yi Yu's performance tonight, he would probably pester Yi Yu to practice with him. Obviously, in Sakura's mind at this time, Yi Yu's strength has surpassed Kakashi. Although I haven't tried it, Yi Yu's strength at this time really puts Kakashi to shame. It's just that Yi Yu doesn't think he will be Kakashi's opponent. Kakashi claims to be evenly matched with everyone. Many ninjas who possess very powerful ninjutsu and whose destructive power is far greater than Kakashi have overturned when fighting him. Yi Yu knows very well that the destructive power of ninjutsu does not mean that it is powerful. Ninjas still have to consider actual combat experience and IQ during combat. In terms of combat IQ, Kakashi is one of the best in the ninja world. Yi Yu not only doesn't have much practical experience, but he doesn't think he is better than Kakashi in terms of IQ. Of course, this is because Yi Yu is too cautious. In fact, with his current strength, Kakashi would definitely not be his opponent in a fight. And this is even more true in Sakura's eyes. Yi Yu's ninjutsu is too shocking, and Sakura is still young, so she will definitely make judgments based on what she sees. At least she had never seen Kakashi use a ninjutsu that was so large and so lethal. It's just that Kakashi used Chidori when he fought Zabuza before. But Kakashi's Chidori is indeed very lethal, but it is a single target, and its destructiveness is definitely far less than Yi Yu's ninjutsu. So Sakura will think that Yi Yu is already stronger than Kakashi. After Sasuke heard what Sakura said, he would definitely set his goal of studying on Yi Yu. In order to become stronger, Sasuke can even ask Orochimaru for advice, not to mention Yi Yu is still half of his teammate. Kakashi also smiled when he heard Yi Yu's words. Kakashi was very satisfied to see that Yi Yu was not proud at all. What he was worried about was that at Yi Yu's age, he would suddenly become very powerful and his mentality would become impetuous. It turns out that Yi Yu did not. This is very rare. Even back then, he had become impetuous because of some of his achievements. Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin were not dead at that time. Kakashi just has a bit of a tsundere personality. When the two brought Sasuke to Naruto, Sakura saw Sasuke covered in bandages and worriedly asked, Yi Yu, why is Sasuke's injury so serious? Putting Sasuke down, Yi Yu comforted Sakura and said, don't worry, I was just injured by the ninja tool and lost too much blood. However, no vital parts were injured. There is no danger to my life. It only takes a while to recover. Sasuke's injury reminded me of something. Sakura, you should learn medical ninjutsu. Both Naruto and Sasuke in your team are suitable for training as fighting ninjas. And your chakra control is much stronger than theirs, but obviously you are not suitable for taking the path of a combat ninja. Learning medical ninjutsu and becoming a medical ninja is more important to your team. Kakashi-sensei, what do you think? Advertisement. Kakashi also started thinking. Before, he actually wanted to train Sakura to be a genjutsu ninja. In addition, his genjutsu attainments are pretty good and he can also teach Sakura. And Yi Yu's proposal is quite good. Their team really needs medical ninjas. In Kakashi's team, Nohara Lin was the medical ninja. Sharingan can even be transplanted on the battlefield. It can be imagined that Nohara Lin's medical ninjutsu is still good. Sakura is indeed suitable for learning medical ninjutsu, and their team really needs medical ninjutsu. Sakura also started thinking. Looking at Sasuke and Naruto, Sakura said, well, that's indeed a good idea. Kakashi saw Sakura expressing her stance, so he followed suit and said, after we return to the village, I will introduce some medical ninjas to teach you medical ninjutsu. Kakashi can even hire Ebisu to teach Naruto, and there is no problem in finding a few medical ninjas to teach Sakura. Ebisu was personally formulated by Konohamaru's teacher, the third Hokage. Since Kakashi can hire Ebisu, it's just a matter of finding a few medical ninjas to teach Sakura. Although Sakura really wanted to develop into fighting, she also knew her situation. Although her chakra control is much stronger than that of Naruto and Sasuke, her chakra amount is far less than theirs. And during this time, she also saw the growth of Naruto and Sasuke, and now she has opened a big gap with them. Not to mention that there is Yi Yu. Compared with him, Sakura feels that she is too weak. Since you are not good at fighting, you should learn medical ninjutsu and provide medical protection for your teammates. Of course, Sakura didn't know that she didn't have fighting talent. But she didn't meet a teacher who could develop her fighting talent. Yi Yu knows, but Tsunade has not returned to the village yet, and it is more beneficial for Sakura to learn medical ninjutsu now. In between learning medical ninjutsu, you can even learn genjutsu with Kakashi. Being a grandmaster genjutsu and medical ninjutsu ninja is actually very powerful for ordinary ninjas. For example, Yuhi Kurenai, although his record against Uchiha Itachi is a bit disappointing, basically no one will have a good record against Uchiha Itachi. Yuhi Kurenai is not an exception. But Yuhi Kurenai's genjutsu is indeed the best among ordinary ninjas, which can be seen from the fact that she is a formal jonin rather than a special jonin. If you reach the level of jonin in one aspect, you can only become a special jonin, and for jonin you need to reach the level of jonin in all aspects. So in genjutsu, as long as the talent is high, ordinary ninjas can reach the level of jonin. As for having a special bloodline, such as Sharingan, that's another matter. In Yi Yu's opinion, Sakura's talent is actually very good, and she is very suitable for practicing taijutsu, genjutsu, and medical ninjutsu. It's just that in the original work, Kakashi didn't pay much attention to her in the early stage. As a result, before meeting Tsunade, Sakura's combat skills were basically not much better than when she was in the ninja school. But before that, if Sakura can master genjutsu and medical ninjutsu, not to mention jonin, it will be very easy to reach chunin. Sakura looked at Yi Yu and smiled and said, "Then don't make me angry. When I learn the medical ninjutsu, you will have to rely on me to treat you if you are injured in the battle." Advertisement. Yi Yu was stunned for a moment. But you and I are not in the same team. We should wait until Sasuke and Naruto wake up before letting them know the sad news. Yi Yu teased. What? You will definitely follow us on missions in the future. Teacher Kakashi is biased. It is unlikely that he will let you go back. Saying that, Sakura looked at Kakashi. Kakashi was a little embarrassed. It was still very embarrassing for Sakura to see through my little thoughts. Yi Yu looked at Kakashi. Seeing that his face was a little embarrassed, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. I wonder if what Sakura said is true. Kakashi really thinks so. He really wanted to take Yi Yu with him when he went out of the village to perform tasks in the future. One purpose is to let him increase his knowledge and accumulate practical experience, and the other purpose is that he is worried that if Yi Yu is placed in the village, third generation and Danzo will attack him. Although he felt that third generation would not do so, because third generation had promised it before. But who can guarantee this kind of thing? What if Kakashi doesn't dare to gamble, and third generation's character is easy to compromise? Who knows if Danzo will use any means to force third generation to compromise? Kakashi has been in Anbu for many years and has never seen this kind of thing happen. Kakashi is always worried if he doesn't take Yi Yu with him. But in the village, Mu Bentong could not protect Yi Yu at all. Kimoto Tong can't compare to Kakashi's position in Konoha. Moreover, Kakashi is also worried that Kimoto Tong will fall out with the village because of Yi Yu, and it will be bad if he becomes a rebellious nin. He believed that Kimoto Isodoshi would not betray Konoha, but if the third generation and Danzo forced him to have no choice, Kimoto Isodoshi might really become a traitor. As long as Yi Yu is not at fault, he will never allow others to hurt him with his identical character. Not to mention that Yi Yu is his personal disciple, even though he didn't teach Yi Yu anything. But after all, with this kind of relationship, he couldn't just ignore it. If Yi Yu is left with Kimoto Tong, Kakashi is worried that Kimoto Tong will take Yi Yu to become a rebellious nin, which would be very bad. Of course, all this is just Kakashi's idea, and what he is worried about has not happened yet. It's just that his many years in Anbu have made him develop cautious and even dark thoughts. But Kakashi thinks so, and Yi Yu doesn't want to follow Kakashi on missions all the time. After all, Kimoto is his teacher, but he has only carried out one mission with Kimoto, Honda and Yamada. He was worried that the three of them would be unhappy. Although Yi Yu doesn't have much ambition, he still has to consider the feelings of his teammates and teachers. Chapter 77 Learning the Sealing Techniques of the Whirlpool Clan. Yi Yu didn't dwell on this issue. After Kakashi brought Naruto and Sasuke back to Dazuna's home, Kakashi found Yi Yu and wanted to learn about Naruto's situation from him. When Naruto went berserk before, Kakashi was fighting Zabuza and didn't notice Naruto's situation. On the balcony of several people's rooms, two people were sitting on the balcony under the moonlight. Yi Yu said, "The seal in Naruto's body has been loosened, and this time Naruto went berserk and two tails emerged. And with just two tails, he has already put a lot of pressure on me. If I add another tail, I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress him." This is Yi Yu's own guess. Because just the second-tailed Naruto made Yi Yu feel a great threat. He felt that if Naruto's tail increased to 3 tails, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Yi Yu's thoughts are similar to Senju's. He only saw how powerful his opponent was, and didn't know how much of a threat he posed to him. This time Yi Yu released a combination of ninjutsu and suppressed Naruto. The chakra consumed is not even 1/10 of his own chakra. Moreover, the water dragon bullet plus lightning style can not only suppress the 2-tailed Naruto, but the 3 tails can also be completely suppressed. The water dragon bullet technique is second, and the biggest threat to the rampaging Naruto is actually Yi Yu's lightning style. Yi Yu's lightning style is completely different from that of ordinary ninjas, and is much more powerful and lethal. Kakashi doesn't know the specific situation. But he could feel how evil the chakra emanating from Naruto was at that time. Obviously Kakashi believed Yi Yu's words. This is why the third Hokage handed Naruto over to me. After becoming a ninja, the chance of Naruto going berserk is much greater than before. Just judging from the fighting power he showed after his rampage today, it's hard for me to suppress him. Although I have a Sharingan, I am not a ninja from the Uchiha clan, so my ability to suppress tailed beasts is not high. If you hadn't taken action today, I really wouldn't have been able to do much to restore Naruto's calm. After returning to the village, Kakashi-sensei, you should learn some sealing techniques. Since the third Hokage handed over Naruto to you, they will definitely be willing to give you some sealing techniques to deal with his rampage. Kakashi smiled bitterly and said, it's not that easy. Do you really think it's that easy to learn sealing techniques? Advertisement. Ordinary sealing techniques are okay, but sealing techniques that can seal tailed beasts are very difficult to learn. It's not like I haven't learned it before, but those sealing techniques are basically at the forbidden level, and I can't master them. And Konoha's sealing techniques for tailed beasts basically come from the Uzumaki clan. Many of them require the blood of the Uzumaki clan to be better mastered. Back then, the fourth Hokage could only be mastered because my wife was from the Uzumaki clan. I've learned it before, but I haven't mastered it yet. Kakashi is helpless. It's not that he hasn't learned the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, it's just that he hasn't learned them. After all, he is a disciple of the fourth Hokage. With the character of the fourth Hokage, he will definitely teach Kakashi sealing techniques. It's just that Kakashi didn't learn it either. Just as Minato Namikaze was not the only one who learned the Flying Thunder God technique back then, several of his guards also learned it, but none of them mastered it. It is true that Kakashi is a genius, but mainly in terms of combat and sealing techniques, his talent is not very high. The sealing techniques for sealing the tailed beast are very difficult sealing techniques, and Kakashi has not learned them. Yi Yu was a little surprised, you haven't even learned it. How difficult is it? Kakashi sighed, it's really difficult, and many ninjutsu require the blood of the Uzumaki clan to be used. Yi Yu thought for a while, and it is true that many of the sealing techniques of the Whirlpool clan need to rely on the blood of their clan to be released. Such as King Kong blockade. This sealing techniques is quite domineering. Thanks to this sealing techniques, Ninetales has never been violent once in the body of Uzumaki Kushina. And this sealing techniques can not only seal, but can also be used for fighting. During the Fourth Ninja War, in order to save Sasuke, Uzumaki Kaoru broke out the King Kong blockade and directly beat the wooden golem's arm to pieces. Before Namikaze Watergate sealed Ninetales on Naruto, Uzumaki Kushina released the King Kong blockade, controlling Ninetales so that he could not move. Those were the sealing techniques released by Uzumaki Kushina before she was about to die. You can imagine how powerful this sealing techniques is. Of course, these sealing techniques are obviously sealing techniques bound to the bloodline of the Whirlpool clan. After all, this ninjutsu has been used by Uzumaki Kaoru and Uzumaki Kushina of the Uzumaki clan. There are also several sealing techniques that are also very powerful, such as the sealing of zombies. It's just that this ninjutsu is a one-time sealing techniques. Even if Kakashi knows it, Yi Yu won't want to learn it. Kakashi turned to look at Yi Yu, suddenly thinking of something. No, just because I find it difficult doesn't mean you find it difficult too. Advertisement. Kakashi thought about Yi Yu's ninjutsu talent. Could it be that he has the ninjutsu talent to learn sealing techniques? Yi Yu was stunned for a moment. What's the meaning? Kakashi said, what I mean is, if you have the talent to learn sealing techniques, I can teach you. Although I didn't learn it at the beginning, I remember the principles very clearly. But aren't these sealing techniques forbidden techniques? They shouldn't be learned by genin like me. Yi Yu frowned. He wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to learn, he was just worried that Kakashi would be in trouble. After all, the sealing techniques that can seal tailed beasts are definitely a village secret. And the sealing techniques of Konoha village basically come from the Uzumaki clan. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are among the best in the ninja world. During the Fourth Ninja War, Killer Bee told Naruto that the sealing techniques in Naruto were much stronger than the sealing techniques in him. One can imagine how precious the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are. The Uzumaki clan was also wiped out for this reason. Kakashi waved his hand, I absolutely believe you. I even taught you Chidori. As long as you can learn the sealing techniques, Naruto's problem will be solved. For Yi Yu, Kakashi is absolutely confident. In fact, Kakashi now knows very well that Yi Yu is already stronger than him. But Yi Yu has not changed at all from before. Not the slightest bit proud. Even he couldn't be like Yi Yu back then. It's decided that starting tomorrow, I will teach you the sealing techniques I know. Several of them were taught to me by the fourth Hokage himself. It's a pity that I didn't learn them at the beginning. Kakashi was a little ashamed. Although he is regarded as a genius, he is indeed not that talented in sealing techniques. Simple sealing techniques, such as the seal of evil, Kakashi can do it. But this kind of sealing techniques obviously cannot be compared with the sealing techniques of the Whirlpool clan. Even the curse mark on Sasuke couldn't be controlled. Chapter 78 Yi Yu's Choice. Yi Yu looked at the moon in the sky and smiled, what if I can't learn it either? Kakashi waved his hand, it doesn't matter if you can't learn it. Sealing techniques is very difficult to begin with. I wasn't the only one who learned sealing techniques from 4th Hokage, but no one learned it. It's not surprising that you can't learn it, but if you can, you don't need to worry about Naruto's problem. If I had learned the 4th Hokage's sealing techniques back then, I wouldn't have let him release such dangerous sealing techniques. Yi Yu turned to look at Kakashi. But he thought for a while and still didn't ask. Kakashi smiled and said, why do you hesitate to speak? If you have anything to ask, just say it. Yi Yu looked at Naruto lying in the room and asked, Teacher Kakashi, why did the fourth Hokage seal the tailed beast into Naruto back then? And Naruto is from the Uzumaki clan, right? There aren't many Uzumaki clan members in Konoha village. Kakashi did not hide Yi Yu. He said slowly, you may have guessed it. Yi Yu frowned, it's not really what I thought, is it? Kakashi nodded. Yes, Naruto is the child of the fourth Hokage. It was when the fourth Hokage's wife gave birth to Naruto that Nine Tails broke the seal. The fourth Hokage sent me to protect his wife at that time, but I failed to protect him well. Yi Yu was a little shocked. It wasn't that he was shocked that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, he already knew this. He was shocked that Kakashi would tell him this. This is Konoha's secret. Only the top management of Konoha and Kakashi knew about it. How much Kakashi trusts Yi Yu? Yi Yu himself didn't expect it. Seeing the shocked look on Yi Yu's face, Kakashi thought Yi Yu was shocked that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. Then he said, this is not surprising, because Naruto has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and the fourth Hokage also hopes that he can make good use of the power of Nine Tails. Yi Yu looked at Naruto in the room, don't the fourth Hokage know what will happen to Naruto if he seals Nine Tails on Naruto? Kakashi sighed. There was no choice at that time. The fourth generation wife was already very weak at the time. After Nine Tails was extracted, she didn't have much time. The fourth Hokage also used the corpse to seal this ninjutsu and used this ninjutsu. Will definitely die. So Naruto is the only choice. In addition, he also has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, so he is indeed the best candidate for Jinchuriki. Perhaps the fourth Hokage hopes that Naruto can control the power of Nine Tails and become the pillar of the village. The fourth Hokage certainly thought so too. Advertisement. You can tell from the fact that the seal he imposed on Naruto was the 8-sign seal, not the 4-sign seal. The 4-sign seal is a sealing technique that simply seals Nine Tails, and although the 8-sign seal is just a sealing technique that superimposes two 4-sign seals, it can convert part of the chakra of Nine Tails into Naruto's own chakra. It is equivalent to adding a source of chakra to Naruto. So the chakra in Naruto's body, in addition to his own, also has the chakra transformed from Nine Tails. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have chakra that surpasses Kakashi at such a young age. Even the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan don't have that terrifying amount of chakra. Not to mention that Naruto only has half the blood of the Uzumaki clan. Fourth Hokage has great expectations for Naruto. Yi Yu said. Kakashi nodded. I hope he can master the power of Nine Tails in the future as the fourth generation expected. When his mother was Nine Tails Jinchuriki, she had never been violent. Yi Yu smiled and said, isn't that normal? His mother is a pure member of the Uzumaki clan, and sealing techniques is so powerful. It's normal that she didn't go berserk. If Naruto learns sealing techniques, he may be able to stabilize Nine Tails. Kakashi shook his head, I'm quite pessimistic about this. Sealing techniques not only requires the power of blood, but most importantly, it also requires a deep understanding of sealing techniques. It is extremely difficult. As for Naruto, he has the power of blood, but he may not have enough brains. Yi Yu was speechless. Teacher Kakashi, how do you know if you haven't tried it? Kakashi said no more, but he knows very well that sealing techniques is not that easy to learn. Moreover, the ninjas of Grandmaster sealing techniques are among the very few in the ninja world. It is precisely because of this that every great ninja village will have a dedicated sealing class. The reason why there is a sealing class is because there are too few people in the Grandmaster sealing techniques, and they must be gathered together to be effective. Just knowing a few sealing techniques such as the Seal of Evil is not called Grandmaster sealing techniques. Don't look at it. Sealing techniques seems to have no effect other than sealing. However, the learning difficulty is much higher than that of fighting type ninjutsu. Kakashi just knew Naruto so well that he knew that he was not the material at all. He had planned to teach Naruto sealing techniques before, but he just gave up after testing his talent. Because Naruto's talent for sealing techniques is not as good as his. The main reason is that the theoretical basis required by sealing techniques is very large and complicated, and it is very difficult for even Kakashi to master it, let alone Naruto who often gets 0 marks even in the ninja school. Kakashi didn't want to talk about this, so he said, I still have high expectations for you. I think you can definitely master those sealing techniques. As long as you master those sealing techniques, I won't have to be so worried every time I take Naruto out on a mission. Advertisement. Yi Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Teacher Kakashi, you don't ask me to follow you every time you go out of the village to perform tasks, do you? I'm not from your team. Yi Yu's occasional outing can be regarded as a trip at public expense, but he is not willing to follow Kakashi out every time. Kakashi patted Yi Yu on the shoulder. You know your team shouldn't have existed in the first place. It's just because of you that your team still exists. You should know that you and your teammates are not from the same world. You and them have been different since the day your team passed the assessment because of you. And you are now completely different from ordinary ninjas in the eyes of the village's higher-ups. The more you stay with your teammates, it will only hurt them. Because whether you need to become stronger or you defect from the village for some reason, they will be implicated because of you. This is why your teacher agreed to hand you over to me. If you don't keep distance from your two teammates, they will be affected in the future because of you. Yi Yu was silent. He didn't quite agree with Kakashi's words. But when I think about the noise he made that day, I'm afraid Kakashi was right. It would be better if third generation didn't know he existed. But he already knows his existence. Whether Yi Yu wants it or not, he is already different in third generation. More than just an ordinary ninja. If something happens to Yi Yu in the future, Honda and Yamada will be implicated. He may even die because of him. Although it is now a time of peace, the struggle of ninjas is still very bloody. Kakashi is right. In Yi Yu's memory, only Kakashi's class, Yuhi Kurenai's class and Asma's class passed the assessment this time. These are all determined by third generation. Who would have known that Yi Yu's team actually passed the assessment? It is Yi Yu's existence that changes the plot. From Yi Yu's point of view, Yamada's and Moto's talents are actually very average. If their teammates were not themselves, and their personalities were not identical, there was a high probability that they would not be able to pass the assessment. Now involving them in Yi Yu's matter is not a good thing for the two of them. Especially the conspirator Danzo, if he wants to deal with Yi Yu, he will definitely start with the people around Yi Yu. The better the relationship between Yi Yu, Honda, and Yamada, and the more interactions they have with them, Danzo will definitely attack them. This is something Yi Yu doesn't want to see very much. Chapter 79 Nine Tails is so angry. Seeing Yi Yu's appearance, Kakashi knew that Yi Yu had listened. Fortunately, third generation has not seen Yi Yu's battle today. Otherwise it would be more than just defense. I'm afraid Anbu's people will be sent to keep an eye on it. Yi Yu is only 12 years old, but he is already able to kill elite Jonin. And he's not just any elite Jonin, he's Black Ho Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The ninjutsu that Yi Yu used to suppress the rampaging Naruto tonight is also a forbidden technique. What's even more frightening is that the ninjutsu used by Yi Yu today is not his most powerful ninjutsu. You will take the Chunin exam in a few months. The third generation will definitely know your strength by then, Kakashi said. Yi Yu nodded. You definitely want me to take the Chunin exam this time, right? Kakashi smiled and said, I'm afraid it's not my decision. Sunagakure village will also send people to attend the Chunin exam this time. You should know what this means, right? Yi Yu nodded. This means Konoha needs to bring out the strongest genin of this generation to participate. I estimate that several people from my class will participate. Kakashi smiled and said, yes, although we are in alliance with Sunagakure village, we must not let Sunagakure village see any signs of weakness in our Konoha village, otherwise we don't know what they will do. Although it is a Chunin exam in name, each ninja village will send the best genin from each village to participate to show the military strength of their own ninja village. At times like this, third Hokage cannot leave you idle. Yi Yu shrugged, I don't care. Originally, I wanted to be promoted to Chunin as soon as possible. After all, I can take on higher level tasks as Chunin. The pay is better, too. Don't look at the high commissions when ninjas go on missions. But half of the commission will first be taken away by the village. The remaining half is the ninja points for performing the mission. Moreover, there are no travel expenses when the ninja performs the mission. All expenses for the mission need to be borne by the ninja himself, and the ninja village will not distribute them, so the ninja needs to purchase them himself. This is also the reason why many Jonin are still so poor even though they have completed many high-level tasks. Except for ninjas like Jiraiya who have extra money who will become rich, many Jonin are actually not as rich as they think. You know, a detonating talisman costs several thousand taels, and the average genin can only get a few thousand taels at most for a C-level mission. In other words, even if an ordinary genin performs the highest level mission he can receive, sometimes the money he can get is not enough to buy a detonating charm. Advertisement. Of course, the detonating charm is a high-level ninja tool in the ninja world. And for genin, the detonating charm is the most powerful ninja tool in his hand. Unless, like Sasuke, genin can unleash fire-style ninjutsu, the great fireball jutsu. But as Kakashi said, Sasuke's chakra is much stronger than genin's, and genin generally does not have enough chakra to release the great fireball technique. Therefore, in the absence of a highly destructive ninjutsu, the detonating charm is the most powerful ninjutsu. And Yi Yu didn't bring the detonating charm when he came out this time. Of course he had them too, but he only had a few of them, and they were kept at home. I bought it before and used it as a trump card. Ninja tools like detonating talismans are used by genin and cage level ninjas. And many of them are also used as special tricks. Because even a shadow level expert will die if he is blown up by the detonating talisman. Many Jonin, even cage level experts, were killed by the detonating talisman. The detonating talisman is a great threat to ninjas of any level. Of course, the premise is that you can hit the opponent. Yi Yu didn't bring the detonating charms this time not because he didn't need them, but because they were too expensive and he only had a few and was reluctant to bring them. In addition, I am more confident in my own strength. Even if I can't win, I can still win by running. Even though he doesn't plan to be a rebellious nin, Yi Yu still hopes to get promoted and get a raise as soon as possible. Kakashi looked at Yi Yu's serious look and was a little dumbfounded. I didn't expect you to be a money addict. Yi Yu rolled his eyes at Kakashi. I'm not a money fan, but ninjas also need money. Without money, I can't even buy ninja tools. That's true. Since third generation promised to train you, it shouldn't break its promise. I hope so. Kakashi has no confidence, but he can only choose to believe in the third generation. After all, he's not a Hokage either. After you learn the sealing techniques, you should pay more attention to Naruto in the future. Kakashi said seriously. How do you know I can learn it? And it should be your responsibility to look after Naruto. Kakashi looked at Yi Yu and smiled, patted his shoulder and said, I have great confidence in you. There seems to be no ninjutsu that you can't learn. Advertisement. And since you have mastered the sealing techniques that can suppress tailed beasts, you naturally have the responsibility to look after Naruto. No, it should be said that those who are capable work hard. If you learn sealing techniques, you should pay more attention to Naruto. Seeing Kakashi's successful look, Yi Yu was speechless. Why did Yi Yu feel that Kakashi didn't seem to want to look at Naruto? Naruto is his teacher's son. But thinking of Naruto's usual situation, Yi Yu understood Kakashi. Kakashi's personality is completely different from Naruto's. He probably felt that Naruto's constant pranks were giving him a headache. At this time, Naruto did often play pranks, and many of them could be laughed off. But many of the pranks are also very tempting to beat him up. Fortunately, Sakura in Kakashi's class is focused on Sasuke, while Sasuke only wants to get stronger and seek revenge on Uchiha Itachi, and is unwilling to pay attention to Naruto's pranks. Kakashi is probably the most troublesome one. He naturally had no objections to Naruto, but leading a troublemaker would sometimes make him angry to death. If Yi Yu can learn the sealing techniques and leave Naruto under Yi Yu's care, he can not only ensure the safety of Naruto and the safety of the village, but also be quieter. It's heartwarming to hear it. Yi Yu also saw Kakashi's idea, which made him speechless. Kakashi-sensei, I think you are not very responsible for Naruto. I do want to take responsibility, but you also know how poor his foundation is, and he still has that kind of character. I'm lucky that I haven't been P********* D off until now. The three in my team are all troubled teenagers. As my disciple, shouldn't you share the teacher's worries? Kakashi looked at Yi Yu. Haha, you just want to find free labor. Yi Yu sneered. Kakashi was a little embarrassed. Of course, the reason why he thinks that way is that he has great confidence and high expectations for Yi Yu. It is also a trust in Yi Yu. After all, Naruto is a Jinchuriki and cannot be easily left to the care of others. But Kakashi has absolute confidence in Yi Yu. He didn't think Yi Yu would pose any threat to the village. From the beginning, he trained Yi Yu as a ninja like the fourth Hokage. It's just that Yi Yu's later talent caught him by surprise. Chapter 80 Change Sasuke. Kakashi patted Yi Yu on the shoulder. Okay, it's settled, learn sealing techniques well. As long as you master sealing techniques, I don't need to worry about Naruto going berserk. Didn't you say that the sealing techniques inside Naruto were loose? You don't want him to go berserk and destroy Konoha, nor do you want Nine Tails to hurt him after breaking the seal. Yi Yu smiled bitterly and said, you are putting a high hat on me. But I really have no reason to refuse. Let's wait until I really master the sealing techniques. After all, even you can't master the sealing techniques, and I don't have any confidence that I can master it. Naruto is so difficult to deal with just having two tails. Who knows how powerful he will be after more tails appear. If Yi Yu's words were heard by Nine Tails, they would definitely be P******** D to death. Yi Yu only used one ninjutsu to suppress the rampaging Naruto. Who is too powerful? If Nine Tails knew what Yi Yu said, they would definitely think of what first Hokage said to it back then. The combination ninjutsu released by Yi Yu, the water dragon alone is 300 meters long, even several times larger than the wooden dragon in Senju Hashirama. You must know that the wooden golem is only a few tens of meters high, and the big Buddha is only a few hundred meters high. After adding Senju, it is over 1,000 meters high. But Yi Yu only releases a water dragon that is 300 meters high, and it is a combination of ninjutsu, which adds the extremely lethal lightning style. It can be said that the water dragon bullet jutsu released by Yi Yu combined with the lightning style ninjutsu is definitely not much weaker than the wooden dragon jutsu. But Yi Yu actually said that Naruto would be very powerful after going berserk. From what he meant, it seemed that he was so powerful that he could not suppress him. In fact, after Yi Yu suppressed the second-tailed Naruto, he only consumed less than 1/10 of the chakra, and you must know that before, Yi Yu and Black Hole also consumed a lot of chakra. The most hateful thing is that Yi Yu actually said that his ninjutsu can only suppress Naruto with 2 tails, but there is nothing he can do with 3 tails. In fact, if 9 tails knew about Yi Yu, they would definitely scold him to death because the ninjutsu released by Yi Yu was too powerful. Even Naruto from 3 tails can't stop the ninjutsu released by Yi Yu. Kakashi didn't know how strong Naruto from 3 tails was, but judging from the strength shown by Naruto from 2 tails, he also felt that after 3 tails, it would be difficult to control the rampaging Naruto. After all, Kakashi had already felt the extremely terrifying chakra of 9 tails when he was in the second tail. At that time, he felt that he had no way to resist. It was even more terrifying than the murderous intention Orochimaru gave him back then. Advertisement. Orochimaru, on the other hand, calmed Kakashi with just one look. Orochimaru was already injured and Kakashi didn't have the courage to attack. Kakashi has never forgotten that experience. The 9 tails evil chakra emanating from the second-tailed Naruto made him feel even more terrifying. Kakashi's feeling was correct. Bai was restrained by the rampaging Naruto at that time. Obviously he could teleport away, but under 9 tails' extreme murderous intent, his body couldn't move at all. At that time, Naruto even only had 1 tail. But the more this happened, the more Kakashi hoped that Yi Yu could learn sealing techniques. Because 9 tails is more powerful than he imagined. The memory of the 9 tails rebellion was still in his mind. As powerful as Minato Namikaze, he also needs to trade lives for lives to seal 9 tails. If Uzumaki Kushina had been fine back then, no matter how powerful Nine Tails was, it would have been impossible to break the seal. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are so overbearing and unreasonable. The King Kong blockade alone is not something Nine Tails can break free from. Chatted with Yi Yu for a long time. It wasn't until midnight that the two of them went to rest. Yi Yu returned to the room, where Sakura was wiping Naruto and Sasuke's faces. Both of them were seriously injured. Looking at Sasuke, Yi Yu said, Mr. Kakashi, although Sasuke seems to look down on Naruto at ordinary times, when it comes to life-threatening situations, he will really give up his own life to protect Naruto. If something like that hadn't happened in his family, I think he would have been a very good ninja. Kakashi nodded. When I assessed the three of them, it was Sasuke who was the first to give the rice in his hand to Naruto, even at the risk of being eliminated. This is why Kakashi attaches so much importance to Sasuke. Apart from Uchiha Obito and Sharingan, he knows exactly what kind of person Sasuke is. Kakashi always hoped that Sasuke could put aside the family hatred and not be so extreme. Advertisement. But he also knew very well that this deep hatred could not be let go easily. Several people live in one room. Yi Yu lay on the mat and looked at the ceiling. If he can let go of the hatred in his heart, he will definitely have a happy life. Unfortunately, that's not possible, Kakashi-sensei. I don't think what you're doing is likely to succeed. Kakashi doesn't deny it, just saying, I can only do my best. Even though he knew that there was little hope for Sasuke to let go of his hatred, Kakashi was still willing to change him. As for helping Sasuke kill Uchiha Itachi and avenge Sasuke, Kakashi thinks he can't do this. That was Uchiha Itachi. Before Uchiha Itachi activated Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi had a hard time fighting him. And Kakashi always thought it was strange that Uchiha Itachi massacred the entire family and defected from Konoha. There must be third generation and Danzo involved. It's just that it's not easy for him to investigate this kind of thing. In fact, Kakashi quite admired Uchiha Itachi before. After all, Uchiha Itachi is one of the few members of the Uchiha clan who is not so arrogant. Before the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Uchiha clan actually had a very high status in Konoha. In addition, they had the power to control the security forces, so the ninjas in the Uchiha clan were generally quite arrogant. Although the second Hokage originally arranged the Uchiha clan in this way, it was to restrict them and also wanted them to integrate into Konoha. However, the power of the police force is very great, which makes them more and more arrogant. Moreover, the Uchiha clan has indeed made many achievements in the war. Therefore, the Uchiha clan members are generally quite proud. There are only a few like Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shisui. Although Uchiha Obito in the early stage has a similar personality to Naruto, he is indeed quite kind. Kushina Uzumaki originally hoped that her children would grow up to be like Uchiha Obito. Before Uchiha Obito's accident, his relationship with Uzumaki Kushina was indeed very good, even better than Kakashi's relationship with Uzumaki Kushina. Of course, that was before the accident. After the accident, Uzumaki Kushina never expected that when this person whom she once regarded as her younger brother saw her again, the first thing she said was, the vitality of the Uzumaki clan is really strong. You won't die this way. Kakashi always wanted to change Sasuke, but the more he changed, the more he realized that he couldn't change at all. Chapter 81 Stop being his enemy. Sakura has been listening to the conversation between Yi Yu and Kakashi. When the moonlight shines into the room from the window, even though it is dark, the room is very bright. Seeing Yi Yu and Kakashi talking, Sakura remembered today's battle between Yi Yu and Black Hole Ya, as well as the scene of suppressing the rampaging Naruto. She couldn't believe that the godlike Yi Yu was so calm at this time. When she saw the hundreds of meters of water dragon flying across the sky, Yi Yu standing on the sea looked extremely tall even though she was small. But after the battle, Yi Yu returned to his usual appearance. I can't believe that two faces can appear on one person. The gap between them and Yi Yu is too big. In other words, the gap between her and Yi Yu is too big. The tailed beast in Naruto makes him very powerful, but not as powerful as Yi Yu. Sasuke is also very strong, she is the weakest among the entire team. Maybe I should really listen to Yi Yu and learn medical ninjutsu. I'm not good at fighting, but I can be a medical ninjutsu. At this moment, Sakura became more determined to become a medical ninja. On the other side, in a forest in the country of waves, Zabuza and Haku, who ran back from the bridge, were very happy. Thinking of the ninjutsu released by Yi Yu, Zabuza couldn't help but said, what kind of monster is that kid? He actually released such a terrifying water dragon bullet technique. The scale is much larger than the first time we fought against me. It only lasted more than 10 days. How could his strength increase so quickly? Zabuza couldn't understand why Yi Yu's strength improved so quickly. Yi Yu is just a genin. If we hadn't evacuated in time, we would have been killed by that guy. Zabuza said with lingering fear. When he played against Yi Yu before, he felt that Yi Yu was just at the level of an ordinary jonin. But the strength Yi Yu showed today was already much stronger than him. Zabuza even felt as if he was facing Mizukage. Especially the water dragon bullet technique released by Yi Yu, which is stronger than Mizukage. Mizukage also had no way to release a water dragon bomb that was more than 300 meters long. The most terrifying thing is that the water dragon bullet technique released by Yi Yu has not dissipated for a long time, and it seems to be a living water dragon. This is the scariest thing. When he thought of the overwhelming and turbulent scene when Yi Yu activated the water dragon bomb attack, Zabuza didn't think he could survive such an attack. For the first time, it was the first time that Zabuza felt afraid of someone. Yi Yu is definitely someone who can kill him easily. Advertisement. The other party is just a genin, which is too scary. Konoha is really scary. Not only is there that golden-haired brat, it should be the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Just one ninjutsu can suppress the rampaging Jinchuriki brat. That kid actually killed Black Hole Ya. It's too scary. With him here, how could we kill the old man who built the bridge? It is impossible for us to complete this task. Although Zabuza didn't want to admit it, he knew very well that this mission could not be completed. As long as Yi Yu is around, to complete this mission is to risk death. Bai stood aside and said nothing. Although Yi Yu's power shocked him, he was even more curious as to why Yi Yu stopped when Naruto wanted to kill him. It stands to reason that he is Yi Yu's enemy. Although Naruto went berserk, the target of his attack was him, and there was no need for Yi Yu to block him. But he didn't tell Zabuza about this. If he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. He just remembered this kindness in his heart. No matter what Yi Yu thought, Yi Yu saved his life anyway. If Yi Yu hadn't blocked the rampaging Naruto, he would have died. At that time, his entire body was restrained by Nine Tails chakra and he could not move. In addition, the rampaging Naruto attacks so fast that he can't even dodge. After a long time, Zabuza looked at Shiro and asked, "Didn't that brat attack you?" When Zabuza came to his senses, Haku fought with Naruto and the others. How come Bai can come back safely? Bai thought for a moment and said, "Not long after the blonde boy went berserk, that person came. While they were fighting, I quit." Zabuza didn't delve into it. After all, that's how he came back. The strength Yi Yu showed was really scary. Although Cardo gave him a lot, this task was impossible to complete, and it was basically a life-threatening task. Zabuza is a rebellious ninja, so naturally he cannot fully abide by his contract with Kado. Abandon this mission, let's leave here. Bai nodded. Wherever Zabuza goes, he will follow. But he kept Yi Yu in mind. Yi Yu was the first person to take the initiative to protect him from danger. Advertisement. Zabuza saved him back then because he wanted him to be a tool. But Yi Yu didn't have any requirements for him, she just saved him. This feeling made Bai, who was already very kind, have a great impression of Yi Yu. This feeling was completely different from when Zabuza saved him. I guess if it wasn't for Zabuza, Haku would have followed Yi Yu just like Kimimaro did to Orochimaru. Of course, this is impossible. Yi Yu blocked Naruto at that time, just because he knew Bai's character, so he didn't want Naruto to kill people randomly. Just as the two were packing their things and preparing to leave, the door was kicked open again. Zabuza, why did you fail again? The bridge will be built in a few days. You can't kill an old man. What are you doing? Kado brought dozens of warriors with him this time. I was scared by Zabuza last time. It's just that Kado doesn't know much about ninjas. There are also many masters of samurai, but it is obvious that the samurai recruited by Kado are all wandering samurai. These wandering warriors don't have much strength, let alone compared to ninjas. And Kado felt that with the protection of dozens of warriors, he could suppress Zabuza. But Zabuza just glanced at those warriors, and all the warriors who were originally surrounding Zabuza were so frightened by his eyes that they trembled and ran away. Only 2 warriors were left who were shaking but gritting their teeth and refusing to leave. These 2 are bodyguards hired by Kado with a lot of money, and they both have some professional ethics. But their trembling legs already showed that they were useless. Just when Zabuza was feeling angry, Kado came to his door. Zabuza walked towards Kado with his decapitating sword in hand. The body released a terrifying murderous aura. His murderous intent has no effect on Yi Yu and Kakashi. But for an ordinary person like Kado, it was simply devastating. Zabuza only took a few steps before Kado was suppressed by his murderous intent and fell to his knees. His whole body was shaking and his eyes were dull. Only then did Kado feel Jonin's terror. I have given up on this mission. You can find someone else. However, I kindly remind you not to go against Kakashi and the others. With your ability, you cannot hire ninjas who can deal with them. Even if you invite a few more elite Jonin, you still can't be their opponent. Zabuza walked up to Kado and said in a condescending voice. Advertisement Chapter 82 Learn the 4 Symbols Seal. Zabuza is a murderous elite Jonin, and his murderous intent is not something that an ordinary person like Kado can bear. Although Kado was very unhappy with Zabuza, he didn't dare to provoke him at this time. He was afraid that the beheading sword in Zabuza's hand would cut him in half with one strike. After a long time, Zabuza took Bai away from here, and Kado finally came back to his senses. As soon as he came to his senses, he became angry. Seeing that Zabuza was no longer around, he immediately yelled, "Damn it, what AB************ D Jonin, are you pretending to be here with me? If you don't do it, there are people who do it." As soon as Kado finished scolding, Zabuza appeared in front of him. Looking at him coldly, Kado knelt down again. I'm not talking about you, please spare your life. Zabuza placed the decapitating sword on Kado's neck. The 2 samurai wanted to take action, but as soon as they drew their swords, Shiro suddenly appeared and held down his hand. If you don't want to die, don't act rashly. Although the 2 warriors wanted to save Kado, they were completely controlled by Bai. The two of them were also wandering samurai with low strength, and even Genin couldn't beat them, let alone face Haku, a ninja whose strength had already reached that of Jonin. You have to give me 50% of the reward this time, otherwise I will get it myself. I can't guarantee that you will still be alive when the time comes. Zabuza's cold voice frightened Kato into kowtowing and begging for mercy. I will give it immediately, please don't kill me. Only 2 of the dozens of samurai he brought were left, and these 2 were of little use. Only then did Kato realize how big the strength gap between samurai and ninjas was. Only then did I realize how terrifying Zabuza was. That's right, many samurai in the ninja world were forced by ninjas to become ninjas. Not wanting to talk to Kato, Zabuza and Shiro left after threatening Kato. After a long time, Kato saw that no one was around, and then he lay limply on the ground. Damn, I really suffered a big loss. After all, Kato is still a businessman, and even now, he still cares about his money. After that, Kato did not send anyone to disturb the construction of the bridge. Because the construction team has always been protected by Kakashi. Kato hired 2 elite jonin, but they didn't kill Tazuna. He knew that the ninjas hired by Tazuna were very strong. It would be a waste of money to hire ninjas to assassinate Tazuna. After the bridge is built, his shipping business will definitely plummet. What can Kakato do? We can only watch the construction of the bridge being completed. These days, Yi Yu is studying sealing techniques with Kakashi. The difficulty of sealing techniques is indeed much higher than other ninjutsu. Kakashi talked to Yi Yu for several days just about the theoretical principles. Advertisement. Yi Yu also studied for several days. Yi Yu did not formally learn sealing techniques for several days. In the forest, after a few days of theoretical study, Kakashi finally began to formally teach Yi Yu the sealing techniques. The first sealing techniques are sealing techniques that can seal tailed beasts. 4 elephant seals. The sealing techniques used by the 4th Hokage to seal the 9 tails in Naruto's body is the 8-sign seal, which is the ninjutsu that combines 2 4-sign seals, and is a redevelopment of the 4-sign seals. The 4 elephant seals are the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. The seal strength of the 4 elephant seal is very high, much stronger than the sealing techniques used by other ninja villages to seal tailed beasts. This is what Killer Bee said. As long as he learns the 4-image seal and can suppress the tailed beast, Yi Yu can use these sealing techniques to seal anyone's body. Including within his own body. Of course, Yi Yu would not do this. Kakashi first talked to Yi Yu about the principles for more than an hour, and then asked expectantly, Yi Yu, do you understand? Do you have any clues? The reason why Kakashi is so looking forward to it is because he doesn't quite understand it himself. Let alone practice. Yi Yu was silent for a while. Just when Kakashi was a little disappointed, Yi Yu nodded. I'll give it a try. Kakashi was stunned. You understand, can you still understand it? Yi Yu did not answer, but walked aside and began to form seals with his hands. 4 symbols seal. Bang. Yi Yu completed the seal and slapped it on the big tree next to him. In an instant, under Yi Yu's palm, a sealing techniques pattern of 4 elephant seals appeared on the tree. The mysterious runes form a complex rune. Click. With a click, the area covered by sealing techniques suddenly disappeared, and a gap appeared in the trunk of the big tree. After the operation was completed, Yi Yu raised the corners of his mouth slightly. It is finished. He didn't expect to succeed the first time. Here, the chakra consumption is huge. Just sealing a piece of wood consumes the amount of chakra of AC level ninjutsu. This is too outrageous. Even though Yi Yu's chakra is very strong at this time, she still can't believe that the chakra consumption of this sealing techniques is so huge. Advertisement. That's it for sealing wood. If you seal 9 tails, how much chakra will be consumed? No wonder the Uzumaki clan has a huge amount of chakra. Without the huge chakra, it can't support such a huge chakra consumption. Although sealing techniques are powerful, the consumption of chakra has only now been truly realized by Yi Yu. Too scary. I finally understand why not many people learn sealing techniques. In addition to being difficult to learn, I'm afraid the requirements for the amount of chakra are also extremely high. Yi Yu was thinking about this in her heart. There was no expression on his face. But Kakashi standing aside was stunned. It worked the first time. He couldn't believe it was true. He knew that Yi Yu was extremely talented in learning ninjutsu, but when he explained the principles of sealing techniques to Yi Yu these days, he could see that Yi Yu also found it difficult. Originally, he didn't have much hope. I thought that sealing techniques is indeed a difficult ninjutsu. No wonder there are not many ninjas who specialize in sealing techniques in the ninja world. But Yi Yu actually mastered it and successfully performed it the first time. You must know that the difficulty of the 4 symbol seal is very high. Even in Konoha, only a few people had mastered it before. That is, 1st generation, 2nd generation, Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. Not even the person from the 3rd generation known as Professor Ninjutsu. If he could, Naruto wouldn't go berserk. Naruto was violent once when he was a child, and that time he still used the entire sealing team of Konoha to suppress Naruto. And at that time, Naruto just went berserk, and the tail of the tailed beast did not appear. If the 4th generation knew the 4-sign seal, it would be enough to directly reinforce the 8-sign seal left by Namikaze Minato. It's a pity that he can't. Of course, the 3rd generation and Danzo are similar at all. Both of them have mastered the sealing techniques that can only be used once. The 3rd generation has mastered the ghoul seal, and Danzo has mastered the 4 elements seal. Kakashi came over and interrupted Yi Yu's thoughts. You succeeded, Yi Yu. Yi Yu came back to her senses and didn't know what she was thinking. Ah, it's considered a success, but this sealing technique consumes a lot of chakra. Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Oh, does it consume a lot of chakra? Yi Yu nodded. I just sealed a piece of wood, but it has already consumed AC level ninjutsu's chakra. Kakashi smiled and said, as for the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, it is normal to consume chakra. The most important thing is that you have mastered this sealing techniques. Sealing techniques is still so difficult, so it's a good start. Now that you have learned the 4 sign seals, there should be no problem with the following 8 sign seals. Originally, the 8 sign seal was just a modification of the 4 sign seal. Chapter 83 Sasuke wants to become a disciple. After that, Kakashi explained the relevant principles of 8 sign seal to Yi Yu. This time, the time was much shorter than when he explained the 4 sign seal. And after mastering the 4 sign seal, Yi Yu feels that 8 sign seal is basically not difficult. It wasn't until the evening that Yi Yu mastered the 8 sign seal. I only learned 2 sealing techniques in one day, and Yi Yu was not satisfied. But Kakashi was already surprised. You know, he has been practicing 4 sign seal and 8 sign seal for so many years, but he has never mastered them for so many years. Unexpectedly, Yi Yu mastered it in just one day. His learning ability has exceeded Kakashi's imagination. In other words, Yi Yu's learning ability is no longer comparable to that of ninjas in this world. It's just that he didn't realize the problem. He only knew that Uchiha Itachi also learned the fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu by looking at his father. The difficulty of 4 sign seal and 8 sign seal is not comparable to that of Great Fireball. Both 4 sign seal and 8 sign seal are S-level ninjutsu, which are absolutely forbidden techniques. The Great Fireball Jutsu is only AC rank ninjutsu. The learning difficulty of the two is very different, and the difficulty of regular ninjutsu and sealed ninjutsu is even more different. Kakashi is proficient in using S-level ninjutsu's Reikiri, but cannot learn the 4 sign seal and 8 sign seal. At night, on the way back from the back mountain, Sasuke and Naruto stood in front of the 3 of them. Kakashi, Yi Yu and Sakura who followed them up the mountain looked at Sasuke and Naruto who were blocking the front. Have you finished work so early today? Seeing the 2 people's expressionless faces, Yi Yu asked in confusion. Sasuke walked towards Yi Yu and said, Yi Yu, teach me to become stronger. Yi Yu was stunned for a moment. Naruto also came over. Yi Yu, I also want you to help me become stronger. Kakashi frowned. What's wrong with you two? Although they had expected it before, neither of them mentioned it in the past few days. Kakashi thought that the 2 of them did not have this idea. It turns out that I waited until now to bring it up. Yi Yu was also helpless. He thought that these 2 people would not make this request again. Sasuke and Naruto ignored Kakashi and looked at Yi Yu with bright eyes. Under Yi Yu's praise before, both of them felt that Kakashi could make them stronger. But after that day's battle, both of them knew that Yi Yu's strength was probably not inferior to that of Kakashi, or even surpassed it. Advertisement. Kakashi held his forehead, very helpless. It still showed up. Sakura on the side was a little embarrassed. Because Yi Yu's performance that day was what Sakura told Sasuke and Naruto. Under questioning from Sasuke and Naruto, Sakura told them all about Yi Yu's performance that day. No matter how Yi Yu denies it, they all believe that Xiaoying will not lie to them. No matter how Yi Yu defends himself, it is an unchangeable fact that a single kill of the elite Jonin, Black Ho Thunder Fang, and a single ninjutsu suppressed the rampaging Naruto. The cemetery of Black Ho Leia is still in the forest. The place where the 2 fought has now become a ruins. Within a few hundred meters, all the trees and rocks have been beaten into powder. The scorched earth was a testament to the intensity of the fighting that day. What makes Sasuke and Naruto even more unbelievable is that in such a fierce battle, Yi Yu was able to kill Black Ho Raiga, an elite Jonin who was no less than Zabuza in their eyes. The most important thing is that Yi Yu's ninjutsu can actually suppress the Black Ho Thunder Fang. According to Sakura's description, Yi Yu was as powerful as a living god when he released ninjutsu. Yi Yu looked at Sasuke and Naruto's serious eyes and had a headache. As I said, I don't know how to help you become stronger. I learned it myself from Mr. Kakashi. How is it possible? Teacher Kakashi can't be that strong. Naruto retorted. Kakashi has black lines all over his head. Although this is true, it still hurts Naruto's self-esteem to say it so directly. Sasuke frowned and looked at Yi Yu. Whatever you want, as long as I have it, I can give it to you. Yi Yu rolled her eyes at him. I want you not to cause trouble for me, okay? Although Yi Yu doesn't mind teaching the 2 his ninjutsu, the key is that his ninjutsu was taught by Kakashi. If you want to learn, just contact Kakashi. Moreover, the ninjutsu that Yi Yu himself improved can only be used by him. After all, it is not the power of those ninjutsu, but that it is so powerful because of the blessing of Yi Yu's chakra. This is something Yi Yu can't teach. Sasuke still feels that Yi Yu is unwilling to teach them. Yi Yu, I can worship you as my teacher. Sasuke said through gritted teeth. After saying this, everyone was stunned. Especially Yi Yu, looking at Sasuke, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. I thought to myself, you want me to die. Your teacher is right next to you. When you say this, have you ever thought about his feelings in my situation? As soon as Sasuke said this, both Yi Yu and Kakashi were very embarrassed. Sakura and Naruto were shocked that Sasuke could be so humble. Advertisement. They were classmates in the same class, and Yi Yu was not older than them. Sasuke is actually willing to become Yi Yu's disciple. The master-disciple relationship between a ninja apprentice and an ordinary jonin with a genin is different. Becoming a master means that Sasuke voluntarily descends to the next level, and becomes a master for a lifetime. Sasuke doing this made Yi Yu look very embarrassed. He has no interest in being an elder among his peers. Moreover, Kakashi is Sasuke's teacher. If he does this, wouldn't it mean that Kakashi is his same generation? It's painful to think about. Sasuke doing this will only embarrass Yi Yu and embarrass him. Just when Sasuke was about to kneel down, Yi Yu instantly burst into Chakra. The terrifying Chakra kept Sasuke's knees from bending even though he wanted to. Sasuke was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Yi Yu. Yi Yu said coldly, "If you do this, we and our classmates will not be able to do anything. Don't embarrass me." Sasuke was stunned. Then he understood what Yi Yu meant. He clenched his fists and said, "But I want to become stronger. I know you can make me stronger. I am willing to do anything to become stronger. As long as it makes me stronger to kill that man, I am willing to do so even if it costs me my life." Sasuke shouted towards Yi Yu. But Yi Yu didn't mean to give in at all. "You mean you don't have any confidence that you can surpass the man you mentioned with your own efforts?" Yi Yu said it very seriously. Sasuke was silent. "Yeah?" Yi Yu asked again. Sasuke still said nothing. Yi Yu deliberately mocked. "Sasuke, I really think highly of you. I used to think that you were a proud person and would definitely become my strongest opponent in the future. It seems that you don't have the qualifications at all." Yi Yu, who had always been peaceful in life, suddenly said this, which made Sasuke uncomfortable. Doesn't he know that doing this is embarrassing and ugly? He knew, but he also knew that Uchiha Itachi was too strong and could kill a whole clan of strong men. When he thought about that night that year, Sasuke felt very desperate. Especially when the people around him are getting stronger and stronger, Uchiha Itachi's strength keeps hurting his confidence. Because Yi Yu's power reminded him of Uchiha Itachi back then. The gap between him and Yi Yu is now so big that he can no longer see his back, then the gap between him and Uchiha Itachi will also be so big. At this point he could no longer remain calm. Chapter 84 Sophistry Yi Yu. Yi Yu's words hit Sasuke's heart. He was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Yes, before he thought that he was also a genius and that he could catch up with Uchiha Itachi. One day he would be strong enough to kill Uchiha Itachi and avenge the Uchiha clan and his parents. But Yi Yu's appearance hit his low confidence again and again. Uchiha Itachi was too powerful in his heart. The more Yi Yu showed terrifying strength, the more he felt the huge gap between himself and Uchiha Itachi. He has even doubted that he can really catch up with Uchiha Itachi on his own, and can he really kill him? Do you have this strength? Is it possible that I will never be able to avenge my family and my parents in this life? After a long time, Sasuke lowered his head and said solemnly, "I think so too, but the stronger you are, the more I think about his strength. The gap between us is too big. I really have no hope of killing him." This is the first time Sasuke has said such depressing words. Even Yi Yu didn't expect it. What he said just now was just to arouse Sasuke's competitive spirit. Unexpectedly, his hopes were suddenly extinguished. Yi Yu felt very embarrassed for a moment. Don't forget, you are that person's younger brother. You have the same father and mother, and your blood is the same. Why is your blood inferior to his? Perhaps you are better than him. What you need most is not to learn some powerful ninjutsu, but to develop your Sharingan well. This is the most fundamental weapon of your Uchiha clan. It's the most stupid thing for you to learn ninjutsu from me. I learned ninjutsu because I didn't have Sharingan, because I had no other fighting method except ninjutsu. Can you be like me? If I had Sharingan, I would definitely focus on developing Sharingan. You and I are learning ninjutsu at the expense of others, which is too stupid. Sasuke, I never thought that you would be weaker than your brother. Remember, you and he are of the same blood, and you can be stronger than him. And it relies on the eyes of your Uchiha clan and the famous Sharingan. Your Sharingan has been activated. If you continue to develop it, you will surpass him. You are from the Uchiha clan, not some unknown ninja. Don't make the mistake of working in the wrong direction. Just as Naruto's most important thing is to master the power of 9 tails, your eyes are your essence. Ninjutsu is just an auxiliary to these eyes. Advertisement. Yi Yu patted Sasuke's shoulder and said seriously. Of course, the most important thing for Yi Yu to say these words is to prevent Sasuke from actually becoming his disciple. That would be too embarrassing. And with Sasuke's character, even if Yi Yu refuses, he must be willing to accept it. If Sasuke is unwilling to accept it. If Yi Yu unilaterally refuses, Sasuke will keep pestering him. He didn't want to get into any trouble. After listening to Yi Yu's words, Sasuke raised his head, looked at Yi Yu, and asked seriously, "Do I really have hope?" Sasuke rarely said something so unsure of himself. Yi Yu smiled and said, "Believe me, you will be much stronger than your brother, but you are too eager for quick success. You have to practice slowly. How can you become fat in one bite? Your eyes also need to develop slowly. You are only 12 years old now. Why are you in such a hurry? Remember, the peak of a ninja's combat power is after the age of 20. Do you think you are weak now? Ask Mr. Kakashi, you are now stronger than many Chunin. As long as you and Kakashi learn more about the development of Sharingan and inspire the power of your Uchiha clan's bloodline, it will be possible to defeat the Hokage, not to mention your brother. Don't forget, the reason why Sharingan makes the ninja world fearful is because Sharingan really has a power that is so powerful that it is despairing. Originally, Sasuke was hopeless during this period. Hearing what Yi Yu said, he regained his composure. Confidence was rekindled, but soon Sasuke discovered something was wrong. He looked at Yi Yu and asked in confusion, but you are obviously the same age as me, why are you so powerful? You are now stronger than Jonin. Even elite Jonin was killed by you. Yi Yu hesitated for a moment and quickly said, this is because I have reached the outbreak period, but you have not yet arrived. Let me give you an example. If Naruto suddenly masters the power of 9 tails, his strength will instantly rise to the level of the Hokage. I have accumulated it for many years before. You only see that I seem to be very strong now, but you have not seen that I trained hard and put in a lot of hard work in the past few years to achieve the strength I have today. And your explosive period is when your Sharingan opens the 3 Magatama Sharingan. At that time, I will look up to you. Kakashi-sensei is so powerful with only 1 Sharingan. Think about it, you have a pair of Sharingan. If you activate the 3 Magatama Sharingan, do you think you'll be weaker than Kakashi-sensei? Your brother seems to have only 3 Magatama Sharingan, right? Advertisement. By the way, how old was your brother when he left the village? Sasuke frowned and replied, 13 years old. Sasuke remembers it clearly. That's all right. Your brother left the village at the age of 13, which means that he didn't even have a teacher to teach him for so many years, and he had to avoid Konoha's pursuit. Do you think he would have time to practice? Perhaps his current strength has deteriorated to the point where he is not as good as when he left Konoha. And you have a peaceful and stable environment in Konoha, systematic education, and excellent teachers around you. We have many Jonin in Konoha. We have Grandmaster Ninjutsu, Mr. Kakashi, who is also very experienced in the development of Sharingan, and there are also many elite Jonin from Grandmaster Taijutsu and Genjutsu. Those people are all Kakashi's classmates and friends. What is your relationship with Mr. Kakashi? Of course you can ask them about Ninjutsu, Taijutsu and Genjutsu. I don't believe that your brother has such good conditions to wander in the ninja world. The most important thing is that you have more time to practice, and you often perform tasks, and you can also transform the ninjutsu you usually practice into practical experience. That's why I think you're better than your brother. Of course, these words were all made up by Yi Yu. Yi Yu's purpose is just not to let Sasuke get involved with him. Of course, Yi Yu's words are not unreasonable, so Sasuke couldn't argue with that. And I believed it. Not only Sasuke, but also Naruto and Sakura were thoughtful. Yi Yu wiped his sweat secretly. Kakashi looked at Yi Yu confused. I wonder what this kid's mouth is made of, and how can he speak so well? The most outrageous thing is that Kakashi knows very well that Yi Yu has said so much and has only one purpose. Don't bother me, go find Kakashi. If Kakashi doesn't work, go find the ninjas of Konoha. This is clearly a way to shirk trouble. But Kakashi really couldn't say anything. He couldn't refute what Yi Yu said. After all, he is indeed Sasuke's mentor Jonin, and it is his responsibility to teach Sasuke. If Sasuke really asked Kakashi to introduce Kai, Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai to Sasuke, Kakashi really had no reason to refuse. Chapter 85 Entering the Space That Seals 9 Tails. Sasuke was persuaded by Yi Yu, and his originally impatient heart calmed down. Naruto on the side was also convinced by what Yi Yu said just now, as long as he mastered the power of 9 tails, his strength would skyrocket. After Naruto and Sasuke stopped pestering Yi Yu to learn ninjutsu, Yi Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to be entangled with these two people, which would be very troublesome. Kakashi and Sakura, who didn't say much, looked at Yi Yu in shock. They didn't expect Yi Yu to be able to convince Naruto and Sasuke. Although they didn't get along for a long time, Kakashi and Sakura both knew that Naruto and Sasuke were two stubborn people. It is very difficult to convince them. Yi Yu actually did it. This mission was actually almost completed, and the rest of the time was uneventful. Kado did not hire ninjas to cause trouble later. But just in case, Kakashi decided to wait until the bridge was completely repaired before leaving. It's just that during this period, in addition to protecting Tazuna with Sakura, he would also learn sealing techniques from Kakashi when he stayed at Tazuna's home. No matter it is day or night, he is very busy. During the day, he either protects Tatsuna or practices sealing techniques, and at night he has to deal with Inari. Because Yi Yu saved him last time, and Inari also saw Yi Yu kill the ninja hired by Kado. So Inari admired Yi Yu very much and kept pestering Yi Yu to let Yi Yu play with him. In Inari's heart, Yi Yu is a real hero. If it weren't for the fact that he was not from Konoha, he would have become Yi Yu's disciple long ago. Although Yi Yu didn't want to talk to him. But Yi Yu was embarrassed to refuse. So in the evening, I would take some time to play with him. Jinbo is also very kind to Yi Yu and often cooks Yi Yu's favorite dishes. In the Dazuna family, Yi Yu is respected as much as Kakashi. Even the Dazuna family treats Yi Yu better than Kakashi. In fact, the strength Yi Yu showed that day was too strong. In their opinion, Yi Yu is stronger than Kakashi. In the next few days, Yi Yu learned contract seals, evil seals, fire seals, etc. Sealing techniques. Learned all the sealing techniques that Kakashi knows. And at this time, Yi Yu's chakra amount has doubled compared to before. During this time, his chakra increase rate was indeed getting slower and slower. The time of more than 10 days has only doubled than before. Advertisement. At the beginning, his chakra was almost doubling every day. But Yi Yu doesn't care. Even if it is only doubled, the amount of chakra he has now reaches the shadow level, and it is a very high level among the shadow levels. In addition, the chakra used by Yi Yu is different from that of ordinary ninjas. In fact, his chakra amount may have exceeded the cage level. At present, the only thing Yi Yu lacks is probably his actual combat experience and physical skills. There is no need to rush for practical experience. Yi Yu himself knows very well that practical experience takes a long time and requires a lot of actual combat to be accumulated. As for physical skills, it takes a lot of time to practice. Yi Yu does not require that he can cultivate to Kai's level, which is the top level in the ninja world. Just not dragging him down is enough. Now Yi Yu's chakra is definitely many times more than Naruto's, and of course it can't be compared with Nine Tails. However, there are few ninjas in the ninja world who can compare with Nine Tails' chakra. I guess Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama can be compared. Yi Yu's chakra amount is far from these two. Not to mention that Naruto only had half of Nine Tails inside him. But Yi Yu's chakra amount is not even as good as half of the Nine Tails in Naruto's body. Not to mention Senju Hashirama, who has more chakra than an entire Nine Tails. However, even if it is not as many as half a Nine Tails, it is still very outrageous. At this time, in the entire ninja world, except for Jinchuriki and tailed beasts, there were few people with more chakra than Yi Yu. Of course, Yi Yu doesn't know this. He didn't know how much chakra other people in the ninja world had. But he knew that he had a lot of chakra now, at least much more than Kakashi. Although his strength has increased a lot, Yi Yu's mentality has not changed as he imagined before. He still has the same virtue as before. My mind is calm and my personality has not changed in any way. He still doesn't want to take care of many things, he still finds many things troublesome, he still doesn't want to use force on many things, and he doesn't want to take action if he can. So for Naruto and Sasuke's entanglement, and even Inari pestering him to play with him, Yi Yu just talked about it, but couldn't talk about it, so he could only deal with it. This is also the reason why Inari admires Yi Yu very much. Yi Yu is obviously very powerful, but she is willing to play with him. In fact, Yi Yu is just helpless. At night, in a room with several people, Kakashi sat cross-legged in front of Yi Yu. Advertisement. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura also sat cross-legged next to them. Several people formed a circle. Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura all looked at Yi Yu. Yi Yu was speechless. Does it have to be now? I think we should go back to the village. Kakashi reached out and patted Yi Yu on the shoulder. If you go back to the village, it's easy to make a big noise. So let's do it now. After Kakashi finished speaking, Naruto also bowed to Yi Yu seriously. Yi Yu, please. Sasuke and Sakura looked at Yi Yu curiously. Yi Yu was a little helpless. But he actually has some expectations and wants to see the results of his cultivation these days. Let me give it a try. The reason why a few people are like this is because after Yi Yu learned the sealing techniques, Kakashi hoped that Yi Yu would strengthen the sealing techniques in Naruto's body, to prevent Naruto from going berserk again in the future. However, Kakashi obviously trusted Yi Yu too much. Not long after he learned the sealing techniques, he actually dared to let Yi Yu use it on Naruto. You know, if something unexpected happens and Nine Tails breaks the seal, no one here can suppress it. But Naruto asked, and Yi Yu also wanted to give it a try. Soon, Naruto sat cross-legged in front of Yi Yu, exposing his abdomen in the sealing techniques style. Only then did Sakura and Sasuke see the sealing techniques on Naruto's abdomen. Yi Yu began to form seals with his hands. Because it was the first time to use it on real people, Yi Yu was also a little nervous. I'll enter the sealed space first to take a look at the situation. Just as Yi Yu was preparing the sealing techniques, his consciousness also entered the space where Nine Tails was sealed. In an instant, Yi Yu entered Naruto's sealed space. The ticking sound brought Yi Yu back to his senses. At this time, he had entered Naruto's sealed space. It was a dark environment with water underfoot. A huge iron door in front of him made Yi Yu raise his head. Yi Yu frowned. Is this the place where Nine Tails is sealed? This environment is really not good, no wonder Nine Tails is so violent. The environment in Seal Nine Tails is really not that good, it's like an underground waterway. That is to say, Yi Yu has forgotten what it is like for Nine Tails to be sealed in the Whirlpool Kushina and Whirlpool Mito. If you knew, you would know that the current treatment of Nine Tails is good enough. 4 hectares Chapter 86 Yi Yu is a descendant of Senju Hashirama? When Nine Tails was in the bodies of Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina, their whole bodies were nailed to the hot magma boulder. Just being in a cage is good enough for now. It's no wonder that Nine Tails didn't go violent when he was in the bodies of Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina. Not to mention how powerful the sealing techniques used to seal Nine Tails are. Just the 2 King Kong seals can crush Nine Tails to death. The Whirlpool Kushina was almost dead back then, and the Vajra blockade released made Nine Tails unable to move. If Nine Tails hadn't been pulled out of her body, leaving her certain to die, there would have been no chance for Nine Tails to come out of her body. In fact, Ninjutsu is a sealing technique that Yi Yu really wants to learn. Unfortunately, this Ninjutsu is bound to the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Neither does Kakashi. Come to the space where Nine Tails is sealed. Pushing open the giant iron door in front of him, Nine Tails, who was originally lying in the cage, noticed that the iron door was opened. He raised his eyelids. A pair of blood-red pupils appeared in the dark cage. Nine Tails thought Naruto had come in. When Yu slowly walked in, Nine Tails frowned. Huh? It's not that kid. When they saw it was not Naruto, Nine Tails looked very angry. He even stood up and yelled at Yu. The terrifying power shocked even Yu. The roar alone has terrifying power. In the outside world, this roar alone is enough to compare with the power of an A-level ninjutsu. And it has the power of a wide-range A-level ninjutsu. Yu saw Nine Tails for the first time, and finally had an initial understanding of Nine Tails' power. Very powerful indeed. But Yu also knows very well that Nine Tails is now tightly sealed by the 8-sign seal and cannot come out at all. If it is really broken, Yu really can't beat it. As expected of the Nine Tails demon fox, it is indeed as powerful as the legend says. Yu murmured to himself. Nine Tails was surprised to see that Yu was not shocked by it. Nine Tails stared at Yu with his big eyes and said in a cold tone, "Kid, who are you and why are you here?" Yu was silent for a while, then raised his head and said, "You must be Nine Tails." Nine Tails looked gloomy and said nothing. Yu thought to himself and said, "You are indeed very powerful, but you are so powerful, I can't let you out. No one can really seal you if I let you out." Hearing Yu's words, Nine Tails was so angry that he roared. "You kid, you're looking for death," another roar. The terrifying Chakra pushed Yu away several steps. Advertisement: just the residual power leaked from Nine Tails has such terrifying power. One can imagine how terrifying it would be if Nine Tails came out. Yu didn't have any confidence in sealing this thing again. You'll be lucky if you don't get killed by it. If Nine Tails is broken, no one in Konoha can seal it at this time. Even third generation can't do it. Even if you use the Ghoul Seal, you have to control Nine Tails first. Who can do this? The reason why Namikaze Minato was able to use Ghoul Seal on Nine Tails before was because Uzumaki Kushina first used Kongo Seal to seal Nine Tails. But now no one in Konoha can seal Nine Tails. Not to mention the fact that Seal of the Dead is still a one-shot sealing techniques. Third Hokage is definitely not willing to use it unless absolutely necessary. It is precisely because of this that Yu is under great pressure at this time. If he makes a mistake, even if he doesn't die if Nine Tails breaks the seal, Naruto won't survive. If the tailed beast leaves Jinchuriki's body, Jinchuriki will not survive. Even though she was as strong as Uzumaki Kushina, she only managed to hold on for a while with the powerful vitality of the Uzumaki clan. An ordinary Jinchuriki will die immediately if the tailed beast is removed. Nine Tails kept roaring at Yu, releasing Chakra unscrupulously. The iron door sealing it is also shaking, as if Nine Tails will break out of the seal in the next second. But Yu knew that the sealing techniques formula was still relatively strong at this time, and Nine Tails could not break the seal yet. However, if Naruto continues to rely on the power of Nine Tails, the sealing techniques will become weaker and weaker. But it's impossible for Naruto to use Nine Tails Chakra. When he is angry and loses his mind, he has to use Nine Tails Chakra even if he doesn't want to. So the sealing techniques in Naruto's body will only become weaker and weaker. Nine Tails roared for a long time, making a lot of noise, but Yu, apart from being shocked at the beginning, had no emotional changes at all after that. After all, Nine Tails is sealed, and the amount of chakra it can seep out is limited. And the chakra it exudes is obviously not as much as that of Yu. Even though those chakras were relatively common and there were a lot of Jonin, they were nothing to Yu at this time. After a long while, Yu said calmly, "Okay, stop screaming. You should know that your actions will not hurt me." Nine Tails, who was still roaring, stopped when he heard Yu's words. Its eyes were filled with coldness, and it said in a cold voice, "Boy, who are you and why did you enter here?" Yu put his hands in his pockets and looked at Nine Tails in front of him. "I'm Naruto's friend. I came here today to see what the legendary Nine Tails looks like. Now that I have read it, it is indeed very powerful. I really didn't know how terrifying the person who captured you and sealed you was. You have been tempting Naruto to borrow your chakra because you want to continuously attack the sealing technique style left by the fourth Hokage. This is not possible. If you come out now, no one in Konoha can control you. Advertisement: I came in to reinforce the sealing techniques left by the fourth Hokage." Nine Tails almost laughed when he heard Yu's words. "Kid, you are quite good at telling big words. You little brat, do you know what sealing techniques are? You still want to strengthen the sealing techniques left by the fourth Hokage? Who do you think you are?" Nine Tails doesn't believe that Yu knows sealing techniques. Sealing techniques are extremely difficult. Ordinary sealing techniques are very difficult, not to mention the 8-sign seal left by the fourth Hokage. Those are the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. How could Nine Tails, who has lived for thousands of years, not know how powerful the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are? It has been sealed within the body for decades by the 3 Whirlpool clan members. No one knows better than it how powerful the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques are. Yu didn't care about Nine Tails' ridicule. It has always been this character. Believe it or not, but you should stay in Naruto's body for the rest of your life and don't think about coming out. I'm going to take action now, don't disturb me. Yu doesn't want to talk nonsense with Nine Tails either. His hands quickly formed seals. In an instant, golden chakra burst out from Yu's body. Nine Tails, who had been sarcastic just now, was stunned when he saw the golden chakra on Yi Yu's body. This chakra? Why is this chakra so familiar? Kid, who are you? Nine Tails roared. It's just that Yi Yu didn't pay attention to it, and Yi Yu didn't reinforce sealing techniques immediately. He had to first understand the situation of Namikaze Minato's 8-sign seal before he could know how to reinforce it. But Nine Tails was very nervous when he saw the chakra burst out by Yi Yu. Because Yi Yu's chakra reminds me of Senju Hashirama. Moreover, at such a young age, Yi Yu actually possesses such a huge amount of chakra, although it is not as good as himself. But Nine Tails knows very well that it is definitely not the amount of chakra that Yi Yu should have at his age. Obviously, Yi Yu is not simple, just his burst of chakra made Nine Tails very nervous. Yi Yu didn't know it, but his chakra had shocked Nine Tails. It wasn't even sure it could suppress Yi Yu, because Yi Yu's chakra is not an ordinary chakra, but a Sage Jutsu chakra. It's clear how powerful this chakra Nine Tails is. The chakra of Senju Hashirama back then was the same as Yi Yu. And it's not just a simple Sage Jutsu chakra, it also has a rich vitality, which is very similar to Senju Hashirama's. Nine Tails even thinks that Yi Yu is the descendant of Senju Zujian. Chapter 87 Nine Tails Tailed Beast Jade. After the rapid sealing was completed, mysterious runes appeared under Yi Yu's feet. These runes turned into black chains and flew toward the lock of the Nine Tails iron door. Buzz! The moment Yi Yu's chakra poured in, mysterious runes immediately appeared on the door lock. Yi Yu, who was performing the surgery, immediately opened his eyes. He frowned and said, "It's so complicated. Fourth Hokage's 8-sign seal is definitely not that simple. But it just consumes a little more chakra. Yi Yu increases the output of chakra." Rumble. The chakra on Yi Yu's body poured into the seal lock crazily. The terrifying amount of chakra shocked even Nine Tails. What kind of monster is this kid? How can he have such a terrifying amount of chakra at his age? As Yi Yu continued to output chakra, Nine Tails also felt that the originally loose seal became stronger and stronger. Stop! Bang! After feeling that the seal was strengthened, Nine Tails became angry and slapped the iron door with his claws. It caused violent vibrations, but it did not affect Yi Yu's technique at all. I told you to stop. B asterisk 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 D. You B asterisk 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 D. Do you want to lock me up in this place forever? Evil human being, I'm going to kill you, kill you. Ho! Bang! 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 After realizing that Yi Yu can really strengthen the seal, how could Nine Tails let Yi Yu complete it? It has been waiting for more than 10 years. It discovered before that as long as Naruto continues to accept its chakra, the seal will become weaker and weaker. It won't be long before it can get out of this dark sealed space. But the appearance of Yi Yu interrupted this possibility. Let it stay in Naruto's body forever, what a joke. Roar! Seeing Yi Yu, he still stopped and didn't even pay attention to it. Nine Tails became angry and began to condense chakra. Soon a dark red-tailed beast jade appeared in its mouth. Advertisement, go to hell, you brat. Feeling the terrifying power of the tailed beast jade in Nine Tails' mouth, Yi Yu frowned. But Yi Yu didn't stop. He didn't know if Nine Tails could hurt him in this place. At this time, in the outside world, Naruto's tailed beast coat began to appear outside of his body. The color of the tailed beast's coat is getting darker and darker. Naruto's consciousness became weaker and weaker. Kakashi was shocked. He wanted to stop Naruto, but the moment his hand touched the tailed beast's coat, he was burned. Kakashi was stunned. Is this the chakra of Nine Tails? It can be so corrosive. Sasuke and Sakura on the side were also shocked. Naruto actually has such terrifying power sealed within his body. Yi Yu's consciousness was still in Naruto's sealed space, so his body didn't move much at this time. Kakashi wanted to interrupt Yi Yu, but he was worried that interrupting Yi Yu would threaten his safety. There was no other way. Kakashi could only say to Sasuke and Sakura, "Sasuke, Sakura, go take Mr. Dazuna and the others away from here. If Naruto goes berserk, he will hurt them." Kakashi regretted a little. Looking at Yi Yu, who was expressionless at this time, he was very worried about Yi Yu's safety, but he was helpless at this time. There was nothing he could do. Although Sasuke and Sakura were worried about Yi Yu and Naruto, they could only listen to Kakashi and move the Dazuna family away. Fortunately, the Dazuna family lived far away from the town, otherwise if Naruto went on a rampage, he would definitely cause a lot of casualties. After Sasuke and Sakura left, Kakashi stood next to Yi Yu, looking at him and Naruto nervously. Yi Yu had no expression, Naruto's face was in pain, and the tailed beast coat on his body was getting darker and darker. Even without direct contact with him, Kakashi could feel the terrifying intimidation of the Nine Tails chakra that made his soul tremble. Moreover, cracks have appeared in the furnishings in the room under the constant impact of Nine Tails chakra. Naruto was surrounded by blood-red chakra, which made Kakashi feel tremendous pressure. Yi Yu, who was in Naruto's body, was also under great pressure at this time. The tailed beast jade in Nine Tails' mouth was ready to go. He didn't know if Nine Tails' tailed beast jade hit him in this space and would endanger his life. Yi Yu didn't stop and continued to output chakra. The mysterious runes under his feet are still expanding, and the chains formed by the runes are pouring into the seal lock crazily. The chakra consumed by sealing techniques is very huge. Fortunately, Yi Yu's chakra amount is even larger, otherwise it would not be able to support the current consumption. Nine Tails saw that Yu did not stop despite its threat. Really angry. Advertisement, go to hell, you brat. Boom. Nine Tails blasted the tailed beast Jade out of his mouth. Boom, 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 boom. The tailed beast Jade instantly hit the iron door that sealed it. The terrifying power illuminated the entire space. The terrifying chakra instantly bombarded Yu's body. Yu didn't expect that even within this space, Nine Tails' chakra would actually hurt him. Peeved, under the terrifying chakra bombardment, Yu did not take precautions in advance, so most of the chakra from the tailed beast Jade hit his body. Yu was blown away by the power of the tailed beast Jade and hit the wall hard. Yu from the outside also vomited blood, and his blood sprayed on Naruto sitting in front of him. Naruto's tailed beast coat blocked it, and as soon as the blood touched Naruto's tailed beast coat, it was completely corroded. Kakashi, standing next to Yu, nervously wanted to interrupt Yu's spell. Yu looked pale at this time. After so many years in this world, this was the first time Yu had vomited blood and suffered such a serious injury. Just when Kakashi was about to wake up Yu finally spoke. Although it hurt, Yu still said coldly, "Teacher Kakashi, I'm fine, don't be nervous." Kakashi stopped, and Yu's consciousness finally returned. "Forget it, it's too dangerous. If something happens to you, how should I explain it to you?" Kakashi looked solemn. He actually wanted to say that he didn't want Yu to take risks. After seeing Yu vomiting blood, he couldn't bear it anymore. At this moment, he realized that Yu's safety was more important. The Nine Tails in Naruto's body was less than 1/10,000th of Yu's. But Yu shook his head and said solemnly, "I'm fine, I'm just testing whether Nine Tails can hurt me in the body. I was unprepared just now and let it succeed. I won't make this mistake again in the future. Teacher Kakashi, please go out first and stay away from me, I may hurt you next." Kakashi frowned. "How could I let you face such danger alone?" "Teacher Kakashi, listen to me. I will handle the rest. You here will make it difficult for me to restrain my hands." Yu spoke to Kakashi in such a serious tone for the first time. Kakashi looked at Yu's serious expression, knowing that staying here would distract Yu. Even if he was worried about Yu, it was impossible to stop looking at Yu at this time. Kakashi had no choice but to nod, glanced at Yu and Naruto, and disappeared into the room. Chapter 88 Nine Tails cannot refute. After persuading Kakashi to leave, Yu sank his consciousness into Naruto's sealed space. In the sealed space, Yu watched as Nine Tails kept releasing the tailed beast Jade to impact the sealed iron door. The iron gate has begun to shake. Yu stood up from the ground, dragging his almost broken body from the fall, and slowly walked towards Nine Tails. "Nine Tails, don't you think you can go out? No matter how much you do, it will be in vain." Nine Tails looked at Yu with a solemn expression. "Kid, you are really extraordinary, you are not dead." Yu stood up straight, raised his head and said with a smile, "Yes, I didn't expect that I could be injured in this space. This is the first time in so many years that I have been injured so seriously. Haha, but I will still strengthen the seal, so don't think about leaving in this life." With that said, Yu formed seals again, planning to perform the spell again. Soon, mysterious runes appeared under Yu's feet. Nine Tails looked at Yu, very angry, but more dignified. Yu didn't notice it himself, but it had noticed it just now. The moment its tailed beast Jade struck Yu, the chakra in his body instantly formed a golden shield to protect him inside. Otherwise, Yu would have done more than just vomiting blood. Even if you can't die, you will become dementia, and that kind of power, Nine Tails has never seen before. Much like Sage Jutsu Chakra, but stronger than Sage Jutsu Chakra. Because even the Sage Jutsu Chakra cannot resist the tailed beast Jade it released just now. Yu gives it a threat from the soul. What is the power in this kid's body? Why does it feel more threatening to me than the old man from Six Paths? Seeing that Yu continued to strengthen the seal, Nine Tails, although angry, did not launch another attack. He just kept provoking Yu with words, "Kid, what you are doing is in vain. As long as Naruto, that kid, can't help but use my chakra, the seal will become weaker and weaker. You can't always stay by Naruto's side, right?" Yu ignored Nine Tails. Bang, "Kid, are you deaf?" Yu raised his head at this time and said calmly, "I don't need to be by his side all the time, and this seal cannot seal you forever, but when this seal is broken, Naruto will definitely have completely tamed you and completely controlled your power." Advertisement, ha ha ha. Are you crazy? Can that boy Naruto tame me? What a joke. If you are my Jinchuriki, then I believe and think you have the ability to control my power, because you are more powerful than the two Jinchuriki before me. I also believe in your future potential, but, Naruto? He. This brat doesn't even have pure blood from the Uzumaki clan. He doesn't even know the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Why does he control my power? Is it because you can't control your emotions every time that you ask me to borrow chakra? Yu sneered, "So you're stupid for being locked up here. You can't even see Naruto's potential. You're a joke." Nine Tails slapped a paw on the iron door. The iron gate had become loose just now. As Yu continued to repair it, Nine Tails' attack could no longer shake the iron gate at this time. However, Yu continues to output chakra for repair. Nine Tails looked surprised. "Kid, you actually know the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Who taught you?" Yu ignored it. But Nine Tails didn't care. Just now it wanted to destroy Yu's consciousness. After seeing the power hidden in Yi Yu's body, Nine Tails gave up. That power is too powerful. Although Yi Yu's chakra is not as large as it is at this time, Yi Yu probably won't be its opponent outside. But within this sealed space, with the protection of that power, Yi Yu's consciousness cannot be erased at all. Nine Tails just wants to know more about Yi Yu, and it already regards Yi Yu as the biggest obstacle to escaping from Naruto's body. Boy, don't waste your efforts. I can see that Naruto will only borrow more and more of my power in the future, and the borrowed chakra will only become more and more. The seal you reinforce will not last long. That boy Naruto can't resist the temptation of my power. Yi Yu frowned. This is indeed the case, but Yi Yu knows very well that in a few years, Naruto will be able to control Nine Tails, and as long as he persists until then, it will be enough. Seeing the change in Yi Yu's expression, Nine Tails smiled and said, "Well, give up. What you're doing is just in vain." Yi Yu raised his head, looked at Nine Tails and smiled. "If what I did was in vain, why were you so excited just now? Do you know that what I did has upset your plan? The reason why you keep giving chakra to Naruto is to lure him into using your power so that he cannot escape from your power. I believe it will be impossible for Naruto to not use your power in the future, but I will keep strengthening the seal until he completely controls your power. I bet he can completely control your power within a few years. I bet you will never be able to escape his control in the future." Advertisement. It was said to be a bet, but in fact Yi Yu was just telling what would happen in the future. Mirai was unwilling to even let Nine Tails leave Naruto's body. Although Yi Yu doesn't remember the plot of Hokage very clearly, he still has some memories of the Fourth Ninja War. The Fourth Ninja War would have been difficult to fight if Naruto hadn't controlled the power of Nine Tails. Nine Tails didn't believe it. "Ha ha ha, boy, do you know? When you said these words, I felt very ridiculous. Even Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina, who have the pure blood of the Uzumaki clan and are the Grandmaster Uzumaki clan sealing techniques, dare not say that they have complete control over me. Strength. You actually said that Naruto, a brat who is only half of the Uzumaki clan and doesn't even understand sealing techniques, can completely control my power. If he could, would you still be here? Do you still need to strengthen his seal?" Nine Tails looked at Yi Yu mockingly. But Yi Yu looked at Nine Tails and said calmly, "Because I bet my future that I can help him control your power." For a moment, the entire space became quiet. Nine Tails frowned and looked at Yi Yu. What Yi Yu said just now made it feel ridiculous. But Yi Yu's words made it impossible to refute. It does not believe that Naruto in the future can control it, but it believes that Yi Yu in the future can suppress it. Just like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara back then. Nine Tails didn't know that this was the first time Yi Yu had said such words so confidently. He had never been very confident about his future before. But at this time, he was very calm inside, but he said something that seemed very arrogant. In this case, he probably wouldn't have said it originally. But at this moment, he said it, and he was very calm, without any emotion, and seemed to be telling a fact. The whole space was quiet for a long time. Nine Tails did not object. Looking at Yi Yu, it seemed to see the Senju pillars that suppressed it back then. In its eyes, Yi Yu just told the truth, even though this is the truth it least wants to hear. Chapter 89. Chakra is sucked dry. The space was quiet for a long time, and Nine Tails' original anger was suppressed by it. For the first time, it was not as irritable as before. Without saying anything, it lay down in the cage with a huge fox head on its two paws. Seems to have given up resistance. Yes, it can look down on Naruto, and it cannot believe that Naruto will definitely find a chance to break out of the seal in the future. But so what? As long as the kid in front of me exists, what's the point of breaking it out? If it is captured and sealed again like it was back then, it will really lose its face. Nine Tails sighed. "Six Pads, old man, after you left, this ninja world has become very uncomfortable for me. It's hard to meet the weakest generation Jinchuriki. I didn't expect this kid to show up. Is it you, the old man, who is cursing me in the underworld?" Nine Tails sighed. It has given up resistance. Originally, it thought that Naruto was the weakest among the third generation Jinchuriki, and it could take advantage of Naruto's constant use of its chakra to escape from the seal. But the appearance of Yi Yu made it know that even if it broke the seal, it would be useless. Yi Yu had the ability to catch it and seal it again. Now Yi Yu does not have this ability, and now Yi Yu is not its opponent. But Nine Tails is very sensitive to Yi Yu's power, and it knows very well that it won't be long before Yi Yu's strength will grow enough to suppress it, and may even reach the level of Senju Hashirama. Thinking of the memory of being suppressed by Senju Hashirama, Nine Tails felt very unhappy. But there is no way, it can see the shadow of Senju Hashirama in Yi Yu, and it may even have greater potential than Senju Hashirama. Because it estimates that Senju Hashirama back then was definitely not as strong as Yi Yu at Yi Yu's age. Only he himself could not recognize Yi Yu's strength at this time. Nine Tails is very sensitive to power. In Nine Tails' perception, Yi Yu's strength at this time is definitely at the Hokage level. Whether it is beyond the Hokage level, it is unclear because Nine Tails has not seen Yi Yu fight. But just by looking at the mysterious power in Yi Yu's body, Nine Tails can tell how much potential Yi Yu has in the future. Yi Yu was a little surprised. He murmured to himself, "This fox actually didn't resist anymore, it's a little weird." Yi Yu thought Nine Tails was holding back its ultimate move. He didn't expect that Nine Tails just gave up resistance. The existence of Yi Yu makes Nine Tails have no desire to break out of the seal. Advertisement anyway, after getting out, Yu would catch him and seal him again, so why bother running out? Ninetales didn't know that Yu was very wary of him at this time, staring at it while strengthening the seal. After continuing for about an hour, Yu finally strengthened the sealing techniques in Naruto's body even stronger. Ninetales also sensed it. The 8-sign seal released by Yu is much stronger than Namikaze Minato's due to Yu's chakra. Ninetales can be clearly perceived. This intensifies Ninetales' speculation about Yu. There is a very powerful power hidden in Yu, because it discovered that after Yu strengthened Namikaze Minato's seal, the sealing techniques were many times stronger than the original ones. Before, it could corrode the sealing techniques left by Minato Namikaze by continuously using chakra, but now it finds that its chakra cannot corrode the new sealing techniques left by Yu. That's right, Yu was worried that the sealing techniques that only reinforced the Namikaze Minato were not strong enough, so he added an 8-sign seal. Among them, the 8-sign seal of Namikaze Minato reinforced by Yu can still be corroded, but it is much stronger than before. As long as it continues to leak chakra corrosion, it can still be corroded. But the 8-sign seal added by Yu, its chakra cannot be corroded in any way. In other words, the 8-sign seal left by Yu cannot be broken at all. At least it cannot be broken open by its own strength. Unless Yu opens it by himself, or Naruto opens it by himself. Ninetales frowned. A pair of fox eyes stared straight at Yu. Boy, you actually added another seal. You are not afraid of the chakra being sucked dry. Yu's face was a little pale at this time. You are right, my chakra was almost drained. Sealing techniques does consume a lot of chakra. It seems that my chakra is still too little. Ninetales' mouth twitched slightly. Seeing Yu's serious look, it almost cursed. Yu actually took the risk of running out of chakra and added another sealing techniques to it. Moreover, this sealing techniques was obviously an 8-sign seal, but it was more than 10 times stronger than the one left by Namikaze Minato. It's impossible to break the seal with its ability. The 8-sign seal left by Yu is stronger than Namikaze Minato, and the naturally consumed chakra is several times his. Yu's chakra is much higher than Namikaze Minato. Although Namikaze Minato also has a lot of chakra, it cannot be compared with Yu. Advertisement not to mention that Yu's chakra is different from regular chakra. But Yu has done so much to seal it, so naturally it won't feel happy. But soon, what made Ninetales look horrified was that within 10 minutes, Yu's chakra was all restored. Only 10 minutes. Ninetales was stunned. Your chakra has actually recovered. Yu's expression also recovered, and he stood up with a relaxed expression. The feeling of running out of chakra is really unpleasant. Okay, it's time for me to leave. See you later, Ninetales. After saying that, Yu turned around and prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Ninetales quickly called Yu. Yu frowned, but he didn't leave. He turned to look at Ninetales. Is there anything else? Ninetales held it in for a long time before asking, who is that boy to you, Naruto? Why would you do this for him? Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I just do what I think is right. Naruto is my friend, and he is a very important person in Konoha. There must be no mistakes. What I'm doing is just hoping that he can control your power in the future. I also believe that he can do it. But before that, I don't want you to cause him any trouble. After all, if you break the seal, I will be in trouble. I'm not your opponent yet. If you go out at this time, I guess no one in Konoha can seal you again. Yu spoke calmly. If anyone else had said it, Ninetales would have definitely blasted through with a few tailed beasts. But the person who said this was Yu, and it just had no temper. Those who are worthy of saying those words of Yu, in the ninja world, Ninetales only recognizes the sage of Six Paths brothers, Indra and Asura, as well as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. It doesn't even recognize Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina, the two people who have sealed it for the longest time. But when Yu said this, Ninetales had no doubt that Yu could do it. It's just curious why Yu can do it to this extent. It remembered very clearly that the relationship between Naruto and Yu was not that good. Naruto even regarded Yu as his opponent before. Although it didn't know who Yu was or what he looked like before, it knew after a little guessing that the person Naruto was talking about was Yu. Chapter 90 Yu becomes Ninetales Jinchuriki. Ninetales looked at Yu and said coldly, you did this for Naruto, but you don't know that that guy sees you as a rival, and your image is not very good in his mind. These words of Ninetales are not to sow discord, but they are just curious about why Naruto is not so kind to Yu and why Yu does this. Yu knew what Ninetales said, but he didn't care. I know, as a child, there will always be jealousy, not to mention that guy's character. I know very well that he regards me as a rival, but I believe that when I am in danger, he will go regardless of the danger. Save me. Whether you regard me as an opponent, at least it can motivate me to keep getting stronger, and it can also give him a goal to catch up with. As long as I keep getting stronger, he needs to keep improving his own strength. For both of us, it is good for both of us. It's a good thing. Yu didn't care what Naruto thought. Naruto at this period was originally very child-minded, and he was only 12 years old now, so he was indeed a child. And Yu knew very well that Naruto would never be like this again when he grows up. Not to mention that Yu and Naruto were not originally on the same team. What happened to Naruto, he actually didn't really care. What I said to Ninetales just now was just to deceive Ninetales. He knew very well what would happen to Naruto in the future, and knew that Naruto would not really regard him as an enemy. The most important thing is, even if Naruto really regards him as an enemy, so what? Yu now has absolute confidence that her future will definitely not be inferior to Naruto, and may even be stronger than him. Why should we care about these little things? Of course, it may be that he often fooled Sasuke and Naruto before, but now facing Nine Tails, Yu also made up random things when he opened his mouth. As for whether it was true or not, he didn't care whether it was true or not. Anyway, he forgot about it after a while, but Nine Tails believed it because Yu said it very seriously and there was no change in his mood. It couldn't feel any malice from Yu. It shows that what Yu said is true. It was very surprised. Boy, you are also a little kid, why do you exclude yourself from the children? Nine Tails is speechless. Yu said it as if Naruto was a child, but he was not. Yu said lightly, I am indeed young, but it does not mean that I am a child. Nine Tails mistook Yu for being arrogant and said this. In fact, Yu is right, his soul is not a child in the first place. Nine Tails sneered and said, although you are very powerful, you are still just a child after all, and there is no shortage of thinking that a child should have. Yu didn't want to talk to Nine Tails either. Turn around and prepare to leave. After taking just a few steps, he stopped. Turning his back to Nine Tails, he said, actually, I suggest you accept Naruto. Do you want to be locked up in Jinchuriki's body with hatred all your life? Advertisement, if you accept Naruto's words, you can at least be free. And Naruto also has great potential, what do you think? Nine Tails snorted coldly, don't even think about it, let me succumb to that brat, just dream. Yu shook his head, turned around and looked at Nine Tails, I'm curious, why do you have so much resentment? You should also know that as long as Jinchuriki's system is not abolished, you tailed beasts can only stay in Jinchuriki's body, right? Whether it's the first Hokage's wife, the fourth Hokage's wife, or the current Naruto, even if you don't accept Naruto, there will be other Jinchuriki in the future, and you won't be able to get out. Even if you go out, you will be captured and sealed, either by our Konoha ninjas or by ninjas from other ninja villages. If you accept Naruto, at least you can have limited freedom and don't have to stay in this dark cell all day. And maybe get Naruto as a friend. Ho, a roar, this is the attitude of Nine Tails. Yu shook his head, you are stubborn, this is your only chance to be free at the moment. Why bother if there are endless seals waiting for you? Humph, you brat, you want me to give in to that brat? Why does he have to? Is he Senju Hashirama? Or is he Sage of Six Paths? Yu was stunned for a moment. Although he knew Sage of Six Paths, he didn't expect Nine Tails to mention him. Sage of Six Paths? Nine Tails looked at Yu's confused look and smiled, don't you know Sage of Six Paths? Of course I know. According to legend, he was the ancestor of ninjas. The legend of Sage of Six Paths is indeed well known in the ninja world, but because it has been too long, people just listen to Sage of Six Paths as a fairy tale. Many ninjas don't believe in the existence of Sage of Six Paths at all. And Yu's answer was the same as what was taught in the ninja school. He naturally knew who Sage of Six Paths was, but he couldn't reveal it in front of Nine Tails. And after so many years, Yu has almost forgotten many of the stories of Sage of Six Paths. I only know the power Sage of Six Paths gave Naruto and Sasuke Six Paths at the end. He is the son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, and he also sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya. Yu's reaction was not entirely fake. Nine Tails smiled and said, he is indeed the ancestor of ninjas, but people only spread his legend, but they don't understand how powerful he is. Speaking of Sage of Six Paths, Nine Tails' thoughts go back thousands of years. Its memory is actually a bit blurry. Advertisement. Seeing Nine Tails sinking into memories, Yu turned around and left. Nine Tails was speechless. Why are you so impatient and don't even listen to what I have to say? Yu was indeed impatient, because he could probably guess what Nine Tails said. I just can't remember the details, but that's not important. Yu didn't want to remember clearly. As long as he has the strength, even if he can't be the savior in the Fourth Ninja War, there will definitely be no problem in saving his life. Yu still has this confidence. Naturally, he has no interest in the story of Sage of Six Paths. But I don't know why Nine Tails thinks Yu is different from others. In the past, neither Indra nor Asura, nor Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, nor Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina could communicate with it normally. They all treat it as a natural disaster monster. Although Yu strengthened the seal before, it wanted to kill Yu, but after communicating with Yu for so long, it can feel that Yu and Sage of Six Paths really treat it as a person of the same position. This is also the reason why Nine Tails has not had a good impression of humans for so many years. Because almost everyone, including strong men like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, just use it as a weapon and as a monster. But Yu really treats it as an equal communication person. Moreover, Yu's strength and character have also been recognized by it, but of course Nine Tails will definitely not admit it. Nine Tails was right about this. There is not much difference between intelligent creatures in Yu's eyes. Whether they are humans, tailed beasts, or intelligent psychic beasts, they are all the same to Yu, and they will communicate with them on an equal footing. This is actually normal, just like monsters and animals without intelligence are definitely not the same species. At least that's how it seems to Yu. Yu turned around and looked at Nine Tails impatiently, then hurry up and speak. I'm most annoyed by people who hesitate to speak. Nine Tails glared at Yu, if you were my Jinchuriki, I would have fought with you since childhood. You are too impatient, can't you just listen to what people say? Of course, Nine Tails didn't know that such words were never spoken to anyone outside of Sage of Six Paths. Don't look at this sentence that seems to be complaining about Yi Yu. It has actually endorsed Yi Yu. Even if someone with some brains thinks about this sentence, Nine Tails subconsciously wants Yi Yu to be its Jinchuriki. Of course, although Yi Yu has some brains, he won't think about these things. There is no need for him to become Nine Tails Jinchuriki because he has a brain attack. Judging from the source of his strength, Nine Tails has no benefit to him. In fact, Yi Yu wants to become Nine Tails Jinchuriki. As long as he is strong enough in the future, he can completely seal Nine Tails in Namikaze Minato's body and his body. Anyway, Namikaze Minato is dead and the Yin Nine Tails is sealed in his body. No one loses. Of course, Yi Yu would not do that and had never thought of it that way. Chapter 91 10 Tails Yi Yu ignored what Nine Tails said and looked at Nine Tails calmly. Nine Tails is afraid that Yi Yu will leave directly, and it doesn't even know that it treats Yi Yu completely differently from other people. Maybe it's because Yi Yu has been truly willing to communicate with it on an equal footing for thousands of years. Sage of Six Paths is a character from thousands of years ago. He created the ninja sect, the predecessor of ninja. Yi Yu nodded. This is no different from the legend of the ninja world. Seeing that Yi Yu was a little impatient, Nine Tails continued. Sage of Six Paths has two sons, named Indra and Asura. Indra is the elder brother and Asura is the younger brother. The two inherited the eyes and body of Sage of Six Paths respectively. Yi Yu looked at Nine Tails and asked, does this have anything to do with Sage of Six Paths? Don't be so anxious, wait for me to explain slowly, Nine Tails complained. It is really convinced. After all these years, it has finally found someone with whom it is willing to communicate, but this guy is still so impatient. Yi Yu didn't speak anymore and signaled Nine Tails to continue. After Nine Tails rolled his eyes at Yi Yu, he continued, do you know what powers Sage of Six Paths has? Sage of Six Paths? According to legend, he has the power to create the world and the power to destroy the world, Yi Yu answered. Nine Tails thought for a moment and nodded, yes, Sage of Six Paths does have this power. This made Yi Yu a little surprised, partly because he was pretending, and partly because he felt that Otsutsuki Kagaya had that kind of power. Seeing Yi Yu's reaction, Nine Tails laughed and said, what, you don't believe it? I really don't believe it, it sounds like a fairy tale. Yi Yu said bluntly. Nine Tails smiled and said, indeed, today's ninjas probably don't believe in the story of Sage of Six Paths, but I just want to say that the power of Sage of Six Paths will not be weaker than the legend, it will only be stronger. Oh, Yi Yu said doubtfully. It seems that Nine Tails rarely sees someone willing to communicate with it, so it wants to tell Yi Yu what happened back then. You know, even after Nine Tails recognized Naruto, they still didn't tell him what happened back then. But for Yi Yu gives it the same feeling as Sage of Six Paths gave it back then. Advertisement Nine Tails nodded, yes, very powerful. Do you know how many tailed beasts there are in the ninja world? Yi Yu nodded, I've read the information about this, there are 9. Nine Tails was a little surprised and glanced at Yi Yu, you know much more than I thought. Many ninjas don't even know how many tailed beasts there are in the ninja world. Yi Yu didn't say anything. He also felt that it was outrageous, and Naruto and the others could forget it. Even Kakashi's knowledge of tailed beasts was extremely limited, and it was clearly recorded in Konoha's library. A lot of basic knowledge can be found by simply looking it up. But Kakashi doesn't seem to know. In recent years, because he didn't want to stand out too much, Yi Yu just tried his best in practice and passed the test without striving for perfection. Naturally, learning theoretical knowledge has become his usual pastime. This good habit also allows Yi Yu to get high scores in every theory test. In fact, he could get full marks, but he deliberately controlled it every time. As a result, although the score was high, it was not the highest one. In the ninja school, Sakura got perfect scores in every theoretical knowledge test. This is why she can study in the ninja school as a civilian. Although Sasuke has been number 1 in the class all year round, he was number 1 overall. In terms of theoretical knowledge alone, he was not as high as Sakura. In other words, except for Yi Yu, no one in the class can compare with Sakura in theoretical knowledge. And Yi Yu deliberately controlled the scores every time, so Sakura ranked first in every theory test. In the Konoha Public Library, there are many materials on the ninja world. There is also something about tailed beasts. Even not counting the memories of past lives, Kakashi's understanding of tailed beasts at this time is actually not as good as Yi Yu's. Yi Yu was very speechless, and even Yi Yu wondered whether Kakashi graduated from the ninja school too early and only focused on practicing combat skills and forgot to practice theoretical knowledge. Many ninjas in the ninja world are like Kakashi, who do not have detailed enough theoretical knowledge. But there is nothing surprising. After all, ninjas still focus on combat skills. Except for some civilian ninjas, combat ninjas do not have a deep grasp of theoretical knowledge and only need to master the basics. No need to go too deep, no need to. Nine Tails has been sealed for decades, and it will learn this from time to time in the bodies of Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito and Naruto. Knowing that Yi Yu had a deeper understanding, Nine Tails continued, in fact, the 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world were originally separated from one-tailed beast. Yi Yu was stunned for a moment, huh? What do you mean? Advertisement 9 Tails looked at Yi Yu and said seriously, that's what you mean. In other words, the Sage of Six Paths divided one-tailed beast into 9-tailed beasts? 9 Tails smiled and said, you are very smart. Yes, we were separated from a tailed beast named Ten Tails, and Sage of Six Paths was the Jinchuriki of 10 Tails back then. Sage of Six Paths is the tailed beast's Jinchuriki? Then how powerful that tailed beast is? Yi Yu sighed. Nine Tails smiled and said, it is very powerful. 10 Tails has the power to destroy the world, and a large part of the power source of Sage of Six Paths is 10 Tails. Before Sage of Six Paths passed away, he was afraid that 10 Tails would bring harm to the world, so he divided the chakra of 10 Tails into 9 parts, which are now the 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world. Yi Yu was a little shocked. This is a real feeling, because he can't remember this memory clearly. Now that I hear it, I am still a little shocked. After a long time, Yi Yu raised his head and looked at 9 Tails. According to what you said, 10 Tails is very powerful. So is it possible that it will appear in the world again? 9 Tails sighed. Well, it's theoretically possible. 9 Tails looked at Yi Yu and smiled. Why, are you scared? Yi Yu thought for a while and said, it's not that I'm afraid. After all, I have no idea how powerful 10 Tails is. I'm just curious about how it will be resurrected. 9 Tails was a little surprised. You're not scared? Yi Yu smiled and said, I want to be afraid, but I really can't imagine how terrifying the power of destroying the world is. Is it the same as you, or countless times stronger? 9 Tails was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Ha ha ha, boy, you are very funny, you actually think so. But soon, 9 Tails regained his seriousness and said solemnly, you don't know, 10 Tails has countless times more power than me and can really destroy the world. The chakra I condensed with all my strength can only destroy dozens of kilometers at most, but a single shot of 10 Tails tailed beast Jade can destroy thousands of kilometers. Yi Yu looked like you were kidding me, thousands of kilometers? This reaction is true. Yi Yu's memory of the Fourth Ninja War only knows that it was a fight between gods in the end, but he did not know that a tailed beast Jade can destroy thousands of kilometers. After all, no one will think about it in detail, they will just take a general look. Thousands of kilometers away, almost one shot of tailed beast Jade can destroy a big country. This power has exceeded Yi Yu's imagination. Chapter 92 The Arrogant 9 Tails. 9 Tails nodded. Yes, it's that powerful. This is also the power that can destroy the world. Yi Yu was silent for a long time and agreed. Indeed, if it is true, it is normal for 10 Tails to have the power to destroy the world, but is this true? One-tailed beast Jade destroys everything thousands of kilometers away. This is too fantasy no matter how you think about it. 9 Tails sighed. It's true. Then 10 Tails is so powerful, how did Sage of Six Paths seal it within his body in the first place? 9 Tails thought for a while and said, 10 Tails was originally sealed in the body of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the mother of Sage of Six Paths. Otsutsuki Kagaya. 9 Tails nodded solemnly. Yes, Otsutsuki Kagaya, she is a godlike person, and she has enough power to suppress 10 Tails. Otsutsuki Kagaya is the first Jinchuriki of 10 Tails. The legend is that Otsutsuki Kagaya stole the fruit of a sacred tree, giving her the power to control 10 Tails. And Otsutsuki Kagaya is the ancestor of Chakra. It was she who spread Chakra throughout the ninja world. Although Yi Yu knew a little about it, it was quite shocking to hear 9 Tails talk about it. Yi Yu was even more surprised that 9 Tails actually knew this and was willing to tell him. The ancestor of Chakra is really a myth. 9 Tails thought Yi Yu didn't believe it and continued. It is said that Otsutsuki Kagaya comes from the sky. It is said that she is an envoy sent to the mortal world by the gods. Yi Yu muttered in his heart, what a divine messenger, they're just members of the Otsutsuki clan. But people will always mystify things they don't understand. However, because Otsutsuki Kagaya was confused by power and planned to take back the chakra in the world, many people died. In order to stop Otsutsuki Kagaya, Sage of Six Paths teamed up with his younger brother to seal their mother on the moon. 9 Tails continued. And Yi Yu was surprised and asked, is Sage of Six Paths so strong? 9 Tails said, Sage of Six Paths and his younger brother inherited the power of their mother, and finally used that power to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya. After sealing Otsutsuki Kagaya, Sage of Six Paths extracted 10 Tails from her body and sealed it in her own body, becoming 10 Tails' second Jinchuriki. Yi Yu frowned. 9 Tails said, how about it, do you now have some idea of the power of Sage of Six Paths? Yi Yu nodded. If what you said is true, then Sage of Six Paths really has the power to destroy the world just like the legend. Just is this true? Yi Yu looked at 9 Tails with suspicion. 9 Tails laughed angrily. Do I need to lie to you? Yi Yu thought for a while and said, it's really not necessary. It's just that the information is beyond my imagination and I had a hard time digesting it. 9 Tails lay on the ground and said calmly, so I only recognize strong people like Sage of Six Paths. I will never recognize the brat Naruto. He doesn't deserve to have me surrender to him. Advertisement. Yi Yu had no plans to go out for the time being, so he sat cross-legged across from 9 Tails and asked, you seem to know a lot of things from the past. In addition to Sage of Six Paths, you should also know many things about powerful people, right? 9 Tails glanced at Yi Yu and knew what Yi Yu wanted to do. Just 9 Tails closed her eyes proudly. I've told you enough. How much more do you want to know from me? But boy, let me give you a piece of advice. Those people in Konoha are not easy people to deal with. You don't have enough power to protect yourself now. It's best to keep a low profile. Hiding your own power will not do you any harm. Yi Yu smiled and said, you don't need to remind me about this. I know what to do. I also give you a piece of advice. You'd better assist Naruto. It will also be good for you. Humph, don't even think about it. Nine Tails glared at Yi Yu coldly. Yi Yu shrugged. You are really stubborn. No wonder you have been so miserable for so many years. Okay, then I'll take a step back. At least you won't cause trouble for him in the future, okay? Just watch him grow in his body. I believe you will recognize him one day. After all, he has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and he is the son of the 4th Hokage. I am very optimistic about him. I think he will definitely be able to surpass his parents in the future, and maybe even surpass 1st Hokage. Just after Yi Yu finished speaking, Nine Tails laughed. Ha ha ha, boy, you are just dreaming. It will be great if he can reach the strength of his mother in the future. Why should he reach the strength of the 4th Hokage? This guy doesn't have as high qualifications as the 4th Hokage guy. As for the guy who surpasses Senju Hashirama, it's even more ridiculous. Do you know how strong Senju Hashirama is? Although I dislike that B***** D very much, I have to admit that he is definitely the most powerful ninja in these hundreds of years. The god of ninja is worthy of his name, and there is absolutely no exaggeration. If you say you can surpass that guy Senju Hashirama in the future, I can still believe it, and I think it's very possible. But that guy Naruto? Forget it, stop being ridiculous. Yi Yu murmured to himself, that's because you don't know the guy's potential. Thinking of Naruto's performance during the 4th Ninja War and when Sasuke sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya, Yi Yu knew that Nine Tails had underestimated Naruto. In the future, let alone Senju Hashirama, Naruto directly possesses 6 paths level power, and even the super strong Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed by him and Sasuke. It can be said that after the 4th Ninja War, Naruto became one of the strongest ninjas in the ninja world, and he also had the power to destroy the world. Yi Yu knew Naruto very well and naturally would not agree with Nine Tails' judgment. Yi Yu looked at Nine Tails and said, no matter what, I hope you won't cause trouble for him in the future. Even if you don't approve of him, at least don't let him go berserk. Nine Tails said calmly, that is not something I can control. That kid is Jinchuriki. He has the ability to mobilize part of my chakra. If he loses control of his emotions, there is a high probability that he will go berserk. Yi Yu naturally knows it too. Under the influence of the 8-sign seal, Nine Tails could actually only control himself from giving most of his chakra to Naruto. If Naruto goes berserk, part of the chakra will be extracted by 8-sign seal and given to Naruto. Advertisement. Although this part of chakra only accounts for a small part of its main body chakra, because its amount of chakra is too huge, it can still make Naruto lose consciousness. Then don't give him a lot of chakra casually. Frequent rampage will also consume his life. Then let's make an agreement. Don't cause trouble for me. How about I learn new sealing techniques and give you a better environment? Nine Tails looked at Yi Yu, a little speechless. Apart from Sage of 6 Paths, this is the only way Yi Yu can talk to it. Is this something negotiable? Well, as for Yi Yu, it is actually still willing to consider it. You can think about it, Nine Tails replied proudly. Yi Yu waved his hand. What else are you considering? Do you have any options? Nine Tails' mouth twitched slightly, thinking in her heart, I really want to give this B***** D a few claws. However, Nine Tails still said coldly, then what do you tell me? Why don't you just decide? After saying that, he snorted proudly. Obviously he has a problem with Yi Yu. Yi Yu also knew that Nine Tails had grievances, so he drew a cake for it and said, if you can help Naruto before he grows up, I may be able to let you out in the future if I have the ability. Nine Tails frowned. Why should I believe you? With my confidence in my own strength, when Naruto grows up, even if he really cannot reach the height I mentioned before, I believe that I will be strong enough to release you from its body. Nine Tails looked at Yi Yu for a long time. Ghosts believe you, huh? Nine Tails rolled his eyes at Yi Yu. It's not that it doesn't believe that Yi Yu will be very strong in the future, it just doesn't believe that Yi Yu will let it out, because if the tailed beast is taken out of Jinchuriki's body, Jinchuriki will die. Nine Tails simply did not believe that Yi Yu would give up Naruto's life. Yi Yu knew what Nine Tails was thinking, so he said, there are many ninjutsu in the ninja world. You should know that even if you pull out a tailed beast, there are still ninjutsu that can be resurrected. You came from the era of Sage of 6 Paths, so you should know that. Nine Tails thought for a while and said, why do you think you will have those powers? Of course Nine Tails knew that there were ninjutsu in the ninja world who could bring the dead back to life. But can Yi Yu have that kind of power? Nine Tails was skeptical. But when Nine Tails asked this, it was actually a little moved. Of course, the main reason is that it recognizes Yi Yu, so it has expectations for Yi Yu. After this period of communication, Nine Tails even had the idea that it would have been better if he had been sealed in Yi Yu's body. However, if Yi Yu knew this idea, he would definitely be very unhappy. He doesn't want to be a Jinchuriki. It's not that he can't accept the life of a Jinchuriki, it's just that he doesn't want a second creature living inside him to spy on his thoughts. It's annoying just thinking about it. Chapter 93 Nine Tails Worries. Yi Yu smiled and said, you don't have to believe it, I'm just giving you a suggestion. Nine Tails, who was still a little excited at first, looked at Yi Yu coldly. Seeing this made Yi Yu feel scared. Why are you looking at me like that? You don't believe it yourself. Nine Tails lay on the ground and closed his eyes, looking like he didn't want to talk to you anymore. Yi Yu felt that he would not be able to persuade Nine Tails, so he stood up and planned to leave. Since you don't want to, forget it. I just hope that you will try not to tempt him with your chakra in the future. After all, It is Ninetales' chakra, and he can't resist this temptation. And I think that you have been tempting him to use your chakra, which is of no benefit to you, and it is not of any benefit to him. It harms others and does not benefit oneself. Why do you do this kind of thing? Yi Yu looked at Ninetales. Ninetales still closed his eyes and didn't want to talk to Yi Yu. Get out of here, I'm going to bed. Yi Yu was speechless. But he was not angry at Ninetales' attitude. Yi Yu knows what kind of character Ninetales is. Then I'll leave. I'll see you again if I have a chance, but it's best not to, hee. After Yi Yu finished speaking, he disappeared into the sealed space. Only after Yi Yu left the sealed space did Ninetales open her eyes. Looking at the empty cell. I don't know why, Ninetales suddenly felt a little empty. Over the years, Yi Yu is the first one willing to talk to it on an equal footing, although sometimes it finds Yi Yu quite irritating. But it is precisely because it regards Yi Yu as a person who can communicate that it has this emotion. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, it would not be angry, but furious. Looking at the empty cell, Ninetales lay in the cage and muttered to himself, I don't know if that kid will come again. It's better not to come, that guy's words are really irritating, Advertisement having said that, Ninetales is still a little lonely. I'm afraid that Naruto was able to obtain Ninetales' recognition in just a few months because Ninetales originally needed someone who could communicate with him and listen to his thoughts. Originally, Naruto was supposed to be the second person besides Sage of Six Paths, but who knew that Yi Yu suddenly became the second person. Looking at the black gold cage, Ninetales smiled and said, this boy's power is quite strong. The 8-sign seal is actually much stronger than Namikaze Minato's. However, the 8-sign seal imposed by Yi Yu is different from Namikaze Minato in that the cell where it is held is several times larger than before, and it is also much brighter. Compared with the previous seal imposed by Namikaze Minato, Yi Yu has improved its living conditions. This was Yi Yu's plan. He felt that there was no need to make Ninetales suffer so much, otherwise it would only hate humans more and more. Moreover, if the environment in which Ninetales is imprisoned is better, it will also allow Naruto to communicate with Ninetales better in the future. Otherwise Ninetales will pour out their resentment towards humans on Naruto. Yi Yu did this not because of his good relationship with Naruto. He just didn't want Naruto to go berserk and trouble him in the future. After all, Yi Yu is the only person in Konoha who has mastered the sealing techniques enough to seal Ninetales. If Ninetales breaks the seal in the future, Kakashi will definitely let him take action, and he probably won't be able to refuse. After all, he is from the Leaf Village, so he must do this kind of thing. Yi Yu still approves of Konoha. As for the high-level political struggle, it has nothing to do with him. Compared with several other big countries, the atmosphere of Konoha is the most suitable, and it is also the place where Yi Yu is most willing to stay. Naturally, when something happens in the village and he is needed, he will do what he can and will not refuse. Moreover, Naruto is the future savior, so there is no harm in establishing a good relationship with him in advance. Compared with enemies, Yi Yu would rather have one more friend, and more friends means more paths. Even if there were any requirements for Naruto, it was obviously more comfortable to have multiple friends than multiple enemies. Ninetales looked at the cage, which was more spacious and brighter than before. Although it was still a cage, it was much better than before. You know, when it was in the bodies of Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina, its body was nailed to a huge magma stone. Even if it was a chakra-condensed body, it would still hurt. And it has spent decades in this kind of life, which is why Yi Yu can understand that Ninetales has resentment towards humans. After living like this for decades, no one will have any good impression of the person who does these things. If you don't want to kill the person, it is Stockholm Syndrome. Advertisement afterwards, Ninetales was sealed in Naruto's body by Namikaze Minato. Although the environment was better than before, it was still very poor. The entire cage was a dark, damp cell. Now Yi Yu has renovated the cell. Although it is still a cell, Ninetales can be much freer in it and the environment is much better. Of course, Yi Yu also keeps outputting more chakra. Otherwise, just an 8-sign seal would not drain Yi Yu's chakra. Of course Ninetales also knew it. Yi Yu didn't mention it just now, so it didn't mention it. But in fact it knows what Yi Yu did. In addition, Yi Yu is the first person in thousands of years who is willing to communicate with it on an equal footing. For Ninetales, even if it is just their first meeting, they have only talked for a few hours. Yi Yu is a different person from other humans in Ninetales' hearts. Even Yi Yu has the same status as Sage of Six Paths in its heart. Of course, it would never express this emotion when facing Yi Yu. In the cage, Ninetales sighed, the ninja world is so dark, I don't know if that guy will capsize in the gutter. Haha, with that guy's character, how could it be possible? If the boat capsizes, it will be someone else who capsizes it. That guy's character is so bad, I guess other people in the ninja world will feel uncomfortable, ha ha ha. Ninetales comes from the heart and does not want Yi Yu to die at a young age. Although Yi Yu's talent is extremely high, there is still an extremely powerful power hidden in his body. But a genius who has not grown up is not a genius. Now Yi Yu is much stronger than his peers. But it's still not strong enough. At least according to Ninetales, Yi Yu's strength at this time is at the level of the shadow level, which is very strong among the shadow level. However, there is definitely no master of the level of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Of course, Yi Yu is only 12 years old this year, and it would be too harsh for him to reach the level of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama at this time. Yu himself feels that it is rare for him to have film-level abilities now. Even before, Yu felt that it was heaven-defying that he could reach elite Jonin within half a year. His current strength was something he had never thought about before, and he didn't dare to think about it. This kind of speed of strength improvement is estimated to be comparable only to Naruto's Sage of Six Paths directly giving Six Paths level power during the Fourth Ninja War. Nine Tails, which had nothing nice to say about Yu just now, is more concerned about Yu now. It really doesn't want Yu to overturn in the ninja world. Over the past thousands of years, Nine Tails has seen too many things like this. It is not that there have been amazingly talented ninjas in the ninja world for thousands of years, but most of them did not grow into masters of the level of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Instead, they died in the ninja world at a young age. Chapter 94 Information about the Three Holy Lands. Yu, who came out of Naruto's sealed space, naturally didn't know what Nine Tails said next. After his consciousness returned to his body, Yu put away his hand. Naruto's tailed beast code also disappeared, but Naruto also fainted. On Naruto's abdomen, the original seal pattern had changed. It was replaced by the black and gold 8-sign seal technique. After Yu's chakra was drained just now, there was no blood on his face, but now it has recovered. Other ninjas may need a full day to recover from chakra, requiring a lot of sleep and lots of food. But Yu only needs 10 minutes at most, and there is no need for food to replenish energy. He directly absorbs natural energy from the outside world, and part of this natural energy will be converted into Yu's own chakra. Some of them will nourish Yu's body and repair Yu's body's injuries. It is not unreasonable for Nine Tails to think that Yu and Senju Juma are somewhat similar. Yu himself didn't know, because apart from being attacked by Nine Tails just now, Yu had not suffered any injuries. In fact, Yu's physical recovery ability is very powerful, and it has almost caught up with Senju Hashirama. Moreover, Senju Hashirama also needs to consume his own chakra to repair it. Yu, on the other hand, directly absorbs natural energy from the outside world for repair. Theoretically, as long as Yu is not killed, he will recover quickly no matter how injured he is. Of course, it's not an exaggeration. If the injury is too serious, it will take a long time to repair. So Yu, whose chakra had been drained just now, and whose face was bloodless, now has returned to normal, and the chakra in his body is also very abundant. After settling Naruto down, Yu came to the balcony and stretched his body. Looking at the Kakashi people standing hundreds of meters away from the house. Yu smiled and waved to them, "Teacher Kakashi, it's okay, come back." Under the moonlight, Kakashi and others looked at Yu on the balcony. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. I knew nothing would happen to him. He is indeed my disciple. Sakura and Sasuke, who were originally quite happy, immediately turned bad when they heard Kakashi's words. Sasuke recalled that when he and his brother were competing for his father's approval, it was because of words like this. Advertisement hearing Kakashi talk about it at this time, even though he no longer had any barriers to Yu, he still felt very uncomfortable. Sakura said bluntly, Hey, Teacher Kakashi, we are also your disciples, your attention is always on Yu. At least pay attention to us. Sakura was a little jealous. Of course, she has no objection to Yu, and even because Yu saved her several times, Yu's position in her heart can even be compared with Sasuke's. It's just that children always get jealous when they hear their elders, especially their teachers, praising their classmates. Kakashi scratched his head in embarrassment. Ha, don't say that, Sakura, I'm very concerned about you too. Sakura looked away. Your eyes are only staring at Yu all day long, how can you care about us? Kakashi also felt a little helpless, but Yu does have a higher position in his heart. After all, he took Yu over from Mu Bentong, and he regarded Yu as his direct disciple. Although he also values Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, there are more tasks assigned by third generation. Even before he had contact with these three people, Kakashi never thought about taking over. Even after taking over, he initially regarded himself as their leader Jonin and the three of them as his subordinates. When Kakashi first came out of Anbu, he really cared about superiority and inferiority. At first, he had no problem treating the three Sasukes as his subordinates. Originally, Genin's leader, Jonin, basically had this kind of relationship. Later, after Sasuke and the three passed the bell-grabbing test, he really regarded the three as his students. But there are still some differences from Yu. Of course, after spending this time together, he did feel that it was easier to get along with Yu. The three Sasukes have different personalities, and it is indeed not easy for Kakashi to get along with them. There were several times before that he wouldn't have known how to deal with it if Yu hadn't come to his rescue. It is estimated that I can only use my identity as a teacher to exert pressure, but the effect is obviously not good. When Sakura said this, Kakashi also felt that he was paying too much attention to Yu. Now Yu's strength no longer requires his attention, or in other words, he doesn't need to keep an eye on it to prevent accidents. Now he has nothing to teach Yu except his experience in dealing with people and being a ninja. Advertisement now that Kakashi thinks about it, it feels like a dream. In just over a month, the child has grown to this point. He is really like the fourth generation. He doesn't need the teacher to worry about him at all. Jiraiya had told Kakashi something about Namikaze Minato before. When Jiraiya led Minato Namikaze, he was basically free range. If Minato Namikaze wasn't very talented and easy to learn, he would probably be as inactive as his two teammates. Kakashi thought helplessly. Jiraiya-sama can teach the 4th generation Mount Myoboku's ninjutsu and give the 4th generation many useful ninjutsu. It seems that except for Chidori, I have nothing to teach Yu. He doesn't like my psychic beast either, he's really troubled. It seems that we have to pay attention to the information of the 3 holy places in the future. With Yu's current strength, only the psychic beasts from the 3 holy places can still help him. If Sakura and Sasuke knew what Kakashi was thinking at this time, they would probably want to die. Sakura just said that Kakashi is partial, but Kakashi can still think about these things. They actually have to find 3 holy places for Yu. If Yu and Kakashi don't look alike, Sakura and Sasuke would have to guess whether Yu and Kakashi are related as father and son. It is estimated that even the relationship between father and son will not be this good. No matter what, Kakashi already wants to find information about the 3 holy places as a birthday gift for Yu on his next birthday. Of course, Kakashi thinks so, not only because Yu is his personal disciple, but also because Yu is powerful enough and poses no threat to Konoha. In Kakashi's view, Yu will definitely grow into a Konoha hero like Namikaze Minato in the future. Of course, I don't want Yu and 4th generation to seal 9 tails and die. It is the hope that Yu can become the guardian of Konoha and the backbone of Konoha. From the beginning, Kakashi had high expectations for Yu. In just a moment, Kakashi thought about many things. Looking at Yu waving to them from a distance, Kakashi smiled and said, "Let's go and see how Yu is doing." After saying that, he ignored the helpless expressions on Sakura and Sasuke's faces and disappeared in front of everyone. He was really anxious to see how well Yu had repaired Naruto's sealing techniques. Sakura looked at the empty place and could only sigh. Teacher Kakashi really only pays attention to Yu. We're his students. Yu and we are not in the same team. Sasuke didn't say anything, but he was a little unhappy with Kakashi's move. Of course, I'm just unhappy. I actually have a good impression of Yu Sasuke. After all, after so many years, only Yu could patiently tell him so many things that he didn't know before. It's just that no matter how much you have a crush on Yu, you're still a teenager after all, so you'll always feel unhappy. Chapter 95 New Sealing Techniques. When Kakashi came to the room, he saw Naruto lying unconscious. Yu, who was originally pale, now looks as good as before, no longer as pale and sickly as before. How's it going? Are you okay? Kakashi is still more worried about Yu's safety. Yu looked at Naruto and said with a smile, "It's okay, it was a success. By the way, I think repairing the 4th Hokage's sealing techniques is not enough, so I applied an 8-sign seal to Naruto. From now on, as long as Naruto doesn't ask for it, 9 Tails will never have another chance to make him go berserk." Kakashi was stunned for a moment. "Then the reason why you were so miserable just now was because of the sealing techniques?" Yu shook his head. "No, it was attacked by 9 Tails in Naruto's sealed space. Fortunately, it could still communicate and did not attack again." Kakashi was confused. "Are you communicating with 9 Tails?" In Kakashi's mind, 9 Tails are natural disasters and monsters. How can they communicate with humans? The reason why Kakashi thinks so is because he doesn't know much about tailed beasts and treats tailed beasts as weapons. Yu nodded. "Well, 9 Tails is a tailed beast. Tailed beasts are inherently intelligent, even as intelligent as humans, so they can naturally communicate. I originally planned to discuss with it so that it could recognize Naruto and help Naruto grow in the future, but it refused." Yu felt a little pity. Kakashi looked at Yu with a slight twitch in his mouth. After living for so long, this was the first time he saw someone discussing such a matter with a tailed beast. Kakashi doesn't know about Killer Bee's existence, nor does he know about the perfect Jinchuriki. Naturally, I don't know that Jinchuriki can coexist peacefully with tailed beasts. So much so that when he heard Yu's words, it was like listening to a fairy tale. Of course, he would not doubt Yu, but he couldn't imagine how Yu dared to communicate with 9 Tails. You actually want 9 Tails to assist Naruto, isn't this just wishful thinking? Not to mention that 9 Tails refused. Even if 9 Tails didn't kill Yu, it could still communicate. Advertisement. Kakashi is still a little scared when he thinks about it now. You're taking too many risks. That's 9 Tails. It's very difficult to seal it. You actually make such a request to it, which means you're destined to be lucky. Yu smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous, Mr. Kakashi. It was difficult for 9 Tails to communicate at first, but we communicated for a long time. In fact, the reason why 9 Tails resents humans so much and behaves so viciously is entirely because they have been sealed in the Jinchuriki's body has become resentful towards humans. If we communicate well, it will still be able to accept some opinions." Although it refused to assist Naruto, it also agreed not to enchant Naruto to use its chakra in the future. At least it can reduce the chance of Naruto going berserk in the future. Although my newly added sealing techniques can completely seal 9 Tails, if Naruto takes the initiative to seek power from 9 Tails, the seal cannot stop it. You can also think that if Naruto is not hostile to the opponent in the future, he will definitely seek strength from 9 Tails. Before you fully master the chakra of 9 Tails, using a large amount of its chakra will cause great damage to the body. Although Naruto can recover every time because of the Uzumaki clan and 9 Tails abilities, it will shorten his life. So my suggestion is, don't use 9 Tails chakra until you have completely mastered it. If you can't use it, don't use it. Kakashi was confused when he heard what Yu said. He didn't expect that Yu could communicate with 9 Tails. The key is that 9 Tails actually agreed. Looking at Yi Yu, Kakashi didn't know what to say for a moment. Should he be happy that his disciple is so powerful, or should he be worried that Yi Yu is too bold? He saw it when Yi Yu turned pale just now. He also vomited blood. That was the first time he saw Yi Yu in such a miserable state. Before, Yi Yu was not that miserable when her chakra was drained when she was practicing Chidori. She just fainted. But Yi Yu almost died just now. Kakashi was silent for a long time and just said, "Don't do such risky things again. Your own safety is the most important thing." Yi Yu looked at Kakashi's serious look. Know what Kakashi is worried about. He didn't refute, just nodded. After talking to Yi Yu, Kakashi came to Naruto. Look at the changing style of sealing techniques. Kakashi can feel the powerful chakra fluctuations from the sealing techniques. Advertisement. It's indeed different from 4th Hokage's sealing techniques. It's obviously a type of sealing techniques, so how can it be different? Kakashi looked at Yi Yu and asked. Yi Yu explained, because my chakra is different from ordinary chakra, it is different from 4th Hokage's. But I enhanced the sealing effect of this technique. The previous 8-sign seal of 4th Hokage actually left a big gap. I know the purpose of the 4th Hokage. He wants to use that gap to continuously convert part of the chakra of 9 tails into Naruto's own chakra. That's why Naruto's chakra is so huge. In fact, if there were no sealing techniques left by the 4th Hokage to convert part of 9 tails chakra into Naruto's chakra would not be so huge. There can't even be as many as Kakashi, at least not that much now. But adding the chakra transformed by 9 tails, Naruto's current chakra is more than twice that of Kakashi. After a few years, it will be 4 times that of Kakashi. Of course, Kakashi's chakra itself is also very large, if it is not continuously consumed by the Sharingan that cannot be turned off. Kakashi nodded. He had previously observed that something was wrong with the amount of chakra on Naruto. And obviously the chakra of 9 tails probably accounts for the vast majority of the chakra in Naruto's body. Naruto's own chakra alone, as it was during the Chunin exams, would not be able to channel Gamabunta. In the end, it is necessary to rely on the chakra provided by 9 tails to channel Gamabunta. Psychic Jutsu is just a C-level ninjutsu, but the more powerful the psychic beast is, the more chakra is needed. Sakura and Tsunade activated the Hyakuha no Jutsu and the psychic technique at the same time, but they could only summon 1/10 of the clones of the living dragon in the Shigibone forest. It can be seen that the larger the psychic beast is, the larger the size of the psychic beast. The stronger the strength, the more chakra is required. During the Chunin exam, Naruto was unable to channel Gamabunta without using the 9 tails chakra. It can be seen that Naruto's own chakra is not huge at this time, stronger than ninjas of the same age, but definitely not as much as Kakashi, the elite Jonin. Of course, if you add the 9 tails chakra that has been transformed through 8-sign seal over the years, Naruto's chakra can reach about twice that of Kakashi at this time. Kakashi had always been puzzled before, why Naruto had so much chakra when he was so young. Even if he has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, it is not that outrageous. And Naruto only has half the blood of the Uzumaki clan. Now after Yi Yu explained it, he understood. Chapter 96 Development of Sharingan. Yi Yu continued, now there are 2 8-sign seals in Naruto's body. The main function of 4th generation's 8-sign seal has become to convert part of the chakra of 9 tails into Naruto's chakra. The seal is not very stable, although I have reinforced it, as long as Naruto continues to use 9 tails chakra, it will become looser and looser. In this case, I will need to continue to reinforce him, which is very troublesome. So I simply added an 8-sign seal. The main function of the 8-sign seal I added is to prohibit 9 tails from actively outputting chakra to Naruto. And sealing techniques leaves no gaps. The strength of the seal is also much higher. As long as Naruto doesn't take the initiative to break the seal, 9 tails alone will not be able to break through the seal. And 4th generation's 8-sign seal also continues to play a role, mainly responsible for transforming 9 tails chakra. My 8-sign seal is mainly responsible for sealing 9 tails. It ensures that 9 tails can be sealed stably without Naruto taking the initiative to break the seal. Kakashi nodded. In that case, it's indeed very good. I can feel the intensity of the sealing techniques you left behind. Yi Yu nodded. In order to apply the sealing techniques, I drained all my chakra. The intensity is of course high. Kakashi looked at Yi Yu and frowned. Has your chakra been drained? Why are you always so adventurous? Kakashi still doesn't want Yi Yu to do this to the extreme every time. For ninjas, having their chakra drained is life-threatening. This point appeared later when Kakashi beat Pain. In order to save Choji, Kakashi forcibly used Kamui and over-extracted chakra, resulting in death on the spot. Even though Kakashi hasn't experienced it yet, he knows it. Kakashi was a little angry at this time. Yi Yu is too risky. Yi Yu smiled awkwardly. My recovery ability is still good, won't it be fine now? Yi Yu, I have to teach you the experience of a ninja. You must not use chakra unlimitedly in combat. As a qualified ninja, you must always calculate the amount of chakra you have. When the amount of chakra is too low, you should consider giving up the mission. Of course, Kakashi's experience is obviously completely different from the ninja code. The ninja code is to give priority to completing the mission, and if necessary, sacrifice one's own life to complete the mission. Yi Yu naturally also learned the ninja code, but he didn't argue with Kakashi. Just nodded. I know, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi patted Yi Yu on the shoulder. You have done a lot for Naruto, but I don't want you to have an accident due to negligence in the future. Neither I nor the same company would want this to happen. Advertisement. You have to remember that a genius who has grown up is a real genius. A genius who has not grown up can only be a name that is forgotten at any time. Kakashi would definitely say this to others, because these words are obviously not in line with the ninja code. But Kakashi doesn't want something unexpected to happen to Yi Yu before she grows up. This kind of thing is too common in the ninja world. There are many geniuses, but many geniuses die before they grow up. Yi Yu nodded. After a while, Sakura and Sasuke also arrived. Looking at Naruto lying on the bed, Sakura asked worriedly, Yi Yu, Mr. Kakashi, how is Naruto? He's fine. He just fainted due to the large amount of chakra from Nine Tails. He's fine now. Yi Yu explained. Sasuke looked at Yi Yu and frowned. Are you done? Yi Yu nodded. Well, it's done. It seems that your sealing techniques are already practical. At least this guy won't be suppressed if he goes berserk in the future. Sasuke said coldly. Of course that's how he talks. Yi Yu looked at Sasuke and smiled and said, I hope you can develop your Sharingan well. Even if Nine Tails breaks the seal in the future, you can use your Sharingan to control it. Sasuke was stunned for a moment. Then he said coldly, who knows if it will be that strong. Although his tone was cold, his words were very unconfident. After all, Yi Yu is by his side. He has seen too many displays of strength from Yi Yu during this period, and he is a little unsure of his own strength. Yi Yu is obviously the same age as him, but he is so much better than him. He even wondered whether Yi Yu would be better than Uchiha Itachi at this time. Of course, this is just Sasuke's own speculation. Let Yi Yu challenge Uchiha Itachi at this time, Yi Yu himself would definitely not dare. It's not that he's afraid of his ninjutsu, but he's very unsure of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Yi Yu knew that Uchiha Itachi could defeat Kakashi in just 1 month. Even Orochimaru had no power to resist in front of him. Despite his poor health, his pair of Mangekyo Sharingan are too powerful. Let Yi Yu fight him. The first thing Yi Yu thinks about is definitely not how to defeat him, but how to escape. It's not that he's a coward, it's just that he knows Uchiha Itachi's strength and there's no need to engage in a meaningless battle. Advertisement of course, no one knows whether Yi Yu can beat Uchiha Itachi, but he doesn't have any confidence. I never thought about playing against Uchiha Itachi now. In fact, with Yi Yu's current strength, it is not too dangerous to deal with Uchiha Itachi. What Uchiha Itachi can threaten Yi Yu is Genjutsu, just Genjutsu. And this is when Yi Yu is not very familiar with Genjutsu. During this period, Yi Yu learned a lot of ninjutsu, but only learned a few basic Genjutsu. For Yi Yu, the strongest thing about Uchiha Itachi is not his Susanoo, Amaterasu, or the sealing abilities of several Mangekyo Sharingan. Before there is a way to deal with Genjutsu, even if Yi Yu meets Uchiha Itachi, it is probably best to run away. Yi Yu heard Sasuke's lack of confidence and smiled. Why, you don't have confidence? Sasuke rolled his eyes at Yi Yu. I will definitely surpass you. Then I'll wait for you to surpass, but you have to develop your Sharingan to the extreme, at least to the level of Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke looked at Kakashi. There was some expectation in his eyes. This gave Kakashi a headache. Sasuke will probably pester him after that. Who makes him Sasuke's teacher? And he does have some experience in developing Sharingan. Sasuke comes to him, he will definitely teach. Otherwise, Sasuke should blame him in his heart for being partial. But that's okay, he originally wanted to teach Yi Yu well. Who knew that Yi Yu had learned all his ninjutsu in less than 2 months? Apart from Sharingan, he had nothing to teach Yi Yu. Now he can teach Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura well. It's time for him to do his job. So Kakashi nodded and promised, I will teach you the control of Sharingan, and your Sharingan should be turned on to the second Magatama state, right? Sasuke nodded. 2 Magatama in one eye, 1 Magatama in one eye. Yes, it's pretty good to reach this level at this age. Kakashi recalled that Obito was the second Magatama Sharingan that he started at the age of 13. Of course, what Kakashi didn't know was that in the same year Obito also opened Mangekyo Sharingan. However, Sharingan does not become stronger the sooner you open it. After all, Uchiha Madara only opened a Magatama Sharingan at the age of 15, and Sasuke opened a Magatama Sharingan at the age of 6 because of the tragic experience. And because of his age, his physical condition at that time was already at its limit. Now Sasuke has 2 Magatama in one eye and 1 Magatama in the other because he saw Naruto fall in front of him. Chapter 97 Becoming a Chunin? After getting Kakashi's promise, Sasuke said nothing more. A week later, the bridge in the Land of Waves was finally completed. Originally, Dasna wanted to name the bridge, Yi Yu Bridge. But Yi Yu refused. Dasna later named the bridge, Hope Bridge. Yi Yu naturally doesn't want his reputation to be too famous at this time. It would not be of any benefit to him, so Yi Yu would naturally not do it. After arriving in the country of waves for more than a month, they finally completed their mission. It was originally just a C-level mission, but who knew it would be upgraded to a B-level mission? Of course, for Yi Yu, this mission is of great benefit to him. His strength soared from Genin to Shadow level in just over a month. Yi Yu is now stronger than Kakashi. This is Kakashi's judgment. Yi Yu himself feels that his current strength is at Jonin's level. Because he felt that his actual combat experience was still far from that of Jonin. Only relying on his huge amount of chakra and the Grandmaster's many practical ninjutsu was able to barely raise his strength to the level of a Jonin. But he himself didn't believe that someone who barely reached Jonin could kill an elite Jonin in a short time, and he was also one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He also released a ninjutsu at the level of several hundred meters, suppressing Naruto in his two-tailed state. Yi Yu has always been conservative in his assessment. Maybe it's because he knew what happened to Otsutsuki Kagaya during the 4th Ninja War, so he always calculated his own strength with extremely conservative estimates. The lesson Otsutsuki Kagaya taught him was too great, making him extremely cautious. The group returned to Konoha, just come to the Hokage building to submit the mission. Because Yi Yu participated in this mission, he also needed to come in person. Hokage office. The 3rd Hokage looked at the 5 people standing in front of them. Especially Yi Yu, this is the first official meeting between Yi Yu and 3rd generation. The 3rd generation did not notice Yi Yu before, and even after learning about Yi Yu, the 3rd generation did not have time to see Yi Yu. After Kakashi reported the general situation of the mission in Wave Country, the 3rd Hokage nodded. This mission is considered a B-level mission, it was well done. Missions above a level need to be issued by the country, so even if elite Jonin participates in this mission, it can only be regarded as a B-level mission. Advertisement because it was Dazna who issued this mission, he issued the mission in his own name. After chatting with everyone for a while, 3rd generation said, Kakashi, Yi Yu, you two stay, the others can go back and rest first. Kakashi frowned. Yi Yu didn't feel anything. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura thought that 3rd Hokage left Kakashi and Yi Yu in order to praise them. After all, Kakashi and Yi Yu performed most brilliantly in this mission, especially Yi Yu. This is in line with the image of 3rd generation in their minds. Even Sasuke, who is extremely cold and arrogant because of the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, has a great impression of 3rd generation. Because 3rd generation really takes good care of him, whether it's because they value Sasuke or because of Uchiha Itachi's entrustment. 3rd generation's concern for Sasuke really made Sasuke have no problem with him. It's even less likely that Naruto and Sakura would think there's anything wrong with 3rd generation. So when he left, Naruto looked at Yi Yu with envy, thinking in his heart, I will definitely surpass Yi Yu. Although Naruto usually likes to play pranks on the 3rd Hokage, in his heart, he really regards the 3rd generation as his grandfather. So he really hopes to be praised by 3rd generation. After Naruto and Sasuke left, only 3rd generation, Yi Yu and Kakashi were left in the Hokage office. After a long time, 3rd generation said to Kakashi, Kakashi, please tell me the details of this mission. Kakashi sighed inwardly. The reason why he only briefly talked about the mission situation in Wave Country before was because he didn't want the 3rd generation to think about it in detail. But because Naruto and the others were around, it was difficult for Kakashi to make up many of the words, so he spoke extremely briefly. That's the biggest problem. 3rd generation is an old fox, so you can naturally tell what he is covering up. Yi Yu also noticed that something was not right in the atmosphere. Fortunately, he knew something about 3rd generation and was not worried about anything happening. It's just that I definitely can't hide my affairs in the country of waves. Of course, Yi Yu didn't want to hide it. After all, he is a ninja of Konoha, and there is no family that causes trouble all the time behind him, so the 3rd generation will not have any ill intentions towards him. It's just that Yi Yu really doesn't want 3rd generation to know his current strength. After all, the greater the responsibility, the greater the burden. Who knows if 3rd generation will treat him like a beast. You must know that now that he is genin, he accepts more difficult tasks and does not receive much money. Kakashi thought for a while, and of course he didn't want to tell about Yi Yu. The mission of the Kingdom of Waves is not only Kakashi and Yi Yu, but also Sasuke and the other 3. Advertisement if Kakashi said something different from Sasuke and the others, it would be of no benefit to Yi Yu. Kakashi looked at Yi Yu, but he had no choice but to tell the story about the country of waves in detail. 3rd generation was very calm at first, but after listening to it, the more I listened, the more frightened I became. Yi Yu was actually able to kill an elite Jonin at this time, Black Hole, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. And he was able to suppress the rampaging Naruto. The 3rd Hokage naturally knows the 7 ninja swordsmen very well. After all, the 7 ninja swordsmen are an extremely powerful force in Kirigakure village. He was extremely famous during the 3rd Ninja War, although he was kicked out of the 3 Musketeers by Mad Dai. But 3rd generation is very clear about their strength. Everyone is an elite Jonin, and with the blessing of the ninja sword, some can even reach the cage level. Although Materdai killed 4 of them, he did so with his own life. If we really had to use normal means, even Kakashi wouldn't dare say that we could kill them reliably. What does it mean? At this time, Yi Yu's strength may have reached that of elite Jonin. How long has it been? After Kakashi finished speaking, 3rd generation looked at Yi Yu. Yi Yu, it seems that genin is no longer suitable for you. Yi Yu was stunned for a moment. I don't know what 3rd generation means, should I give him a promotion? But he had only carried out a few missions, and they were all D-level and C-level missions. Looking at Yi Yu's appearance, 3rd generation smiled and said, with your strength and ability, it's time to promote you to Chunin. Kakashi on the side looked happy. It's not because Yi Yu has been upgraded, but because after Yi Yu has been upgraded, it will be justifiable for him to take Yi Yu out of the village to perform tasks. Chunin is no longer a ninja trainee after that. Being a real ninja, you don't need to follow the guidance of Jonin. A completely separate entity that can be summoned by Jonin at any time. As for Kakashi, it's not that weird to want to recruit Yu to go on a mission together. After all, Kakashi is not Yu's mentor Jonin, and he is often sent out to perform tasks, regardless of whether Motoki has any objections. It's also very strange to other ninjas, but it would be completely different if Yu was Chunin. Kakashi can draw Yu at any time. Chapter 98 Third Generation plans to let Yu take over. Before Yu had any reaction, Kakashi smiled and said, I also think it's time for Yu to be promoted to Chunin. Not all Chunin need to pass the Chunin exam. In fact, most of the Chunin or Jonin in every great ninja village have not passed the Chunin exam. After all, according to the elimination mechanism of the Chunin exam, it is impossible for each ninja village to produce so many ninjas during the Fourth Ninja War. Therefore, many Chunin and Jonin can be promoted after the number of missions they perform and the corresponding strength meet the requirements. Of course, Yu only performed a few tasks, and they were all low-level tasks. Even if the tasks in the Kingdom of Waves were included, he only performed one B-level task. The number of tasks performed was completely inadequate. However, the Hokage originally had the power to directly promote a ninja to Chunin or Jonin. After all, Hokage is almost the strongest in Konoha. He knows best how strong a ninja is. Naturally, no one would doubt the strength and ability of the Chunin and Jonin he promoted. In other words, it is an honor to be personally promoted by Hokage. This means that Hokage is very optimistic about you, and it also means that other forces in the village will realize who is standing behind you. This was how Minato Namikaze was back then. A civilian ninja can marry Kushina Uzumaki, become a disciple of Jiraiya, and be selected as the fourth Hokage by the third generation. In addition to his really high talent, Namikaze Minato is originally from the third Hokage series. Of course, neither Yu nor Kakashi care about this. Yu doesn't care who regards him as one of his own, while Kakashi doesn't care whether third generation regards Yu as a member of their own faction. Kakashi himself is a member of the third Hokage faction. He is a disciple of Namikaze Minato and has been a member of the third Hokage faction from the beginning. He naturally agreed with third generation's efforts to win over Yu. Third Hokage originally planned to train Yu as the second Namikaze Minato. After all, the situations of Yu and Namikaze Minato are very similar. He has extremely high talent and a very clean background, and he is also a disciple of Kakashi. But now Yu's growth has exceeded his imagination. He was a little worried about how to arrange Yu. Advertisement. After much deliberation, I could only promote him to Chunin first, so that it would be easier for him to participate in Konoha's affairs in the future. Third generation is now in their 60s, and by the time Yu is 20, he will be in his 70s. At that time, he didn't want to retire, but his health didn't allow it. After all, he does not have the physical fitness of the Senju clan. Even if he was strong when he was young, his strength will decline drastically when he gets old. He actually had plans to abdicate before. It's just that Konoha really can't find anyone who can take over his position. Jiraiya is unwilling and his personality is not suitable. Tsunade also had various problems. Originally, the most suitable candidate was Orochimaru, but after he chose Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru was completely abandoned. And Orochimaru also defected from the village. Should it be given to Danzo? Not to mention that Danzo is about the same age as him, but just because of his philosophy, third generation would not let him be the Hokage. It is even more impossible to have two consultants. If these two people hadn't been disciples of the second Hokage with him, they wouldn't have been qualified to be Hokage advisors, and their abilities were completely below the standard. There's really only one Kakashi left that might even be remotely possible. However, after Kakashi's previous fall, his strength did not improve much. He was originally a junior, and without the backing of absolute strength, no one would convince him. This is also the dilemma third generation faces today. Even if he wanted to abdicate, he could not find anyone to take over. But now when he sees Yu, it's like seeing the original Namikaze Minato. But now Yu's qualifications are indeed very junior, far inferior to Kakashi. Since his qualifications cannot be improved in a short time, the only way is to let his strength convince everyone. First, he must be raised to a ninja level so that he can participate in village affairs. Yu didn't know what third generation was thinking, he just thought that third generation wanted to make him a cow horse early. But Yu was also very happy. He originally planned to upgrade his ninja level so that he can take on high-level tasks in the future, earn more money, and accumulate more practical experience. If third generation knew what Yu was thinking, they would probably be P********D to death. He thought for a long time before deciding to train Yu and let him take over his class. But Yu just thinks that she can make more money after being promoted to Chunin? Advertisement. Yu was stunned for a while and saw third generation looking at him. Yu asked, but I've only carried out a few missions, so I shouldn't be qualified to be promoted to Chunin, right? Third generation smiled and said, indeed, but you have all the leadership and strength required to be a Chunin. Nature can be promoted to Chunin. Yu no longer had any doubts and nodded, thank you, Mr. Hokage. After seeing Yu accept it, third generation was very satisfied. Thank you for what I did. You should have been promoted to Chunin. If you hadn't graduated from ninja school less than a year ago, you should have been promoted to Jonin. Yu quickly waved his hand, that's not the case, it's very rare to be promoted to Chunin. Third generation looked at Kakashi and said, your teacher became a Chunin at the age of 6, you should learn from him. Kakashi quickly said, it was because of the war years and the situation was special. But you are the only one who can do it. Both your master and apprentice have extremely high ninja talents. I feel relieved to teach you Kakashi, and the future of Konoha will depend on you. After third generation finished speaking, Yi Yu felt speechless. This sentence was too strong. Yi Yu felt that third Hokage was saying polite words, but he felt that the polite words were too strong. Yi Yu said, Master Hokage has spoken harshly, I can only do my part. Of course, Yi Yu's words are true. After he was promoted to Chunin, he only planned to do what he needed to do, earn the money he could earn, and live the life he could live. He didn't want to get involved in other things in Konoha. But Kakashi knew that third generation could not let Yi Yu stay out of the matter. Kakashi had already heard the hidden meaning in third generation's words. Although I am happy, I am also a little worried. Yi Yu is too young and it will do him no good to be involved in high-level struggles. Even Kakashi himself is unwilling to participate. But he also knows very well that Yi Yu is different now and has completely entered the eyes of the third generation. In addition, Yi Yu's strength has reached the level of Hokage in Kakashi's opinion. Even if he doesn't want to get involved, he can't do it. Kakashi sighed inwardly, looks like I have to get involved too. In the past, Kakashi was naturally unwilling to participate in the power struggle in Konoha, but now that Yi Yu has been dragged into the third generation, Kakashi can only follow him. Chapter 99 Third Generation Factions. Third Generation smiled and did not intend to talk about these things again. Instead, he thought of something and said, Kakashi taught you a lot of ninjutsu, have you mastered it? Yi Yu also doesn't know what third generation means. However, he did not hide that, I have mastered it all. It seems that he doesn't have much ninjutsu to teach you. Although Kakashi masters many ninjutsu, most of them are regular ninjutsu. I'm afraid not much will be of use to you. Whatever ninjutsu you want to learn in the future, just go to the database. There are all the ninjutsu information in Konoha, including some forbidden techniques. Kakashi was stunned. He didn't expect third generation to be so generous. Yi Yu may not know where the database is. The database is a place where all Konoha's information is stored, not only Konoha's ninjutsu, but also many Konoha's historical archives. It even includes some secret information, both black and white. Even he cannot freely enter the database to query information. When he went to look up information about wood style, he also sneaked in secretly and was discovered by third generation. Later, third generation gave him information about wood style, including some of Konoha's research on wood style. Only those who are trusted by Hokage and have high positions are qualified to enter it and query the information. Even the sealed book is included. This means that third generation has completely trusted Yi Yu, but it also means that Yi Yu can only be completely tied to the Hokage line. Yi Yu is quite happy. He is indeed very interested in Konoha ninjutsu. For example, flying thunder god technique, such as wood style, such as some sealing techniques, especially the sealing techniques of the Whirlpool plan. So Yi Yu smiled and said, thank you, Master Hokage. Third generation nodded, but Kakashi looked complicated. After chatting with third generation for a while, Kakashi took Yi Yu out of the Hokage building. Yi Yu's profile has also been updated, and now he is Chunin. Even Yi Yu himself found all these changes a bit unbelievable. Although he was confident in his own strength, he didn't think he could become a Chunin at this age. This means that he can make more money and accumulate more practical experience in the future. But there was no smile on Kakashi's face. Yi Yu also noticed it and asked, Teacher Kakashi, aren't you happy? The two were walking on the street. Kakashi glanced at Yi Yu and said, I'm happy, but do you know why Hokage promoted you? Advertisement. Yi Yu smiled, put his hands in his pockets, and said nonchalantly, I may know, but I don't care. Kakashi paused. Looking at Yi Yu's faint smile, he thought of something and laughed. That's right. There's no need to care. No matter what, I will follow you into it. Yi Yu actually doesn't know the true purpose of third generation. He thought third generation just wanted to exploit him early. Little did they know that third generation planned to train him, and even planned to skip Kakashi and let him directly take over his position and become the fifth Hokage. Just like Namikaze Minato back then. If Yi Yu does not show the strength of the wave country, third generation will naturally develop slowly, and Kakashi is more suitable for the position of fifth Hokage. He didn't need to worry about the sixth Hokage, that was Kakashi's problem to consider. But now that Yi Yu has shown strength, third generation has to change its previous thoughts. Just like back then, he very much expected Orochimaru to take over from him, and he trained Orochimaru as his successor. But Namikaze Minato appeared, and the things Orochimaru did reach the limit of his tolerance, so he handed over the position of Hokage to Namikaze Minato. After all, Namikaze Minato was from his lineage or his disciple. Now third generation plans to do the same. He felt that Yi Yu's future potential must be higher than Namikaze Minato. Although Namikaze Minato's talent is also very high, it is definitely not as outrageous as Yi Yu. Yi Yu's talent is not like Namikaze Minato, but very similar to first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Third generation has determined that Yi Yu has an immortal body. Kakashi's words left Yi Yu speechless. He thought Kakashi was talking about taking him with him whenever he went out of the village to perform tasks. He said with some resentment, Mr. Kakashi, there is no teacher who exploits his students like you do. Kakashi was stunned for a moment. He suspected that Yi Yu didn't understand what he said. Then he said, do you know what third generation means? You know, isn't it just to promote me to Chunin so that I can fight for the village? I have had this realization for a long time. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. He was convinced that Yu did not understand what third generation meant, nor what he meant. Helpless, Kakashi could only explain to Yu, the third generation promoted you to Chunin, how could it be possible for you to do these things? The third generation personally promoted you to Chunin, just to show its attitude to other forces in the village, and also to show the faction you currently belong to. Advertisement, and the fact that he allows you to enter the database is a sign of trust in you. Even if I want to enter the database, I need the permission of third generation to enter. Yu frowned. Kakashi thought Yu was unwilling. After all, based on his understanding of Yu, he felt that Yu didn't like this kind of power struggle. Just when Kakashi was about to explain the benefits of agreeing to him, Yu nodded. It doesn't matter, anyone's faction is fine, just do my part well, I don't want to care about other things, and I can't. Kakashi looked at Yu, a little surprised that Yu could be so open-minded. Don't you care about third generation's self-assertion? Yu smiled and said, what's weird, he is Hokage and he has such power. And what he did no harm to me, and there is no need to blame him. Kakashi also smiled and said, it's good if you think so. Now that you are a Chunin, when I need your help in the future, you can be justifiable and I can't stop you. If the same teacher knew you said this, he probably wouldn't be happy. Yu said lightly, he won't, he will only be happy after knowing that you have upgraded to Chunin. Kakashi smiled and said. The two walked on the street for a while, and when they passed by the Ichiraku ramen shop, they met the three Narutos who were about to go to Ichiraku ramen to eat noodles. Teacher Kakashi, Yu, you are finally out. Kakashi and Yu looked at Naruto who was waving at them. Sasuke and Sakura stood behind Naruto. Yu looked at Kakashi and said with a smile, Teacher Kakashi, it seems that you have to treat me today. Kakashi sighed. Alas, Kakashi was a little helpless. He originally wanted to buy a book by Jiraiya later. But fortunately, Naruto likes ramen. If he likes barbecue, his wallet will really be empty. The two came to Ichiraku ramen restaurant. Naruto smiled and said, Mr. Kakashi, Yu, did you come here knowing that we were going to come here to eat ramen? Kakashi said nothing. Yu said, well, Kakashi said he was treating us. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes lit up and he shouted, long live Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi looked at Yu and his mouth twitched slightly. When did he say that? Although he knew that this meal must be his. Sasuke looked at Yu, wondering what third generation and Yu were doing in the Hokage office just now. The same goes for Sakura. Chapter 100 Sasuke's invitation. After a few people sat down, Naruto looked at Kakashi and asked, Teacher Kakashi, why did the old man from third generation leave you here? Sasuke and Sakura also looked over, they also wanted to know. Yu sat next to Kakashi and said nothing. Kakashi naturally couldn't tell what third generation said to him. He just said lightly, I just asked about the details of this mission, and because Yu performed well, starting from today, he will be promoted to Chunin. Of course, who was making ramen for everyone, was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at Yu with a happy face. Really? Yu, have you really become a Chunin? Yu smiled and said, well, good luck. Shoda on the side also said happily, sure enough, I have already said that Yu is so good and will definitely achieve great success in the future. To celebrate your becoming a Chunin, all of you are free of charge today. Shoda said proudly. Yu quickly said, you don't have to hit uncle like this with your hands. Shandai waved his hand, that's okay, this is a good thing worth celebrating, of course it must be celebrated. Seeing the happy look on Shandai's face, Yu couldn't persuade him and could only agree. Because Yu often came here to eat ramen before, Tutai and Ikoris are both familiar with Yu and have a good relationship. Upon hearing the news, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were all shocked. They looked at Yu in surprise. Yu, have you really become a Chunin? Sakura asked in disbelief. Yu nodded, that should be it, third Hokage said it. Naruto looked unhappy, why is it that only Yu can be promoted to Chunin? I'm also very good at it, why? The third generation old man is really an old fool. Although he is not jealous, he even feels that Yu can become Chunin long ago. But still envious. Sasuke also frowned. Although he was not so enthusiastic about becoming a Chunin, he was still a little jealous when he saw Yu becoming a Chunin. This is inevitable. After all, Yu and he were classmates and had just completed the same task. Yu was actually promoted to Chunin by third Hokage himself. This kind of treatment still made him envious, even a little jealous. Kakashi said, Naruto, if you want to become a Chunin, you have to work harder, and even work harder to surpass Yu. Naruto stared straight at Yu. He still didn't understand why Yu could become a Chunin. Although Yu is indeed very strong, doesn't Chunin need to complete many tasks? Advertisement Yu has not even completed as many tasks as him. Yu has indeed only completed 2 D-level missions and 1 C-level mission. Naruto has completed 3 D-level missions and 1 C-level mission. Although third generation said that the mission to the Land of Waves was a B-level mission, the file did not change. So that mission was still a C-level mission. Sasuke looked at Yu. Although he was jealous, he also knew that Yu was strong enough. Idiot, don't forget who saved you when you had a problem. Although jealous of Yu, Sasuke still came to Yu's rescue. Because he very much recognized Yu's strength. Sakura also echoed, yes, don't you think Yu is worthy of being a Chunin? Seeing Sasuke and Sakura arguing with him, Naruto curled his lips aggrievedly. When did I say that he is not worthy? It's just that he has only completed a few tasks. Why did the third-generation old man let him be a chunin? Naruto was still not convinced. Kakashi patted Naruto on the shoulder and said earnestly, since you are envious, then go and surpass him and don't just idle around all day long. Don't you think your talent is inferior to Yiyu's? Although Kakashi felt that he was indeed inferior in his heart, he was motivating Naruto, so naturally he could only say that. Naruto was indeed fooled, and he shook his fist towards Yiyu and said, Yiyu, I will become a chunin soon. Although you became a chunin a few days earlier than me, I will definitely become a jonin earlier than you. Don't slack off, I will surpass you soon. Yiyu naturally would not refute, and said with a smile, then I will wait for this day. After Yiyu said this, Naruto felt like he would do it quickly and laughed, ha ha ha, this day will come soon. Sakura and Sasuke just looked at him speechlessly. They could naturally see that Kakashi and Yiyu were deceiving Naruto. The two of them didn't think Naruto could surpass Yiyu. Even as arrogant as Sasuke, after seeing Yiyu's strength during this period, he has no confidence that he can surpass Yiyu in the future. Sasuke thought it would be good if he could catch up with Yiyu. Even Sasuke felt that as long as he caught up with Yiyu, he would definitely be able to defeat Uchiha Itachi. In his opinion, Uchiha Itachi is not necessarily better than Yiyu. No, after the previous battle, he felt that Yiyu might be stronger than Uchiha Itachi. However, seeing the confident look on Naruto's face, both of them chose to remain silent and did not point out anything. After a long time, several people finished eating, and just as they were about to leave, Sasuke said, Yiyu, let's go to my house to practice together today. Yiyu, who was about to go home, was stunned for a moment. Kakashi, Naruto and Sakura were also stunned. Sasuke, who is usually aloof, actually takes the initiative to invite others to his home. Yiyu didn't even think of it himself. Advertisement. Kakashi was lost for a moment and then smiled. He was naturally happy. He had always hoped that several students in his team could get along well with Yiyu. Whether it is Naruto or Sasuke, their backgrounds are not simple. He hopes that Yiyu can become friends with them, which will be good for Yiyu in the future. One is the son of the fourth Hokage, and the other is the orphan of the Uchiha clan and is now valued by the third Hokage. As long as they become friends with Yiyu, Yiyu will be more relaxed in Konoha in the future. Plus, with him here, and now third generation has made its attitude clear again. From now on, as long as Yiyu doesn't seek death, there will basically be no danger. Yiyu looked at Sasuke, who looked a little worried and wanted to laugh. I didn't expect Sasuke to be like this, but he didn't refuse. It was said that he went to Sasuke's house to practice, but in fact it must have been Yiyu who helped Sasuke practice. Now Sasuke has nothing to teach Yiyu, and there is nothing Yiyu needs. Of course, Yiyu is also interested in the Uchiha tribe. He didn't dare to go there before, but now Sasuke takes the initiative to invite him, which is justifiable. So Yiyu thought for a while and agreed, sure. At this time Naruto jumped out, I want to go too. Do you want to work hard secretly? I have to go together? It's just that Sasuke doesn't seem to want to take Naruto with him. But if Naruto refuses, Yiyu might not go either. Sasuke had no choice but to say, it's up to you. At this time, Sakura also raised her hand tremblingly, can you bring me one? Sasuke nodded. Naruto has already gone, so naturally it is impossible to refuse Sakura. Kakashi is happy to see this happen, but he won't go along. Yuya said, oh, I was supposed to go with you, but I have to rush to buy books, so I can't go with you. Yiyu smiled and said, Teacher Kakashi, take it easy and be careful that your body can't bear it. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. He knew that Yiyu must have read his book. He said with some embarrassment, then you should practice well, I'll leave first. After saying that, he disappeared in front of several people. Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura were all confused. They didn't know what Yiyu meant by what he just said. Chapter 101 Third Generation wants Yiyu to take over as the next Hokage. Yiyu didn't want to explain anything. Several people walked slowly towards the Uchiha clan's clan. After the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Uchiha clan was moved to the edge of the village. In other words, after the Nine Tails Rebellion, the situation of the Uchiha clan in Konoha was very bad. Previously, even the Uchiha clan could not enter the core of power in the village. But at least he also controls the real power department of Konoha guards. And he still enjoys the treatment of the Konoha family. Even though the Konoha guard is the department used by second Hokage to monitor the Uchiha clan. But the final development did give the Uchiha clan a lot of power. But after the Nine Tails Rebellion, many of the powers of the Konoha guard were taken back, and even the clan territory was moved to the edge of the village. The Uchiha clan is very proud, so naturally they will not let this happen and remain indifferent. However, because of the character problems of the Uchiha clan, they have no good relationship with any family in the village. Even if they want to unite with other families to seize the power of Konoha, they cannot do it. The only way is to rely on a coup. Embarrassingly, there are great differences within the Uchiha clan on whether to seize power through force. Not everyone in the Uchiha clan is willing to seize power by force. The final result was that the Uchiha clan was slaughtered. Of course Sasuke didn't know this, because he didn't know the truth about the genocide of the Uchiha clan. After the genocide of the Uchiha clan, the village treated him very well. He is surrounded by people who praise, flatter and envy his family background. As a result, Although Sasuke wanted to become stronger and kill Uchiha Itachi at this time, he was not dissatisfied with the village at all. After losing the influence of the family, many families in the village are actually very interested in Sasuke. As the heir of the Yamanaka clan, Ino can like Sasuke so freely, and no one in the family interferes. It's because they actually support Ino and Sasuke getting along. After all, Sasuke is currently the only Uchiha clan member in Konoha village. And because there is no family anymore, if Sasuke is with Ino, the third generation will not have any objections. Advertisement after all, without the influence of the family, even if Sasuke wants to cause trouble, how much impact can he have? However, the Uchiha blood in him is coveted by many families. Not only Orochimaru covets it, but also many families in the village. In addition, Sasuke's own talent is good enough, so he is even more popular. Therefore, after the family was wiped out, Sasuke did not suffer any injustice in Konoha, but lived a much better life than most children. Sasuke now has a deep sense of identification with Konoha. Of course, the premise of all this is that he does not know the truth about the genocide of the Uchiha clan. If I knew, I probably wouldn't think so. No matter how reasonable and compelling the third generation's reasons are, the genocide of the Uchiha clan is still related to him. But third generation probably won't care, after all, he doesn't know how powerful Sasuke will be in the future. Now that the Uchiha clan is gone, even if Sasuke wants to do anything to Konoha, he doesn't have the ability. This is why he placed Sasuke in class 7. To put it bluntly, even if I become a Hokage in the future and know the truth of the past, what will happen? The person was killed by Uchiha Itachi, and the third generation at that time was at best indecisive. Without the influence of the Uchiha clan behind him, can Sasuke become Hokage without political wisdom? As a person in a high position, it is naturally impossible to be blinded by family feud, not to mention that third generation is not wrong in any way. He could even pass the blame to Danzo, after all, he was the one who encouraged the destruction of the Uchiha clan in the first place. But these were all the ideas of the third generation before. Now third generation has decided to train Yi Yu, and even plans to wait until Yi Yu is 20 years old and has Hokage level strength to abdicate and let him take over the position. After all, by the time Yi Yu is 20, third generation will be in their 70s. Ninja is already very old at his age, and Onoki is not in good health at his age. If it weren't for the lack of a strong enough successor, Onoki would have retired long ago. Of course, third generation must not know that Yi Yu's strength has reached Hokage level at this time. It's just that he himself feels that his actual combat experience is too poor, and he is far from Kage level, at most Jonin's level. But which Jonin can easily kill Black Hoe Thunderfang, an elite Jonin? Which Jonin can make Nine Tails marvel? Advertisement. Perhaps among all the people who know Yi Yu's true strength, Yi Yu himself feels that he is far inferior to the film level. The current idea of third generation is that if Yi Yu is 20 years old and there are too many objections because he is too young, let Kakashi be the 5th Hokage first to make a transition. When Yi Yu reaches the age, there will be enough after gaining prestige, take over. This is perfect. Yi Yu doesn't know all this, and neither does Kakashi. Yi Yu felt that third generation wanted to make him a bully in advance, while Kakashi felt that third generation was cultivating Yi Yu and wooing Yi Yu. Neither of them thought that third generation had decided to let Yi Yu take over his position. When a few people went to the Uchiha clan's territory. After Kakashi bought Jiraiya's latest novel, he came to Kimoto's home. Fortunately, there was no mission for Kimoto Toichi today. When Kakashi sat down, Kimoto Tatsu asked anxiously, "What's going on with this mission? Why did you take him out of the village without notifying me?" After Yi Yu left, Kimoto Tongi originally wanted to call Yi Yu when he received the mission. Unexpectedly, third generation told him that Yi Yu was seconded to the Kakashi class and went out of the village to perform a mission. It has been more than a month since I left. During this more than a month, I have been worried, fearing that this was a conspiracy of the third generation. What do you want to do to Yi Yu? Kakashi felt a little embarrassed when he saw Kimoto Tong being so anxious. After all, Yi Yu has become Chunin now, and the purpose of third generation is obviously to hope that Yi Yu can join in the affairs of the village. It is definitely impossible to follow Kimoto Tong on missions in the future. Kimoto Tong was Yi Yu's real teacher, but Yi Yu graduated from him after only being a teacher for a few days. He didn't even have time to teach Yi Yu much ninjutsu before Yi Yu was about to leave. Kakashi felt a little ashamed of Kimoto Tong. If he hadn't taken Yi Yu away and Yi Yu hadn't attracted the attention of third generation, Yi Yu might still be performing tasks with Kimoto. He could see that Mu Bentong attached great importance to Yi Yu, and even regarded Yi Yu as his personal disciple just like him. But Yi Yu didn't get along with him for a few days. Kakashi was silent for a long time, and Kimoto Tongi was very nervous, thinking something happened to Yi Yu. "Speak, what happened to Yi Yu? You said you would protect him." Because Kakashi looked so much like Yi Yu that something had happened, Kimoto Tongi lost control and shouted at Kakashi. Seeing Kimoto Tong so excited, Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. He felt that what he said next would definitely make Mu Bentong very angry. Chapter 102. He was promoted to Chunin. Kakashi looked embarrassed and said, "Don't be so excited. Now that I'm back safely, do you think anything will happen to Yi Yu?" Kimoto Tong said with a cold face, "Stop talking nonsense and tell me how Yi Yu is doing. You actually took him out of the village without telling me. Have you forgotten the promise you made to me before? You said you wanted him to have Jonin's strength before taking him out of the village to carry out missions." Kimoto was very angry, and Kakashi's self-assertion worried him for more than a month. He even wanted to leave the village to find someone. However, third generation said that this mission was only a sea-level mission, so he thought of waiting. Who knew it would take more than a month to wait? Kakashi no longer concealed anything and said, I was really forced to take him out of the village this time. I'm worried about the danger if I put him in the village. If the higher-ups have any ideas about him, can you stop it on your own? I can only keep him with me. Besides, he performed very well in this mission and his strength increased very quickly. If you knew his current strength, you would definitely thank me. Even though Kakashi said this, Kimoto Tongi still couldn't be happy. His face was still as gloomy as before. He won't be relieved until he sees Yu. Seeing Kimoto's expression, Kakashi was speechless. I can only go on. This mission was a bit unexpected. It was originally just a C-level mission, but the client lied to us. It was actually a B-level mission, and a ninja appeared. Mu Bentong frowned. He was very worried. After all, although Yu is highly talented, he has little practical experience. Is he hurt? Kimoto asked nervously. Kakashi smiled and said, Injury? How could I let him get hurt? What's more, with your apprentice's current strength, it's really difficult for ordinary ninjas to hurt him. In Kakashi's opinion, Yu already has film-level abilities at this time. There are very few ninjas with cage-level strength in the 5 major ninja villages, let alone outside the 5 major ninja villages. Kakashi didn't know the existence of Akatsuki, and he didn't know that almost everyone inside was a shadow-level master. But even Shao, there are actually only a few people. Hearing Kakashi's words, Kimoto Tongmo breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement. It's good that it's not hurt, it's good that it's not hurt. Mu Bentong didn't care how strong Yu was at this time, but was more concerned about whether he was injured. After all, in his opinion, Yu's talent is extremely high, and it is natural for him to be powerful. But if you get injured, it will be very bad for your future development. Kakashi also understands Kimoto Tong's thoughts, because he also has the same mentality towards Yu. After all, he regarded Yu as his direct disciple, and after getting along with him for more than a month, he really treated Yu as a relative. Kakashi thought for a while and said, but, hearing this, Kimoto Tong's heart clenched again and he looked at Kakashi nervously. He was afraid that Kakashi would say something bad about Yu. Kakashi sighed, feeling a little ashamed and said, but I'm afraid he won't be able to stay in your team anymore. Why? Hearing this, Kimoto Tong stood up excitedly. Kakashi, I gave him to you to teach, but I didn't say that I gave him to you completely. I am still his teacher. What do you want to do? Kimoto Tongtong thought that Kakashi wanted to snatch Yu away. It was not that he wanted Yu to be his disciple all the time, but that he didn't want Yu to follow Kakashi completely. He knew very well what kind of tasks Kakashi performed. Kakashi just took Yu out of the village without notifying him before. He didn't want it to happen again. Kakashi raised his head and looked at Kimoto Tong, and said helplessly, you look anxious. After all, Jonin who was once Anbu, how could you be so uncool? Kimoto Tongtong said coldly, can I calm down? If I calm down anymore, my disciple will be gone. Seeing Kimoto Tong so excited, Kakashi quickly explained clearly. I mean, because Yu completed the task very well this time, and third generation admired him very much, third Hokage directly upgraded him to Chunin. And I hope he will practice with me. The latter sentence was added by Kakashi himself. The third Hokage never said this, but even if they knew it, third generation would not deny it. Originally, Team 11 appeared unexpectedly, and third generation did not expect any development from this team. Who knows Yu appears? That's why this team exists until now. Without Yu, Class 11 would not exist. The entire team could not pass the exam and was sent back to the ninja school for re-education. Originally Kakashi thought Kimoto Tong would be very angry when he heard the news. Who knew that he would say, really, with a happy face. Advertisement Kakashi was a little confused, aren't you angry? Why am I angry? My students have become Chunin, which is a good thing. Kimoto said with a smile, but he can no longer stay in your team from now on, and he will practice with me in the future. Kakashi emphasized. Kimoto Tongtong waved his hand, as long as he is fine, it doesn't matter if he practices with you. I have nothing to teach him, only by following you can he become stronger. And at least it proves that third Hokage recognizes him, and I don't need to worry about his safety. Kimoto Tongi thinks this is a good thing. As for whether Yu can practice with him in the future, he doesn't care. Originally, he just hoped that Yu could grow up safely and become the pillar of Konoha and the hero who protects the village. Now that he is getting closer to this goal step by step, how can Mu Bentong be angry? Kakashi didn't expect Kimoto Tongi to have such an attitude, but he was relieved when he thought about his expectations for Yu. If it were him, he would definitely be the same as Mu Ben. After thinking about it, Kakashi said, in this mission, we encountered 2 rebellious ninjas from Kirigakure village, Mochi Zabuza and Black Ho Raiga. Yu's talent exceeds my expectations. I thought I already knew enough about Yu's talent. But during the time when he was on the mission, his growth was almost like a fairy tale. Now his strength has surpassed mine. In this mission, he killed the Black Ho Thunderfang by himself, killed 4 Chunin, and suppressed the rampaging Naruto. If Momochi Zabuza hadn't run so fast at that time, I'm afraid it would have become one of his achievements. Kimoto Tongi looked at Kakashi with a blank expression on his face. If Kakashi hadn't said these words, he would have thought it was some guy telling a fairy tale. As a former Anbu Jonin, he naturally knows what kind of ninja Zabuza and Black Ho-Raiga are. These two are elite Jonin of Kirigakure village and are famous in the ninja world. Moreover, they are also the 7 ninja swordsmen. This name can make many ninjas in the ninja world feel frightened. Yi Yu actually killed one of them and scared another one away. The most outrageous thing is that Yi Yu actually suppressed the rampaging Naruto. He had seen it with his own eyes when Naruto went berserk before. At that time, 3rd generation used Konoha's entire sealing team to suppress Naruto. Even now, he can't forget Nine Tails' extreme malice and that terrifying Chakra. But not only was Yi Yu not injured, he actually suppressed the rampaging Naruto. This sounds too fantasy. Chapter 103. Is it Mangekyo Sharingan? Kimoto Tongi was silent for a long time, then asked with some trembling, is what you said true? Kakashi said calmly, do I need to lie to you? Kimoto Tongi shook his head, it's just too shocking, I can't believe it. Yi Yu actually has the strength to kill elite Jonin, it seems that he can easily defeat me now. This puts me at ease. From now on, he will follow you out of the village to perform tasks, and I won't have to worry about him. Even so, Mu Bentong is still a little lonely. After all, he is Yi Yu's real teacher, but Yi Yu's strength is not because of him. Kakashi saw what Kimoto was thinking, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him. You didn't tell the village about his strength at the beginning, but protected him. You're the best person to him. In the past month or so, he has mentioned you a lot. I know you are very important to him. On this point, Kakashi didn't lie. Although Kimoto Tong didn't teach Yi Yu much ninjutsu, his time as his teacher was also very short. But in Yi Yu's heart, Mu Bentong has always been his teacher and a very important teacher. Kakashi was willing to teach him. After he was able to show his strength, he was still stable until now, all because of the same wood. Yi Yu could feel Mu Bentong's kindness to him, so when Kakashi said he wanted to take him on as his disciple, the first thing he thought of was the same feeling as Kimoto. If Kimoto Tong had not agreed at that time, Yi Yu would definitely reject Kakashi, even if he knew that it would be better to follow Kakashi. In fact, Mu Bentong finally chose the best decision for Yi Yu. Mu Bentong nodded and sighed, it is precisely because of this child's character that I am so worried and concerned about him. Although I didn't teach him anything, he will always be my proudest disciple. Kakashi understands Kimoto Tong's feelings because he also has the same feelings for Yi Yu. On the other side, Yi Yu, Sakura and Naruto followed Sasuke to the Uchiha clan's territory. The quiet atmosphere around them made both Sakura and Naruto a little scared. In addition, it is getting dark now. Apart from the occasional chirping of insects and birds, only the streetlights on the roadside are on. Obviously the houses around are quite beautiful, but there were no people on the street, and it was as quiet as a ghost town. This is the first time for Sakura and Naruto to come here, and they are completely unaccustomed to such an atmosphere. Naruto was so nervous that he leaned close to Yi Yu, for fear of something dirty coming out of the roadside. Although Sakura was also scared, she didn't want to show it in front of Sasuke. Walking beside Sasuke, he said nothing. Sasuke is used to this kind of atmosphere. Advertisement. Although Yi Yu came here for the first time, she was not afraid at all. It's just that his brows were furrowed and his expression was solemn. It's not because of fear, it's just that Sasuke has lived in such an environment for 5 years. It's unbelievable to think about. He was able to live here for 5 years. Yi Yu didn't know how he lived here for 5 years. And for a 7-year-old child to pass through such a gloomy place every day for 5 years, how strong his psychological quality must be. You know, neither Yi Yu nor Naruto and Sakura live in such an inaccessible place. It will never be as spooky as the Uchiha clan. They walked in silence for a long time, and Yi Yu asked, why do you always live here? Yi Yu doesn't believe that the village will let Sasuke live here forever. There are basically no people here. If something happens, it will be too late to rescue. Even if the 3rd generation doesn't care about Sasuke's safety, with Uchiha Itachi watching from the outside, the 3rd generation won't let anything happen to Sasuke. But in fact, 3rd generation really cares about Sasuke's safety. I would never let Sasuke live here on his own initiative. Sasuke looked around and seemed to be used to it. He said calmly, if I live here, I will feel that they haven't left yet. Yi Yu knows who Sasuke is talking about. For a moment, Yi Yu didn't know what to say. He couldn't imagine what Sasuke had been through all these years. Sakura looked at Sasuke's frown and felt a little distressed. But she didn't know how to comfort him. Now, Sakura can personally experience the pain in Sasuke's heart. The entire family was wiped out. Sakura couldn't imagine what would happen if her parents were killed and she didn't have her parents nagging her every time she returned home. She used to feel very relaxed and at ease, but now she feels very lucky. Compared to Sasuke, at least her family is still there. Naruto was strangely silent, because he can also understand Sasuke's situation. Sasuke was once very happy, but suddenly everything disappeared overnight. Naruto has never had one, but in fact, the two people have completely different feelings. Without saying anything else, they walked through the street where the Uchiha clan used to be and finally arrived at Sasuke's home. I have to say that Sasuke's home does have the aura of a wealthy family, with a very large area. Among several people, Sasuke's home is definitely the largest one. Advertisement. It's just that the huge house is empty. Living here every day is indeed a test of courage. Those who are timid may be frightened to death. In the living room, several people were sitting together. This is the first time Sasuke has invited a classmate home. If he had been before, it would have been his mother who came out to entertain the guests. But now, it's only Sasuke. Several people were silent for a long time without speaking. Seeing that the atmosphere was so solemn, Yu could only speak first. Sasuke, your family doesn't have any Sharingan training methods left in your family? Sasuke shook his head. Probably they were raided by the old guy Danzo, Yu thought to himself. I heard Mr. Kakashi talk about some of the characteristics of Sharingan. Hearing Yu's words, Sasuke raised his head and looked at Yu expectantly. Yu thought for a while and said, Sharingan can only be activated by strong emotional fluctuations. When you started Sharingan, did you have any violent emotional fluctuations? Sasuke was silent. He recalled the scene of the night of genocide. Sasuke gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, feeling a little out of control. Sakura and Naruto looked at Sasuke and were a little worried. Sasuke, are you okay? Yu said nothing and looked at Sasuke quietly. He knew what Sasuke was remembering. It seems that the process of opening Sharingan is not easy for you. Severe emotional fluctuations can be extreme hate, extreme love, or extreme jealousy. I think these are all the emotional changes that can trigger Sharingan. Sasuke raised his head and looked at Yu. He knew something. Uchiha Itachi told him when he was a child. And Sasuke actually knows Mangekyo Sharingan, he just doesn't know his name. When Uchiha Itachi left, he showed it to him. After thinking about it, Sasuke told Yu, Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan is different from anything I've ever seen. It's not Magatama, but another complicated pattern. Oh, is there another kind of Sharingan on top of the 3 Magatama Sharingan? Yu asked. Of course Yu knows Mangekyo Sharingan, but Sasuke doesn't. He wants to guide Sasuke to realize the existence of Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 104 The secret base of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke was also lost in thought. However, during the conversation between Yu and Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura were confused and had no idea what the two were talking about. Neither of them knew much about the Uchiha clan. They just thought that the Uchiha clan was a very powerful clan, but they were exterminated. Sasuke looked at Yu and said doubtfully, maybe, his Sharingan is very strong. Yu knew that Sasuke realized that there really was a Sharingan above the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Then he said, perhaps there are records in some of your family's books? Judging from Sasuke's actions when he returned to Konoha during the 4th Ninja War, Danzo did not take away all the information on the Uchiha clan. For Danzo, the most important information is probably the information about Sharingan. He probably wasn't interested in records like the Uchiha clan's family history. Sasuke thought of something. Our family's shrine should have records about this. Yu asked, do you know where it is? Would you like to go take a look? Sasuke, who was a little excited by Yu's encouragement, stood up. Let's go look for it. Yu also stood up and said, then go look for it. There may be records about your brother Sharingan. Sasuke frowned. He's not my brother. Sasuke is very disgusted with Yu calling Uchiha Itachi his brother. That was the person who massacred his entire family. Even if he had a good relationship with Uchiha Itachi before, he still couldn't forgive him now. Sorry, let's go then. Actually, I also want to know more about your family. Naruto, Sakura, do you want to go? Naruto, who had been confused since just now and had no idea what Yu and Sasuke were talking about, Sakura quickly said, go, of course we will go. But both of them treated the operation as an adventure game. In the past, it would have been impossible for outsiders to enter the Uchiha clan's shrine. But now that the Uchiha clan is gone, Sasuke naturally doesn't care. Soon, Sasuke led several people to the Uchiha clan's shrine. Although it is a bit dilapidated, it can be seen that someone has been maintaining it. It should be people from the village. After all, it was once the shrine of the Uchiha clan. Even if the village makes a show, it is impossible for such an important place to be destroyed. Several people arrived at the entrance of the shrine. Sakura and Naruto were very scared. This place was even more eerie and terrifying than the deserted street just now. Sakura couldn't calm down, and kept grabbing Sasuke's clothes with one hand. Advertisement. Naruto grabbed Yu's arm and looked around, fearing that something dirty might come out somewhere. Yu was speechless. But he knew Naruto's character. In fact, Naruto was not very courageous. So Yu didn't care what Naruto did. Entering the shrine, there are many tablets of the ancestors of the Uchiha clan enshrined in the shrine. Looking at the neatly arranged memorial tablets, Sasuke felt a little dazed for a moment. He hasn't been here for a long time, and nothing has changed between now and when he came before. Yu stood in front of the tablet and looked at the densely packed names on it. He could feel how powerful the Uchiha clan had been. The one who can have his own tablet in this shrine must be a strong man of the Uchiha clan. There are hundreds of tablets here, indicating that hundreds of strong men from the previous Uchiha clan fell. Standing in front of these tablets, Yu bowed solemnly to these tablets. After all, to find the secrets of the Uchiha clan, not only to help Sasuke find the records of Sharingan, Yu himself is also very interested in the history of the Uchiha clan. Although the Konoha Public Library has a history of the Uchiha clan, it is not detailed. After seeing Yu bowing to the tablet, I didn't know what was going on. But Naruto and Sakura also followed Yu and bowed several times towards the tablet. Sasuke looked at the movements of the three people and was a little moved. He thought of how the tribesmen worshipped these tablets when he came to the shrine before. Unfortunately, no one does this anymore. After Yu and others finished paying homage, Sasuke led the three of them to the back of the shrine. There is a huge stone tablet lying flat behind the shrine lobby. Sasuke pointed at the stone tablet and said, I have seen people entering the shrine through this before. There is a secret room below, where the Uchiha clan's information is stored. But I don't know how to open this stone tablet. It was my father who took me in. Naruto and Sakura didn't know what was going on, so they stood aside silently. Both of their worldviews were impacted today. For the first time, the two felt the huge gap between the ninja family and civilians. Yu looked at the stone tablet for a long time, then turned to look at Sasuke and said, I think the way to open this stone tablet is written on it. The mysterious words above should be the way to open it. You can use Sharingan to read the words on this stone tablet and you should be able to understand it. Sasuke was stunned for a moment. He had been here several times before, but every time he could not find a way to open the stone tablet. Sasuke had never thought of using Sharingan to read the words on the stone tablet before. But since Yu said this, he felt that he might really be able to find a way to open the stone tablet. Advertisement. Sasuke stood in front of the stone tablet, his eyes slightly focused. Gather Chakra, Sharingan, in both eyes. In an instant, Sasuke opened the Sharingan. When he set his eyes on the stone tablet, he suddenly found that he could actually understand all the mysterious words on the stone tablet that he had never recognized before. Sasuke looked happy and said, Yu, you were right, the method of opening the stone tablet is written on this stone tablet. Yu also smiled and said, my guess is right. Your Uchiha clan will definitely use a method that only the Uchiha clan can interpret to open the stone tablet. Sasuke was very happy and nodded, I really didn't think of it before. So that's it. Looking at the words on the stone tablet, Sasuke knew how to open the stone tablet. After reading it, he looked at Yu and said, I know how to open it now. Yu knew what Sasuke wanted to do and pulled Naruto and Sakura back a few steps. From now on, Sakura and Naruto have been in a state of confusion, having no idea what Yu and Sasuke are doing. What the two of them were thinking was, didn't they come here to practice? How did it become an adventure game? For the two of them, the actions of several people are an adventure game. The environment is also very suitable. Sasuke stood in front of the stone tablet and began to form seals with his hands. Seal resolution. After Sasuke completed the seal, he slapped one hand on the stone tablet. Just when Sasuke handed the chakra from his hand to the stone tablet, the heavy stone tablet slowly moved forward. Boom, boom, boom. There was a lot of movement when the heavy stone tablet was moved. After all, it was a stone tablet weighing several tons. The surrounding area was filled with dust due to the movement of the stone monument. After watching the stone tablet move, a passage appeared underneath. Sasuke is very happy. He is about to know the secret about Sharingan. Yu is also very happy that he can know the history of the Uchiha clan. Yu is not interested in the ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. He knows very well that many ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan are related to Sharingan. There is no use for him to learn. But Yu is very interested in the history of the Uchiha clan. After all, his understanding of the Uchiha clan has faded over time, and his memory has become somewhat incomplete. Moreover, when he watched Hokage before, he would not introduce the history of the Uchiha clan in such detail. Sakura and Naruto on the side felt as if they had opened a hidden treasure place. The two have always regarded this operation as an adventure game. Chapter 105 Lightning Style Leiwang. After the stone tablet was completely removed, the passage into the underground chamber was revealed. A dark wind blew out from inside. It made Naruto and Sakura shiver. The gloomy atmosphere frightened both of them. Just seeing that Yu and Sasuke were not afraid, they were too embarrassed to say anything. Sasuke turned to look at Yu. His father had brought him here before, and he didn't even know if there was any mechanism in this secret room. He didn't dare to take Yu and Naruto down casually. Yu smiled and said, let's go down and take a look first. Sasuke nodded. He was also worried that there would be a mechanism in the secret room, which would injure Sakura and Naruto. Although Sasuke usually seems to look down on Sakura and Naruto, in fact, in his heart, Sakura and Naruto have long been very good friends. Otherwise, he would never agree to the two coming to the Uchiha clan's shrine. It's just that Sakura and Naruto looked around and found that staying up there was scarier than following Yu and Sasuke down. So the two of them hurriedly said, Yu, Sasuke, me, we will go down together, we are not afraid. Yu looked at the two of them, fear written on their faces. After thinking about it, Yu said helplessly, but there may be mechanisms in the secret room. It would be very dangerous for you to go down together. Sasuke nodded and agreed with Yu's statement. Sakura walked up and said, since Sasuke has been here before, there must be no danger. Seeing Sakura's scared look, Yu shook his head, feeling helpless. Sasuke, take them with you. Although he knew that the two of them were afraid, Yu did not point it out. Sasuke glanced at Yu and instantly knew what Yu meant. Although he was a little worried about the safety of the two of them, he still agreed after thinking about Yu's presence. After Yu and Sasuke agreed, Sakura and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. From the beginning, they have been very sensitive to the surrounding atmosphere, which is too eerie and terrifying. None of them knew how Sasuke had lived in such an environment for so many years. The four of them came to the passage at the entrance to the secret room. There is a stone staircase leading to the secret room. You cannot see the secret room from the entrance because it is pitch dark inside. Sasuke looked at Yu, who nodded, and the two entered the secret room first. Sakura and Naruto carefully followed the two into it. In fact, even Sasuke was a little nervous. When he came with his father in the past, it was always when there was someone in the secret room. Advertisement now I don't know if there will be any mechanism in the secret room. Tap tap tap. The four of them entered the secret room step by step. The passage in the secret room was surrounded by stone structures. Fortunately, when entering the passage, the lights on the wall of the passage light up automatically. But the more this happens, the more dangerous Yi Yu feels. After walking more than 10 meters, he still did not enter the secret room. The passage was very long and few people spoke, but the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Sakura kept walking behind Sasuke, pulling on his clothes. Naruto took out the kunai and held it in his hand, while holding Yi Yu's clothes with his other hand. In the passage, there were only the footsteps of 4 people, and the footsteps were very obvious. Fung fung fung. Just when a few people turned a corner, there was a sudden sound of breaking through the air. The speed was too fast, and even around the corner, neither Naruto nor Sakura could react. Sasuke noticed it because he had activated Sharingan before. But when he saw the weapon being fired with Sharingan, he was frightened. Countless kunai and shurikens were shot towards them. And it's extremely fast, much faster than what a ninja can throw out, and it's also very powerful. There have even been sonic booms. Careful, although Sasuke saw it with Sharingan, his body couldn't react. I can only remind a few people aloud, but it's too late. Countless kunai and shurikens appeared in front of them instantly. Sasuke could only watch as these ninja tools exploded towards them. Sasuke regretted it very much at this moment. If I had known, I wouldn't have let them in together. Sasuke felt guilty. He simply couldn't stop this level of kunai and shuriken in this quantity. They were too fast, too heavy, too many. Even his body couldn't react. The dense kunai and shurikens were less than 1 meter away from his body, and his body didn't even move. This is true for Sasuke, and even more so for Sakura and Naruto. They didn't even see the kunai and shuriken appear, only heard Sasuke's words. Advertisement because they didn't see the kunai and shurikens close at hand, the two of them were still confused, wondering why Sasuke told them to be careful. Just when the dense kunai and shuriken were about to hit them, a golden light flashed. Stab, lightning-style Leiwang, ding ding ding. In an instant, countless kunai and shurikens bombarded the golden light shield. For a moment, gold and iron were intertwined, fire was radiating, iron filings were flying, and the surrounding stone walls were filled with dense holes made by damaged kunai and shurikens. The kunai and shuriken lasted for a full 2 seconds, and it was estimated that hundreds of kunai and shuriken all bombarded the golden light shield. After a long time, the sound of the collision of gold and iron disappeared, and the sparks disappeared, before Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura reacted. Looking at the golden light that enveloped them, there was also a golden arc containing terrifying energy flashing on it. These golden arcs condensed into a golden shield, protecting them in the middle. Sasuke and Naruto had never seen this kind of ninjutsu. But Sakura has seen it before. He turned to look at Yi Yu. Yi Yu, if it weren't for you, we would be dead. It scared me to death. Sakura had seen it before, so although she was still a little shocked, she was not in disbelief. But neither Naruto nor Sasuke had seen Yi Yu show such terrifying power, so they were so shocked by Yi Yu's power that they couldn't recover for a long time. They had only seen Yi Yu fight a few times before, but none of them had seen Yi Yu use lightning-style ninjutsu. When Yi Yu fought against the rampaging Naruto, although he used the same ninjutsu, Naruto had lost consciousness at the time and had no memory of this ninjutsu. The light condensed by Yi Yu's lightning-style Leiwang is so dazzling. Even blindingly bright. But they no longer cared about this at this time. Both of them were shocked by Yi Yu's power, as if they had seen a miracle. Neither of them noticed that when Yi Yu released the Thundernet, there was no seal at all. That's right, after a period of improvement, several of Yi Yu's lightning-style ninjutsu no longer require seals, and can only be released by condensing chakra. Just now, Yi Yu only noticed that there was an attack and immediately released the Thundernet. Almost just his consciousness can release him instantly. After a long time, Sasuke and Naruto came to their senses and looked at Yi Yu. Yi Yu, is this your power? Yi Yu said calmly. Let's go in first. Be careful, there is really a trap here. Although both Sasuke and Naruto were very curious about Yi Yu's power, they could only keep it in their hearts and wait until they went in to ask. And Yi Yu has been maintaining a Thundernet, which in addition to providing lighting, can also prevent possible attacks. Chapter 106 Kakashi taught the four of them continued walking towards the secret room. After walking for another 10 meters, the four of them also saw the end of the passage. With the lights lighting up in the distance, they saw the emblem of the Uchiha clan in the middle of the secret room. It's finally here, but just as the four of them were preparing to enter the secret room, the surrounding walls suddenly erupted with terrifying flames. The red flames rushed toward several people. The passage before entering the secret room was filled with flames for 5 to 6 meters. At this time, the four of them were in the middle of the flames. However, the flames were blown away the moment they hit the Thundernet. A vacuum zone is formed between the flames and the Thundernet. The flames that can melt steel cannot shake the Thundernet even one bit. Not even the 4 people protected inside felt a trace of warmth. Just being in the sea of fire and watching the red flames burning around is still very shocking. They even saw that the originally smooth wall had several cracks. It was burned and cracked by flames. It's enough to show how high the temperature of the flame is. But such a terrifying flame could not shake them at all, and they did not even feel the heat. And all this was because of the golden thunder and lightning that enveloped them. At this moment, the three of them were once again shocked by Yi Yu's power. Yi Yu doesn't want to use it, but the flame temperature of the mechanism set up by the Uchiha family here is too high, and it will definitely not be blocked by using water-style ninjutsu. Moreover, using the water-style ninjutsu in this closed environment to blast with such a high-temperature flame, the huge amount of water vapor can instantly blow the shrine into ruins. Yi Yu was also very speechless. You Uchiha clan are too ruthless. Even Jonin can't handle these two mechanisms. Sasuke rolled his eyes at Yi Yu. I never encountered these when I came in before. Obviously these mechanisms can be closed. And you have the nerve to say that Jonin can't handle it. What are you doing now? You can deal with the mechanism that even Jonin can't handle with ease. I don't think you have any difficulty at all. Yi Yu felt Sasuke's deep envy and jealousy. He doesn't want to stay here anymore either. The flames haven't dissipated yet, and staying here for one more second will consume a lot of chakra. The temperature of this flame is very high, and the thunder net consumes a lot of chakra. Even if his chakra recovers quickly, he doesn't want to stay here any longer. Advertisement even more so, he didn't want to make either Sasuke or Naruto jealous. Go in, you'll get roasted if you stay here any longer. Although they couldn't feel the heat at all, Sasuke and the others really thought that it was difficult for Yi Yu to maintain this ninjutsu. After all, they could all see that the flame was very hot. The flames were already so bright and red that the light was so dazzling that the temperature could not get any lower. Especially Sasuke, who has mastered some fire-style ninjutsu, knows more clearly that the flame temperature of this mechanism is definitely much higher than what he releases. After several people entered the secret room, the flames in the passage also dissipated. The originally smooth and bright walls have now become charred, extremely rough, and even have numerous cracks. If it were burned for a while longer, the stones on this wall would probably be burned to ashes. After several people entered the secret room, the surrounding oil lamps automatically lit up. The entire secret room was illuminated, and the situation of the entire secret room was clearly visible. Yi Yu looked at this quaint secret room and nodded. As expected of a big family, we can't have this quaint feeling without any accumulation. Just when Yi Yu was admiring the layout of the secret room, Sasuke stood in front of Yi Yu, staring at him closely. The same goes for Naruto. Sakura was so frightened by the two that she hid behind Yi Yu. Soon, Yi Yu also noticed the fiery gazes of the two people. This made Yi Yu take a step back, fearing that the two of them had any special hobbies. What? Sasuke said coldly, is the ninjutsu you used just now the one Kakashi taught you? Yes, it must have been taught to you by Kakashi-sensei, right? Yi Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, that's what Mr. Kakashi taught me. Is there any problem? Although this ninjutsu was developed by Yi Yu himself, he naturally could not admit it. After all, he said that, the person these two people were looking for was definitely not him, but Kakashi. At this time, Kakashi, who was reading a newly purchased novel at home, suddenly sneezed several times. He looked out the window and frowned. Who is thinking about me? It must be this guy Kai. I just muttered a sentence to myself and then started reading again, very focused. Obviously Jiraiya's new work is quite exciting, advertisement. And in the secret room, Sasuke and Naruto were a little angry when they heard that Kakashi taught them. Kakashi, this guy is so kind to you, he taught you such a powerful ninjutsu. Sasuke said a little jealously. Naruto nodded in agreement. If it weren't for the fact that you and Kakashi don't look alike, I would really think you were Mr. Kakashi's son. Yi Yu was speechless. You don't have to be so aggrieved. As long as you want to learn and if you have the conditions, teacher Kakashi will definitely teach you. The reason why Mr. Kakashi doesn't teach you is not because he doesn't want to teach you, but because you haven't learned many basics yet. How can he teach you? The ninjutsu I used just now is a forbidden technique. If you are not careful, the ninjutsu will bite you back and you will die without knowing how. So you'd better hone the basics first. Listening to Yi Yu's words, Sasuke nodded. He agreed with this. Because he had practiced with his father and Uchiha Itachi before, he knew the importance of the foundation. Naruto didn't understand. He stood aside with his hands folded and curled his lips and said, I see that you use it very easily. You don't look dangerous at all, it's just a lie. Although he knew that Yi Yu was very strong, Naruto still felt that this ninjutsu was taught by Kakashi. As long as he can learn it, he will not be worse than Yi Yu. If Naruto knew that he didn't have the thunder attribute chakra, it would be extremely difficult to learn this ninjutsu, and I don't know what he would think. Xiao Ying stood behind Yi Yu and watched him talk nonsense. Although Sakura doesn't know Yi Yu's ninjutsu, she has seen Kakashi fight several times. In the two battles between Kakashi and Zabuza, Zabuza was almost cornered and he was useless. Obviously, this ninjutsu was not taught by Kakashi to Yi Yu at all. Otherwise Kakashi is used in battle, but she didn't reveal it. She is now more and more certain that Yi Yu is definitely much stronger than Kakashi. Because she was by Yi Yu's side during several battles, and Yi Yu showed much greater strength than Kakashi. Moreover, Yi Yu's lightning style is golden thunder and lightning, and Kakashi's is blue. Not the same color at all. Moreover, Yi Yu's lightning style is obviously much more powerful than Kakashi's. She definitely didn't believe it when she said it was Kakashi who taught Yi Yu lightning style. Standing behind Yi Yu and looking at Yi Yu, Xiaoying thought to herself, Yi Yu, what kind of person are you? From the first day she met Yi Yu, Sakura felt that Yi Yu was very mysterious. He seems to be a black hole, and there is no way to really understand him. Chapter 107 Mangekyo Sharingan. Yu did not answer Naruto's words. He changed the subject and said, let's find out if there is any record about Sharingan here. Don't forget the purpose of our coming here. After Yu reminded them, a few people remembered what they were here for. They all searched in the secret room. Yu did not participate in the search, his eyes were fixed on a stone under the Uchiha clan emblem. Mysterious words are carved on the stone. Is this the stone that records the history of the Uchiha clan? But it seems that it was changed by Black Zetsu, causing Uchiha Madara, who had been planning for decades, to become a clown. Soon, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura placed the found books in front of Yu. All the books in this secret room are here, there should be nothing missing. Yu looked at the basic book in front of him. Sasuke, are you sure we can read these books? This is a secret involving your Uchiha clan. Yu did not open it, but asked Sasuke if he would let them watch it. Naruto, who had already stretched out his hand to open it and take a look, withdrew his hand. Along with Sakura, they all looked at Sasuke. Sasuke said calmly, the Uchiha clan is gone. It's useless to keep this information here. Why keep it if you don't care? Let's see, there might be some ninjutsu in it that would be good for you. For Sasuke, the Uchiha clan has been destroyed, and now he has only one purpose, which is to become strong enough and then seek revenge on Uchiha Itachi. This information is of little use to him. After getting Sasuke's permission, Yu said, okay, let's watch it. Several people each picked up a book. Yu took the history of the Uchiha clan. Naruto was holding a book that recorded the ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. What Sakura took was a book that recorded the genjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke picked up the relevant books recording Sharingan. For a moment, no one in the entire secret room spoke, and their attention was all on the books in their hands. After a long time, Yu closed the book in his hand first. Advertisement. Now he had a rough idea of the history of the Uchiha clan. Many things he did not remember were written on it, including the history before Uchiha Madara is clearly recorded. After reading it, Yu sighed. Uchiha Madara is indeed the best ninja of the Uchiha clan. He actually accounts for 1/10 of the Uchiha clan's records. You know, the Uchiha clan has a history of thousands of years. But there are only 1/10 of the records about Uchiha Madara. It can be seen how important Uchiha Madara is to the Uchiha clan. Yu looked at Sasuke, who was reading a book, and asked, do you now know what Sharingan is after the 3 Magatama Sharingan? Sasuke looked up, confused. He was fully focused on how to develop Sharingan and did not look at the back. Seeing Sasuke's confused look, Yu raised his forehead. Are you focusing on the wrong thing? Don't look at how to develop Sharingan from the beginning. You should first look at what Sharingan has and what its characteristics are. These are the basics. Your father probably didn't teach you before, right? Yu remembers that Uchiha Fugaku only taught Sasuke a few fire-style ninjutsu. As for the use or characteristics of Sharingan, they will not be taught at all because Sasuke has not yet opened his eyes at that time. At most, Sasuke only knows some basic attributes of Sharingan, and even people who are not from the Uchiha clan understand that knowledge. Sasuke was a little embarrassed. There are many Sharingan development methods recorded in it. I was so fascinated by it. Sakura and Naruto both looked over, but they didn't see anything interesting. Naruto didn't say anything. He couldn't understand what was written in the book. He knew all the words, but he couldn't understand the combination. This is the limit of the ability of the crane tail in the ninja school. After entering the ninja school, the only thing he learned was literacy and some ninja tool throwing skills, and the level of ninja tool throwing skills was not high. As for the theoretical knowledge of ninja and ninjutsu, don't embarrass Naruto. Sakura understood it, and it was very rewarding. She is very interested in several genjutsu recorded in the book, and was shocked by the power of the Uchiha clan genjutsu. He even sighed in his heart, as expected of the Uchiha clan, worthy of the former wealthy family of Konoha. Although most of the genjutsu recorded in the book require the use of Sharingan, there are several that can be used without using Sharingan. And those genjutsu are what Sakura is interested in. Seeing the 3 people looking over, Yu said, I have already read the history of the Uchiha clan. Advertisement. It says that after the 3 Magatama Sharingan, there is an eye called Mangekyo Sharingan. It's an eye with strange power, and it also hides powerful eye skills. I think those eyes of Uchiha Itachi are Mangekyo Sharingan. If he really has Mangekyo Sharingan, it will be really difficult to deal with him. Because in the history of your Uchiha clan for thousands of years, there are not many ninjas who can activate Mangekyo Sharingan. It can even be said that there are only a few. According to historical records, before the establishment of Konoha, a ninja named Uchiha Madara of the Uchiha clan started the Mangekyo Sharingan. His power was so powerful that the entire ninja world at that time did not dare to look him in the eyes. And those eyes also possess godlike power. They can even easily destroy a country and control 9 tails. Sasuke was stunned when he heard Yu's words. He didn't know this. Not to mention Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto were both stunned after listening to Yu's story. Naruto asked solemnly, what kind of power is it that can easily destroy a country? And, besides, can those eyes control 9 tails? Naruto knew very well how powerful 9 tails was. Although every time he ran away, his memory was incomplete, and he even lost his memory completely. But looking at the destruction afterwards and Sakura's description, he knew how terrifying 9 tails' power was. But such a powerful 9 tails can actually be controlled. And there is not only one pair of these eyes, Sasuke's brother has one pair. Although Naruto hates Nine Tails, it is sealed in his body after all, which means Mangekyo Sharingan can easily control him. Naruto was very worried, he believed Yu would not lie to him. There really is power in this world that can control Nine Tails, and it's not difficult. Naruto's trembling words made all three of them look at him. Yu reassured, don't worry, as long as you are recognized by Nine Tails, it will be difficult for Mangekyo Sharingan to control you. Mangekyo Sharingan's control of Jinchuriki is easily broken by the tailed beast within him. The premise is that the tailed beast in Jinchuriki's body must be willing to help Jinchuriki crack it. Most Jinchuriki are actually unable to coexist peacefully with tailed beasts, unlike Killer Bee. So many Jinchuriki are doomed once they are controlled by Sharingan. Yu looked at Naruto's abdomen and continued, and even if you are really controlled by Sharingan's Genjutsu, Nine Tails will definitely help you untie it. After all, you are his Jinchuriki. If something happens to you, it will follow disaster. Upon hearing this explanation, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried, after all, this record had a lot to do with him. Chapter 108 Sasuke's mentality has changed. Sasuke, on the other hand, was shocked by the power of Mangekyo Sharingan. According to Yu's description, Mangekyo Sharingan is simply too powerful. Especially when Yu talks about Uchiha Madara, all the ninjas in the ninja world cannot look directly into his eyes. Too strong and too handsome. That kind of power was what Sasuke needed. Sasuke clenched his fists and stared slightly, as long as I activate Mangekyo Sharingan, I can kill him, I can definitely do it. I'm afraid you'll have to work harder, after all it's obvious that Uchiha Itachi also has a Mangekyo Sharingan. But I have always believed that you will be stronger than him in the future, and much stronger. Yu said. Sasuke was stunned for a moment and looked at Yu, wondering, why are you so sure? Yu smiled and said, because I can see that you have great potential. The most important thing is that you have a goal that you must accomplish. You are also someone who can give up everything in order to accomplish this goal. So I have full confidence in you. These words were naturally made up by Yu. But the result must be true, after all Yu knew what would happen in the future. But Yu seems to have forgotten that his appearance has changed many things. Hearing Yu's words, Sasuke looked very complicated. Yu has great confidence in him, but this expectation is too heavy. He doesn't know when it started, but Yu has become very important to him. The expectations of important people are a huge burden for him. However, Sasuke still mustered up his courage and said coldly, of course, I can definitely do it, and I will definitely defeat you in the future. Perhaps because of Sasuke's powerful words, Naruto was not far behind. He stood up and clenched his fist towards Yu and said, and I will definitely defeat you in the future. Sasuke, we are rarely unified at this point. Naruto looked at Sasuke and said expectantly. But Sasuke ignored him. Although he did think about defeating Yu in the future, he himself had little confidence. In his heart, Yu has become a more powerful and difficult person to surpass than Uchiha Itachi. But he is not hostile to Yu, because I really regard Yu as my friend. Very important friend. He gained a lot from what Yu said to him several times before. He also understands that Yu is really good for him. Over the years, he feels that Yu is someone who truly cares about him. Of course, these are all Sasuke's own feelings, advertisement. The reason why Yu said those words to him was mainly because he hoped that he would not bother her, which would be too much trouble. Sasuke now feels that it is still possible to defeat Uchiha Itachi, and he even feels that it is very possible to do it according to Yu's method. But he doesn't think he can beat Yu in the future. Yu's growth rate is so fast that he can't even see Yu's back now. Naturally, I won't chase Yu again. If the gap is not big, jealousy may arise. But if you can't even see the opponent's back, there is a high probability that you won't regard the opponent as an opponent. After all, you don't know where the opponent is. This is what Sasuke is thinking at this time, so he didn't agree with what Naruto said. I even thought he was a bit of an idiot. Even a fool can see the strength gap between them, but Naruto has an inexplicable confidence that he can surpass Yu tomorrow, which makes it difficult for him to agree. Seeing that Sasuke ignored him, Naruto gritted his teeth angrily. Sasuke, you don't think you can surpass Yu, do you? Seeing that the two were about to fight, Yu could only stand up and hold Naruto back. Okay, Naruto, I'm here. I welcome your challenge at any time, so just work hard. You don't have to worry about it, it's emphasis. Sasuke must be thinking the same thing as you, but who wants to keep saying this? As a truly strong man, he should have the attitude of a strong man. He will definitely not be as impetuous as you. Masters are often silent. Just do it. The less you talk, the better. The less you talk, the more handsome you are, right? Naruto was stunned for a moment. He has even imagined the scene where he becomes a master, tramples Yu under his feet, and Sakura throws herself into his arms. Even this guy couldn't help but laugh. Yu was speechless. You're so delusional that you can't stand it anymore, right? Yu shook his head. A little tired. Yu thinks it's a miracle that Naruto's character can do the following things. Sakura also saw what Naruto was thinking. Put some distance between you and him. Naruto was immersed in Yu's description for a long time. It seemed that Yu's words were very useful to him, and he even deliberately put on a cold face similar to Sasuke's. It's just that with his character, he can't hold on for long before he loses control. Yu didn't care about him anymore. Sasuke looked at Yu and asked, "Who is the Uchiha Madara you just talked about? Is he really strong?" Sasuke was still interested in this kind of thing. Sakura is actually very curious. She knows that the Uchiha clan is a wealthy family, but she has rarely heard of any masters in the Uchiha clan. Advertisement, of course, that's because the Uchiha clan was exterminated when Sakura was very young. Where did she go to hear about it? And even the ninjas of Konoha village know very little about Uchiha Madara. What's even more outrageous is that even the Uchiha clan themselves know very little about Uchiha Madara. Yu didn't even know why they sealed the history of the Uchiha clan in this place instead of teaching it to the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. In fact, it's not just the Uchiha clan, Konoha's ninjas don't know much about the history of their ancestors. Obviously first Hokage, one of the founders of Konoha village, is so controversial. But no one discussed it, and many ninjas didn't even know the name of the first Hokage. It's too outrageous. Even Senju Hashirama is treated this way, let alone Uchiha Madara, who is even worse to mention. Sasuke's understanding of Uchiha Madara is really completely blank and he has no idea at all. Yu also knows now, so he introduced, it is recorded in it that Uchiha Madara was once the leader of the Uchiha clan, a powerful ninja with Mangekyo Sharingan, and a legendary ninja who ended the ninja chaos with first Hokage Senju Hashirama. And he was one of the founders of Konoha village who joined forces with first Hokage. He has the power to destroy a country, and his ninjutsu is so powerful that it changes the terrain. But later he and first Hokage had different ideas about village development, so he finally chose to leave Konoha. I don't know what happened after that, but he returned to Konoha and wanted to forcibly change Konoha village. The first Hokage intervened to stop it. The two fought in the Valley of the End, and the Valley of the End was caused by their ninjutsu. It is enough to show that both Uchiha Madara and first Hokage have power beyond this era. It can be said that Uchiha Madara's power was the strongest in the entire ninja world at that time, except for first Hokage. Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura were stunned as they listened to these stories. They couldn't imagine what kind of power Uchiha Madara had to be as powerful as Yu said. After Yu finished speaking, he looked at Sasuke and said seriously, "Sasuke, I believe you will be as powerful as Uchiha Madara in the future, or even surpass him. By the way, open your book and see what Mangekyo Sharingan records." Yu's words directly pulled out the three people who were still immersed in those words just now. Seeing the three people looking at him with resentful eyes, Yu was speechless and said, "What do you want me to do? It's important to do business. There will be plenty of opportunities to tell these stories in the future." Sasuke himself didn't realize that his personality had changed during this time with Yu. It's not as extreme as before, nor as desperate as before. Although he still wants revenge, he believes in Yu's words and must take it step by step. He looked at Naruto and Sakura sitting on both sides of him, and Yu standing in front of him. Discover that you are not alone. He now has too many people he can't let go of. Yu didn't even know it, she just didn't want Sasuke to pester her and trouble her, but he would take his nonsense seriously. Even the mentality has changed. Chapter 109 You should leave blood for the Uchiha clan. Sasuke opened the record at the back of the book. Yu, Naruto and Sakura came together to see what Mangekyo Sharingan was like. Seeing Yu and the other three approaching, Sasuke would definitely not like others approaching him if it were normal times. But now he only feels warm. A ray of sunshine shines into the heart that has been cold for many years. Yu and others were completely shocked by the ability of Mangekyo Sharingan in the book. Even though Yu knew how powerful Mangekyo Sharingan was, he was still shocked by the records after seeing it. Let me just say, Mangekyo Sharingan is simply the eyes of God. Yu sighed. Sasuke was also shocked, he didn't expect Mangekyo Sharingan to be so powerful. Susanoo, it is simply the power of a god, Sasuke sighed. Even Naruto and Sakura were shocked by the power of Mangekyo described in the book. Naruto, who had been confident before, was stunned. Does this power really exist? Sakura said nothing. Yu answered Naruto's words, it must exist. After all, these records are the secrets of the Uchiha clan. They don't need to brag to the outside world. Besides, even if a creature as powerful as Nine Tails exists, there must be a force to compete with it. And being able to establish a village during the chaos of the ninja world, if there is not enough power to suppress other people, other families will not join at all. Ninja families from other countries will not let villages be established. It can only be said that the power of our ancestors is far beyond our imagination, especially the legendary Uchiha Madara and first Hokage. Those two people must be so powerful that they can suppress an era. After a long time, Sasuke closed the book in his hand and stood up. He said firmly, I want to become stronger. Since Sharingan has such great development prospects, I believe that with my hard work, I will catch up with the legendary Uchiha Madara. Yu was very happy to see Sasuke finally no longer focus on herself. He quickly said, in my opinion, you have the potential to surpass your ancestors. As long as Sasuke no longer stares at him, Yu can praise without a bottom line, not to mention that he can't lie. In the future, Sasuke will indeed surpass Uchiha Madara. Sasuke turned around and looked at Yu. Yu, don't fall behind on my way to becoming stronger. Seemingly full of confidence, Sasuke's words also became a bit arrogant. Advertisement Yu doesn't care, as long as he doesn't stare at him all the time. Yu smiled and said, naturally. Naruto also clenched his fists and said, I will also work hard to become as strong as first Hokage. Sasuke, don't forget, Uchiha Madara lost to first Hokage in the end. But Sasuke was completely uninterested in what Naruto said. Because of Yi Yu's presence, Sasuke did not regard Naruto as his opponent. Instead, he regarded Yi Yu as his target. Of course, Yi Yu also encouraged Naruto and said, Naruto, you have this potential. You have the same physique as Lord First Hokage, and you also have the power of 9 tails. As long as you are recognized by 9 tails in the future, the amount of chakra will immediately reach the height of First Hokage-sama. Coupled with the physique of your Uzumaki clan, I don't think there will be any problem if you catch up with Lord First Hokage or even surpass him. Yi Yu patted Naruto on the shoulder and said seriously. Naruto was so excited that he wanted to rush out to practice right now. Sakura saw that Naruto and Sasuke were both so motivated and had such lofty goals, but she was at a loss and a little dazed. Yi Yu noticed Sakura's expression and said, Sakura, your chakra control is very strong, you can practice genjutsu and medical ninjutsu. And you are very talented in taijutsu. You can ask Mr. Kakashi about taijutsu. I think you will make great progress in taijutsu. Sakura was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Yi Yu to notice her. And Yi Yu's words also gave her a goal. That is to practice taijutsu, medical ninjutsu and genjutsu well. Yi Yu did not ask Sakura to go to Kai to practice physical skills. Kai's physical skills were not suitable for Sakura. The taijutsu Sakura needs is Tsunade's. It is achieved by relying on the precise control of chakra, which only Tsunade can teach. Now that Tsunade is gone, Kakashi is more suitable than Kai. Because Kakashi also has good control over chakra, his taijutsu is also a delicate type of taijutsu. Sakura agreed with Yi Yu's words and nodded solemnly, yes, I will definitely do it. Yi Yu breathed a sigh of relief. I thought that finally these 3 people no longer have to focus on me. After that, the 4 of them read all the books they could find in the secret room and then left the secret room. When you leave, the mechanism of the secret room is gone. Originally, Sasuke wanted to take these books out, but Yi Yu persuaded him that it would be better to keep these books here, which is more conducive to confidentiality. Advertisement, it would be bad if you take it out and lose it. Sasuke didn't refuse either. After coming out of the secret room, it was already early morning. Several people stayed in the secret room for several hours. After coming out of it, several people felt as if they were in another world. They knew many secrets of the Uchiha clan and a lot of Konoha's previous history. They even know more history than Jonin in many villages at this time. Watch Sasuke control the stone tablet to slowly close. Yi Yu sighed, this is the heritage of a big family. Sasuke, I think that in addition to revenge for the family, you also have a very important thing to do, and it is more important than your revenge. After returning the stone tablet to its place, Sasuke turned to look at Yi Yu and asked doubtfully, is there anything more important than my revenge? Yi Yu patted Sasuke on the shoulder and said very seriously, you have to leave blood to your Uchiha clan. Now only you and Uchiha are left in your Uchiha clan. Think about it, if your revenge succeeds, will Uchiha Itachi die? He is dead, and you are the only one left in the Uchiha clan. If you don't leave any blood, wouldn't your Uchiha clan be completely wiped out? Sasuke was stunned, he had never thought about it. But when Yi Yu said this, Sakura blushed at the side. Naruto was full of questions, he hasn't understood what Yi Yu's words mean yet. Yi Yu, what do you mean? Naruto was very straightforward and asked directly if he didn't understand. But his words made Sasuke blush. Sasuke has never thought about this problem, but it's not like he doesn't know what Yi Yu means. No matter how cold he was, he couldn't hold back at this moment. He slapped Yi Yu's hand away in embarrassment. You, what are you talking about? Even the aloof Sasuke would be shy when encountering these things. Not to mention that he is only 12 years old now. Chapter 110 Sasuke changed his mind seeing Sasuke so embarrassed. Yi Yu became very serious and serious. I'm serious, don't think I'm joking. I support you if you want revenge, but you also have to consider the continuation of your Uchiha clan. Do you want your Uchiha clan to be completely cut off from your generation? Sasuke's face turned red with embarrassment and he turned his head away, not daring to look into Yi Yu's eyes. I'm not that age yet, I don't need to think about it. Yi Yu said, indeed, but when you have no descendants, I suggest you not to seek revenge from Uchiha Itachi, because if you lose, there is a high probability that your family will be completely wiped out. Do you think that with Uchiha Itachi's character, he can even destroy the entire family? Do you think he will care about the inheritance of the Uchiha family? So before you challenge Uchiha Itachi, you must first continue the family bloodline, and then go to Uchiha Itachi. No matter you win or lose, the Uchiha family has been passed down. Even if you lose, your children can inherit your will and continue to seek revenge from him. Isn't this much better than taking revenge on your own? Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly, he didn't expect Yi Yu to think so far. What are you talking about? What about passing on to future generations? I haven't reached that age yet. And I must rely on my own hands to get revenge, and I don't want to rely on others. Yi Yu shook his head, your thinking is wrong. You have to know that not everything can be done for sure. After you have descendants, you have left a backup, and your descendants are your backup. And only with descendants can the Uchiha family be passed down. If your Uchiha clan is completely extinct, what's the use of your revenge? Do you think your parents wanted this to happen? Your father is the chief of the Uchiha clan. You are his son and now you are the chief of the Uchiha clan. You should think about your family, not just yourself. If you are unable to pass on the Uchiha clan, Do you think your father would be willing to see such a thing happen? And as a clan leader, you have also seriously neglected your duties. Yi Yu's call made Sasuke confused. No one had ever said these words to him before, and he had never thought about these issues himself. But he knew that Yi Yu was right. His father is the leader of the Uchiha clan. His brother massacred the entire family, leaving him alone. Advertisement. Then doesn't he automatically inherit the position of patriarch? Shouldn't he consider the inheritance of the Uchiha clan? Compared with the inheritance of the Uchiha clan, it seems that revenge can be postponed completely, and it is not as important as continuing the bloodline of the clan. I was too pushy before. I haven't thought about these issues. When I think about how my father brought me to this shrine and saw the respectful attitude of those tribesmen towards me, and the pride of his tribe towards the Uchiha clan at the gathering, if he cannot continue the inheritance of the Uchiha clan, then even if he has taken revenge, will his parents be very disappointed? When I think of my father's disappointed eyes, Sasuke was confused. Yi Yu was also a little confused. He said this just to hope that Sasuke would not be so anxious about things and not think so extreme. The more anxious you are and the more extreme you are, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble in the future. Obviously, if something happens to Sasuke in the future, Kakashi will ask him to handle it. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, Yi Yu could only let Sasuke take revenge later and polish his strength. In this case, after he goes to take revenge, he will definitely be able to complete it, and he will not have to clean up the mess he left. If possible, he hoped that Sasuke would not defect because Yi Yu did not want to bring him back with his own hands. Yi Yu just wants to live a peaceful and stable life in the future and not have so many troubles. It just looked like Sasuke was thinking seriously. He didn't expect Sasuke to listen at all. He knew that Sasuke's thoughts were very extreme. All these years he has been thinking about revenge. Never think about anything else. To his surprise, Sasuke actually thought about his words. Really strange. Yi Yu also doesn't think about it. If it weren't for Yi Yu, who would Sasuke be around according to the original plotline? How could those people say what Yi Yu said just now to Sasuke? What does the inheritance of the Uchiha clan have to do with them? Even Kakashi would not say those words to Sasuke. After all, Kakashi does value Sasuke more, but the two of them don't communicate much. Advertisement. It's just that Sasuke is more suitable to learn Kakashi's ninjutsu, so Kakashi teaches him, and that's the only intersection. The two of them basically never had any in-depth discussions. Later, Naruto's stimulation caused him to go to extremes, and no one had a heart-to-heart talk with him. Although Yi Yu's words just now are indeed nonsense. But it did make Sasuke realize that besides revenge, he had more important things to do. And the most important thing is that after getting along with each other for this period of time, Yi Yu is a person whom Sasuke can trust and a deep friend. He felt that although Yi Yu was not from their team, Yi Yu had always been sincerely thinking about him. In his heart, Yi Yu is a different person from Kakashi, Naruto and Sakura. Naturally, what Yi Yu said has different weight to him than to others. Yi Yu would definitely be ashamed if she knew what Sasuke was thinking. He was really just talking nonsense to keep Sasuke from bothering him. After a long time, Sasuke raised his head, looked at Yi Yu and said seriously, Yi Yu, what you said is indeed right. I was really irrational before. Avenging my parents and my family is indeed very important, but as the only remaining bloodline of the Uchiha clan, I really want to ensure that the Uchiha clan can be passed on. Otherwise, even if I kill Uchiha Itachi, it won't make much sense. Yi Yu didn't speak for a long time, looking at Sasuke with very surprised eyes. But Sasuke thought Yi Yu was very pleased with him. Make him feel that his ideas are more correct. In fact, Yi Yu was just surprised that Sasuke agreed with his words so easily. He wondered if he had Naruto's mouth release, but these words were just nonsense, and he never thought that Sasuke would accept them. Seeing that Yi Yu didn't speak, Sasuke patted his arm and said seriously, thank you Yi Yu, you let me know how extreme I used to be. Without you, I would have done many things wrong. Yi Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and he said with some embarrassment, no, I just think you have more important things to do. Sasuke did not see Yi Yu's embarrassment and said seriously, well, I will definitely do it. I will not rush to seek revenge on him before passing on the family inheritance and before I have the ability to absolutely defeat him. Yi Yu didn't speak, just smiled awkwardly. Sakura on the side looked at Sasuke with a red face. She knew the meaning of the conversation between Yi Yu and Sasuke. She felt her chance had come. But Naruto still looked confused. I was so anxious that I scratched my head and scratched my head. What on earth are you talking about? What kind of inheritance is not passed down? It's so annoying. Why don't you explain it more clearly?